Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. On the street of the Victorian building, Zicomo opened his eyes in the backseat of a late 20th century car. Looking at his child's body, Zicomo was full of doubts. Where am I? Where? How did I become a teenager? Zicomo, are you awake? Boy, we'll be home soon. The middle-aged man in the driver's seat heard the sound behind and said to Zicomo without looking back. Just when Zicomo was still wondering why he was here, a strange memory flooded up. This also made him understand his current situation. Before, he played Ayrden Circle at home, also known as the Old Man's Ring. After clearing the first week, he decided to add a little more difficulty to himself, so he opened a new file, chose a useless person, and set himself the restriction that magic and prayers could not be used. As a result, the big tree guard at the beginning was stuck for 4 hours. Then it exploded and died because of the aging of the notebook that had been used for 4 years. So he crossed over and was brought into this world by the system. Yes, he has a system. The identity implanted into him by the system is a Huxia. His father is Huxia, surnamed Chi, and his mother is British, surnamed Granger. Hence his current name, Zicomo Granger. The husband and wife both died in a car accident last week. Since he has no collateral relatives on his father's side, he is now adopted by his mother's distant cousin. That is, the middle-aged man who is driving in front now. Wait, this surname. System, I'm not in the Harry Potter world, am I? Yes, the host is really smart, guessing the world from a name. Zicomo looked at his immature hand and was overwhelmed with emotion for a while. He never imagined that he would still be in such a situation, and he had read a lot of novels in his previous life, so it is not unacceptable to transcend this kind of thing. Since you have relived your life and you still have the system, let's live a little more carefree life. Son, are you okay? We'll be home soon. Don't be too sad, I believe your parents will have a good time in heaven. You can treat me and your aunt as family. Oh, yes, I also have a lovely daughter, your cousin, who is 11 days younger than you. I believe you will get along very happily. Seeing that Zicomo didn't speak for a long time, Mr. Granger thought he was still immersed in the grief of his parents passing away. Uncle, I'm fine, I'm just a little tired. Please rest assured, I will get along well with my cousin. Hearing this, Zicomo replied quickly. In fact, he was just learning about the function of the system. His system is called the Game of Life system. The main function is to let him as the host enter the world of those games in the previous life, and obtain the opportunity to realize the items in the game into reality by achieving game achievements. And every time the game is cleared, you can also draw new games, which can be said to be a very powerful system. We're home. Mr. Granger's words brought Zicomo back to his senses. After getting out of the car, Zicomo saw a middle-aged woman standing at the door with a cute rabbit-toothed little loli. Seeing this scene, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not could be black as Rowling said. After all, he is a cousin who will spend time together in the future. He really doesn't appreciate black people. It's not that he discriminates, but he simply can't tell what they look like. It can also be called selective face blindness or mild face blindness. Welcome home, baby. Mrs. Granger gave him a warm hug, took his hand and introduced him. This is Hermione Granger, your cousin. Hello, cousin. My name is Zicomo, Zicomo Granger. Zicomo smiled and reached out to Hermione. Hello, cousin. I'm Hermione Granger. Hermione smiled back. But Zicomo could see that the smile was a little forced. It is estimated that he is a little reluctant to call a little boy only 11 days older than him cousin. Zicomo, as an adult, doesn't bother to care about these. The two simply said hello and stopped talking, and Zicomo had been dealing with the Grangers. Probably worried that he was still engulfed in the grief of the death of his parents, the Grangers were especially enthusiastic about him. He also kept adding food to the dinner table, which made the little loli next to him feel a little appetizing. Noticing Hermione's expression, Zicomo hurriedly stopped, which prevented little loli from being jealous and full. After dinner, Zicomo, who returned to the room, was about to study the function of the system when the door of the room was knocked. When he opened the door, he found that Hermione was standing at the door with a textbook, with a malicious look in his eyes. Cousin, can I ask you some questions about my studies? Zicomo couldn't see where that little loli wanted to stump him and embarrassed him, so as to make fun of him. No problem, come in. Zicomo stepped aside and let Hermione into his room. Hermione couldn't wait to start asking him questions when he came in, and Zicomo took a closer look. Good boy, it's all middle school books. Now that she has graduated from elementary school, she has just started to preview the middle school books just a few days after the summer vacation. As expected of the scholar in the original book. But that didn't bother Zicomo, who was once an adult. Although he wasn't a top student when he was in school, he was also an excellent group of students. Solving some high school questions is easy. Seeing Zicomo swishing to solve the problem, Hermione showed a surprised expression. Unexpectedly, her cheap cousin is still a scholar. He didn't even bother to compete with him, and began to study seriously. The two spent 2 hours unknowingly in this exchange. Until Mrs. Granger arrived, and seeing the two of them getting along well, Mrs. Granger was also very happy. "Baby, it's time to sleep." The two realized that a long time had passed, and hurriedly washed and went to bed. Zicomo lay on the bed and opened the system panel. Host, Zicomo. Talent, extraordinary qualification. Physical constitution, 8, normal adult 10. Spirit, 15, normal adult 610. Magic, 0. Current game, none, extractable. The number of times of manifestation, 0. Backpack items, novice gift pack. Evaluation, you are ordinary at present, but your future has infinite possibilities. I actually have a talent with extraordinary aptitude. Why didn't I feel that I had something extraordinary before? Also, why is my magic attribute 0? The system prompts that the host's transmigration belongs to wearing clothes, the body is baptized by the power of time and space, and he has acquired the talent of extraordinary aptitude, and his body has returned to 11 years old. However, since the host itself has no magic power, the magic attribute can only be obtained through acquired practice or special props. However, please don't worry the host, the novice gift package will help the host solve this problem. Then open the novice gift pack quickly. Asterisk. Chapter 2. Open the novice gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Noble Phantasm 12 Trials, the number of game manifestations asterisk 3. 12 Trials, a noble phantasm from Fate/Stay Night that transforms the owner's body into tenacious armor, immune to attacks below level B. This book sets a level B attack to be equivalent to the power of armor-piercing shells. It has the effect of automatically revitalizing the body after death, and stores the amount of revival 11 times. That is, as long as the owner is not killed 12 times in a row, he will not die completely, and can restore the number of rebirths by replenishing life energy. In addition, whenever the owner is attacked, the body will increase the resistance to this attack until it is immune. Because the noble phantasm does not have the shape of a weapon or armor, the system has transformed it into a talent. The number of manifestations, the items in the game can be embodied in this world. Is this the solution you said? Awesome. Doesn't that mean that after I give myself a bite to eat, Voldemort can't kill me? Please calm down the host, different people have different degrees of mastery of the same spell. And as the Dark Lord, the black magic he knows is definitely not only avid as life. If you want to kill the host 12 times in a row, you can still do it. At the moment, please also ask the host to integrate the 12 trials first. Yes, but anyway, I also have the capital to protect myself in this world. System, integrate the 12 trials. The voice fell, and Zicomo felt his body start to get hot. Gradually, the burning sensation turned into a burning pain. Zicomo knew that this was transforming his body. In order not to wake the Granger family, Zicomo had to hold back his voice. Fortunately, the renovation went on quickly, and it was over in no time. Zicomo clenched his fists, feeling every muscle in his body with explosive force. He really wanted to find a cow to try his current strength, but the current conditions did not allow it. You can only open the system panel to view your own data. Host, Zicomo. Talent, extraordinary aptitude, 12 trials. Physique, 2/8. Spirit, 1/5. Magic, 10, just graduated wizard level. Current game, none, extractable. The number of times of manifestation, 3. Backpack items, none. Evaluation, you already have a certain amount of self-protection in this world, start your game journey. Wait, why did my physique improve so much? And my spirit didn't move at all? I remember Hercules being super strong. The 12 trials are noble phantasms to improve the body, and will not directly improve the spirit of the host. Unless the host is mentally attacked, the host's mental power will be slowly increased. The strength of Hercules is that he keeps getting stronger through battle. If the host wants to become stronger, he can take advantage of the 12 trials to increase his resistance after being attacked, and improve himself by constantly being beaten. Hey, that's fine, I don't have the battered M physique. Let's take a look at my first game first. System, start drawing games. Receive the command and start executing. Successful extraction, congratulations to the host for obtaining the game Ayrden Circle. Oh, I didn't expect that I have a good relationship with the old man ring. System, let me enter the game and see. Entering the Elden Circle. Please host to start creating roles. And create a character. Yes, the host enters the game only consciously, so it is necessary to create a character as a carrier to walk in the game. That's fine, after all, he looks like a child now, and many weapons in the game are estimated to be uncontrollable by him. In that system, you can follow the appearance of my current body and create a body that I will grow up to, as long as I am 18 years old. For pinching faces, Zicomo is really not good at it. As mentioned before, he is slightly face blind. He also tried to pinch his own face before, and then all his face pinching games were for the help of netizens. The host's request has been received, and the role has been created. Please choose a career for the host. The system prompts that talents can be brought into the game. Although death in the game is not real death, the pain is real. Every time you die, the cooling time of resurrection is 24 hours in reality. When the host is on either side of the game or reality, the time flow ratio to the other side is 3:1. Seeing the system prompt, Zicomo, who was still struggling between the swordsman and the brave, immediately made up his mind and chose the stargazer. That is the profession of a lawyer. Some people may ask why Zicomo did not choose the knight, the bloody career. Please, this is the sole game of Miyazaki Thief. What are his game features? Boss hits you with 3 moves and you will die. Zicomo said to choose a long-range mage character, as long as they can't hit me, I can go crazy and fly a kite to kill them. What's more, he still has 12 trials. If the enemy hits him, his blood loss will be slower and slower until he is immune to the enemy's attack. At that time, he can also take out a melee weapon to experience the joy of a melee mage. Thanks to the system's novice package, the difficulty of his game has dropped from hell level to normal level. Career selection completed, enter the game. Ding. Ding. Zicomo's immersive game journey began with the sound of Queen Malika hammering in the cutscene CG. Zicomo opened his eyes, and what he saw was the familiar dim and dilapidated church, the Huang Hall. In front of the right lies a woman dressed as a witch, who has lost her life. In front of her was written, even if the guidance has long been broken, please be the king of Eldon. He knew that it was his exclusive finger witch, who was like a guide. Equivalent to the traveler's Paimon. At the beginning of the week, he didn't know who killed her, so he went to check a lot of information. There are 2 people he suspects. One is the Lim nobles who are guarding outside the door. After all, the witch's finger died in the Huang Hall, and the Lim nobles are guarding outside. The other is Fanlei with a white mask. When Zicomo came out of the cave, that is, the novice tutorial, this kid said, unfortunately, you are not accompanied by a witch. Especially the Lim connecting nobles, they came up with a plot kill for him. Zicomo wondered if there were 12 trials now, whether he could kill him directly. He opened the game panel to check his situation. Name, Zicomo. Equipment, Stargazing Staff, Short Sword, Shield, Stargazer Suit. Spell, Pyroxene Magic Gravel, Pyroxene Curved Arc. Level, 6. Hold Rune, 0. Vitality, representing blood value 9, plus 20. Concentration, representing magic value 15, plus 10. Endurance, 9, plus 20. Strength, 8, plus 20. Dex, 12, plus 20. Intelligence, 16. Faith, 7. Induction, 9. Note, the attributes in parentheses are added by talent. System, can the properties of the panel be unified with reality? I look so messed up. Received the instruction, has been modified. Name, Zicomo. Equipment, Stargazing Staff, Short Sword, Shield, Stargazer Suit. Spell, Pyroxene Magic Gravel, Pyroxene Curved Arc. Level, 6. Hold Rune, 0. Physical, 10, 12 trials plus 20, including Vitality, Endurance, Strength, and Dexterity. Spirit, 15, including Belief, Induction, and Intelligence. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the perception ability and the stronger the magic power. Magic, 15, 12 trials plus 10. Comprehension, hidden attribute 99, you who have extraordinary aptitude, learn any magic all over again, but remember to keep your magic enough. My dear, this is equivalent to adding dozens of attribute points to me. Even if I don't have a blood bottle, the Lim-attached nobles are still not killing them. Zicomo sorted out his equipment and went out to run towards the location of the aristocratic arm. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Coming to the statue of Queen Malika, the aristocratic limbs fell from the sky. Looking at the monster with 4 legs and 3 hands, like a big spider. Zicomo raised his hand and it was a pyroxene magic gravel. Then start flying kites. His initial mana can support him to cast 15 times of pyroxenite, plus this magic has a lock function. While dodging, Zicomo knocked out nearly half of the Lim noble's health. Seeing that the magic power was exhausted, Zicomo switched to the short sword to find the time to straighten after the boss attacked, and it was a sword to go up. With a physique of 30, his physical attack is now stronger than his magic attack, and this sword does twice as much damage to the limb nobleman as the magic attack. Seeing this kind of damage, Zicomo didn't dodge anymore, and directly performed a wave of rounding output on the butt-leg nobles. The weak point damage is tripled again, and when the boss is stiff, he rushes up and slashes. The limb-joining noble fell on the spot, and seemed to mutter, "Despicable fader. Pick up the boss drop, a ritual straight sword and a beast pattern gold shield." Zicomo looked around and suddenly realized a question: how did he get out of here? The portal of the Huang Hall is at the 4 bell towers on the east side of Linnea Lake. Zicomo walked around helplessly, but when he came to a cliff, the ground under his feet suddenly cracked. Zicomo fainted in weightlessness, and faintly heard Melina the Wood talking to Torrid when he was in a coma. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a cave for studying. Zicomo glanced at the hole ahead for the beginner's tutorial. Tutorial for beginners? Do you still need this for virtual reality games? He died 3 times at the boss's hand in the first week, but when he went out, he told him that it was a soldier that could be seen everywhere. Thinking of this, Zicomo couldn't help but jump down, and he decided to take revenge. In less than 15 minutes, Zicomo completed the beginner's tutorial, 13 minutes of which were spent on the road. I also achieved the first achievement, by the way. Beginners, you have fully mastered this game, let's go on an adventure. The number of manifestations +1. By the way, he also got the Holy Dragon Emblem Amulet. This is a super real immersive game, and some items that can't be found naturally don't need to go around and jump around. You can get it directly by climbing the wall. Although these talismans that reduce attribute damage are of little use to him, he is immune to a few more attribute damage himself. But who made him a hamster? Anything you see should be included in the bag. After leaving the study cave, I looked up and saw the 6 divinely consecrated pagodas in different distances, and the lush golden trees were shining in the distance. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar surroundings around him, Zicomo noticed something was wrong. The white mask Fanley was standing next to the blessing point in front of him, that's right. But why didn't he see the big tree guard in the basin behind the white mask? System, what's the situation now? Explain. Remind the host that the current Ayrden circle is a virtual world constructed by the system. As a world, the area is naturally impossible to be as small as the games played by the host before. In other words, it will take me a certain amount of time to travel in this world now. Yes. Then tell me, at my current speed, how long will it take to get to the ruins in front of the level to get my love martyret? With the host's current leg strength, it is expected to run at full speed for 16 hours. Gan. This game is too real. Zicomo walked silently to the blessing point in front of him. Oh, you're the fader. Zicomo ignored the white mask, lit up the blessing and ran in the direction of the blessing. He even forgot that there is a golden tree seed in the initial backpack that can increase the upper limit of the dew bottle, blood bottle/blue bottle. White Mask looked at the figure that had turned into a small dot, and didn't know what to say for a while. Why don't the faders this year play cards according to the routine? After running for a long time, Zicomo bypassed the guard of the big tree, lit up the blessing of Islay Church, and finally ran to the ruins in front of the checkpoint. Came to the blessing point and sat down. Melina's figure condensed from the virtual to the real. Zicomo guessed that she might only have a soul state left. After all, some netizens speculated that she was the Queen of Night Eyes, the woman who was selected by 2 fingers, failed in the competition between God and Malika, and even exported the death rune in the end. Hello, those who came through the fog. Zicomo stepped forward and interrupted. Okay, Wood, I will take you to the foot of the golden tree. Give me Torrid quickly. No way, although the body will not feel tired in the game. But before, as an ordinary person, he had never run for 16 hours in a row. He is mentally exhausted now, and his mind is filled with a numbness, and he just wants to go offline and sleep. Melina, whose train of thought was interrupted by Zicomo, was also confused as to why the fader in front of her was so skilled. Zicomo, the leeway for players in the second week. Come on, I'm going to rest. Zicomo urged again. Melina came back to her senses, took out Torrid's whistle, and handed it to Zicomo. Zicomo took the whistle and put it in the inventory, and said to Melina, okay, I'll go to rest first. Remember my name is Zicomo, and I will take you to the foot of the golden tree. After all, without waiting for Melina to respond, she called out the system panel and went offline. After Zicomo goes offline, the body in the game will be hidden in the void by the system. So Melina watched the person in front of her disappear instantly, her right eye widened in shock. Interesting fader, he seems a little out of the ordinary. Looking back at Zicomo, he opened his eyes on the bed and closed them again, and he fell into a deep sleep. 2 hours later, Zicomo woke up refreshed. This is one of the benefits that a strong physique brings to him. The super fast recovery speed allows him to regain his energy after only 2 hours of sleep. Looking at the 4 manifestations on the system panel, Zicomo thought about how to maximize the utilization. After all, there are too many good things in the game. As a hamster player, he really wants to get them all. Hey. System, can the characters in my game be realized? System, why does this host not play cards according to the routine? The willingness of the host has been detected, and the feasibility is being tested. A special item belonging to the host of the game character is detected, which can be manifested. There are 2 realization schemes for the host now. Option 1, fusion with the current body, all attributes of the game character are attached to the host. Option 2, embody the game character as an existence similar to the avatar outside the body. I just asked casually, but I didn't expect it to be possible. System, I thank you for your casual question. Then tell me what's the difference between the 2 methods, and what will happen to the characters in the game after they are embodied. After the plan is realized, the host will enter the current game in the form of a real body. The advantage is that the growth rate of the host will double, and you can quickly strengthen yourself by adding points in the game. The disadvantage is that the host will lose the feature of being resurrected 24 hours after death. After that, the host can only rely on 12 trials to resurrect. Once the number of rebirths is used up, the host will truly die. After the second solution is implemented, the game character created by the host can go back and forth between the game and reality, and as long as the host has enough mental power, he can control the character to play the game while moving in reality. The disadvantage is that the body cannot be upgraded. 2. I choose 2. Zicomo chose the second option without hesitation. If it were another game, Zicomo might also consider picking 1. But this is the game of the Miyazaki thief, 12 lives. You go to play the game again, count the number of deaths after you clear the level, and see if it is a fraction of that number. As for the disadvantages of the second option, I'm sorry, the 12 trials can help him improve, but at most it's a little bit more painful. Received the instruction, the realization is successful. Seeing that there was an extra incarnation in the column of his own talent, Zicomo felt that he had an extra perspective, so he calmed down and sensed it carefully. He found that it was his game character's point of view, which should now be called an out-of-body avatar, to be precise. It is now in a void. That is the role space the system has opened up for him to prevent the system character from being killed by a wild boar after he goes offline. Asterisk. Chapter 4. The family of 4 was enjoying themselves at the Granger's table. Is it an illusion? I always feel that my cousin seems to have become more beautiful. The little girl was very thoughtful and noticed Zicomo's changes. This is not her illusion, Zicomo himself is a little handsome, and he was baptized by the power of time and space through time and space, making his body pure and flawless. In addition, the fusion of the 12 noble phantasms last night made Zicomo exude a masculine aura. To outsiders, he now looks like a delicate and charming porcelain. Sensing that Hermione was peeking at Zicomo, Mrs. Granger quipped. Looks like our little Hermione loves her cousin so much that she forgot to eat breakfast. I'll go get the letter. Hermione blushed when she heard the words, put down the cutlery and ran out. Seeing Hermione flee, Mrs. Granger turned her attention to Zicomo. It seems that you are getting along well. Hermione seems to like you quite a bit. Are you interested in being my son-in-law? Zicomo almost choked on the bread in his mouth when he heard this. I heard that foreigners are precocious, but I didn't realize it was so early. Auntie, don't make fun of me. Hermione and I haven't known each other for a day, so we can't talk about whether we like it or not. You can't say that, I and your uncle fell in love at first sight. Mrs. Granger winked at him, and Mr. Granger nodded at the side. Even so, we are still young. Oh, so you really have an idea for little Hermione? Zicomo was about to deny it when Hermione returned. Mom, today there is not only my letter, but also my cousin's letter, and it was sent by an owl. It's strange. My cousin just moved into our house yesterday, and someone sent him a letter today. How did they know about the watch? Brother here. When the Grangers heard this, surprise flashed in their eyes. Zicomo looked at the quaint envelope and had some guesses. He took the letter, which read Zicomo Granger, 3, Hampstead Gardens Heathgate, England. The sealing wax features lions, snakes, honey badgers, and eagles. Sure enough, it was an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Zicomo couldn't help but sigh at the efficiency of this school. With the magic power he had just last night, the admission letter was immediately sent to him. Cousin, look. My envelope is the same style as yours. It came from the same place. Do you know where it came from? Hermione showed Zicomo his letter. I don't know either, open it and take a look. Zicomo opened the envelope, and on the first page was written. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Level 1 Sir Merlin, Grand Mage, Chief Mage of Wizengammery. Dear Mr. Granger. We are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required clerks and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will be waiting for your reply from your owl by July 31st. Vice Principal, Female. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. The second page of Zicomo does not need to be read, it must be the textbooks and other equipment required by freshmen. After all, not only did he read it once in his previous life, but he also wondered whether his admission letter was late many times. I didn't expect it to be a dream come true now. At this time Hermione also read the content of the letter, she didn't believe it at all. Looks like some April Fool's prank, and it looks like it. The Grangers took the letter and looked at it. It does look like some kind of prank, ignore it. Mr. Granger gave his opinion first, but Mrs. Granger shook her head. My dear, I think this letter has some credibility. Do you remember what I told you before about the strange phenomenon that happened to Hermione? You mean we were drunk, and little Hermione stole the drink while we weren't paying attention? Are you sure it wasn't your drunkenness that caused the hallucination of dishes flying in the sky? Just as Mrs. Granger was about to retort, Zicomo interjected, I don't think it was Aunt's delusion. After that, a blue streamer appeared in his hand, Zicomo waved his hand towards the window, a fringe swept across, and hit the flower outside the window. It is the pyroxene magic gravel in Elden's circle. The petals were flying, but the room was surprisingly dead. The three stared at Zicomo in shock, speechless for a long time. This is what I dreamed about last night. When I woke up this morning, I felt that I could do the same in reality. In fact, that's exactly what Zicomo noticed this morning. He asked the system why he didn't realize this magic, and it could still be used in reality. The system's answer at the time was that knowledge is not an in-game item, and as long as the host learns it and the laws of the world are common, he can use it in the real world. It was only then that Zicomo realized that the most precious possession he possessed now was the knowledge of a world. As for why he could master this magic so quickly? Please. His extraordinary aptitude talent is not for watching and playing. He had already understood the principle of this magic during the battle yesterday. The magic given by the system is equivalent to giving you a computer, and you will use it, and Zicomo learned its assembly method by disassembling this computer, and now as long as the parts are in front of you, you can assemble and use it. What are the magical parts in the old man's ring? In Zicomo's view, it is a special magic rune. Through the guidance of the wand, the magic runes are constructed to form a magic circuit, and different magics can be displayed. Knowing the method, it is not too easy to cast the corresponding magic. As for the wand needed to cast spells, the system told him that he was considered a noble phantasm himself. Is there any problem with using his body as a magic wand? Magic? What an inconvenience. What else can Zicomo say? Sorry, you can really do whatever you want. In the end, Hermione came to her senses first. Cool, how did you do it, cousin, teach me quickly. Okay, let's write back to this magic school first, and then I'll teach you. Look at the two owls waiting outside. But you may not learn it now. Umph. Impossible, I'm smart. Since I also received an admission letter from the magic school, it proves that I also have a talent for magic, and I will definitely learn it. Fine, I believe in you. Zicomo didn't refute her either. He knew that most wizards in this world needed wands to cast spells, and it seemed that magic in the wizarding world also needed to match certain gestures. Hermione doesn't have a magic wand to guide her now, so she doesn't have any control over her magic power. But he couldn't explain how he knew this magic knowledge, so he had to promise Hermione to teach it again when she got the wand. The two laughed and ran back to the room to write a reply. Hearing the door closing, the Grangers came to their senses. They just left us here? They didn't even discuss it with us and ask for our opinion. He's a little tasteful, and always feels that his little padded jacket has been opened, and it may start leaking someday. Mrs. Granger rolled her eyes at him. Children have their own ideas, which is a good thing. And I see that little Zicomo's speech and behavior are very calm. The poor child matured early because of his parents. I like him very much. I warn you, don't mess with me. Little Zicomo is sad because of his parents. It's rare for something to divert his attention. Don't make trouble for me. Mr. Granger retorted deliberately, and there was no sign of sadness in the way he looked now. But as he was at the bottom of the family, Mrs. Granger glared at him and shrank back what he was about to say. If Zicomo knew what Mr. Granger thought, he would definitely feel that men understand men better. He really has nothing to be sad about, after all, his identity in this world is arranged systematically, and the death of his parents makes him feel more like a game setting. Besides, he just opened a hook for cast without sticks, and now he is extremely happy. Asterisk. Chapter 5. The two boys here wrote back to Hogwarts, and Hermione pestered Zicomo to teach her the pyroxenite. Zicomo reluctantly told her the principle of spellcasting, and the little witch tried for a long time, but there was no movement. She felt that the magic power in her body was out of control at all. No, to be precise, she only vaguely felt her magic power. After all, she only learned today that there is magic in this world, and the mysterious side is inherently idealistic, not to mention this is the Harry Potter world. You go to the wizarding world and ask the wizards how their magic works, and most of them will tell you, wave the wand in a special gesture, say the spell, and you're done. Only a small number of wizards will tell you that special gestures and wands are used to guide magic power, while spells can be understood as the power of language, and the combination of the three can release magic. If the wizard's mastery of magic is extremely high, he can dispense with one of them and achieve the realm of wandless or silent casting. What's more, due to the particularity of some magic, it is even possible to cast spells silently without a staff. Of course, these are all theories that Zicomo has compiled from reading some fanfictions in his previous life. As for whether it is right or not, it will be verified after he enters the wizarding world and has access to this knowledge. But whether it is correct or not, as Hermione, who has not even learned the basics of magic, and has no magic wand to guide her, it is naturally impossible to learn pyroxene and magic gravel. As for Zicomo, sorry, the happiness of hanging on the wall is not something ordinary people can imagine. Ah! Why can't I learn it, cousin, didn't you teach me seriously? The future little witch grumbled to Zicomo. Well, I think the reason why you can't learn it may be because you don't have a wand. Don't all the magicians in those stories have a wand? Zicomo pretended to speculate. Humph. Then why can't you need a wand? Hey, that's different. After all, strictly speaking, this magic was created by me. Zicomo has the cheek to call the pyroxenite as his own. After all, he will use more otherworld magic in the future. Set yourself up as a magical genius first, otherwise it will be difficult to explain later. Pyroxene mage, how about pyroxene, little brother? That's fine. You can teach me after I get the wand. If I still can't learn by then I'll leave you alone for a week, no, 3 days. Thinking of the genius level of her cheap cousin who created his own magic without systematic study, she felt that she would have to ask her cousin if she would encounter problems in learning magic in the future. Maybe she could find some novel magic from her, so she put the time was shortened from 1 week to 3 days. Okay, I will teach you when you get the wand. But if I can create magic, remember to keep it a secret for me first. Why keep it a secret? Hermione asked in confusion. Because your cousin and I are too talented, I'm afraid that I will be caught by bad wizards to do evil magic experiments. Hearing Zicomo's words, Hermione nodded again and again to assure her that she didn't want to lose this cousin who took care of her every now and then. Zicomo is a high-profile, low-key person. He doesn't like to be noticed very much. He can chat and spank with others on the internet, and scold him passionately, but in reality, he even has some social fears. We generally call this kind of person an otaku. He is mainly afraid of attracting the attention of those bigwigs. With his current trump card, it is not a problem to save his life. But what about the Grangers? Go one way, need to be cautious and cautious again. Who doesn't like to have more trump cards and hope that no one cares about him? Playing chess behind the scenes is a lot of fun. What's more, he really wanted to go to school when he went to Hogwarts, and he wanted to study how the world was different from the magic in the old man's ring. Speaking of which, he remembered that when Hermione was in the 2nd grade, there was a textbook called A Simple Introduction to Ancient Runes. This set of scripts originated in Northern Europe 1,500 years ago and is said to contain the power of magic. There is even an elective course in the 3rd grade called Ancient Runic Studies, which seems to be deeply entangled with magic. The reason why he remembered this was because the old man's ring was used as currency and what was needed to upgrade the level, called runes. And rune is another translation of rune. He felt that he could easily perform the magic in the game in reality, that is, the magic between the two worlds had a certain commonality. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to get into the Hogwarts library and start his journey to explore the essence of magic and pursue the truth. Of course, regarding Dumbledore, the old Be-Savior plan, it is still necessary to get involved and play a few idle chess. After all, there are a lot of good things in the original book, magic stones, invisibility cloaks, resurrection stones, etc., and even Voldemort's way of turning his soul into a Horcrux. The more Zicomo looked at it, the more he felt that this thing was like a lich's method, putting his soul source into the soul box, and then hiding it in a place where no one could find it, so that the enemy could not completely kill him. Of course, Voldemort's Horcruxes are still much lower than those on the Horcrux. And he didn't know what he was thinking. The materials he chose for the Horcrux were more conspicuous than the other, and he didn't hide them well to avoid being found. If it was him, he would just find a stone and turn it into a Horcrux and throw it into the Pacific Ocean, where no one could find it. Everyone has bad tastes, not to mention a network otaku like Zicomo, who has a more or less entertaining mentality in his heart, and this kind of person will be called a pleasant monster when thrown into the moon world. Zicomo is now like a fitness coach watching an old man play chess in the park. He points a word on the left and reminds him on the right, but the two old men can't beat you, so they don't dare to make a sound. Although it's not an appropriate description, the joy of disrupting other people's chess games and making things go in the direction you want is what Zicomo is now pursuing. Well, the first step starts with fooling Hermione into Ravenclaw. How can Swiba not go to Ravenclaw? Look at this little girl, Zicomo thought she was sulking and left because she couldn't learn pyroxenite. As a result, he turned his head and came to him with 2 books to ask questions. Even Zicomo was taken to read books for a day. Since he acquired the extraordinary talent, his memory has become super powerful, and he can basically memorize it after reading a book. The speed of comprehension of knowledge is also faster. The joy of learning the gods fascinated Zicomo. At night, Zicomo entered the Ayrden circle again. Melina noticed his existence for the first time, but she didn't show up. She planned to observe this strange fader for a while. Zicomo teleported back to the Islay church, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the blue doll sitting on the broken wall. Dressed in a witch's robe in the color of ice and snow, wearing a huge witch hat, blue body, one-eyed and four-handed, the whole body exudes a cold and deep breath, like a cold dark moon. This is the official heroine, one of the few people who can go to the end with us, and the wife that the faders call every day, the witch Lonnie. Fader, come here. Can you come over and have a chat? Lonnie's voice brought Zicomo back to his memory. First meeting, the fader. I'm the witch Reina. I heard that there is a fader riding a spirit horse, so I spent a little time looking for it. It seems that it is you. Zicomo, sister, I called Torrid once in the ruins in front of the level, and I just ran to get the map fragments, and then you came. Your a little time is really just a little bit. Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Zicomo. Yes, I can summon Torrid. Well, that's a good answer. I have something to hand over to you, which was entrusted to me by the former owner of Torrid. Saying that, she took out a bell and a fist-sized container of ashes from her bosom. The ashes of the soul bell and the stray wolf. The soul bell can use the ashes as a medium to summon the souls that have not returned to the golden tree to assist in the battle. Use it as you wish. To bother you with the fader, I. Seeing that Lonnie was about to leave, Zicomo hurriedly stopped her. Wait a minute. Madam, I wonder if I can do something for you. Lan's body froze. Oh. Don't you faders obey your fingers and do things for them? Why do you want to do things for me, or do you have other plans to approach me? You misunderstood, that. I'm not referring to witches. So the golden law or something doesn't matter to me. Melina observing secretly, I'm not human. Interesting, I didn't expect you to be quite free. For a moment, get a taste of the border, and if we ever meet again, then you'll do something for me. Funny fade, no, Zicomo. Remember, my real name is Lonnie, someone who is looking for a way into the dark. After saying that, she turned into a little moonlight and dissipated in the air. Chapter 6. Zicomo was a little disappointed. He didn't expect that he would have to go to the Three Sisters Tower to start Lonnie's main story. But this doesn't affect him much, after all, he hasn't even fought against the big tree guards yet. After killing the limb nobles before, and clearing a wave of ruins in front of the level, the rune saved is enough for him to upgrade to 5 levels in a row. Do not hesitate to fully add spiritually. As for the rest of the attributes, rely on the 12 trials to be beaten to improve. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Zicomo went all the way south from the blessing point in front of the level, and he planned to get the meteorite staff first. Thinking that he was tortured to death by all kinds of monsters when he was playing for a week, only after checking the strategy did he know that there was a novice artifact called the meteorite staff. This thing is used in conjunction with the rock technique. Standing in the distance, it summons 3 boulders to smash the enemy, and it may even smash the enemy into the hard time, which is simply invincible. Zicomo admired the scenery along the way all the way to the ruins of the Dragon Breath. From time to time, 2 pyroxene magic gravel or pyroxene arcs harvested a wave of runes on the road. Unlike in the game, his mana will slowly recover after being consumed. The 12 trials greatly improved his recovery speed. Along the way, he didn't even need to knock the blue bottle to recover his magic power. But Zicomo always felt like he had forgotten something. Hey, what did I forget? Let me stroke it. I'm going to get the meteorite staff and the rock technique, which has to pass through the trap of the Dragon's Breath ruins. Dragon's Breath ruins, Dragon's Breath. Zicomo felt the sky suddenly darken, followed by a wave of heat coming from behind. Slot. Forgot there is a dragon. Lady Ganlin's Yakir. In fact, it's no wonder that Zicomo ignored the existence of the flying dragon Agir. In the game, Yakir needs to reach a certain position to trigger the battle. And now, as a real existence, it will naturally leave the nest to forage around. The sea of fire covering a radius of 1,000 meters blocked his vision, and it continued to burn his health. He couldn't find where the dragon was even if he wanted to fight. Zicomo endured the burning pain and rode his horse in one direction. Now I can only find a way to get away first. But as he ran, he felt that the pain from his body was getting lighter and lighter, and his blood volume was slowing down. When he reached the edge of the sea of fire, the rate of decline had slowed down to the point of being poisoned. Yes. I have 12 trials, what am I running, reckless. Running out of the sea of fire, Zicomo poured a bottle of red dew and began to search for Yakir's figure. Fortunately, it was standing right in front of Zicomo, presumably waiting for the fire to dissipate before feeding on the burned prey. Unfortunately, I'm going to disappoint you. Zicomo locked onto Yakir's wings, raised his hand and slashed at the base of the wings with an arc of pyroxene. He had to cut off its flying ability first to prevent the flying dragon from escaping. Akil, who was attacked, roared angrily, and swung his claws at the little reptile in front of him. Zicomo did not retreat but advanced, and a roll came to the belly of Yakir. Hey, weak chrysanthemum, eat my pyroxene Erlen. The pyroxene magic gravel and the pyroxene curved arc hit the local area of Agir one after another. Yakir roared again, and the whole dragon jumped up and slammed into the ground. Zicomo had anticipated this for a long time, and summoned Torrid to quickly move away from Yakir and started his happy kite flow. And Yakir, whose wings were wounded by Zicomo, could only run and chase on the ground. But Zicomo focused on attacking weak points, constantly attacking Yakir's eyes. Akir wanted to breathe out the dragon's breath, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was greeted by Erlen pyroxene. In the end, Yakir collapsed in embarrassment. Seeing this, Zicomo quickly stepped forward and tried to put Yakir in the inventory. SHH. Akir disappeared out of thin air and appeared in Zicomo's inventory. Success. It's not what I expected. Before Zicomo asked the system why the defeated monsters disappeared, leaving only the props. The answer given by the system is that they return to the golden tree, and as the faders who help them return, the golden tree will leave props as rewards for the faders. Isn't this an alternative to Vidleyline? Zicomo doesn't know how other faders store their items, but he's a systematic man. Put the monster corpse into the inventory to isolate the return of the golden tree, then he can get the complete monster material. This is the corpse of a dragon. It is a precious existence in the Harry Potter world. When the time comes to find a way to sell it in Diagon Alley, he will be able to achieve financial freedom. The system prompts that if the host wants to extract the items in the game to reality, it needs to consume the number of manifestations. I know, you help me take out the dragon's heart first, and I will go to the dragon's church to learn skills. Received the instruction and has been stripped. By the way, I killed a dragon, you have nothing to achieve. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement, Dragon Slayer. Reward title Dragon Slayer, the number of manifestations *1. Dragon Slayer, increases damage to dragon creatures by 10%, can be upgraded, 1/10. Looking at the title in front of him, Zicomo had the urge to get the novice artifact and run to clear the dragon tomb. But thinking about how many and powerful they are, I temporarily dismissed this idea. At this time, the dragons living in the dragon tomb did not know that their death was not far away. There's not much more to say about the next journey. Run to the underground room of the Dragon's Breath ruins and teleport to the corrupted lakes area in Galad through the fog of traps. After getting the meteorite staff and rock art, Zicomo found a blessing point near Corruption Lake and began to brush Crimson Corruption Resistance. What? You said there's no traveler's suit near the meteorite staff? Of course I got that too. But well, as we all know, the clothes in the old man's ring don't matter, on the contrary, it is very important to dress like a person during the cutscene. When it comes to clothes, Zicomo has to thank the old man that the equipment in the ring world does not have the attribute of durability, otherwise he would have to walk bare-bottomed as early as in the ruins of Dragon Breath. He first soaked himself in the lake of corruption and let the scarlet corruption continue to corrode his body. Wait until the blood volume bottoms out and start drinking red dew. After drinking it, go back to the blessing point to replenish the dew energy. It wasn't until a few hours later, when the scarlet corruption could no longer erode his body, that he ended the long bath. To be honest, the feeling of being corroded by scarlet corruption is not painful, on the contrary, there is a feeling of numbness and airiness all over the body. It's like eating poisonous mushrooms in the south of Kaiun, and the whole person is in an illusion of ascending to the sky. No wonder these scarlet cultists, against Millicent's wishes, also wanted to turn her into a corrupt scarlet master and create their own gods. After taking this bath in Corruption Lake, Zicomo's physique has increased by 15 points, his magic power has also increased by 10 points. Even the spirit increased by 8 points in order to resist the erosion of scarlet corruption. Coupled with the benefits of taking a bath in the dragon's breath before, his three-dimensional attributes in the game are now: Physique, 4-7. Spirit, 2-8. Magic power, 3-6. Seeing the soaring properties in front of him, Zicomo even had the urge to go to Gmir Volcano to take a magma bath first, and to fill up the fire resistance first. But in the next second, he dismissed the idea, and let slowly improve during the battle. Anyway, he doesn't have any emergency crisis right now. Originally, he was going to get rid of the big tree guards today and then go offline, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. He encountered Yakir and took a bath in Corruption Lake for a long time. If he didn't sleep, he would spend the night. After going offline, Zicomo lay on the bed and looked at his system panel. Host, Zicomo. Talent, Extraordinary Aptitude, 12 Trials, Incarnation outside the body. Physique, 2-8. Spirit, 1-5. Magic, 10, just graduated wizard level. Current game, Elden Circle. Number of times of manifestation, 4. Backpack item, Flying Dragon Yakir's corpse. Zicomo is debating whether or not to manifest Yakir's corpse. After all, the number of manifestations is limited, and he can definitely get a more powerful dragon corpse later. It's not worth it to have it now. Hey. System, what do you think will happen if I choose to manifest the in-game inventory? System. My host, most of the brain circuits are not normal. Feasibility is being tested. Special items belonging to the host in the inventory are detected, which can be manifested. After manifesting, the game inventory will be merged with the system backpack, but due to the existence of categories in the inventory in the game, only one item column can be merged at a time. The system backpack can be used in both games and reality after fusion. I suspect that you are lying to me about the number of manifestations. Are you embarrassing me? Zicomo complained. After all, there are as many as 6 items in the game, including props, materials, magic prayers, war ashes, weapons, equipment, and valuables. And this is a simplified system. In the original game, there is even a special column for maps and letters. System, who is embarrassing who? Putting on this host with a clear brain circuit, it feels that its computing power is not enough. Ask the host whether to use the number of times of manifestation. Okay, let's visualize the material column and weapon column first. Deduct the number of realizations *2, the realization is successful. Looking at the body of Ryakir in the backpack, Zicomo's eyes flashed with the light of money. Then go to Diagon Alley to find a place to sell and sleep. In the dream, Zicomo became Gringotts' most honored customer by selling the items in the old man's ring, married Hermione, went to the top, and became a new legend in the magic world, *. Chapter 7. The next morning, Zicomo was awakened by Hermione's knock on the door. Damn, how could I have such a dream? Cousin, wake up. The professor at Hogwarts is here. Okay, I'll be right there. When Zicomo dressed up and went out, he found a Niang in a dark green robe and a black witch hat sitting on the sofa in their living room. Well, it's hard work for Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore sat in the office every day fishing for fish, Snape looked like he owed him money to everyone, Professor Flitwick was small and sensitive, and Sprout devoted himself to farming in the greenhouse. There was only one vice principal at the huge school, who was working on the admissions of young wizards from Muggle families. What? Did you say Hagrid? That was the treatment of Harry Potter, who was the protagonist. Good morning, Mr. Zicomo Granger, I'm the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall. You can call me Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall spoke first. Good morning, Professor McGonagall, Zicomo responded. Very well, the staff is here, so do you have any questions to ask next? Hearing this, Mr. Granger asked aloud, Professor McGonagall, can you show us some magic? Professor McGonagall, while a little surprised that the Grangers didn't suspect magic, didn't ask. She raised her wand and waved at the teacup on the table, which turned into a lively kitten, sitting there licking its paws. The Grangers were stunned by the magic of magic. Wow! Professor McGonagall, can I learn this magic? Little lowly Hermione couldn't wait to ask Professor McGonagall. Certainly, boy. It's transfiguration, and you'll learn it in my class. Then, remember, this is the address to Diagon Alley. Goodbye, boys, and I'll go to the next little wizard's family and explain the situation to them. See you at Hogwarts. Just after saying goodbye to Professor McGonagall, Hermione asked the Grangers to go to Diagon Alley. The little witch is eager to learn about this magical wizarding world. Today is the weekend, and the couple made some calculations. Anyway, there is nothing to do today, so they decided to go to the bank to withdraw money first, and then went straight to Diagon Alley. The Leaky Cauldron is located between a bookstore and a record store. When the Grangers came here, the two adults looked confused because they couldn't see the bar at all. That's because the Muggle banishment charm was cast here. When Zicomo and Hermione each pulled one person into the bar, they got a glimpse of the wizarding world. The bar looks very dark and shabby, with a bar and a few tables in the shadows of the corners. Hermione had a look of disgust on her face, and it was clear that her first impression of the wizarding world was not a good one. As expected, Zicomo also didn't like the environment of the bar. He was a little bit clean. He didn't understand why it had to be so messy when a problem that could be solved with a cleanup and a new one had to be done. As the entrance of Diagon Alley, it can be said that it is half the facade of Diagon Alley, and they don't even want to add a few more lights. Is it to create a sense of mystery for wizards? Led by pub owner Tom, they entered Diagon Alley and headed straight to Gringotts. That's the only bank in the wizarding world in England, and it's another mystery for Zicomo. Why do wizards entrust their money to a group of goblins that look like goblins? And this bloody currency exchange system, 1 gold galleon is equal to 17 silver west can be equal to 493 copper nut. Do they think the decimal system is not easy to use? Looking at the 100 gold galleons in his hand, Zicomo was thinking about the feasibility of taking 2 out and selling them back. After all, a gold galleon is bigger than a $1 coin in a previous life. And a dollar coin weighs nearly 10 grams, even if Jin galleon is twice his weight, then it is 20 grams of gold. The exchange rate of 1 gram of gold is 15 pounds, subject to the author's setting, which means that a gold galleon can be exchanged for 300 pounds. This means that as long as he sells 2 gold galleons, he can earn back the money in exchange for gold galleons. This can't help but make Zicomo feel that in some ways, wizards are really simple, and having magic power allows them to solve problems with the wand in their hands most of the time, instead of fighting like ordinary people. The original text did not mention the education of wizards before going to school, but Zicomo estimated that the poorer would teach at home, and the richer would hire a tutor, and ordinary people would have 2 worlds. Perhaps influenced by Zicomo, Hermione's first visit was not her favorite bookstore, but Ollivander's wand shop. She is now more interested in wands than magic textbooks. The 4 came to Ollivander's wand shop, which had a slogan written on it. Excellent wands have been made since 382 BC. Welcome to Ollivander's wand shop. Oh. New face. Hello, my name is Ollivander. Are the 2 first-year wizards here to get their wands? This generation's owner, Garrick Ollivander, stood at the counter watching the 4 who had just entered. His voice is soft, it sounds very comfortable, and it is easy to make people feel close. Hello, Mr. Ollivander. You have a wonderful voice, Zicomo responded. Oh. Thanks, handsome boy. You're the first kid to say that. So, who's going to get the wand first? Ollivander said. Ladies first. Zicomo turned sideways, letting Hermione step forward. The ruler on the counter flew out automatically, taking Hermione's various measurements. Zicomo wondered what the body size had to do with wand fit. But he felt that Ollivander was quite a craftsman. After all, he sells a wand for 7 galleons. This looks like a losing business. Don't tell me that it may be expensive for a wizard to buy a second wand. Look at how many people in the wizarding world use a wand for a lifetime. It is mentioned in the original book that a unicorn tail hair can be sold for 10 galleons in the black market. And some wand cores are the nerves of the dragon's heart, which doesn't sound cheap. Of course, the possibility that one material can make many wands is not ruled out, but Ollivander often talks about every wand is unique. So this inference is no longer valid. Or maybe they made their money selling wand care items. Hermione had already chosen her wand just as Zicomo was thinking about it. Exactly the one familiar from the movie, the Vinewood, the Dragon's Nerve wand core, 13 3/4 inches, full of power and fond of following a wise master. Boy, it's your turn. Ollivander's voice brought Zicomo back to reality. Watching the tape measure flying around him measuring various data, Zicomo couldn't help asking. Mr. Ollivander, what is the use of measuring these data? Just select a specific range based on your body data, and look for a wand that suits you within this specific range. Ollivander looked at the data recorded by the quill pen and replied. How exactly? Zicomo pressed. Sorry, I can't tell you the specifics. This is the secret of the Ollivander family. You can understand that this is a kind of divination related to numbers. Okay, thank you for your answer. Seeing that Zicomo was no longer questioning, Ollivander turned and walked towards the shelf where the wands were kept. A rare oriental face, let me think about it. He took a wand from the shelf behind him and handed it to Zicomo. Cypress body, unicorn tail, 11 inches, try it. Zicomo took the wand and put the magic power into the wand, and the head of the wand suddenly burst into black smoke, as if it was about to break. Ollivander snatched it quickly. It doesn't seem to suit you. After that, I took several more from the shelf, and each one was in the same condition. In fact, it was Zicomo that was surreptitiously disrupting the delivery of magic power. He found that most of the wands here only have the effect of guiding magic power. Once the guidance of the magic wand is disturbed, the magic wand will stop working. The simple advantage of this is that once wizards get their wands, they can use them to wash the wands into their own shape with magic. In short, it's a matter of fit. This is why the magic power of a wizard using someone else's wand will be greatly reduced. Zicomo estimates that only a few wands made of special materials have some special magical properties. Try this one, U body, Dragon Heart String Core, 14 inches. U is a very rare wooden shell that is said to give the user the power of life and death. Ollivander again takes out a wand. Zicomo didn't disturb the magic this time, he loosened the control of the magic and waved it gently. The top of the wand spurted out a silvery white moonlight. Looks like he likes you, picky little wizard. Treat him well, a wand is a wizard's best friend. Thank you, we will. Zicomo and Hermione smiled at each other and left the wand shop after paying. Asterisk. Chapter 8. After leaving the wand shop, the four came to the Ela'al shop. Hermione couldn't choose a pet she liked after looking at it for a long time, so she simply gave up the purchase. She said it was a big deal to borrow from her cousin in the future. Zicomo took a fancy to a white-faced owl. Different from the eyes of other white-faced owls, which have black pupils and yellow whites, its entire eyes are a beautiful amber color, and the pupils are even rarer and white, with a bit of dullness. This reminds Zicomo of a game character from a previous life who would say mistakes happen when you poke her. Zicomo bought it for 10 gold galleons while the clerk looked at the big head with a smile, and he named it ELO, which is the pronunciation of wrong in English. Subsequently, Mr. Granger was forced to entrust Hermione, who could not wait, to purchase the rest of the new items. And Hermione took Zicomo and Mrs. Granger straight to the Lycan bookstore. By the time Zicomo and Mrs. Granger had finished selecting the first-year textbooks, the little witch had already plunged into the bookcase deep in the bookstore. If it weren't for the fact that the textbooks might change each year, Zicomo reckons Hermione would have bought all the books for grades 1 through 7. Picking and choosing, Hermione finally came over with Hogwarts, a history of the school. And Zicomo took several books related to the history of the magic world, as well as the easy introduction to ancient runes mentioned earlier. It's not that I don't want to buy more, but the price of books is relatively expensive, otherwise the Weasley family in the original book would not go to the used bookstore to find books that others have used. And considering that there must be a library in Hogwarts, you can borrow any book you want to read at that time. Back home, Hermione hurriedly took out her wand, recalling the pyroxenite that Zicomo had taught her earlier. After several failures, Hermione managed to pull off the magic. Although the pyroxene magic gravel she shot only made a few cracks on the teacup. But she still had success, and a reprimand from Mrs. Granger. Mrs. Granger was still instructing her not to destroy the furniture, which made the little witch couldn't help but cast Zicomo's eyes for help. Zicomo reluctantly put down the standard spell, Elementary, in his hand, recalling the contents of the repairing spell. Fixed as ever. The crack on the teacup disappeared like a time lapse, disappearing without a trace in an instant. He suddenly wondered, what would happen if he cast a repairing spell on the cup now? But thinking of Mrs. Granger's chattering away, he gave up the idea. Wow! How did you do it, cousin? You only read the book once. Hey, I've said it all, your cousin, I'm a genius. Learning magic or something is very easy. Humph. I don't care, you have to teach me. The little witch was stimulated by Zicomo's words, which aroused her competitive spirit. But she was too embarrassed to ask Zicomo for advice, so she could only ask Zicomo to teach her with such coquettish words. Okay, I'll teach you. Zicomo said that there is no pressure, nothing is easier than learning theology and teaching masters. What's more, there are only a few spells in the first grade, and even Harry Potter's natal spell disarming spell is only taught in the second grade. He felt that spells of this level would be put into preschool by magicians at the Real Lucaria School of Magic. Speaking of the Real Lucaria Magic Academy, he misses his teacher Sirian a little bit. Cillian is the teacher in the Circle of Eldon who teaches the magic of the Fader, and players will initially meet her in the basement of the ruins of Post Street. This teacher may not be a good person. She was expelled from the academy for studying the source magic that was considered taboo by the Real Lucaria Academy and suspected of killing a large number of magicians. But she really had nothing to say to her apprentice. She once said to us, "You are here. If you are not king, come back to me. Don't worry, even if the apprentice is not good enough, I will still prepare a place for him to stay." It just so happened that the ruins of Yazan Street were not far from the ruins of Dragon's Breath, so Zicomo decided to officially get acquainted with this gentle teacher tonight, and learn more magic by the way. As soon as Zicomo went online, the woman suddenly appeared in front of him. "I'm going." "Why are you like a ghost? It's scary to appear suddenly." Ghost? Do you mean the soul? I am indeed in the state of the soul now, so it's okay to call it a ghost. Melina didn't care about Zicomo's words, she continued. Why, I've been watching you. You don't look like a blessed fader, you seem familiar with the borderlands. You can even fight the crimson corruption on your own, this is something even Melania can't do. But I'm not going to get too deep. I'm just a deal with you. Besides, Torrid has recognized you, and you already have the power to defeat the flying dragon. But it's far from enough. Go and challenge the powerful enemy, I expect you to become the king of Elden. Zicomo said that you are here to urge me to fight the bad omen. I will. Until then, take me to the round table hall. Hearing this, Melina was stunned, and then reached out her hand. You really know the junction well, come on. I just hope you don't go down the wrong path. Zicomo looked at the expressionless Melina in front of him, and he knew that she was not emotionless. She just forgot her mission, so she seemed a little dull. But in the game, from the first time she meets you, she will carefully confirm your attitude before each communication with you. She will thank you for the help, she will share her thoughts with you, and she will also share with you the reason why she wants to go to the base of the tree during the journey, to find the reason why she lost her body and forgot her mission and was still alive. Don't worry, I won't become the king of crazy fire, and I don't need you to be the fire seed. The voice fell, and Zicomo disappeared in place, leaving only Melina, who couldn't return to her senses for a long time. Do you even know about madness? What does Tinder mean? My mission. When he came to the round table hall, Zicomo went straight to the blacksmith to repair the ancients. As for the others, he didn't care. Anyway, by the end of the burning trees, all of them ran away. He was going to see if he could strengthen the wand he bought today. After all, the wand in the game is still too high profile for practical use, so he chose to upgrade the small wooden stick in his hand. Mr. Zicomo, please help me strengthen my weapon. Oh? The new face, the new fader? Your weapon, this chopstick? Are you sure you're a stargazer and not a prophet? Forget it, what right do I have as a sinner to give advice? Bring it here. Zicomo directly regards Zicomo as a prophet who is proficient in prayer, and regards the wand as a special prayer weapon. Zicomo didn't bother to explain, he didn't expect it to be feasible, and after consuming the ordinary forging stones he had collected in the borderland before, his wand had an overall improvement. Yewwood Wand Plus 2, a wand with a dragon heart string as its core. After strengthening, it has hardness comparable to steel, and the performance of guiding magic power has been improved, and casting magic will be increased, 10% increase. Zicomo felt that Zicomo was afraid that his wand would break, so he added some material to the wand, which made Zicomo feel that the current wand could be used as an iron rod. It's time to settle the old accounts, Big Tree Guard. After coming out of Islay Church, Zicomo saw the big tree guards patrolling there. He called out the spirit horse, and when the big tree guard turned his back to him, he rushed up and raised his hand, which was a rock art. 3 stones the size of a basin rose from the ground and flew towards the tree guard. The gravel splashed, and the big tree guard stumbled and almost fell off the horse. When he looked back, Zicomo had already run 500 meters away. The tree guards chased after him, while Zicomo stood 500 meters away and started his magic show. After waving the pyroxene magic a few times, he felt that it was not enough, so he took out the U wand in his empty left hand and began to cast the few spells he had just learned today. Grind and hooray. Tarantara dance. Separate left and right. The shield is flying. A set of combos, first tickling the tree guard, then making him dance and scrambling, then separating the shield from his hand, and finally taking away his shield with the flying curse. Golden tree shield, get it? Well, Zicomo mainly intends to reduce the attack methods of the tree guards, definitely not because the shield can be sold for a lot of money in Diagon Alley. Then he repeated his old trick and brought the golden halberd, the weapon guarded by the tree, over. The tree guards without weapons are not enough to be afraid of, and they can pass the level without injury in melee combat. But Zicomo couldn't really use the sword to cut people, and finally killed the big tree guard by rock technique. Chapter 9. Tisk, the magic attack of pyroxene is still too monotonous, and I still have the scroll of the Kali royal family that I found earlier. Go to Teacher Cillian to learn magic. Forlani, I turned into a werewolf. Zicomo hummed a song and teleported to the ruins of Post Street. Melina, who was observing secretly through the blessing point, silently tapped Zicomo's singing voice. When he came to the ruins of the station street, he looked at the sick flower Miranda who was guarding the door. He was afraid that in the next second it would turn into a woman with 5 pairs of black wings, grab his daughter Rose and brutally divide her body. Then a ceremony was held to make Rose the host of the Fungus Master. Cough, sorry, I went to the wrong set. This is not Resident Evil. Zicomo sent it back to the golden tree with 2 rock spells, went down the stairs behind it, killed the crazy pumpkin-headed soldiers below, opened the innermost door, and finally saw Saren. She was dressed in the robes of the real Lucaria Academy of Magic, with a glowing stone hood on her head, so she couldn't see her face clearly. But Zicomo knew there was a beautiful face under the hood. Before Zicomo could speak, Elden spoke first, and a gentle female voice came from under the hood. "Oh, it's the Fader? It's rare to have such a rare guest. My name is Elden, and as you can see, I'm a magician. So, what's the matter?" "Hello, Miss Elden, I'm Zicomo. I'm here to learn magic." "Oh, you want to learn pyroxenic magic? Let me see. Oh, extraordinary aptitude. Although I really want to accept you as an apprentice right away, I still want to remind you. You must choose your apprentice carefully. I was expelled from the real Lucaria Academy, and I was shunned by everyone, the so-called heresy witch. So, do you still insist on being a teacher?" "Yes, I insist on that." When she got a positive answer, her voice couldn't hide her joy. "Ha, you're a weirdo. Well, I'd like to take you as my apprentice and teach pyroxene magic. But I'm very strict and don't follow the gentle teaching style. You don't regret it?" "Okay, Miss Elden." "Huh? Do you still want to call me a lady?" Elden said, feigning anger. "Okay, Mr. Elden." Elden cleared his throat with satisfaction. "Apprentice, your first step is to understand. You are still a baby in the field of magic, extremely immature, and you can't even walk. Although your aptitude is extraordinary, you need to study systematically to prevent you from going down the wrong path in the future. You can only become a magician when you realize that you are immature. Let's start the class." "Teacher, wait a minute, I got this before." Zicomo took out the magic scroll of the royal family of Kalia from the inventory. "Oh, it's a scroll. Reminds me of the time at the academy. Well, there's no completely unfamiliar magic in it. Let's add these magics to the textbook." It can be seen that Elden is also very familiar with the magic of the Kalia royal family. I have to say that Elden is a very conscientious and good teacher. She will analyze and explain magic step by step, and teach Zicomo from the essence of magic. "Teacher, I major in pyroxene magic, and its power comes from the stars. The so-called pyroxene is the amber formed from the stars. The golden amber contains the power of the debris of ancient life, and so on. The pyroxene also contains the power of the debris of the star's life. You have to remember that pyroxene magic is intended to explore the stars and the life of the stars. The teacher does not force you to follow the same path as me, because your talent is far superior to mine, and should not be limited to pyroxene magic. But you can't forget the root of pyroxene magic. Now there are a group of inexperienced magicians who simply forget this. Don't worry, Mr. Elden. I won't forget your teaching." Zicomo nodded again and again. In fact, it only took Zicomo half an hour to master the 4 basic magics of pyroxene meteor, crystal bomb, magic weapon, and magic shield. For most of the rest of the time, I was learning the basics of magic, rune script with teacher Cillian. Yes, as Zicomo guessed, the worldview of Ayrden Circle originally refers to a lot of Norse mythology. The origin of magic is naturally related. There is almost no difference between the rune script taught by Siren and the Gurunic script in the real world. The only difference may be that the rune characters appear more ancient and mysterious. In other words, these characters are used to construct runes, establish a magic circuit, and the magic displayed has more powerful power. Zicomo speculates that this may be due to differences in the mystique of the world. But as he has just entered the field of magicians, it is still too early to explore these issues. As for the Circle of Brilliant Swords and the Swift Sword of Kalia, these two are recorded on the scrolls and belong to the magic of the Kalia royal family. After Elden unlocked the seal on the magic scroll, Zicomo read it once. This made Elden marvel at Zicomo's talent and intelligence again. My apprentice is really not easy. He started to learn to walk so quickly, but it is also thanks to the good teaching of the teacher. Apprentice, don't forget this thirst for knowledge. Yes, I know the teacher. Why didn't Zicomo find out before that his teacher was still a little narcissistic? After going offline, he found that he had completed another achievement. Round Table Hall, plot achievement, enter the Round Table Hall. The number of manifestations +1. This achievement is in the original game, players will complete when they enter the Round Table Hall, and it is also an achievement that Zicomo has an impression of. He thought that the system was completely different from the game's achievement system. Unexpectedly, the original achievements were also included. In the days that followed, Zicomo read books with Hermione during the day and taught her magic. At night, I wandered around, me, and Lou, in Stoneville City in the game. It took more than a week and almost killed half of the castle to find Limgrek and kill him. As for the Bad Omen Ghost Market, who was the gatekeeper, he was killed by Zicomo in seconds. It's also interesting to say that the magic of crystal bullets has become extremely powerful in the real border. The effect of this magic is to condense a magic circuit in front of the wand, and after inputting the magic power, it will form missiles that will be launched in a straight line. Although the attack power is not high, this magic circuit can always exist until your magic power is exhausted. Called the Gatling of the Wizarding World. After Zicomo found the evil omen ghost, he used the spirit bell to ring the ashes of the stray wolves, summoned 3 dogs to contain them in front, and he used a blue drop dew bottle and a wand in the back to kill the boss alive. Grek was taken away by him in the same way. Poor Grek, he picked up a dragon head for himself in the second stage. For Zicomo, this is tantamount to an opportunity to fill up the dragon's breath immunity. Zicomo dragged Grek for 2 hours, and before his immunity was full, he could no longer breathe out the dragon's breath. Zicomo looked at him pitifully, and a 5-minute crystal burst sent him back to the golden tree. After killing 2 bosses, he gained 2 more achievements and 2 opportunities to manifest. And the physique and magic power have been slightly improved. What? You said that you can summon a heroic soul at the door to help? Sorry, not familiar. Mainly because I was afraid that my wife, Lonnie, would misunderstand. Especially Roger, who was hiding in Stoneville City, when Zicomo saw him turn around and ran. For fear that running late would trigger the side quest to investigate the night of conspiracy, making Lani feel that she had another purpose in approaching her. Although Lonnie said she didn't care in the game, Zicomo deeply remembered that his wife was a Princess Tsundere. Sometimes she has to listen in reverse. After that, Zicomo spent 2 days running to the Ren Mage Tower in the northeast corner of Galad. On the nearby bridge, the Night Knights would come out to roam whenever night fell. This Night Knight will drop a very powerful Wargrey, the Hound's Stride. This combat technique is extremely powerful, although the introduction of the Ash says, a combat technique that can instantly disappear and move with steps. But in Zicomo's view, this is a flashing skill, and it's the kind with no cooldown. Under the quirky look in the blacksmith's eyes, Zicomo embeds the tactic into his U-wand. He also strengthened a wave of wands by the way. U-Wood Wand +5, a wand with a dragon heart string as its core. After being strengthened, it has a hardness that surpasses that of steel. It can guide magic power more quickly, and can increase the magic power by 25%. Combat skill, Hound Stride. I don't know if it was Zicomo's delusion, but he always felt the tip of his wand getting sharper. What he didn't know was that Jiugu thought he was going to be an assassin, so he helped him, which not only strengthened the hardness of the wand, but also strengthened the penetrating power of the wand. Now his wand is a proper large 1000. To stab someone is definitely a kid. But the reason Zicomo wanted to embed the Hound Step into his wand was because he didn't want to waste a powerful skill. Asterisk. Chapter 10. In the days that followed, Zicomo found a good one in Stoneville. This good thing is called Mimic Veil, and the effect is to consume magic power to mimic various items. Zicomo found that this veil can also mimic an adult. The reason why it can't be used in the game may be because it prevents some players from doing strange things in the face of NPCs. Today was July 31st, the day Hagrid took Harry Potter to Diagon Alley to help Dumbledore get the Philosopher's Stone. With this mimetic veil, Zicomo intends to plot a wave of the Philosopher's Stone. This is the knowledge of alchemy, the holy grail of alchemists for a long time. Although Zicomo thought that the Philosopher's Stone was a defective product, it didn't mean that the Philosopher's Stone was damaged. It means that this magic stone has been used by Nicole LeMay for more than 600 years, and the remaining energy in it has long been exhausted. But Zicomo doesn't care much about the energy in it. What he cares about is the production technology of the Philosopher's Stone. With the world as his backing, he naturally does not need to start from scratch. It is easy to understand how to make a magic stone. At this time, you only need to shout Teacher S'Elian, and then you can wait for the result. New to the magical world, Zicomo is like a dry sponge, constantly wanting to absorb more knowledge to fill his inner self. Alchemy is undoubtedly a magical subject of magic. It's a pity that Hogwarts doesn't teach this, and even bookstores don't have books on it. Zicomo knew that Nicole LeMay was a very good alchemist, maybe even Dumbledore. But people don't know him, so why teach him alchemy? And Zicomo always thinks that these old men have too much heart. You think about Dumbledore's speaking style, truth and lies are intertwined, and what they say is true and false. You just don't know which part is true. Although in the original book he said that Nicole LeMay had lived enough, so he gave him the Philosopher's Stone. But who knows if Nicole LeMay has a second Philosopher's Stone? He is not alone and has lived for more than 600 years. He still has his wife to accompany him. If you say he is tired of living, who will believe it? Besides, there is no alchemy in Elden's circle. You can see from the group of Platinum Sons that the magicians in the Borderlands have begun to study how to create people. It's just that the technology is still a bit imperfect, and the frog's head is either a frog's head or a weak muscle below the thigh. So Zicomo plans to get the Philosopher's Stone and give it to Mr. Cillian or Lonnie's wife for research. If it really doesn't work, you can still go to her mother-in-law, Raina Law. Let's see if the human body can be perfected, otherwise it won't be a problem to watch them wear puppet bodies all day long. He remembered that Lonnie's doll body didn't fit so well with her soul, and occasionally she would fall into a deep sleep. Early in the morning, Zicomo found an unoccupied corner, released his avatar, and controlled him to the entrance of Gringotts in Diagon Alley, ready to squat. He used the mimic veil to turn into a stone and crouched in a deserted alley near Gringotts, waiting for Hagrid's arrival. It didn't take long for him to see a figure much taller than ordinary people walking towards Gringotts at the diagonal entrance. After getting closer, I found that the tall man was holding a thin little boy in his hand. The duo is Hagrid and Harry. The two walked into Gringotts and came out after a while. By this time Zicomo had already seen the package in Hagrid's hands. He quickly changed into the appearance of a strange man he saw on the street. Passing by Hagrid pretending to be in a hurry, then accidentally knocking off the package in Hagrid's hand. "Hey! Watch the road!" Hagrid complained in dissatisfaction. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry, I'm really sorry." Apologizing, Zicomo picked up the package with his back to Hagrid. At the moment of picking it up, he swapped the package that was transformed by transfiguration in the system space with the package containing the magic stone. Yes, after Professor McGonagall's demonstration and reading books related to transfiguration in the past few days, he has been able to use transfiguration skillfully. After apologizing, Zicomo turned around and left, and quickly came to the empty alley. Zicomo directly and remotely retracted his avatar. What he didn't know was that Dumbledore had already noticed it the moment he took the Philosopher's Stone back into the system space. At the moment when the avatar disappeared, Dumbledore had appeared beside Hagrid through apparition. "Professor Dumbledore, why are you here?" "Oh, yes. This is Harry, and I've managed to get him." "And what you asked me to take, I have it," Hagrid reported. "No, the package has been snatched away. My old friend gave me a prop that can sense the stone, and just now, the connection between the two was broken." Dumbledore took the package solemnly and tapped his wand. The package became a curbside brick. "How come?" "It's him." Hagrid had apparently figured out who took the package. "Who?" "A middle-aged man in a hurry just knocked off the package. He must have changed it when he picked it up. It should be as you said. In which direction did he run?" "There." Hagrid pointed to some dark alley. Dumbledore and Hagrid rushed over to find that it was a dead end. Could it be that he used apparition? Hagrid guessed. "No, there shouldn't be. I didn't perceive any spatial traces of apparition after I came here. And there's no port KF fluctuations around here." Answering Hagrid's words, Dumbledore took out his wand and pointed it at the alley. "The image is reproduced. I saw the wand flying out of light and shadow, and quickly transformed into the image of a middle-aged man that Zicomo had become before. However, the image disappeared instantly after running deep into the alley." Dumbledore thought that the middle-aged man was using invisibility magic, so he activated his perception magic, which quickly enveloped the entire Diagon Alley, trying to search for the figure of the thief based on the appearance of the man in the previous video. Unfortunately, Zicomo's way of leaving was too bizarre for them to imagine. Dumbledore withdrew the magic in disappointment. "Didn't find it? I'm sorry, Professor, I seem to have messed up your order." Hagrid looked uneasy, bewildered, like a kid who screwed up. "Oh. Never mind, Hagrid, it's just a scrap left over from my old friend. There's not much energy in it. Being taken away can only make him a fortune, or live more than 10 years. Your most important task now should be to take our little Harry to buy what he needs for school." Only then did he have time to say hello to the savior he had chosen. "Hello, Harry. I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and you can call me Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore looked at Harry with a kind smile. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore. What happened? Did someone take your things?" "Yes, a thief stole something from an old friend of mine, but it doesn't matter. What he stole is just a defective piece, and the real thing is already in my hands." This was a lie, and in fact Dumbledore didn't have a second Philosopher's Stone either. But it didn't matter. The reason why he told the news in front of so many people on the street was to lure Voldemort into fooling him out of it. By this time the people around had noticed Dumbledore, and there was no way Hagrid's physique was too conspicuous. "Is that Dumbledore? And the gamekeeper at Hogwarts? Why are they here? Oh. God. Look at that little boy next to them. Is that Harry Potter?" "Yes, that's him. Harry Potter is back in the wizarding world." "Oh, poor Harry, he was fostered with Muggle relatives after his parents were killed by Voldemort. I don't know why Dumbledore didn't keep him in the wizarding world." "Hey, what are you talking about? Dumbledore is still here. And isn't Harry back?" Hearing people around him mention his parents, Harry couldn't help but ask Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, do you know anything about my parents?" Ever since little Harry was told that he was a wizard, he was desperate to learn more about his parents who were also wizards. Your parents? They're all my students, great wizards, and great parents. As for the specific situation, I think it's better for you to explore it yourself in the future. Okay, I still have something to do at school. You and Hagrid feel the beauty of the wizarding world first. See you at Hogwarts. With that said, Dumbledore apparat and left. He's also going back to contact Nicole LeMay and ask him to help build a fake Philosopher's Stone to lure Voldemort into taking the bait. He still hasn't figured out who stole the Philosopher's Stone. Little Harry looked a little disappointed without hearing the specific news, but he was quickly attracted by the magic shops around him. Reinvigorated. Asterisk. Chapter 11. Back in time, Zicomo himself was reading a book with Hermione. It's just that all his attention is on Diagon Alley, so it seems to Hermione that he's been distracted. No matter what question she asks, Zicomo's answers are yes. Seeing her cousin's distracted appearance, the little witch couldn't help thinking of playing tricks. Cousin, have you created new magic recently? Then can you teach me? What? Well, I'm going to learn the magic that turns a wand into a sword. Okay, How did you know I knew Kalia Swift's sword? At this point, things over Diagon Alley were over, and Zicomo, recovering, found himself on Hermione's way. Humph. Is it called Kalia Swift's sword? You used that magic in the garden that day, and I saw it just passing by. Also, you look so stupid wielding your sword. Hermione hummed. I was practicing swordsmanship. Zicomo scratched his cheek in embarrassment and retorted. Not long after he learned the Kalia Swift sword that day, he wanted to learn some sword skills on a whim, but found that he had never learned sword skills, and finally swung it randomly. I didn't expect to be seen by Hermione. Don't change the subject, you have already promised me, don't go back. Teach, I teach. But we have to agree that unless it is an emergency, I can't use my magic in front of outsiders. Got it? Come on, pull the hook. Hermione's stomach growled as they pulled the hook. The little witch's cheeks flushed, and she was too embarrassed to speak, looking at Zicomo eagerly. Zicomo didn't pierce her, got up and walked to the kitchen. Oh, it's noon, it's time to cook. The Grangers don't come home for lunch on weekdays. The couple, who are dentists, are busy with work, so only Zicomo and Hermione are at home. Zicomo, who is a former otaku, is quite good at cooking. After all, I don't want to go out, and food bloggers on the internet have read a lot, but I don't want to aggrieve my stomach. So I decided to do it myself, and over time I developed a good cooking skill. A few days ago, he was tired of British food, so he couldn't help but cook 2 dishes by himself, so he conquered the Granger family's stomach. It was night, and after Zicomo went online, it went straight to the ruins of Yazan Street. Oh. It's my lovely apprentice. How are you doing? You haven't come to see the teacher for a while. Hey, it's okay. Zicomo smiled awkwardly. It would have been better not to get lost in Stoneville. Zicomo complained silently in his heart. He changed the subject, took out the magic stone and said, Teacher, I recently got a magic stone. Would you like to help me find it? Oh. Let me see. Lian took the magic stone and injected magic power into it. After being touched by magic power, the Philosopher's Stone began to glow red. A magical stone, a product of superb alchemy, capable of replenishing life energy. It seems to also convert matter into gold. But there's not much energy in it, apprentice. What do you want this thing for? It's not as good as your red dew bottle. Hearing this, Zicomo couldn't help admiring Lian's magical attainments. Just simple magic detection could analyze the structure of the Philosopher's Stone. Mr. Cillian, look at its shell carefully. I got some information when I got it. It is said that the stone can be used to make a potion that prolongs life. Can I trouble you to analyze how this stone is made? I need this knowledge. Cillian heard Zicomo's words and focused on the stone itself. Oh. You don't say that. I haven't noticed that the energy stored in it is ordinary, but the stone used as a container is magical. This alchemy technique does not belong to real Lucaria, nor does it belong to the Kalia royal family. Could it be the royal city Rodel? Being able to convert matter into gold does look like their handwriting. However, apprentice, I want to remind you. As you continue to gain power from rune, your lifespan will continue to extend. Don't put the cart before the horse and pursue an eternal lifespan. Seeing that Lian misunderstood the Philosopher's Stone as a product of the Golden City, Zicomo didn't explain it, but answered. Yes, teacher, rest assured, my pursuit is to explore the essence of magic, and I will never pursue immortality like a fool. Qin Shiwang, thank you for being offended. Zicomo didn't tell Saren what he really wanted was the ability of the Philosopher's Stone to create a human body that carries souls. Originally, he wanted Mr. Cillian to study the technology of human body forging, but after thinking about it carefully, it was his senior Tom, Mr. Voldemort, who was a professional, and he must have a complete set of techniques. Otherwise our senior Tom wouldn't have risked being caught sneaking into Hogwarts to steal the Philosopher's Stone. It's a pity that senior Tom was destined to be disappointed, and he got the Philosopher's Stone first. Well, it's good that you have that determination, but it's better to be down to earth. It will take some time to analyze the production technology of this stone. During this period, you should learn alchemy with me first, lest the production method be put in front of you, and you won't even be able to understand it. Okay, Mr. Cillian. By the way, Mr. Cillian, can you teach me about the creation of the Son of Platinum? Zicomo intends to combine the creation technology of the Platinum Son of the Borderland with the soul regeneration technology of Senior Tom to pinch his wife's body. Oh? Do you already know the existence of the Platinum Child? It seems that your journey has already reached Lyonaya. It's really a place to miss. Okay, let's teach you together. Next, you have to prepare for hardships. Alchemy is not as simple as learning magic before you. In fact, Zicomo hadn't gone to the Lyonaya area, and after killing Grek, he was still wandering in Stoneville. Yes, he is still lost. For the next period of time, Zicomo was immersed in alchemy. It took him a month to master the theoretical knowledge of the subject, which was hardly mentioned in the game. It's not that Zicomo can't understand the relevant knowledge, but the basic content is too rich, and the endorsement alone takes up most of his time. In addition, there were not many materials in the station street, so Zicomo had to go out to collect materials, while learning alchemy with Cillian. Even during the day, Zicomo ponders the contents of alchemy at home. Hermione watched him scribble and draw on his notebook, like a ghostly talisman, actually an alchemical rune from the Borderlands. At one time, I wondered if my cousin had fallen into evil, or if he was cursed by a dark wizard. Fortunately, Zicomo's words and deeds were normal, otherwise, the little witch might have raised her wand and passed out at her cousin, so she could calm down. Yes, you're not mistaken. Our little witch has learned the senior spell to pass out. This is thanks to Zicomo's external avatar and mimetic veil. After feeling the convenience of the avatar outside the body, he used the mimetic veil to change the appearance of the avatar, and ran a trip to Diagon Alley and Upside Down Alley. The main reason to go to Upside Down Alley is to sell the dragon's blood for money. After all, the source of this thing is not easy to explain. When he had money, he went to Lyhan bookstore and bought a copy of all kinds of books. At that time, he put all the books into the system space in front of the clerk. Unexpectedly, after the clerk was shocked, he backhandedly reported him on the charge of abusing the traceless stretching charm. This forced Zicomo to end his shopping plans early. Zicomo later learned that the Ministry of Magic strictly stipulated that the traceless stretch spells could not be used for private use, and could only be produced by businesses permitted by the relevant Ministry of Magic. Legitimate products like those school luggage and family tents carry the Division of Magic logo. And the bookstore clerk didn't see the sign on Zicomo's body, so he reported it to him. Maybe the clerk is still thinking that the Ministry of Magic will return those books to the bookstore, so that he can earn a lot of gold galleons for nothing. Zicomo said he had written down this hatred. With the idea of taking revenge overnight, Zicomo turned into a book and sneaked into the bookstore on the spot. The clerk found the old book Zicomo had turned into and didn't think much of it. I just thought it was accidentally dropped by a customer, picked it up and threw it into the used books area. In the dead of night, when no one was there, Zicomo changed back to his original form and packed up the used books area of the entire bookstore. By the way, he also took back the money he bought the books, and bought a wave of 0 yuan. Don't think old books are worthless. Although most of them are tattered, there are occasionally some textbooks filled with notes by good students. And some notebooks abandoned by wizards. I don't know how the clerk felt when he found an empty old bookshelf and a stolen cash register the next day. By the way, I wonder if the Weasleys have bought Ronald's first grade books. If not, Ronald will be happy. After all, the used book area is empty, and the Weasleys who can't find old books will definitely buy him new ones. Of course, it is also possible to use his brothers. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Closer to home, after buying a ton of books, Zicomo is definitely going to see it. Then the little witch discovered that some novel books that she had never seen before often appeared in her cousin's hands. She had already previewed the first grade textbooks, pestering Zicomo for new books to read, and kept asking Zicomo where these books came from. Zicomo was helpless, so he could only make up an unwarranted reason for the wizard pen pal to send him, and by the way, gave her a copy of the senior spell textbook. The little witch was overjoyed when she saw it, and was addicted to studying with those books in her arms all day long. When she saw something she didn't understand, she ran to ask Zicomo. Famous teachers produce high-level apprentices. As the apprentice of teacher Cillian, Zicomo's teaching ability is naturally not bad. Under Zicomo's tutelage, Hermione mastered the spell at a terrifying speed. It also made Zicomo think about pulling Hermione into Ravenclaw. It started out to keep Hermione away from the mindless lion cubs of Gryffindor, lest she be in danger. Later, Zicomo thought again, since you Dumbledore can train your savior, why can't I train my little witch? So, in Zicomo's system backpack, a notebook called Little Witch Cultivation Plan appeared. As for which college Hermione would enter in the end, he just rationally analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of the 4 colleges for Hermione, and left the rest to Hermione to choose. Sometimes Zicomo wonders, if Hermione enters Gryffindor like the original, will it really become Hermione and her 2 useless male classmates in the end? Finally, on the last night before school started, Zicomo made his first alchemy achievement, a magic trap. And it's an improved version. The prototype of this magic trap is in the Kali Royal family area in the game. A trap placed on the ground will cause a magical explosion when someone walks into its trigger range. Zicomo, this is a more powerful version. Not only is it convenient to carry, but it can also be used when buried in the ground. A proper magic mine. Zicomo tried it with the giants pulling carts on the road next to the ruins of Post Street. The 2 giants pulling carts didn't have time to react, so they returned to the embrace of the golden tree. Yes, as expected of my apprentice, your alchemy has already started. And I have also researched the production method of your stone. This is the scroll of the production method. Thank you, teacher. It was a double happiness. Zicomo took the scroll in surprise. Good apprentice, we don't have to be so polite between our master and apprentice. I also read your improved version of the magic trap. It's a good research direction. What are you going to study next? Next, I plan to study the magic props in the hands of the Cuckoo Knight. It's just west of Lyonaya, those guys who smash anything to the ground and shoot pyroxene meteors. That is, Zicomo can't see Lien's expression, otherwise he can see that his teacher Lien is looking at him with the eyes of a fool. Apprentice, let's just say, do you faders have a prop called a crackpot? Hearing that, Zicomo seemed to be stunned by a silent magic from Mr. Cillian. Fog grass. That's right, how could I forget about this thing? Just thinking about fixing the magic version of the grenade next, I didn't expect that I would have it on my body. Apprentice, the teacher suggested that you go for a walk and collect runes. If you stay with the teacher, I'm afraid you will be stupid. Cough, good teacher. Take care, teacher, I'll go out for a walk. After saying that, Zicomo left the underground of the station street as if he had escaped. No way, it's too embarrassing to make common sense mistakes in front of your own teachers. The next day, Zicomo was pulled out of bed by Hermione, citing that he was too late to catch the train to school. He turned to look at the clock on the bed. Good, 6 o'clock. 5 hours before the Hogwarts Express departure time, as Professor McGonagall said. Textbooks, clothes, cauldrons, and scales, what else haven't you brought? As soon as Zicomo left the room, he saw the little witch fidgeting and talking. He knew Hermione was nervous. As for the wizarding world, she has only seen it in books, and now she is about to come into contact with real wizards. She doesn't know how to face it. Zicomo walked over and took Hermione's little hand and sat down. Hermione, don't worry too much. We're just going to school, not some evil dark wizard. Relax. Actually, if nothing else happens, I can really face the dark wizard this semester. And also the head of the dark wizard. Zicomo complained in his heart. Cousin, I'm still worried. The little wizards of the wizarding family have been exposed to magic since childhood. Will I be inferior to them? Haha, so you were worried about this. In fact, as little wizards, the magic in our bodies is very unstable. It fluctuates with our emotions. And most of the powerful magic in the wizarding world is closely related to emotions, such as the 3 unforgivable curses. For the safety of little wizards, generally wizards will not let their children learn magic in advance. What's more, without the guidance of a wand, little wizards can't use magic at all. The most young wizards from wizard families have more knowledge than us. After figuring out what Hermione was worried about, Zicomo breathed a sigh of relief and spoke comfortably. But, I'm not as talented as your cousin. What if I can't keep up with the school's progress? If Zicomo didn't know she was really nervous, he would have thought the little witch was in Versailles. Please, you've already finished all the first-year texts, and you've even started to learn the magic of the senior years. Are you worried that you won't be able to keep up with the teacher's teaching progress? Or are you doubting your cousin's teaching ability, thinking that what I teach you is wrong? Huh. Zicomo feigned anger. No, my cousin taught me well. Thanks to my cousin's help, I was able to master the knowledge in the textbook so quickly. Hermione explained quickly. That's right, there's nothing to worry about, we're just going to school. If you're still nervous, how about I tell you a secret about the sorting ceremony? Hermione was no longer nervous when she heard the words, her eyes glowed, and she took Zicomo's hand and said, "Speak quickly." Sure enough, no matter what age women are in, they are very interested in gossip and secrets. In fact, the so-called sorting ceremony is a hat from one of the four founders, Godric Gryffindor. It is called the sorting hat. As long as the little wizards wear it, it will assign them to the most suitable colleges according to their own qualities. I don't know when it started, but the wizards tacitly reached a consensus. That is to never disclose the details of the sorting ceremony to the young wizards who have not been enrolled. Those senior wizards take pleasure in deceiving young wizards who are not in school. They'll even scare unschooled young wizards, "You're going to fight dragons at the sorting ceremony." Hearing this, Hermione chuckled, and she realized that there was not much difference between wizards and ordinary people. At most, it was only the magic that wizards could do. And she's about to become a wizard. Thinking of this, she began to look forward to her future campus life. Time passed, and half an hour before the departure of the Hogwarts Express, the Grangers came to platform 9 3/4 of King's Cross. The attentive Professor McGonagall, like Hagrid, forgot to tell them how to enter the platform. Mrs. Granger reluctantly told Zicomo and Hermione, "Children, when you go to school, you must get along well with your new classmates. Remember to write to me every week, and you can tell me anything." Mr. Granger jokingly threatened Zicomo. "Take care of your cousin, if something happens to her, I will not have you to eat." Before he finished speaking, Mr. Granger was pinched by Mrs. Granger. "Don't listen to your uncle's nonsense." Zicomo nodded. "Don't worry, Aunt and Uncle. I'll take care of Hermione." After Hermione said goodbye to her parents reluctantly, she dragged Zicomo onto the train. Chapter 13. The two got on the train, found an empty box and sat in. As for the luggage, it was sent to the luggage compartment by the staff, and then to their dormitory. It is required to wear a robe at the school opening party. You can put it on now, so as not to be in a hurry when you get off the bus. The service staff in the carriage reminded. In the car, Hermione reached out to Zicomo. Zicomo took out their robes from the system backpack in front of Hermione. "No matter how many times you watch it, cousin, your talent in magic is so enviable." Zicomo has become Hermione's dedicated storage locker ever since Hermione stumbled across that she could put items in the system backpack. "Hermione, what happened by chance? I just wanted to ask my cousin for more advice and study." At that time, the little witch thought that she had finally discovered the secret of her cousin's ability to draw out new books at any time and any place, even though there were no books in her room, and clamored for Zicomo to teach her the magic of storing items. Zicomo said how could he? "You can only use this as your own innate magic, the reason others can't learn it." Later, he specially pretended to write a letter to his trumped-up pen pal, but actually controlled the avatar to go to Diagon Alley and bought a campus suitcase with huge sums of money. That's how to coax the little witch. "What? Why do you put things in Zicomo when you have a suitcase?" He, since Mrs. Granger found out about Zicomo's suitcase, she has been thinking about how to fill it with food every day, for fear that the two cousins would not be used to school food and would be hungry at school. "If you're envious, I'll find a way to get the book of the traceless stretching spell and make you a space bag." "Forget it, I read that the Ministry of Magic strictly controls the traceless stretching spell and does not allow it to be used for private purposes." Zicomo scoffed at this. "We use it quietly and no one will know. And don't listen to their nonsense. Those ancient wizard families have more or less props that use the unmarked stretch charm. If you think about it carefully, those big families in the magic world must be very rich, right? They can't be said to be carrying a big sack with money to pay when they usually go shopping, right?" Hermione imagined in her mind a wizard in aristocratic costumes walking down the street with a sack full of coins, and burst out laughing. Putting on the robe, the door of the carriage was knocked, and a little boy with glasses walked in. He has flaxen hair and green eyes. The handsome face is second only to that of Zicomo. After all, Zicomo's handsomeness is on the same level as the reader's. "May I come in and sit? The carriages in front are full." "Of course, please come in." Zicomo didn't expect to see this little boy who had a relationship with him in Diagon Alley so soon. "Yes, that's our savior, Harry Potter." Probably because of Zicomo, Neville was not in this car, but Harry Potter chose this car. "My name is Zicomo Granger, she is my cousin Hermione Granger, what's your name?" Zicomo greeted. "Harry Potter, nice to meet you." Before he could finish speaking, Hermione interrupted. "Oh. Harry Potter, I know you. The books say you are the savior of the wizarding world." "Excuse me, we are young wizards from a muggle family, and we have only learned about the wizarding world through books. Hermione was a little excited when she saw you for the first time." Zicomo explained to Hermione. "It's okay, your relationship is really good. I also have a cousin, but unfortunately he doesn't like seeing me very much." Harry saw that Zicomo didn't jump on him as enthusiastically as the wizards, but he breathed a sigh of relief. He lives in the leaky cauldron these days, and every wizard who sees him will chat with him enthusiastically. Some even ask how he defeated the Dark Lord in the first place. How does he know this? And when he asked about his parents, no one could answer him. Sorry, but my cousin has been nice to me. Hermione apologized to Harry before saying it proudly. Zicomo touched the little witch's head next to him. He recently found that the little witch's fluffy hair was very comfortable to touch. He just couldn't put it down. At this time, the door of the carriage was knocked again, and a red-haired boy with freckles opened the door. Seeing him, Zicomo couldn't help feeling the magic of fate. Even with the trouble of his butterfly, the iron triangle in the original book met on the train. But he didn't change anything, at least Hermione was much stronger than the original. Can I come in and take a seat? I see there's an open seat here. Zicomo, of course. Harry, yes. Hermione, I have no problem. My name is Ronald Weasley. Ronald introduced. The three also reported their names. When Harry arrived, it was the familiar interruption of the speech. You're Harry Potter. You really have that? I mean, the scar on your head. Ronald widened his eyes and asked curiously. Oh, of course. Harry lifted his bangs, showing the scar on his head. This action is so skillful that it makes people feel distressed, and I don't know how many people have asked him this these days. Dong dong. Do you want the kids to buy something? Flight attendants passed by the door pushing carts full of snacks. No, thank you. I brought something to eat. Ronald refused shyly. Zicomo and Hermione similarly declined. Before going out, Zicomo made 2 bentos at home and put them into the system space, considering that they might have to take the train for a long time. Instead, Harry took a handful of galleons out of his pocket when he saw the canned corned beef sandwich in Ronald's hand. All the snacks on the cart are included. Zicomo watched with relish from the side. For Ronald, does this count as, in 3 words, let Harry contract the entire dining car for him? Harry shared the snacks he had bought with the other 3 in the carriage. Seeing this, Zicomo also took out some Muggle snacks from the campus suitcase to share with them. Hermione refused Harry's snack. She reached out to Zicomo. Zicomo understood and pretended to take out the prepared bento from the suitcase. Hermione took the bento and ate it with relish. How can snacks have the fragrance of rice made by their cousin? The aroma of their bentos filled the air, and Ronald and Harry, who were sitting across from them, felt that the snacks in their hands were suddenly not fragrant. A few people chatted while eating, and suddenly they talked about magic. Fred taught me a spell to turn my pet Scabbers yellow, do you want to see it? Ronald said. The 3 Zicomo nodded. Harry and Hermione were curious about it, especially Hermione, who had never heard of this magic after reading so many spell books. Zicomo, on the other hand, knew the result and didn't care about it. Sunshine, daisies, buttery scent, turn this fat stupid rat yellow. Ronald cleared his throat, pointing his wand at Scabbers. The light flashed on the mouse, and nothing happened. Are you sure it's really a spell? It doesn't look like it's working. Hermione's eyes flashed with contempt from a scholar. Zicomo could see clearly next to him that the spell might be real, but the mouse wasn't a real mouse. This is Peter Pettigrew's Agmene's turned rat. Actually, I tried a lot of spells while I was at home, and they all worked well. The little witch proudly took out her wand. For example, the repair is as good as ever. In Harry's terrified eyes, his broken glasses were factory reset by Hermione. Hermione looked at Zicomo with a complimented expression. Good spell casting. But you have to remember, don't point your wand at someone for no reason, this is a provocative behavior. Zicomo reminded. I see, I'm sorry, Harry. Realizing her mistake, Hermione quickly apologized. It's fine, thanks for fixing my glasses. You're amazing. Harry exclaimed. It's nothing, my cousin is really amazing. Hermione raised an eyebrow at Zicomo, wanting to show Zicomo something. Zicomo reluctantly picked up his wand and sent a clean up to the lunchbox he just finished eating. This magic Hermione has not yet mastered. After all, it's magic that cleans up unwanted things according to the caster's will. She still can't control her thoughts very well. When she tried to use this magic to wash dishes, the Grangers liked to bring a new set of cutlery. Asterisk. Chapter 14. Looking at the intimate interaction between the two, Harry's expression was a little low. He thought of his nasty cousin, the parents he had never met. Harry, are you okay? Ronald next to him noticed something was wrong with Harry. I'm fine, by the way, Ronald. You said your whole family are wizards, right? Harry suddenly thought of something and grabbed Ronald by the shoulder. Then do you know anything about my parents? Harry's question clearly touched Ronald's intellectual blind spot. Sorry, I don't know. All I know is that you are the savior of the wizarding world. Everyone says you defeated the Dark Lord. Disappointed by Ronald's answer, he turned to Hermione again. Hermione, which of the books you mentioned earlier mentioned me? Could you lend me a look? Of course, Modern History of Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, Important Magical Events in the 20th Century, cousin, help me get these books. But if you're looking for information about your parents, I advise you not to get your hopes up. These books are all about you. Thanks, I'll take a look at it anyway. Harry took the book and burrowed into it. Seeing this, Zicomo also took out a book and started to read it. He wasn't a talkative person in the first place, so it's better to ask him to find a topic. The little witch saw that it was a new book, and came over to read it with Zicomo. And Mr. Ronald, he was eating snacks to tease the mice, and he was having a good time alone. It wasn't until the train was about to arrive at Hogwarts that Harry looked away from the book. Zicomo sensed the disappointment in his eyes, and probably got nothing. He had read those books as well, and the part about Harry was all about praising him as a savior, and briefly explaining the darkness under Voldemort's rule at that time. It's normal to think about it. I didn't know how many pure-blood families joined Voldemort's team. As a result, Voldemort fell, and the purebloods tried to get out of this quagmire. Naturally, you don't want your disgraceful history to be known. Zicomo was a little puzzled. When he read the original book, he didn't realize that Harry was so interested in his parents' affairs. Especially Harry in the movie, it really is Nimbus 2000 stepping under his feet, and no one loves it. Like a ruthless seeker. In fact, Harry had not been irritated by the way he and Hermione were getting along. Nor would Harry develop a desire for affection. Maybe he was still immersed in the joy of escaping from his aunt's house. Seeing Harry's depressed look, Zicomo couldn't help but said, "I know a little about your mother." Harry raised his head sharply, his eyes glowing. Hermione, who was reading a book next to her, also raised her head. Since Zicomo told her the secrets of the sorting ceremony, she had become more and more interested in these magical insights. "About you, I used to wonder how you defeated the Dark Lord. So I went and asked one of my pen pals, he's a very knowledgeable guy." Hermione nodded beside her. In her opinion, Zicomo was a really knowledgeable pen pal, otherwise he wouldn't have given Zicomo so many books. "Zicomo, I didn't expect it, my pen pal is actually me. He told me that it was your mother who actually defeated the Dark Lord. In order to protect you, your mother cast a very ancient guardian magic on you. This magic deflects the Dark Lord's death curse, which is why you survived the death curse. And as long as you live with someone who has your mother's blood, your enemies will not harm you. I guess that's why you've always lived in the Muggle world." Having said that, Zicomo also admires Lily Evans' great maternal love. As for Harry's father, James Potter? Regardless, Zicomo said he wasn't interested in his love-hate relationship with Snape. In his previous life, he quite liked Snape, a tragic character when he was watching movies, and he wanted to help Snape when he had the chance. "Thank you, Zicomo." Harry was a little excited when he finally heard the specific news from his mother. The sensual little witch next to her also had red eyes. As for Ronald, well, he's listening to the story. With 6 brothers at home, he is not short of love. On the contrary, he can often feel the excessive love of his 2 twin brothers. Well, in a tricky way. Having said that, why did the Weasleys have so many children? Because Mrs. Weasley wanted a daughter? If this is placed in our country, Ronald might have to name a recruit. "Well, gentlemen, we'll be arriving at Hogwarts soon. You should put on your robes." Zicomo glanced at the time. Harry and Ronald changed into robes, and the train stopped at the Hogwarts platform shortly after. The 4 who got off the bus saw Hagrid standing on the platform with a lamp. He nodded towards Harry and said hello. Then he called to all the little wizards, "First-year freshmen, come here and get on the boat, hurry up, follow me." The first-year wizards followed Hagrid down a weedy path among the bushes. Hermione accidentally stumbled, but Zicomo held her up just in time. Seeing this, Zicomo took out his wand. The stars twinkle. A starlight flew from the tip of the wand and floated beside Zicomo, illuminating the surroundings. "Shouldn't it be fluorescent flickering?" Hermione asked suspiciously. "I found it troublesome to hold the wand, so I improved it." Zicomo's tone was indifferent, and it was easy for him to improve these little spells. The original fluorescent flash was a soft white light from the tip of the wand. Zicomo combined the magic starlight in the old man's ring to create this magic. "Of course, the spell is made up. Remember to teach me when you have time." The little witch was accustomed to her cousin's genius. On the other hand, Ronald and Harry, who were walking behind, did not have a clear understanding of Zicomo. Ronald, in particular, was beginning to wonder who the Muggle-born little wizard was. Out of the bushes, came to the lake pier. Hagrid let the little wizard sit in a boat of 4. After everyone got on the boat, the boat started to move forward automatically. Across the misty lake, a brightly lit castle sits beside the lake. Zicomo whispered to Hermione why the first-year students had to take the boat into Hogwarts, and he knew that the little witch liked to hear it. In fact, the first-year boat crossing the river is a heritage ceremony, and this is how the 4 founders of Hogwarts discovered Hogwarts. And the little wizards crossed the river with 4 people and 1 boat to let the freshmen experience the experience of the Big 4 in finding the school address. The little witch admired Zicomo's knowledge, and even Ronald and Harry listened with great interest. On the shore, everyone disembarked and was led by Hagrid. Going up the steps, at the gate, Professor McGonagall was waiting for the little wizards to arrive. "Professor McGonagall, this is a freshman." Hagrid greeted Professor McGonagall, handed the little wizards to Professor McGonagall, and left. Professor McGonagall first welcomed the little wizards, and instructed them to wait in line before turning around and entering the banquet hall. After Professor McGonagall left, the little wizards became active. "Hey, how do you think the school is going to have a sorting ceremony?" "Fred and George and I said we need to fight the dragon," Ronald said. Hearing Ronald's words, Hermione couldn't help but burst into a smile. She didn't expect the case of the deceit of the sorting ceremony mentioned by her cousin to appear in front of her so quickly. Ronald smiled at Hermione for some reason. On Harry's side, Draco, the Tsundere master of the Malfoy family, came to the door. What kind of bad thoughts can our brother pull, but he is spoiled by the family, and his mind is full of pure-blooded glory. He just wanted to simply make friends with the boy who survived the disaster, but he didn't expect to hear the muffled laughter from Ronald next to him when he introduced himself. Thinking he was being laughed at, he turned his head and saw the iconic red hair of the Weasley family. Influenced by his father, he is also full of disgust for the Weasley family. So he decisively turned on the poison tongue mode, and it was a crazy output to Ronald. Unbeknownst to Draco, though, Harry had already regarded the few people he had met on the train as friends. Especially Ronald, a boy with a thick line, gave him the feeling of being destined to be a good friend. Friends were laughed at, and Harry naturally didn't like Draco, so he rejected Draco without hesitation. Zicomo looked at Draco's eyes with disbelief, anger, and a trace of resentment. Zicomo lamented that Draco's fortunes were bad, who made him not make a good impression on Harry in advance. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall came back in time, otherwise there would have been an earth-shattering battle of primary school students. Asterisk. Chapter 15. Everything is ready, come with me. Professor McGonagall glanced at the crowd and led them into the hall. The first thing that catches the eye are 4 long dining tables, with the senior students of the 4 colleges sitting on either side of the table in their own college. Above the head are the suspended candles and the magical sky mentioned in Hogwarts, a history of the school. The teachers sat in the front of the teachers' dining area, and in front of them was a stool with a dirty wizard hat on it. When the little wizards were standing at the stools, Professor McGonagall asked Dumbledore to speak first. "I have a few things to announce about the opening of the school. First-year students pay attention. This school strictly prohibits any students from entering the Dark Forest, which is the Forbidden Forest. In addition, our administrator, Mr. Filch, asked me to remind you that the door on the right side of the corridor on the 3rd floor is also a forbidden area. If you don't want to die horribly, you'd better not approach. Thanks." Familiar content, Zicomo, who has read countless fan novels, is about to memorize this paragraph. The sorting ceremony began, and Professor McGonagall asked the little wizard whose name was called to come forward and put on the sorting hat. "Hermione Granger. Let's skip the ironclad Hannah and get straight to the point. Okay, let me see, smart and courageous. Both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor are for you. Son, which college do you want to go to?" "Whatever, Mr. Sorting Hat. By the way, have you considered giving yourself a bath?" After listening to her cousin's evaluation of the 4 colleges, Hermione felt that it didn't matter whether she went to Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. Instead, she raised a very concerned question. "Oh, funny boy. I've suggested this to Dumbledore too, but obviously you already know the result just by looking at me, don't you? Let me think, with your extraordinary wisdom, you can get the knowledge you want wherever you are, so I wish you find more beautiful qualities here." "Gryffindor." The Sorting Hat shouted the last sentence loudly. Hermione put down the Sorting Hat and thanked it softly. "Thanks, I think you'll be able to take a bath soon." Thinking of what her cousin looked like when he was a clean freak, she felt that the Sorting Hat couldn't escape a clean-up. When it was Harry's turn, Zicomo watched him mumbling, probably resisting Slytherin. He had just heard Ronald talking bad about Slytherin to Harry. After a long exchange, the Sorting Hat finally gave the expected result, Gryffindor. And Gryffindor's seniors cheered, "We have Potter. We have Potter." As for our Mr. Ronald, as soon as the Sorting Hat touched his hair, he called out, "Another Weasley, Gryffindor." Zicomo remembered that the family were Gryffindor students. Zicomo's name is spelled in English, Zicomo, so he was last in line. When it was his turn, Zicomo stepped forward and apologized softly to the Sorting Hat, then raised his hand to clean it up. Only then did he put it on in the shocked eyes of the audience. Oh. The little girl just said that I will soon fulfill my wish to take a bath. Is that you? The Sorting Hat didn't rush to sword Zicomo and started talking to him. You mean Hermione? She's my cousin, Zicomo replied. Yes, thank you lad. It would be better if you washed it with water, I always feel like I'm not quite clean. Then I'll find you next time, and now I'd like to ask you to help me divide the colleges. Everyone seems to be waiting for us. Okay, okay. I don't even have to look to know where you're headed. Unparalleled wisdom, and a quest for knowledge. Ravenclaw is definitely the best choice. No, I want to go to Gryffindor. Oh, why? You should know that the little lions are not very safe. You will not fit in. I promised Hermione's parents to take good care of her, and besides, on the road of pursuing knowledge, it wouldn't be so lonely to have someone to accompany her, wouldn't it? Yes, child. Pay attention to family affection and have a protective heart. Gryffindor may not be suitable for you. Then, I expect you to come to the principal's office to help me bathe. Gryffindor. Hearing that Zicomo finally belonged to the Gryffindor, the cubs burst into cheers. No less than the extent to which Harry had been welcomed before. They were full of goodwill towards this freshman who dared to cast a spell on the Sorting Hat at the sorting ceremony. Zicomo came to sit next to Hermione, and Ronald's twin brothers came up. Cool. Dude. How did you come up with the idea of casting magic on the Sorting Hat? By the way, this is Fred, and I'm George. Ronald's brother. Hey. I'm George. He's Fred. Zicomo ignored the two playing tricks and said calmly, it's nothing, I'm just a bit of a clean freak. Oh. Even the reason is so cool. At this time, Professor McGonagall tapped the glass, signaling everyone to be quiet. Dumbledore stood up and said, welcome to Hogwarts, everyone, and a new school year. Before the party starts, I'm going to say it, idiot. Cry nose. Scum. Screw. Thank you all. Although I eat a lot of snacks on the train, the snacks are not enough. Harry and Ronald, who had been hungry for a day, started to gobble up. Hermione and Zicomo were okay, they ate their main meal at noon and ate slowly. While eating, the little witch asked Zicomo what Dumbledore's last words meant. I guess it should be a description of the 4 academies. Students at Ravenclaw think that all but their house are idiots, students at Gryffindor are mostly brave, so they think the other 3 houses are crybabies, Slytherin believes in pure blood and thinks the other houses are useless scum, and Hufflepuff students are upright and hardworking, so I think other colleges should fix themselves. Thinking about the description of the 4 colleges that he had read in the book, Hermione felt that his cousin was very reasonable. While everyone was having a good time, the ghosts of Hogwarts ran in. Seeing Hermione staring at the nearly headless Nick, Zicomo quickly stopped her. Hermione. Stop your curiosity. Think about what we're doing. Trust me, don't pursue the cause of that ghost's death unless you don't want to continue eating. Hermione, apparently realizing something from the ghost's nickname, kept her mouth shut and continued to cook. After the banquet, the prefects of each college led the freshmen back to the dormitory. Looking at the ever-changing stairs, Zicomo's heart flashed a little. He estimates that for a long time to come, it will take a lot of time to find the right path. The Gryffindor's lounge is spacious, with a roaring fire on the adjacent fireplace, and the decor and colors in the lounge are warm. Zicomo found that because his name came last, the same was true when splitting up dorms. Last in line, he was lucky enough to get a single dormitory. What could be better than having a complete private space with no one to disturb you? Back in the room, Erlo cooed up. Little guy, are you hungry? Zicomo touched it? Erlo nodded blankly. After Zicomo feeds it, he washes up and is ready to sleep. However, at this time, the system that he hadn't made a sound for a long time moved. Congratulations to the host for achieving the Life Achievement Magic Apprentice, Grade 1 and getting a chance to draw a minigame. What's the meaning? This system is the game life system, the game has achievements, and life naturally has achievements. You will get a chance to win a minigame lottery if you reach the life generation. Didn't you say that you have to clear one game before the next one? What's going on with this little game? Small games are life achievement rewards, and the next game will not be drawn after customs clearance. As the name suggests, it is a small game. My dear, why don't you put it here? I'm asking what's the difference between a minigame and Ayrden's Ring. The minigame can be operated by the host's mind, without the host's consciousness sneaking in. Of course, the host can also consciously enter to experience the fun of the game. Different from the main game Ayrden's Circle, the minigame only has rewards for clearing the level, but not the number of manifestations. If the host wants an item in the minigame, it needs to consume the existing number of manifestations. In fact, the original minigame cannot be realized, only the customs clearance reward. This is a specially opened incarnation function that the system recycles the number of incarnations in his hands while seeking benefits for Zicomo. After all, there are 42 original achievements in the Old Man Ring game alone. The system is afraid that it will no longer want to consume the realization achievement in Zicomo's hands, and maybe one day he will ask himself to materialize the entire boundary. After all, when he becomes the king of Elden, in principle, the entire border can be regarded as his item. Zicomo, good idea, I voted for this number of manifestations. Interesting, the old man's ring can be changed if the rune is tired of brushing. It's a very good system. Let's start drawing minigames. Chapter 16. Receive the instruction, start extracting. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Plants vs. Zombies 95 edition. Zicomo. System, do these games of yours have to have a bit of abusive attributes to be comfortable? Plants vs. Zombies 95 version of this game, Zicomo also played in his previous life. This version greatly increases zombie strength, spawn rate, and density. Zombies will appear from the right at the start, giving you no time to collect sunlight at all. Although the strength of plants has also increased, most of the time it depends on your luck, not your strength. Zicomo wondered if the old man ring was playing too smoothly recently, and the system saw that he was unhappy, and decided to make his game experience a little more difficult. Wait. System, open the Plants vs. Zombies game interface. Then open the command bar. System, I have a bad feeling. I remember it was this, super. Watching Zicomo enter that string of commands, his hunch came true. The system feels very tired, forget it, it's rotten, and the host is happy. Give him a nominal fee. Whether to use a chance to manifest and modify the game instructions. I didn't expect it to work. Use it. Zicomo smiled happily. The number of deductions, the modification is successful, I wish the host a happy game. Super, the cheat command in this game, ignores sunlight after it is turned on, has no cooling, and the purple card can be used directly. In the previous life, Zicomo couldn't play until the end, but he didn't want to have a beginning and an end. Then he found this instruction from the internet. Although it consumed one manifestation count, Zicomo didn't feel bad at all. When he fuses the entire inventory of the old man's ring with the system space, then what material he wants in the old man's ring can be directly put into the space, and the number of manifestations will not be consumed at all. Could it be because of this that the system tried its best to deceive the number of manifestations from me? Forget it, forget it. I haven't played this game for a long time. Let's experience it first. As a result, the experience was one night. At the junction, Melina waited for Zicomo to appear at the blessing point as usual, and planned to continue to observe him secretly, but after waiting for a long time, no one could be found. It wasn't until it was dawn that Zicomo realized that he had played most of the week. Seeing that it was already dawn, Zicomo didn't plan to sleep. He got up to take a shower and went out to find something to eat. Then he realized that he had overestimated his ability to know the way. After walking up and down the stairs for half an hour, and finally relying on the portraits on both sides of the corridor to guide the way, Zicomo finally found the location of the restaurant. When I came to the restaurant, Ravenclaw's table already had some sisters eating. As for Gryffindor's long table, there was only a familiar figure from Zicomo. Zicomo sat down beside the figure. Cousin? I'm not dreaming? You're up so early. Hermione was a little surprised. She knew her cousin's routine so well that if she didn't call him, he could even sleep until noon. In fact, Zicomo didn't sleep that long. He usually only needs 2 or 3 hours of sleep to regain enough energy. For the rest of the time, Zicomo accumulated virtue and good deeds in the Ring of Elden, sending those monsters back to the Golden Tree. Zicomo's head was full of black lines and gave Hermione a brain break. Hermione exclaimed in pain. Do you still think it's a dream? I don't think so, hee. Hermione stuck out her tongue mischievously. Seeing that Hermione had lost her skin, Zicomo also started to eat breakfast. All meals at Hogwarts are prepared by house elves in the kitchen and delivered directly to the dining room. Everyone's meals are the same without special requests. Zicomo remembered as if the kitchen entrance was on the stairs leading to the Hufflepuff lounge, and there was time to ask the house elves if they could cook Yuxia food. Breakfast does not mean the total shortcomings of soy milk fritters and buns. The two chatted while eating. Would you like to go to the library after breakfast? Zicomo suggested. No, I haven't finished the book you gave me, Hermione said. Then after dinner, let's walk around and get familiar with the environment. It is good. Hermione wanted to go back to the lounge after breakfast to read a book, but thinking that this was the first time her cousin had invited her, She nodded her head mysteriously. But she soon realized something was wrong, and after following her cousin down the same corridor for the third time, Hermione couldn't help but speak. "Cousin, shouldn't you get lost?" "What a way to get lost. I'm just not familiar with the journey in the castle." Zicomo retorted loudly. Yes, you are not lost. I have to go back to the lounge to get my textbooks to go to class. Can my cousin accompany me?" Hermione didn't refute Zicomo either, and said what he meant. "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Don't be late. The first class is Ayrden's class. Don't leave a bad impression on Ayrden." Zicomo turned and left. "Cousin. The lounge is here," Hermione hurriedly reminded him as he walked further and further away. At this moment Zicomo wanted to die in embarrassment. Hermione didn't expect that her talented cousin would be a lunatic. The contrast was rather cute. The two came to the classroom and saw the cute tabby cat on the podium. Hermione couldn't help but want to go up and tease it. Seeing this, Zicomo hurriedly stopped her and whispered, "Remember the animagus I mentioned when I taught you transfiguration?" "You mean the cat was a man?" Hermione recalled Zicomo's teaching. "Yes, look at the pattern on its eye socket. Who do you think it looks like?" Zicomo prompted. "Professor McGonagall." "My God. Thankfully you stopped me," Hermione exclaimed. The two bowed to Professor McGonagall, who nodded to them. As time went by, the number of people in the classroom became more and more, but Harry and Ronald were still not seen. Hermione still cares about these two friends she met yesterday. Zicomo noticed it too, and he turned to their roommate Seamus. "Seamus, aren't Harry and Ronald still up?" Seamus shook his head and said, "I called them when I got up, and they agreed. But I don't know if I got up later." Zicomo reckons the two will be as late as the original again. It was time for class, and Harry and Ronald still didn't show up. Professor McGonagall didn't show his true body either, waiting quietly. It wasn't until 5 minutes after class that the two guys hurried into the classroom. Ronald was still thankful that Professor McGonagall was not there. He didn't expect that the tabby cat on the podium would jump down and become Professor McGonagall in the next second. Professor McGonagall reprimanded the two before letting them sit down and begin the class. Transfiguration was originally a magic created by wizards to facilitate their lives. As wizards perfected transfiguration, wizards summed up the basic transformation law of Gamp. That is, wizards can deform objects or make things, but there are 5 exceptions. These 5 exceptions you must keep in mind. 1. Transfiguration cannot conjure food out of thin air. Zicomo, who has already mastered transfiguration, seems to be listening carefully to the lecture, but in fact his mind is controlling the plants to fight zombies. It wasn't until the little witch asked him for advice that Zicomo's attention was withdrawn from the game. "Cousin, I can already turn a match into a needle, but why is it still made of wood?" "Imagine and believe, Hermione. Magic is a very spiritual thing. Your imagination must be rich enough, the objects constructed in your mind must be 3-dimensional enough, and you must firmly believe that you can do it. Think about what the needle looks like, its shape, color and material, and wave your wand without hesitation." After listening to Zicomo's teachings, Hermione tried again, and in one fell swoop the wooden needle became iron. At this time, Professor McGonagall happened to pass by and saw that Hermione had successfully transformed, and decisively added 5 points to Gryffindor. "Mr. Granger, I've just heard your theory, and it's very accurate to grasp the point of transfiguration. Can you show me your transfiguration?" Hearing this, Zicomo waved his wand, turning the match into a needle and carving an oriental dragon on it. "Excellent transfiguration, Mr. Granger. 5 points for Gryffindor." Professor McGonagall couldn't hide the joy in his voice. Due to Snape's preference for Slytherin, he added points to his own academy every day, so that Slytherin had won the Academy Cup for several years in a row. She also thought about adding more points to her academy, but these little lions could make some trouble for her every time, and the points she added were not enough to deduct. Now there are 2 excellent little wizards who can score points, which makes her see the hope of winning the Academy Cup. If Zicomo knew what Professor McGonagall was thinking, he would have told her that he thought too much. With Harry at Gryffindor, the credits they earned might not be enough for Snape to deduct. Hermione is still practicing transfiguration, and gradually the needles in her hands have more patterns. And Zicomo continues to play his game. Professor McGonagall didn't bother him when he saw his blank-eyed look. After all, he understood all the knowledge in the classroom, so he can do whatever he wants. Genius always has some perks. Asterisk. Chapter 17. The first class of the Little Wizards came to an end soon. Hermione said that the class experience was excellent, especially when she didn't understand. The cousin next to her could answer any questions for her. The first day of school life for our Mr. Harry and Ronald was less interesting. "First, I got up late and rushed to class without even having breakfast, but I didn't expect to get lost on the road and ended up being late. Then he was reprimanded by Professor McGonagall again. In the Transfiguration class, he waved his wand for a long time without seeing any response from the match. It can be said that life experience is very poor. Professor McGonagall is horrible, I feel like I can't breathe when I'm facing her, Ronald said. Who made you wake up so late, and you're late? Zicomo rolled his eyes. Ronald, then no one woke us up. Hermione, but I heard Seamus say he called you. Ronald was surprised, so it wasn't a dream. Harry also complained on the side, those stairs are changing all the time, and we are lost. We found our way to the classroom after we lost our best efforts, and if we didn't get lost, we wouldn't be late. Hearing the word lost, Hermione looked at Zicomo subconsciously. Zicomo also noticed Hermione's eyes, and he glared at Hermione, motioning her not to tell her that she was a lunatic. Hermione wrinkled her nose and grimaced at him without saying yes or no. I remember the school should have posted a timetable for stair changes, haven't you read it? Hermione asked. Harry and Ronald both shook their heads. Zicomo can only say that the two of them deserve it. Although he is crazy, he still went to see it. And he also memorized the rules. So he still got lost. It's just a personal matter. Thus began life at Hogwarts. Hermione lived a fulfilling day, either reading in the library or running to Zicomo's side to ask questions. As for Zicomo, he had a great time. Sometimes he wonders if he has returned to college life, the daily life of the classroom, the cafeteria, the dormitory, and the three-point and one-line life. As a young wizard who has just entered the school, there are not many courses at ordinary times, only a few lessons a day. Even the whole Wednesday is free time. He is either playing games every day, or playing games. During the day, he was in the library with Hermione, and he played Plants vs. Zombies in class. Anyway, he had already learned all the knowledge of the first grade. At night, go to the junction to brush runes, and ask teacher Cillian to teach alchemy. Living, eating, and dormitory hygiene are all solved by house elves. He even wondered if the wizards enslaved the house elves because of this. Leave the dirty work to the house elves, and then you can concentrate on studying magic without being bothered by trivial things. Harry and Ronald were also very happy, going to class every day, playing wizard chess in their spare time, or chatting in the lounge. But soon the happy life of these two will be over, because the next class is Snape's potions class. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Professor Snape, who was wearing a black robe, walked into the classroom in a hurry. He strode forward, the wind blowing under his feet, the hem of his robe fluttering in the wind behind him. It's a pity that a handsome middle-aged uncle has shiny hair because he doesn't wash his hair all the year round. These days Zicomo has also seen the professor at the teacher's table, but every time he sees him, he is dressed in this outfit. He had some doubts that the professor didn't even take a shower, and cleaned himself every day to solve the hygiene problem. Or maybe all his clothes look like this. Shouldn't he wear it like this when he was in school? You are here to learn the precise science and rigorous craftsmanship of this potion preparation. Since there's no silly wand waving here, many of you won't believe it's magic. I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of that simmering cauldron with white smoke and bursts of fragrance. You don't really understand the fluid that flows into people's blood vessels, the kind of ecstasy and blurred wool. Magical magic. I can teach you how to increase your prestige, brew honor, and even prevent death, but there has to be one thing, and that is that you're not the idiots I've always encountered. With Snape's unique tone, no matter how many times he listened to it, Zicomo thought it was cool. Snape stepped onto the podium with a blank face, stopped talking, and glanced at the students present. Until he found Harry's figure. He stared at Harry for a few seconds, then opened the roll and started taking rolls. Snape's voice was low and indifferent, speaking slowly, as if nothing could cause his mood swings. But it sounds a little bit ironic. Finally, he read the name that made him care. Oh, yes. Snape paused. Harry Potter, the famous savior. When Draco heard his godfather's words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if mocking. Having been rejected by Harry, he started to hate everything that had to do with Harry. Mr. Potter. Tell me, please, what would happen if the rhizomes of the sunflower were added to the sap of the wormwood? Harry's face was bewildered. What sun orchid, flower? Can flowers be used to make potions? Wormwood, who has wormwood? Why is there even juice coming out? He looked at Snape in confusion, but Hermione, who was sitting next to Zicomo, raised her hand high. Zicomo admired the scene in front of him and pressed Hermione's hand down. Hermione didn't understand, but she didn't ask, she knew that cousin must have his intentions. Looking at the two silent people in front of him, Zicomo was thinking, Harry was silent because he couldn't, and why didn't Snape continue talking? Maybe seeing Harry's eyes like his mother's. Don't know? Then I'll ask you something else. If I need a bezoar, do you know where to find it? I don't know, teacher. Harry was still confused. What's the difference between the boat-shaped aconite and the wolf poison aconite? I don't know, teacher. Harry had already sensed that Professor Snape was only targeting him on purpose. Not really wanting to ask him questions. Unfortunately, obviously fame isn't enough. Snape taunted Harry, in effect reminding him not to get carried away by fame. But because the tone was too bad, only Zicomo, who knew the reason in the audience, could hear Snape's implication. Thinking that Harry still had a face that looked like James Potter, Snape couldn't hold back his hands, probably because of those same eyes as Lily's. Just when Snape wanted to get close to Harry and take a closer look at Harry's eyes by telling Harry the answer, he suddenly noticed that the young man next to Harry was staring blankly, straying in a daze. Yes, that's exactly Zicomo. He was thinking about Snape's early deeds in a distracting way. Mr. Granger. Do you know the answers to these 3 questions? Snape apparently knew Zicomo. The teachers who listened to the class these days said that Gryffindor had produced 2 outstanding students, and Snape also knew about it. Hearing Snape calling him, Zicomo was stunned at first, but he didn't expect to be affected by Chayu. It seems that potions class will be farther away from Harry in the future. After he reacted, he opened his mouth and replied, the rhizome of the sun orchid is added to the juice of wormwood to get the water of life and death, which is a powerful sleeping pill. The bezoar is in the stomach of the sheep. Aconitum niger and Aconitum vulgaris refer to the same species. Plants, they are collectively called aconite. Zicomo finished speaking and smiled kindly at Snape. To his surprise, Snape took his smile for provocation. Wandering in class, Gryffindor will deduct 5 points. Zicomo's smile froze. As a ruthless man who did not take revenge overnight, even if he knew that he would lose his credits, he decided to give Snape a ruthless one. He immediately said, Professor Snape, the sun orchid is a type of lily, and its flower language is my regret follows you to the grave. And wormwood also means absence and bitter sorrow. You mentioned, do these 2 plants have any meaning in this regard? Snape caught his breath and didn't answer. If you want to study the language of flowers, I suggest you go to the divination teacher. But this is my potions class, and I will deduct 5 points from Gryffindor for discussing topics that are not related to the class. Why don't you write down his previous answers? Do you think your mushy brains have memorized it? Professor Snape looked around at the students under the stage, and turned on the poisonous tongue mode. Zicomo no longer irritated Snape when he heard the words, and silently listened to Snape taunting Harry from time to time while lecturing, and deducted a few points for Gryffindor by the way. Asterisk. Chapter 18. When it came time to practice, Snape asked 2 people to make a scabies potion. Zicomo decisively pulled Hermione to the table on the edge of Gryffindor. This place is not only far from Harry, but also has a certain distance from Seamus. The 2, one being watched by Snape, had the illusion of being surrounded by venomous snakes all the time. As for the other, Zicomo, who has read the original book, knows that this is a blasting genius. Zicomo still likes explosions, otherwise he wouldn't be researching the magic version of grenade mines. But he also doesn't want to blow up whatever he encounters. However, he did all the calculations and missed the little confused Neville. Neville, with a poor memory, forgot he had not dealt with the porcupine's thorn and threw it directly into the cauldron. Soon the liquid in the cauldron began to surge, and it exuded a corrosive smell. The boiling potion began to splash out, and the water was about to fly to the surrounding little wizards. Zicomo promptly took out his wand and fired a shot at the cauldron to clean it up. Seeing that the confusion was resolved, Snape didn't say that he would give Zicomo extra points or deduct points for Neville. He threw the sentence "remember to read the steps" on the blackboard and went to inspect the production process of other little wizards. After class, the little witch who had been holding back a lot of doubts pulled Zicomo to ask questions again and again. Cousin, what did you mean by the language of flowers in class? Why did Professor Snape target Harry? Do you know something? SHH. It's a secret. Zicomo put his index finger to his lips and blinked. Hermione looked around at the little wizard watching them, and nodded knowingly. This is an agreed action between her and her cousin. When something is inconvenient to say in public, she will put it on hold for the time being, and then find an opportunity to pass the news quietly. This is the magical world after all, so there might be some kind of eavesdropping magic. You must know that now the whole of Hogwarts is in the hands of Dumbledore, and all the portraits in the house are his eyeliner. Zicomo used to want to rant when watching a movie. Every time those people talked about some secret topics, it gave people a feeling of loud conspiracy. It seems that Hagrid's dragon in the original book was discovered by Draco in this way, without any sense of precaution. Back in the room, Zicomo wrote an article about how Snape's childhood sweetheart Lily was robbed of love by James and was bullied on campus by the 4 villains of Gryffindor headed by James. After writing thousands of words, she wrapped an envelope and added a magic seal, which made Arrow run to the girls' dormitory through the window. The magic seal on the envelope came from Mr. Sirian, and Zicomo only told Hermione the solution. If it is forcibly opened by others, the entire letter will be reduced to ashes. After writing the letter, Zicomo lay on the bed to continue his journey of fighting zombies. He thought he could get the clearance reward after finishing the first week of the game yesterday, but the system told him that he needed to finish all the mini-games and clear the second week of the game to get the golden sunflower trophy to get the clearance reward. No way, he can only repeat his farming work. In fact, it is not difficult for him to clear the customs after opening the command. The difficulty is that there are more zombies and each level takes longer. And you have to be careful that your plants are not eaten by zombies. Fortunately, this version can run in the background, otherwise Zicomo would have been staring at the virtual screen all the time. On the other side, the little witch who received the letter said that the story is very exciting. The melon is very sweet and delicious. Please tell her about this kind of melon next time. Zicomo didn't expect that his potions class remarks made Snape stare at him. In potions classes since then, Snape would have Zicomo answering his questions after he'd made things difficult for Harry. The knowledgeable Zicomo was naturally able to answer easily, so Harry was out of luck. Gryffindor takes a few points off every potions class for him, sometimes more. So much so that every time the seniors of the senior year see their school's scores being deducted again, they will subconsciously figure out whether they are taking potions again in their first year. And these points will be made up by Zicomo and Hermione in other classes. Word has spread throughout the school that Gryffindor has produced 2 talented students. Originally, Zicomo's Loki should not be so famous, but he has a loving and responsible cousin. Hermione thought that since the credits were deducted from her grade, she naturally had to earn them back from her grade. So she actively raised her hand to answer questions in all classes, and she earned points for Gryffindor in almost all classes, except for potions and history of magic. Snape's attention in class was all on Harry, and Cuthbert Binns of history of magic never gave his students extra points. What can you expect an old ghost to do other than lecture? He doesn't even care about classroom discipline. Every time he lectures, the little wizards in the audience are all falling asleep. Well, it's more and more like a university. And Zicomo, as Hermione's cousin, will naturally be studied by the teachers. Then the teachers found out that this is a genius as good as Hermione. This made Professor McGonagall happy, and every day Professor Flitwick complained to her that the Grangers should be in Ravenclaw. That's when Professor McGonagall would justify saying they belonged to Gryffindor. To this end, she also publicly stated that she invited the Granger siblings to join her Transfiguration Club. As soon as the news came out, the fame of the 2 brothers and sisters became even more prominent. After all, this was the first time a first-year wizard could join Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, and 2. Most of them are masters who are proficient in Transfiguration, or students who are quite talented in Transfiguration. As far as common sense is concerned, the minimum students who can join are all Transfiguration masters in the 3rd grade or above. This resulted in a bunch of little wizards watching wherever Zicomo went. Somewhat slightly socially apprehensive, he wished to develop a wizard exorcism spell for himself. Hermione didn't care about it. She had been the first in her grade for 6 years in elementary school, and she had long been accustomed to this kind of gaze, not to mention that she was accompanied by her cousin now. What she cares about is whether her level of transfiguration has reached the standard. In order not to lose face at the next meeting of the club, she now pesters Zicomo every day to accompany her to practice transfiguration. In Gryffindor's lounge, Hermione was casting transfiguration on an apple with her wand raised. The apple twisted and changed, and soon became a 3rd-order Rubik's Cube. Seeing such a result, she was still not satisfied. Alas, the progress of transfiguration is still too slow. Zicomo put down his book and joked, "Don't let Harry and Ronald hear this, they can't hear Versailles like this. It's been 2 or 3 weeks since the start of school, Harry is okay, the shape of the target can be changed in transfiguration class, and Ronald is still making no progress." Zicomo guessed that it might be the reason why the wand didn't fit him well, and the wand he's using now is his older brother Charlie's. Although the wand between blood relatives can be inherited, it is not his own after all. What's more, his wand had not been properly cared for and had long since worn out. But what I said is the truth. At my level, the Transfiguration Club will definitely not be able to do it next time. The little witch has been a little irritable recently, and practicing transfiguration requires concentration and not being disturbed. Obviously the lounge is not a good place to practice, there are often little wizards coming and going. Isn't there a classroom dedicated to practicing magic? Hermione complained. Why don't you just find an empty classroom? Zicomo said lazily, leaning on the sofa, why don't you go to Professor McGonagall and ask, if it doesn't work, you can go to our principal. Wait. The principal? Room, 8th floor. How could I forget this? Zicomo bounced off the sofa, took Hermione's hand and ran quickly towards the lounge. When the two came to the 8th floor of the castle, Hermione was at a loss. Cousin, what are we doing here? Wait. Zicomo didn't answer. He took Hermione to the opposite tapestry where the troll stick beat Barnabas the Fool, and walked back and forth 3 times. In Hermione's surprised eyes, a smooth door appeared on the wall. Zicomo opened the door and explained to Hermione. This is a place I accidentally discovered. As long as you concentrate on thinking about the venue you need, and walk through the wall 3 times, this room will be arranged according to your needs. The corresponding scene. A magical room. Also, are you sure you didn't find it accidentally when you got lost? While surprised, Hermione did not forget to make fun of Zicomo. Zicomo didn't speak, rolled his eyes, and walked into the room. He couldn't say that he knew about this place in his previous life, right? Chapter 19. Entering the room of requirement, there are several wooden figures standing at the end of the left, which seem to be used to practice attack spells. There are some small objects on the table in front, which are used to practice functional spells. On the right are 2 large bookshelves filled with books related to spells. This is the comprehensive spell practice room conceived by Zicomo before opening. Okay, here you can use magic as much as you like, and no one will disturb you. Zicomo walked to the edge of the bookshelf, took out a book he hadn't read yet, and sat down on the chair next to him. Okay. Thank you, cousin. Hermione happily started her transfiguration proficiency improvement. Zicomo was flipping through the books, and from time to time, he used the wooden man to experiment with the magic on the books. For a time, the scene in the house was exceptionally harmonious. After a long time, Zicomo turned his attention to the bookshelf after reading the book. He was thinking about a question: how does the House of Requirement meet the needs of every wizard? To date, Zicomo has not been exposed to the magic associated with creating things out of thin air. When Harry and Malfoy were dueling in the 2nd year, Malfoy used Oolong out of the hole to summon a snake. Based on this, Zicomo wondered if everything in the room could be found anywhere in the school. And the House of Requirement just summoned them from all over the school. If that's the case, then he doesn't have to go to any forbidden book area at the risk of being discovered during the night tour. The danger here wasn't Filch and his cat, but Dumbledore, the lousy old man. Zicomo does not believe that there is no vigilance magic or surveillance magic in the forbidden area. If he was discovered, then in Dumbledore's eyes, it would not be as simple as a genius wizard. He'll think you're Tom too and watch you all the time to keep you from going astray. Special measures will be used when necessary. But looking at banned books through the room of requirement is different. Dumbledore knew there was a room of requirement, but he didn't think anyone would use it that way. What's more, Zicomo doesn't plan to use the ontology to do this. His external avatar can appear anywhere he has been. Quietly experimenting in the dead of night is undoubtedly the best choice. Anyway, he's not in a hurry now, he hasn't finished reading so many books in the library. Don't be in a hurry to hang out in the forbidden area. Cousin, go. It's time for us to go to dinner. Hearing Hermione's words, Zicomo put these things behind him. Go, go, go. In life, only food and beauties cannot be let down. It was night. Zicomo finally got through the 2nd week of Plants vs. Zombies and completed the minigame level inside. Congratulations to the host, successfully cleared the level of Plants vs. Zombies. Reward, Zen Garden. Zen Garden, it has an initial space of 1000 cubic meters, and the time to flow ratio is 10:1, that is, 10 days in the outside world. The space can be expanded by planting special plants, or the time flow rate can be increased. In the system space, there is an extra golden quaint key. That is the carrier of the Zen Garden. Zicomo can view and control everything in the Zen Garden with his mind, and he can also open the space door and enter it with a key. Zicomo is very satisfied with this customs clearance reward. He usually likes to play farming games. Now the system has given him a Zen Garden, which is equivalent to giving him a farming game with a high degree of freedom. It's a pity that I don't have any seeds on hand, otherwise I can try the effect of the Zen Garden. The system prompts that the host can manifest the plant cards in the game, and the system will convert the host into seeds. Well, that's a good choice. Zicomo opened the plant illustration in the game and decided to try it out first. His eyes swept across various plants, and finally settled on a small white flower. System, that's all, give me the cashmere. Successful realization, get calendula seeds *1. Zicomo. System, do you want to be so stingy? Just give me a seed. Please don't worry, the host, after viewing the introduction of this seed, the host will find that it is absolutely worth the money. Hearing this, Zicomo clicked on the introduction of calendula seeds. Calendula seeds, mature 24 hours after planting, and produce 1 golden galleon per day after maturity. Damn it! 1 gold galleon a day. Counting the time flow rate ratio, it's 10 a day. And the time flow rate increases in the future, this number will become even larger. With it, Zicomo no longer has to sell materials for money in the future, and the saved materials can be kept for alchemy. Speaking of materials, the dragon corpse of Ayrden is still lying in Zicomo's system space. After all, there is no place to put it in reality, and it is estimated that it will return to the golden tree as soon as it is taken out in the game. Now it is possible to build an alchemy room in the Zen garden. Throw some materials into it to experiment. As the owner of the garden, everything inside is controlled by Zicomo. Even in the event of an explosion, Zicomo can instantly divert the explosive without affecting the surrounding objects. What better environment to experiment with than this? He used to go out to find materials for redoing many times because of this alchemy tool that destroyed himself in Post Street. Zicomo planted the seeds, and a few minutes later marigold seedlings emerged. The area of Zen garden has also increased by 1 square meter, and the flow of time has not changed at all. He no longer paid attention, his consciousness entered the junction, and he started a new day's sweeping journey. In more than 3 weeks, he swept most of the Weeping Peninsula. Fortunately, the terrain of Moan City on the Weeping Peninsula is not complicated. Otherwise, it will be a problem whether Zicomo can find his way in 3 weeks. The map given by the system is a rough topographic map, and there is no detailed route about the castle and the catacombs. He sometimes worries about whether he will be able to find a way out of it when he goes to the sewers of the Royal City Rodel. Today he came to the site of the big boss, the lion hybrid, at the end of the Weeping Peninsula. Saying that he is a big boss is not necessarily true. This guy is also faster, has agile movements, and has quick attacks. For the melee profession, it will be more difficult to fight, but he is a magician. As usual, the spirit bell rolled out 3 dogs, and then output it at the back, and it was killed in a short while. Zicomo found that he could beat the boss once now, but died several times in some inconspicuous places. He died several times before, all of which were attacked to death by various sudden monsters in places where he could not summon his soul. Especially in places with a narrow view of the city, from time to time one or several mobs suddenly rush out from behind you. It doesn't matter if they just kill you, the worst thing about it is that they will kick you off a high place and make you fall to your death. Let you feel a wave of malice from Miyazaki's Old Thief. After killing the lion hybrid, you get a kill achievement, and the number of manifestations +1. That's why instead of heading in the direction of Lainia, he ran in the opposite direction to the Weeping Peninsula. No matter how many times you look at it, the golden tree is still so shocking. Zicomo sat resting at the blessing point, looking up at the golden tree that could be seen anywhere at the junction. Wait. The golden tree. Golden seed. Can this stuff be planted in my Zen garden? Zicomo quickly went offline. Melina, who was secretly observing, was full of doubts. Not sure why Zicomo disappeared so early today. After going offline, Zicomo transfers the golden seeds from the system backpack to the Zen garden. Here are the seeds he collected in Moan. Staring at the place where the seeds were planted in the garden, after a while, Zicomo asked, "System, why isn't it responding?" The system prompts that the growth of the golden tree needs to absorb special energy, and each energy absorbed can increase the Zen garden. E.G. For example, the big rune in the borderland. That's it, show the valuable items in the game in one column. System. Broken, I originally wanted to trick him into embodying the big rune alone, but I forgot that he still has this trick. Successful realization, it has been integrated with the system backpack. With the thought, Zicomo moved Grek's big rune to the Zen garden. He had activated it before at the Nimj Fort Tower. As soon as the big rune touched the ground, it shattered and turned into a little golden light to be absorbed by the golden seeds. After a while, the seeds germinated and began to grow upwards, until they stopped when one person was tall. The entire Zen garden rapidly enlarged, and did not stop expanding until the land area was enlarged tenfold. Even the time flow rate has been increased by a factor of 20. Golden tree seedlings, tree species derived from the golden tree at the border, which grow by absorbing special energy. Every time it absorbs a special energy, the golden tree can condense the pure dew of the corresponding energy. At this time, Zicomo noticed that among the golden leaves, there was a bead the size of a fist. The golden look of the whole body was hidden in the leaves, so that he almost didn't notice it. Chapter 20. Zicomo took it off, and the properties of the bead emerged before his eyes. Grek's power Dedal, after taking it, all attributes +5, only the first 2 per person are effective. The dew, which was born from the golden tree, will produce 1 every 100 years, and it will turn into a liquid when it touches the gold. Seeing the second half of the sentence, Zicomo breathed a sigh of relief. This bead is the size of an adult's fist, and if he is forced to swallow it, he may have to spend a life cycle. He took out a handful of gold galleons, transformed them into a gold cup with transfiguration, and threw Dedal into it. The moment Dedal touches the gold, it turns into a golden liquid. Zicomo took the cup and drank it in one breath. When Dedal entered Zicomo's mouth, it turned into a warm current, flowing to his limbs and bones. Zicomo feels that his physique, magic, and spirit have improved to a certain extent, which is roughly equivalent to half an adult. It seems that it is time to increase the time flow of Zen garden. One big rune increases the time flow of the garden by 10 times. When the 10 big runes at the border are gathered, he can harvest 10 drops of dew with different effects every year. Although he doesn't use that much, he can use it to train his subordinates. Zicomo has long planned to train his subordinates. He's now at Hogwarts himself, and incarnates himself to do things he's not comfortable with. And some trivial things can be thrown to the subordinates to do. With only a few hours to go before dawn, Zicomo didn't intend to enter the border again. He controlled the avatar to appear outside the castle at Hogwarts and walk silently towards the Forbidden Forest. He just remembered that the Forbidden Forest is rich in species, and all kinds of herbs must be everywhere. Transplant a batch into his Zen garden, and it is also convenient for him to refine potions in the future. Coming to the Forbidden Forest, Zicomo found those herbs growing freely under trees and bushes. White moss, bubble pods, moonlight grass, palace lantern flowers, huafen grass. Fortunately, the book Zicomo bought before contains thousands of magical herbs and mushrooms. Otherwise, it is difficult to identify the herbs alone. Zicomo collected 1 square meter of each herb. Just like this, he walked away, and soon he came to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The high forest here is densely covered, the dense leaves cover the sky, and the shimmering light near the dawn cannot penetrate into the forest. Zicomo had sensed something was wrong. This dark, damp place is a favorite environment for poisons. He may have broken into some kind of creature's lair. Rustle. The sound of leaves scratching across the surface of the creature came and went, and the jungle in front of Zicomo kept shaking. Suddenly, a group of spiders the size of a calf sprang out of the jungle. These spiders are covered in black hair and have 3 pairs of eyes. See them, Zicomo understands, this is Hagrid's 8-eyed giant spider. This group of spiders had gloomy eyes, and they crawled forward slowly, as if to create a greater sense of oppression for their prey. Unfortunately, Zicomo is not their prey. Instead, they are about to become Zicomo's prey. Seeing this, Zicomo didn't take out his wand and directly controlled the stones on the ground, turning them into sharp arrows with transfiguration. Burning flames. 10,000 bullets fired. I saw dozens of arrows ignited and shot towards the spiders. Before the 8-eyed giant spider near the front could react, it was shot through the head and died of breathlessness. Only those who got close to the rear and were blocked by other spiders survived. The 8-eyed giant spiders who reacted saw that most of their companions were killed or injured, and turned around and ran towards the cave. Aha! Looks like Hagrid is about to lose one of his best friends. Looking at the direction of the 8-eyed spiders fleeing, Zicomo first put the dead spiders in the system backpack, got up and chased after them. The venom of the 8-eyed spider is a good thing, and a pint can be sold for 100 galleons. Although Zicomo has no shortage of money now, he can't get enough of this kind of good stuff. When I came to the depths of the cave, a huge 8-eyed spider was lying at the end of the cave. It's a head bigger than the largest truck Zicomo has ever seen. Human. You've killed so many of my children, yet you dare to chase in. I'm going to eat you. Aragog roared. Yo, the tone is quite big. After being raised by Hagrid for more than 50 years, you haven't learned the beauty of human beings at all. Zicomo was completely unafraid and mocked Aragog. Hey. You're dead. Don't think it's going to work out, Hagrid's name. I'm going to kill you today. Aragog didn't wait for Zicomo to speak again, raised his abdomen and spit out a huge net, flying towards Zicomo. Seeing the cobwebs coming towards him, Zicomo didn't dodge either. He picked up his wand and activated the Hound's Stride. In the next instant, he appeared above Aragog's head. The wand in his hand turned into a Kalia swift sword and stabbed it several times in the head. It's a pity that Aragog, a half-hundred-year-old old Nerubian, has very high resistance, and Zicomo's magic can only break through it. Humph. Human, your magic won't work for me. Aragog shook his head from side to side, trying to throw Zicomo off his head. Oh, yes. Try this. Seeing this, Zicomo put away his magic, clenched his wand and poked directly at the scratches made by Kalia's swift sword. He is a wand stronger than steel. With his strength 3 times that of ordinary people, after a few breaths, a hole the size of a bowl was inserted into Aragog's head. Aragog was in pain and slammed into the wall, trying to crush the damned human on its head. Zicomo calmly took out a pyroxene crystal and inserted it into Aragog's wound, just in time to try my magic grenade with you. Zicomo started the Hound's Stride again and ran into the distance. Boom. There was a burst of dazzling blue light, and when Zicomo opened his eyes again, he saw Aragog's headless body. My dear, this thing is more powerful than I thought. This magic grenade is Zicomo's alchemical creation with references to magic traps and crackpots. Engraved on the pyroxene crystal, the crackpot's ability to hold various energies, and then filled with bursting magical energy. As long as Zicomo activates a specific magic circuit set in the pyroxene, the pyroxene crystals will shatter. At this time, the violent magic energy will be splashed out with the spar fragments, which can be called a double attack of physics and magic. Just then, footsteps came from outside the cave. No, the explosion was so loud that it attracted people. Zicomo quickly put away Aragog's headless corpse and retracted his outer avatar. By the time people from outside arrived, the place was already empty. Oh no, there are still some small octopus and Aragog's shattered head. Seeing the scene in front of him, Hagrid, who came over after hearing the sound, let out an exclamation. Do not. Aragog. You died so miserably. Zicomo, far away in the Gryffindor dormitory, is taking stock of tonight's harvest. He vaguely heard a sad roar from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Poor Hagrid, hope he doesn't get too sad. After all, Zicomo didn't kill them all, leaving him some little spiders. Actually, there is no time to clean it up. Hopefully Hagrid makes new spider friends. During this trip to the Forbidden Forest, Zicomo collected more than 200 herbs. After planting in the Zen garden, the garden area has increased by half. The height still did not change, but the time flow rate increased by 2 times, reaching 22:1. It seems that increasing the flow rate of time still depends on special plants. As for the corpses of the 8-eyed giant spider, there are more than 60 in total. The average spider extracts 1 pint of venom. In addition, Aragog's poison sac is 10 times that of an ordinary 8-eyed giant spider. In total, Zicomo harvested more than 60 pints of common 8-eyed spider venom and 10 pints of high-quality venom. Thanks to the preservation function of the system backpack. The time-stagnant space environment preserves the venom well, keeping them from being weathered. With one-click extraction, Zicomo does not have to dig out the poison sac of the 8-eyed giant spider by himself. Zicomo removed all the legs of the 8-eyed giant spider, and threw the rest into the Zen garden, at the foot of the golden tree. Here's a little feature he discovered. The golden tree decomposes the dead organisms at the roots, turning them into nutrients for other plants, and integrates into the ground with the leaves. He thought it might be that the golden tree could not appreciate these nutrients after decomposing, so he threw them out again. As for why the spider legs were left, that was because Zicomo didn't remember hearing from anyone in his previous life that spider legs were super delicious. Seeing that the sky was starting to light up outside, Zicomo took a shower and came to the Hogwarts kitchen. Sir, is there anything Cohen can do for you? As soon as he entered, Zicomo was spotted by a sharp-eyed house elf. It quickly came up and asked Zicomo's needs. Any of you can cook Oriental food. After eating British food for almost a month, Zicomo wanted a change. Oh. In return, Mr. Mime can cook Oriental food. She used to stay in the East with the previous owner for a long time. Mime. Come out. Lord Wizard needs you. Cohen shouted into the kitchen. The house elf, who was standing by the stove and cooking with magic, heard someone call her, stopped what she was holding, and came over. Chapter 21. Sir, Mime is very happy to serve you. What do you need? Perhaps it was Zicomo's mind, he always felt that this house elf who had been in the East was more pleasing to the eye. I heard that you can cook Oriental food, can you cook it for breakfast? Yes, sir. Then here's a serving of soy milk steamed buns and fried dough sticks. By the way, you can also help me deal with these 4 legs. Try steaming with minced garlic vermicelli. Zicomo took out 4 spider legs and handed them to Mime. Okay sir. It's a pleasure to serve you. Please wait in the restaurant, Mime will do it right away. Arriving at the restaurant, Zicomo sat down not long before an Oriental breakfast appeared in front of him. Cousin? You got up so early today? You didn't sleep, did you? The little witch's intuition is quite accurate. Zicomo didn't answer, rolled his eyes and buried himself in the meal. He was a little hungry after working all night. What? You said that the avatar was busy and he didn't do anything? Please, don't take mental labor inappropriately. Then Hermione noticed his breakfast too. Cousin, is this the soy milk you made before? Did you get up early and cook by yourself? No, it's made by house elves. If you have any special requests, you can go to the kitchen and ask them. Zicomo shook his head. It has to be said that house elves are good at craftsmanship. Is this okay? Where's the kitchen? I'll go next time. Just down the hall, on the stairs leading to the Hufflepuff lounge is a picture of a bowl of fruit. Just scratch one of the pears in the picture and it will giggle and turn into a green. The doorknob, the Hogwarts kitchen is behind that. Magic. At this point, Zicomo's spider legs are also cooked. The spider's legs were cleaned of hair, cut in half, and topped with minced garlic vermicelli. Mei even sprinkled them with chopped green onion. As expected of staying in the East, the practice is quite authentic. Hermione saw 4 thighs of unknown creatures suddenly appear on Zicomo's table. What's this? Crab legs of a king crab. No, it's a spider's leg. Hermione? Can you eat this? I don't know, I was going to try it. Zicomo picked up a fork and scooped up a spoonful of meat. The fair-skinned leg meat is filamentous, but it really resembles the leg meat of a king crab. Watching her cousin put the so-called spider leg meat into his mouth to chew, Hermione asked curiously. How do you feel? It's okay, it's fresh and chewy, and it's quite fragrant. Really? Then I'll try to. Huh? You're not afraid of this? Zicomo wondered, aren't little girls afraid of these snakes, worms, rats and ants? Why be afraid? It's already cooked. Hermione she trusted her cousin's judgment. People who can eat do not necessarily know how to cook, but those who can cook must know how to eat. Cousin cooks so deliciously, it must not be bad for him to think it is delicious. It just so happened that Ronald and Harry came together. Hey, what are you eating? Delicious delicacies from mountains and seas, try it? Zicomo winked at Hermione, motioning her to keep quiet. Hermione nodded knowingly. Yes, the high-end ingredients that my cousin got, try it? Harry and Ronald each took a spider leg and ate it. Cool. This is absolutely the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. That's right, Zicomo. What the hell is this? I'll ask my mom to do it every day. Seeing the reaction of the two, Zicomo and Hermione raised the corners of their lips slightly, and slowly told the truth. It's a spider's leg. Harry? Ronald? The two were immediately stunned. Harry was okay, after all, he had eaten it, not to mention that the stuff was delicious. Ronald's reaction is bigger, this unfortunate child is naturally afraid of spiders. Now that he heard that he had eaten the leg of a spider, he couldn't stand the stimulation and fainted. Luckily Harry was holding him by the side, otherwise he would have fallen to the ground. Ronald. Ronald. Is he all right? Harry looked anxiously at Zicomo. Zicomo and Hermione couldn't stop laughing. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, Harry. Ronald was just so scared of spiders that he passed out. What now? It's the weekend anyway, why don't you take him back to the dormitory and let him sleep for a while? Okay, what about you guys? I'm going to the library with Hermione, do you want to go with me? No, no, no. Harry shook his head repeatedly. Although he didn't hate studying, he didn't want to spend the weekend in the library either. After Harry left, Zicomo did not go to the library, but came to the House of Requirement and started their daily practice of magic. Look at Harry again. Not long after returning to the dormitory, Ronald woke up suddenly. My God. Merlin's beard. This is horrible. Ronald gasped. What's so scary about this, isn't it just a spider leg? No. I just dreamed that the spider leg broke my stomach and got out of it. After hearing Ronald's description and thinking of that scene, Harry felt a little sick. Okay, you don't have to describe it anymore, it was just a dream. Besides, don't you think Zicomo's spider legs are delicious? Ronald froze for a moment, recalling the taste and texture of the spider legs. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and even his fear of spiders was a little less. At this moment, he seemed to have found the best way to overcome his fear. Time flies, and soon it will be the first flying lesson for the first-year freshman. Honestly, Zicomo is not really interested in broomsticks. This thing is just a wooden stick, and I don't know if it will catch an egg when I sit on it. While those anime pictures of witches sitting sideways on brooms are nice, they are for girls. Boys will look very naughty when they sit like that. What's more, he has a habit of cleanliness. God knows how many people have used the school's broom. Have you wiped off the sweat on your hands? Looking at the pile of forked brooms, Zicomo suspects they'll fall apart sooner. Zicomo couldn't hold back, took out his wand, and fired a clean up at the broom allotted to him. Hermione caught sight of it, and handed over the broom in her hand. The little witch has been assimilated more and more seriously by Zicomo recently, and she has learned some small habits. Especially cleanliness, she has learned a lot. The messy hair in the original book is now being taken care of every day. One hair is simply tied into a single ponytail, and the whole person is a bit more capable and lively. The plot that follows is not much different from the original. Neville's broom fell out of control and dropped the memory ball on the grass. Draco picked it up and sneered when he saw it. Harry asked him to return the memory ball to Neville, which Draco didn't want to do. The two chased after each other on broomsticks, and Draco threw the ball at the castle when he got tired of playing. Harry grabbed the ball in the closet. And none of that was in the sight of Professor McGonagall, so Gryffindor's youngest seeker took over. The whole time Zicomo just protected Neville with a levitation spell when he fell. Although Neville was finally frightened, he still entered the infirmary. After the plot, Zicomo did not intervene. After all, with Harry's talent, being a seeker would be a good thing for Gryffindor. It is worth mentioning that after returning from the infirmary, Mrs. Hooch felt that it was too dangerous to go directly to the practical class. pulled the remaining little wizard to a whole theory class. Knowing that, he offered to send Neville to the infirmary before he knew it. It would be better to let him try the broom to see if it would smack eggs. After class, Zicomo noticed Hermione frowning. "What's wrong? Unhappy about not being able to fly?" "No, I'm just worried about whether Harry will be punished." Hermione shook her head. "Don't worry, maybe it's a good thing that Harry is taken away." "How is this possible?" "Why not? You know what? Harry's flying skills just now were superb. He hadn't touched a flying broom before. It's been a long time since Gryffindor won the House Quidditch Championship. I'm guessing Professor McGonagall would make an exception for Harry to join the Academy team." Although Zicomo was right, Hermione didn't quite believe it. Coincidentally, Harry returned to the lounge with an excited look. "Harry, did you join the house's Quidditch team?" Harry, who was about to tell his friends the good news, was taken aback. "How did you know?" "Really? My cousin guessed it?" At this time, the little witch has a little more admiration for her cousin. "Zicomo, you are amazing. How did you guess?" Harry asked curiously. "Your flying talent is very high, and the little wizards in the previous flying class couldn't perform the operations. Maybe it has something to do with your father." "My father?" "Yes, Gryffindor's trophy room. Your father's name is on the Quidditch trophy there, didn't you notice?" Zicomo's words left Harry speechless, who would look at the names of the trophies in the trophy room one by one. "I'll take a look, thank you for telling me the news." Before Zicomo could answer, Harry turned and rushed out again. Asterisk. Chapter 22. When did you go to the trophy room to see it? Hermione was curious. "Sometimes when you got lost on the path of life." Ha ha ha. Zicomo's words caused a burst of laughter from Hermione. Her cousin was good everywhere. All aspects are excellent, but the ability to recognize the road is a bit poor. All right, stop laughing. The saliva will flow out of your laughter. Then you accompany me to practice transfiguration again." Hermione held back her smile and made a request to Zicomo. "Still practicing? Tomorrow is the party of the Transfiguration Club. I think it's better for you to relax." "But my transfiguration." "Hermione. Trust me, you're good enough." Zicomo interrupted Hermione, reaching out to touch her head. Zicomo didn't lie to her, Hermione's transfiguration was already excellent. After all this time of practice, Hermione's transfiguration level has been able to transform the dead into the appearance of the living. Although this living creature still looks a little dull. But it's already pretty good. This is not on the same level as turning a living thing into a dead thing. The final exam requirement for first grade transfiguration is to turn mice into snuff boxes, which shows that many young wizards can do it after a year of study. And turning a dead thing into a living thing is essentially just having the shape of a living thing. Therefore, its every move is that the caster himself imitates the movement, character, and other characteristics of the living creature. This places great demands on the transfiguration level of the caster. Hermione's ability to do this initially is already excellent. "Okay, then let's walk outside the castle." The two came to the outside of the castle and unknowingly walked to the edge of the Black Lake. Seeing this lake, Zicomo suddenly lost his way. "Why don't you go?" Hermione was a little puzzled. "Hermione, did you say there are fish in this lake?" "Should have. If you want to eat fish, go to the kitchen and say no to the house elf." Hermione thought Zicomo was craving fish. No, I prefer fishing to eating fish." Zicomo felt the fisherman's soul burning inside him. "I just experienced a farming game in the Zen garden recently. How can there be no fishing in the farming game? But we don't have the tools either. Let's come again next time." Hermione didn't know why she mentioned fishing, and the cousin suddenly became so excited. "Okay, come again next time." Zicomo decided to use alchemy to make a fishing rod tonight, and all the transfiguration clubs would stand aside. It was night, and Zicomo was lying in bed, not exploring the border. He was thinking about entertainment. While hanging out with Hermione during the day, he noticed that the activities of the little wizards were a little too monotonous. Usually, he is not playing wizard chess, or playing crackling and explosive cards. Just look at the Weasley twins, who play pranks every day. The prank products that came out are almost ready to open a store. No, they actually opened a store later. By the way. System, can the game Plants vs. Zombies be realized? System, forget it, never speculate on the host's brain circuits. Can. Very good, then you make it in the form of an interactive book. System, I really didn't expect it, I thought he would ask me for a tablet. Forget it, do it according to the tablet. Deduct the number of realizations, the realization is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic book *1. Magic book, it carries the magic book of the game Plants vs. Zombies 95, with functions such as communication, navigation, and photography. Note, magic charging, long standby time, you can also freely control the size of the book, easy to carry, you deserve it. Zicomo. Are you sure this is a book and not a tablet? You can still communicate, you put this magic? The whole world only has this book, who do you want me to communicate with? The system prompts that the magic book can be divided into copies, the copies are controlled by the master magic book, and the host has the right to withdraw it at any time. Cough, sorry, just spoke a little louder. Well done, system. After Zicomo took the magic book, he studied it carefully and found that it was a tablet. A magic tablet to be exact. It can be zoomed in and out, not to mention easy to carry, and it can also be quickly scanned and stored. That is to say, after Zicomo turns on the scanning function, as long as you touch another book, you can instantly scan the contents of the book and store it in the magic book. Game features have instead become bonuses. Well, let's not talk about it, I'll go to the forbidden book area right away. Zicomo got up, put the illusionary charm on himself, and walked towards the forbidden area of the library. As soon as Zicomo stepped into the forbidden area, Dumbledore, who was far away in the headmaster's office, noticed it. The forbidden area is located at the back of the library, which is cut off by a rope. Many magics have been applied to this rope, including detection magic. Everyone who steps into the forbidden area will be recorded. Old Dentio looked at the mirror in front of him with a complicated expression. The image in the mirror is Zicomo in the forbidden area. Proficient in phantom body spell, better talent than Tom. Also luckier than Tom. With the fetters of family and friendship, will you take the same path as Tom? Zicomo naturally didn't know that Dumbledore was watching him. Although he knew that if he entered the forbidden area, Dumbledore would definitely detect him, but he didn't know that the detection magic here could synchronize audio and video. Fortunately, he didn't take out the book carelessly. Used to being cautious, he shrunk the magic book to the size of a melon seed and sandwiched it between his index and middle fingers. Pretend to touch every book. 10 minutes later, he scanned all the books in the forbidden area. Zicomo turned and left, mumbling, "Trash, none of them are of interest. It's not interesting yet in the invisible book area." In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's mouth twitched when he heard Zicomo's words. Looks like this kid is just on a whim. Watching Zicomo leave the forbidden area without looking back, Dumbledore didn't know whether to be happy or angry. The forbidden books area holds a large number of books that are not suitable for young wizards to read, including powerful black magic. This is the heritage of Hogwarts for thousands of years. And now, for the first time, someone said that this pile of precious magical knowledge was garbage. Dumbledore could only lament that the Sorting Hat didn't assign Zicomo the wrong house. Well, it's Gryffindor. On the other side, Zicomo was planning to drop by the kitchen to find some supper. Suddenly I heard rapid footsteps. At the corner at the end of the corridor, 3 little lions suddenly sprang up. Take a closer look by moonlight, Harry, Ronald, Neville. Well, Harry and Ronald he can understand, how did Neville get involved with them? And it's still the exciting night time. Zicomo hides behind the 3, trying to see what they're up to. They saw them running all the way back to Gryffindor's lounge. Damn Malfoy. He must be the one who didn't keep his promise and brought Filch here. Ronald said panting. Sorry, I'm the one who got you all involved, Neville said. It's all right, it's none of your business. Malfoy did it because I was upset, Harry reassured. Zicomo listened for a while, figuring out what was going on. Similar to the original, Malfoy didn't like Harry and taunted them with the Neville thing. Then a magical duel about Harry around midnight. As a result, Malfoy did not go, but tipped Filch about a little wizard who was traveling at night. Neville felt that it was because of him, so he also joined the night tour. Zicomo and Hermione were walking outside the castle in the afternoon and just missed it. It is worth mentioning that, despite Hermione's help, they entered the room on the right side of the corridor on the 3rd floor. It was the one with 3 hellhounds guarding the door. Zicomo was a little curious, now that the Philosopher's Stone was in his hands. What is that hellhound guarding? Forget it, why do you think so much, go for a late night snack. Zicomo walked out of the lounge again and into the kitchen. As soon as he entered the door, Zicomo saw 2 almost identical figures with their backs facing him and working hard. Cough cough. Let me see which 2 little wizards came to the kitchen to steal food in the middle of the night without sleeping. Zicomo said in a rough voice. The 2 of them shivered when they heard the voice, and hurriedly turned their heads, revealing 2 identical faces. That's right, it's not just Zicomo who comes to the kitchen for a late night snack. And the Weasley twins. Aha! Look, isn't this one of our Gryffindor's genius twins? The 2 of them spoke in unison with a funny tone. 2 gentlemen, can I join in? Zicomo imitated the tone of the 2. Of course, our pleasure. The twins said in unison again. Zicomo stepped forward and sat down, calling for May, the elf, and asked her to roast a few spider legs and eat with the Weasley brothers. Chapter 23. Wow. Zicomo, this thing is too delicious. Yes. What kind of animal meat is this? It's so fragrant. After eating and drinking, Fred and George sighed again and again. Zicomo didn't hide it, and directly told the two that it was a spider leg. Cool. Brother. Where did you get it? Let's fix some. George said. The giant eight-eyed spider in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Zicomo's tone was relaxed, as if he was talking about his back garden. Merlin's beard. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, we dare not go there. How did you get in? Fred asked in surprise. It's just a mistake, I just wanted to find some herbs. Zicomo could never tell them that he was going to hollow out the Forbidden Forest. It's a pity that little Ronald didn't taste this delicious food. George said regretfully. Actually, he tasted it earlier than you. Zicomo knew that the brothers just wanted to play tricks on their younger brother. Wow. Then I guess he must have passed out the moment he knew the truth. Fred exclaimed. Yes. Your family will always know you best, and Ronald's reaction was exactly what they expected. By the way, are you two interested in accepting my investment? What? The Weasley brothers were taken aback by Zicomo's sudden turn of the conversation. That is to say, I am quite optimistic about the prank props of the two of you. I plan to sponsor the academic research of alchemy of the two by way of capital investment. When the two graduates, I will pay another sum of money to open a shop in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade. We will sell the props you researched. How about 55% of the shares? Zicomo told the Weasley brothers what he thought. Oh. God. Tell us you're not kidding. Fred and George still couldn't believe it. I'm not kidding, of course, this is the first funding. With that said, Zicomo took out 100 gold galleons from the Zen garden under the cover of the robe. This is the amount of marigold produced these days. Thank you, Zicomo. Oh no. Starting today, we should call you Boss Zicomo. The two danced with excitement and at the same time did not forget to play tricks. But we don't need so many shares. Fred and I are enough for 4. George said after calming down a bit. No, I actually took advantage of the 55%. I don't like to be in charge, so you will manage the entire store in the future. I'm just taking the dividend. Zicomo quickly refused, he did not invest in the two for money. With marigolds, he is now earning 21 galleons a day and will gain more in the future. He mainly took a fancy to their heads. The two brothers were full of strange ideas. In addition, there is also an Arthur Weasley at home who can transform cars and make them fly. It can be seen that the Weasley family still has a certain background. After all, it is the so-called pure-blood 28 Saints. The two took his investment, and they will definitely show him what they make in the future. The exchange of back and forth also helps to broaden Zicomo's knowledge of alchemy. After listening to Zicomo's words, the two no longer insisted, and said in unison. In the honor of the Weasley family, we won't let you down. The alchemy prop store that resounded throughout the British magic world in the future was established in this supper. The next day, Zicomo, who was still sleeping late, was pulled from the bed by Hermione. I don't know if this is the case for every school. There is a sign "Stop" for boys at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, while there is nothing at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. What are you doing? Hermione. I remember no class today. Zicomo sat dazedly in the lounge lobby. Cousin, what should I do if I'm nervous again? Hermione's tone was a little uneasy. Why are you nervous? Isn't the meeting time of the Transfiguration Club at night? It's early. Zicomo's tone was casual, and he was still a little awake. But I'm just nervous. Cousin, help me think of a way to divert my attention. Divert attention? Simple, this is for you. You can try the game above. Zicomo gave Hermione a copy of the magic book. The props I made with alchemy can be used to store book knowledge, chat and communicate, and can also be used to play games. The little witch took over the copy of the magic book and tried to operate it. There is currently only one friend of Zicomo in the chat function, and Hermione has set him as a special concern without any teacher. Click on the storage section. Zicomo recorded a copy of the textbooks for grades 1 to 7 after separating the copies last night. The last is the game function. There is only one Plants vs Zombies at present. Hermione tapped the ugly ball zombie pattern on the book and entered the game. Following the guidance of Crazy Dave Werbybab, the little witch begins her first attempt at a video game. Zicomo was sitting next to him, and he fell asleep while watching. When Zicomo woke up again, it was noon. He saw Hermione beside him still playing the magic book, but she had already reached the pool level. Zicomo was shocked. This is the version without cheating instructions. Is his cousin's game talent so strong? Cousin, This game is really interesting, how did you come up with it? Seeing Zicomo awake, Hermione paused the level in her hand. Well, just pretend I dreamed it. Don't you feel nervous now? Thanks to your book. By the way, what's the name of this book? I haven't got a name yet. Let's call it Aped. Thinking of a product similar to this book in his previous life, Zicomo said casually. 20 years later, when Hermione heard about a new product from a fruit company, she suspected that her cousin was a prophet. Of course, that's all for later. After lunch, Hermione flipped through the contents of Senior Transfiguration. No longer nervous, she suddenly had a new understanding of Transfiguration. The application of Transfiguration is a bit more sophisticated. In the evening, Zicomo and Hermione came to the Transfiguration Club's activity room. Other members also arrived one after another. Zicomo glanced around and found that there were 10 members present except for the 2 newcomers, him and Hermione. Among them, Ravenclaw alone has 6, Gryffindor and Slytherin have 1 each, but Hufflepuff has 2. Okay, everyone is here. First of all, let's welcome the 2 new members. Professor McGonagall spoke first. The members who can be selected by Professor McGonagall will not be the kind of people who respect their own college and degrade other colleges. Everyone gave Zicomo and Hermione a face-saving applause. After some introduction, everyone can be regarded as acquainted. Club activities are divided into 2 parts, Transfiguration Display and Experience Exchange. Let's get to the point, how about a newcomer showing off his transfiguration first? Professor McGonagall suggested. Zicomo and Hermione nodded in unison. Then let me come first. Zicomo stepped forward. He took out his wand and waved it. A tiger appeared out of thin air in front of the clearing. I saw the tiger walking forward slowly, constantly changing its shape as it walked. Mice, rabbits, pigs, horses, etc., every animal comes alive. Finally, Zicomo waved again. Returning to the appearance of a tiger, it jumped up and turned into an oriental dragon suspended in the air. Zicomo performed a zodiac transformation for everyone. After the show, the crowd applauded. The seniors and seniors all felt that this junior was very powerful. Only Professor McGonagall knew that Zicomo's transfiguration had reached a very high level. Even if he now independently completes Agmani's transformation, there is no problem. When it was Hermione's turn, the little witch remembered the game she played this morning. Turn the chair in front of you into a pea shooter. Staring straight ahead with piercing eyes, he spit out a few peas in a place where no one was there. A novel idea. Even Professor McGonagall couldn't help but admire it. The little witch bowed and stepped back to Zicomo. Next, it's the turn of the seniors and seniors. To be able to join the club, everyone has their own specialties. Zicomo has learned a lot from everyone and it has been rewarding. When it came to the exchange of experience, the only one who could communicate with Zicomo was Professor McGonagall. Not because his level is too much higher than others. But Zicomo's topics are often sharp and novel, and only the knowledgeable Professor McGonagall can keep up with his rhythm. After one night, everyone got a lot. On the way back, the little witch was very happy and in a very good mood. Cousin, I didn't lose face today, did I? No, our Hermione is great. Zicomo reached out and touched the little witch's head. Hey, seniors and sisters are all amazing, but I don't think they are as powerful as their cousins. Hermione will also ask some questions of her own when communicating with senior and senior tonight. But occasionally they can't answer. This would never have happened when she asked her cousin. So the little witch felt that her cousin was the most powerful. Of course, your cousin, I am a genius. Zicomo said proudly. The pompous tone made Hermione giggle. Okay, it's time for the dorm. Good night, Hermione. Zicomo squeezed the little witch's bulging apple muscle. Good night, cousin. Hermione gave Zicomo a big hug, turned and ran back to her dorm. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Junction, Linia of Lakes. As a virtual world built by the system, it is naturally not like the original game. The height of the water is worthy of submerging the horse's ankle. It is shrouded in thick fog all the year round, and the road may be on the ground 1 second before falling into a pool of more than 10 meters deep in the next second. Zicomo has fallen into a puddle several times. He, who could not swim in his previous life, was forced to learn to swim here. He swam from the water to the shore again, at the turn of dusk and night. In the next second, a bird of death suddenly appeared on the broken wall on the shore. A mouthful of death's flame spit out at him. Zicomo fought and retreated, trying to fly a kite to kill him as always. In the next instant, countless black vines burst out of Zicomo's body. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to reality. Zicomo is stunned. Is the effect of triggering sudden death so fast? What about his 12 trials? Isn't it said that after being attacked, the attack resistance will be increased? System, what's the situation? The power of death is extremely powerful no matter what world it is in, and the resistance-raising effect of the 12 trials cannot work on it. So when the host is burned to a certain extent by the death flame of the dead bird, the sudden death effect will be triggered. The host can consume the number of rebirths once, and is completely immune to the power of death. There are two options for Zicomo's resurrection in the game. One is to revive at the blessing point after a 24-hour cooldown in the game, and the other is to regenerate directly after death by relying on the 12 trials. However, the second resurrection method has always been turned off by default. After all, there are only 11 chances to survive. Although it can replenish life energy to restore the number of rebirths, who knows how much life energy it needs to be replenished. And life energy is also graded, like the energy in his red drip dew bottle, it can only achieve the effect of restoring trauma and replenishing the state. Zicomo speculates that in order to replenish the number of rebirths with the energy of a dew bottle, at least hundreds of bottles must be drunk. The next day, Zicomo went online again, heading straight to the ruins of the previous day. It happened to be nighttime. From a distance, Zicomo saw the bird of death wandering in that area. Zicomo didn't even use magic this time, he took out a big sword and rushed straight towards the bird of death. He really hated it now. You know, the effect of sudden death is not pleasant. The feeling of black vines breaking out from your body is more painful than being cut with 1,000 knives. What's worse is that he has to experience this pain again after a while. The bird of death has obviously noticed his existence, and routinely spit out the flame of death. Zicomo ignored it, rushed through the grey sea of fire, and jumped to the top of the bird of death. Pressing its skeleton skull, bang bang is a violent beating. In the end, half of its blood was smashed out, and Zicomo died after triggering the sudden death effect. Susheng. At the moment of death, Zicomo whispered in his heart. Immediately, the vines on his body fell off, and the whole person was resurrected with blood. Then, pressing the bird of death, he continued to smash wildly with his big sword. Until the bird of death turned into a mist and dissipated, returning to the golden tree. Hoo, it's cool to try a warrior's style occasionally, at least it's very stress-free. I remember there was a death right bird in Lake Linnea. Very good, have a good time with it? After resting in place for a while, Zicomo got up and walked towards the town in front of the door. He remembered that the death ritual bird was in that location. Coming to the north of Menkin town, the death ritual bird really lingered there. It has wider wings and body than the bird of death, and holds a weapon that burns the flames of death in its hands. Unfortunately, Zicomo is now immune to the effects of sudden death. So it became the second junction creature to be killed by Zicomo's great sword. Zicomo was a little surprised by the things dropped after the death of the death ritual bird. Ancient Dead Souls, one of the few death magics in the Borderlands. Summons a group of automatically tracking ghosts to attack the enemy, causing a lot of damage to the enemy, with a certain chance to trigger the sudden death effect. This is also the first death magic he has obtained. In the Borderlands, the power of death is in the hands of very few. Zicomo estimates that there are no more than 10 magics related to death in the entire border. He feels that he has become quite lucky after transmigration, and has mastered this high-end magic so quickly. He was worried that in reality he didn't have a Nirvana skill. After going offline, Zicomo took out the key of the Zen garden and entered it. He summoned his own incarnation, and sent an ancient ghost of death to his body. Unfortunately, no sudden death effect was triggered. Go on. Zicomo gritted his teeth, took out the magic stone, and directly absorbed the few life energy inside to restore his state. The incarnation outside the body continued to cast the ancient soul of death. He's not doing nothing but self-abuse. The 12 trials can be resurrected, but at the critical moment of the battle, every second may decide the battle situation. It's impossible for him to resurrect in front of the enemy, right? In case of encountering a cunning enemy, people find that you can be resurrected, turn around and run away. Then spread the news that you can be resurrected, and attract a group of people to attack you. Therefore, it is better to fill up the resistance in advance, so that there will be no worries when fighting. If it is not necessary, he will not reveal the secret that he can be resurrected in front of anyone. He has long wanted to brush the resistance to instant death magic, but unfortunately he has never had the chance. Some people may ask why not use Avada Omen. Of course it was because the magic was inappropriate. Avada Omen is a magic closely related to emotions. The caster needs to be filled with murderous intent. If the killing intent is not strong enough, the enemy can only shed a nosebleed at most. Zicomo is not a schizophrenic, the second personality is a psychopath like a pervert. How could he have any murderous intent on himself? Now that there is the death magic of the junction, it is just right to be immune to instant death. In the future, if someone uses instant death magic like Avada Omen on him, it will be interesting to see the expression on his face when the death curse is ineffective against him. Finally, after the energy of the magic stone was exhausted, Zicomo finally triggered the sudden death effect. Once again, I experienced the sourness of the vines drilling out of the flesh. After rebirth, he was finally completely immune to the effects of instant death magic on him. Boil. Sleep. I'll never abuse myself again. Death magic does not only affect the body like other attack magic. They also act on the soul at the same time. The only thing that controlled the avatar in the game before was Zicomo's consciousness, so he didn't realize it. The body is now under attack. When the ghosts pass through the body, they will take away part of the life energy, reduce the function of the body, and make the body feel cold, like a corpse. The flame of death attached to the soul will ignite the soul, allowing people to experience the burning pain of the soul. It can be described as a double world of ice and fire. Zicomo only felt mentally exhausted at this time, and went back to bed and fell asleep. The exhaustion of the soul is not easy to recover. Zicomo seems to be a little sluggish these days, and he can't keep his spirits up. It was Hermione who first noticed something was wrong with him. The little witch saw that her cousin was in this state for several days, and finally couldn't help dragging Zicomo to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, the school doctor, found that Zicomo was in good health, guessing that he was overexerting. It is recommended that he rest more, go out for a walk, and look at the green plants. So he now stares at the plants in the Zen garden every day. Then he felt bored. He dismantled the corpse of the flying dragon Yakir again, and made a fishing rod out of its bones and tendons. Not only that, but Zicomo used alchemy to engrave a bunch of reinforcement runes on the fishing rod. Today's fishing rods and lines are constantly being pulled even when whales come. After the rod is ready, Zicomo will go fishing in the Black Lake with the rod as long as he has no lessons. Not to mention, this state of mind emptying really helps him recover. A few days later, Zicomo's spirit was shaken, and the state of the whole person returned to normal. Not only that, he also found that his current mental power can be used to perceive the surrounding environment. The spiritual power came out, and the scene within a radius of 100 meters came into Zicomo's mind. He could even perceive the movements of the ants on the ground clearly. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Looking further forward, Zicomo realized that something was wrong. He is now sitting by the lake fishing, and his mental power senses that two tentacles are carefully taking off the bait from his hook underwater. I said why the bait has not been dropped these days, and there is no fish biting the hook. Sure enough, Uncle Mo is right, you can't be used to fish like you when fishing, special code. After finishing speaking, Zicomo cast a water avoidance spell on himself and jumped into the Black Lake under Hermione's shocked eyes. Going down to the lake, Zicomo finally saw the culprit who stole his bait. This is a giant squid, its trunk is bigger than a bus, and its 8 shorter legs are 3 or 4 meters in length. And stealing Zicomo's bait is its 2 tentacles more than 10 meters long. A few days ago, Zicomo saw that he had been unable to catch fish, so he replaced the bait with dragon meat. Unexpectedly attracted this giant squid. This squid is obviously an intelligent creature, and even knows how to take off the bait and eat it. Since you dare to steal my bait, then keep yourself. Zicomo angrily sent out a pyroxene arc, and cut off the squid's 2 tentacles. I didn't expect that this squid would take its life very much, and would not fight Zicomo head-on. He spat out a mouthful of thick ink and ejected into the depths of the lake to escape. The thick ink scattered, blocking Zicomo's vision. Thinking that Hermione was still on the shore, Zicomo didn't pursue him further. He remembered that there were murlocs at the bottom of the lake, and if he had the opportunity to ask them about the squid, he would go directly to its lair to stay and guard it. Not long after Hermione on the shore saw Zicomo jump into the water, she saw her cousin dragging 2 tentacles ashore. "Cousin. You jumped into the lake without saying a word to me," Hermione complained. She wasn't worried about Zicomo's danger. Based on what she knew about her cousin, she wouldn't do anything she wasn't sure about. Her dissatisfaction was that Zicomo jumped into the water without saying a word to her. She was startled without saying a word, and splashed her with water. "Sorry. I was so angry just now that some fish were stealing my bait." Zicomo smiled and stroked Hermione's head. Hermione also noticed the 2 tentacles being dragged up by Zicomo. "My God. What's the tentacle of this thing?" Hermione asked in surprise. "A giant squid, it seems to have a certain wisdom. It knows how to take off my bait and eat it underwater. The chicken is very thief. After I cut off the tentacles, it ran away." Zicomo replied, "It seems that tonight's supper is out." "Wait. Supper?" Hermione sensed Zicomo's words. "You actually travel at night?" "Hermione, listen to me explain." Zicomo was about to explain when Hermione interrupted. "The worst thing is that you didn't even call me when you went out to eat supper at night." "Huh?" Hermione's words confused Zicomo. This little witch usually takes the college score more than anything, and heard the news of his night tour. The focus is not on whether he will be discovered, and then deducting college points. Instead, he accused him of not calling her for supper. Haha, I don't care. You must take me with you for supper in the future. I'm traveling at night, aren't you angry? Zicomo was a little puzzled. When I heard the news that Harry and Ronald were almost caught on a night tour with Neville, the kid caught the three and scolded them. The three did not dare to approach her for several days. Why doesn't Hermione get angry when he travels at night? Angry? Why should I be angry? Has your night tour been discovered? The little witch asked rhetorically. Of course not. It's not me. At Filch's level, if he wants to find me walking at night, he will have to practice for hundreds of years. That's okay. As long as we're not found, we won't have night tours. Remember, you must call me for supper in the future. Hermione urged Zicomo seriously. Zicomo nodded, calling out to him in his heart. No wonder it was sorted into Gryffindor. His cousin usually looks like a good girl in front of him. It made him almost forget that in the original book, she was not a quiet master. At midnight, Zicomo walked into the Hogwarts kitchen with a golden gradient. Okay, Hermione. You can change back. The kitten in his arms jumped to the chair next to him and changed back to Hermione. The little witch blushed. It was the first time she had been hugged by her cousin like this. Of course, this is not Hermione's animagus, but Zicomo's mimic veil. The two came to the kitchen for a late-night snack, but Hermione was afraid that the night tour would be discovered. So Zicomo lent Hermione the mimic veil and turned her into a cat. Little wizards also have cats as pets. Who cares about a cat wandering in the castle? It's actually just an excuse for Zicomo to want to suck cats. If he really didn't want to be discovered, he would just put on the illusory body charm. What's more, he can now mentally detect the situation within 100 meters. This was how he had hugged Hermione before, avoiding Filch and swaggering to the kitchen. The first night tour feels so exciting, we won't be found out, right? Hermione was still a little worried that someone would suddenly break into the kitchen. Relax, in fact, the school did not explicitly prohibit the little wizards from traveling at night. Otherwise, Filch would not have been sent to tour the entire castle alone. Zicomo called Lame May, gave her the ingredients she got today, and chatted with Hermione. After a while, May brought the supper. Looking at the barbecue platter on the table, Zicomo exclaimed. Well done, May. Are you interested in doing things for me? I'll give you 10 galleons a month. Hearing Zicomo's words, May was happy for a while, and then said in a panic. Oh. May thanks Mr. Zicomo for his needs. But May doesn't need money. May just hopes that Mr. May will not abandon May, so that May will be satisfied. Cousin, what's going on? Seeing the lowly look of the house elf made Hermione bewildered. She hadn't been exposed to house elves before and wasn't sure of their place in the wizarding world. Zicomo told Hermione that they were born into servile training and that they had to serve their masters from generation to generation. The little witch was very angry after hearing this. How can this be? It's not fair to them. Hermione, it's a historical necessity. The house elves were a race conquered by wizards in ancient wars, and it was a necessity for wizards to enslave them. Can you imagine what would happen if they beat us wizards? Zicomo motioned for Hermione to calm down. Can't the wizards be nice to them? Hermione couldn't calm down for a long time. According to Zicomo's description, the house elves at Hogwarts are the happiest bunch. House elves are often beaten and scolded by bad-tempered wizarding families. Some of them who have experienced servile training will even punish themselves by self-harm. It's not something we can do now to change the status quo. But I still want to improve their living environment. Can you help me, cousin? Hermione was surprisingly persistent on this matter. After Zicomo noticed it, he began to guide Hermione appropriately. Then you have to work hard to improve yourself. When you grow to the point where everyone dares not ignore you, your words will be valued by everyone. Come to think of it, if you had the influence of Headmaster Dumbledore, everyone would consider taking your advice as long as it wasn't too outrageous. Then what should I do? Hermione asked in confusion. Let's set a small goal first. How about being the Minister of Magic? Hermione rolled her eyes and said, Cousin, be serious. I'm not joking. As long as you make a name for yourself in the magic world, and make political achievements in the Ministry of Magic, you have everyone's support to become the Minister of Magic. At that time, any decree you can make can improve the situation of the house elves. Zicomo explained. The little witch fell into deep thought after hearing Zicomo's words. It seems that the method my cousin said is really feasible. Seeing Hermione's contemplative look, Zicomo didn't say anything to interrupt, and ate the barbecue in silence. Hey, it seems that the little witch already has the idea of becoming Minister of Magic. In the future, can he say that he is the man who is going to be Minister of Magic? After a while, Hermione recovered from her thoughts and found that Zicomo had eaten most of the barbecue. Cousin. Leave some for me. Hermione snatched the barbecue in front of Zicomo and quickly shoved it into her mouth. Eat slowly, I won't rob you. Hermione didn't speak, just glanced at him. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he said, "Cousin, I've decided. I'm going to be Minister of Magic, and you have to help me." "Okay, I'll help you. Let's graduate from Hogwarts first. Don't think too far." Zicomo smiled dotingly and agreed to Hermione. Chapter 26. Time flies, and it's the last day of October. During this time, Zicomo visited the Lake District of Linnea, killed the pyroxene dragon guarding the pyroxene key and entered the Real Lucaria Academy. He also killed the Red Wolf in Rodagang in the Academy. Unexpectedly, killing it also has a kill achievement. What he is struggling with now is whether to go to the Real Lucaria Library. There is the place where the Queen of the Full Moon Lenara slept. That is, the mother of the Witch Lan. His mother-in-law, ever since Rodagang abandoned it, has been holding an unborn amber egg every day, and she is alone there to look after herself. For this reason, Lonnie also made a ban on the amber egg. Once someone breaks Rhaenyra's slumber, Lonnie will awaken Rhaenyra's fighting consciousness. In other words, if he goes up, he will beat his mother-in-law. Of course, judging from the current situation, it is uncertain who will hit whom. But if you don't fight, then you won't be able to get the Great Rune born without fate in Rhaenyra's hand. In the end, Zicomo decided to get through the Kalia walled city first and asked Lonnie what she thought. In reality, Zicomo gave Hermione some alchemy props a few days ago, including a protective necklace that automatically triggers when encountering danger, and also has a positioning function. And a dozen second-generation magic grenades. These grenades have been modified by Zicomo and are only about the size of a pigeon egg. And when thrown, it will stick to the enemy. It is a must-have product for home travel. He hadn't forgotten that at the Halloween dinner, Hermione was attacked by trolls. In the original book, Ronald made her cry angrily, and then hid in the bathroom to be alone, and then encountered a crisis. Now under Zicomo's nurturing, Ronald faces a fully enhanced version of Hermione. Usually no one dared to choke with Hermione. With Hermione's vast knowledge of magic spells, no one in the lower grades could beat her. Even if you are lucky enough to fight, then congratulations, there is another Zicomo who has mastered a lot of borderland magic and is also super short-sighted waiting for you. But Zicomo is still worried that the so-called plot inertia, world correction power, or fate, or something like that will push things into the original. So he gave Hermione a bunch of alchemy items. The little witch just took it as her cousin worried about her safety and accepted it happily. Dinner time. The halls of the academy have been decorated for Halloween. All kinds of jack-o'-lanterns are suspended in the air, and occasionally a group of bats will fly by. Zicomo doesn't really like these things. The ghosts of the school drifted to and fro over the table of the little wizards. Everyone enjoyed the meal, which was more abundant than usual, and had a good time. During the dinner, the twins Weasley brothers came to Zicomo with their new product. With the support of Zicomo, many props that will appear in the future have been made in advance by them. Like eating nosebleed quick candy, automatic inkjet quill and stuff like that. It is a pity that the quick-acting skipping candy was discovered by professors because too many people used it, and it has been blacklisted. There is no market for an auto inkjet quill. Little wizards are reluctant to spend money on a pen that is not practical because the amount of ink ejected is not very controlled. On the contrary, the 10 seconds to eliminate pustules is very popular among young wizards. This alchemy potion, whose effect is known from the name, is simply gospel for the little wizard with acne. Even Hermione bought 2 bottles. And now the Weasley brothers have a handful of toffees. "Boss, do you want to try our new product?" George did not introduce its efficacy. Zicomo took the candy, and he knew the effect of the candy with a swipe of his mental power. "Want to prank the boss?" Zicomo opened a candy and flicked it. When George wasn't paying attention, it bounced into his mouth. George swallowed the candy in one go, and his tongue swelled rapidly, swelling to a length of 1.2 meters. When Bivachane saw it, he had to call him a master. This is the fat tongue toffee that appeared in the original book. Ha ha ha. George, as I said, you can't trick the boss. Fred laughed wildly beside him. Not to be outdone, George took a piece out of his pocket and shoved it into Fred's mouth while he was laughing wildly. Long tongue +1. Seeing the embarrassment of the 2 brothers, Ronald laughed. The Weasley twins looked at each other. One held Ronald while the other shoved the fat tongue taffy into Ronald's mouth. Long tongue +2. During the fight, several people accidentally knocked over the juice on the table. Scattered on Hermione's robes. "Oh. I'm sorry." The 3 quickly apologized. "It's fine, I'll just go to the bathroom and wash," Hermione said, getting up and leaving the hall. Zicomo watched from the side with a strange expression. You know, they are wizards. This little water stain can be done with a clean-up. From the beginning of school to now, 2 months later, Hermione has already mastered the spell of clean-up. What influenced her thinking and made her forget her own abilities? So, the so-called plot correction really exists? Thinking of this, Zicomo reminded himself to be more stable. Don't do anything like distorting the plot completely. God knows if there will be any world line restart option. It's not a good thing to overturn yourself. Just as Zicomo was thinking, the hall door was pushed open. It was Professor Quirrell. I saw him panting and running to Dumbledore with a terrified look on his face. Out of breath he said. The troll, in the basement, I thought you should know. Immediately, he fainted. Zicomo listened to Quirrell's choppy words, not understanding what his last sentence meant. He thought Dumbledore knew. What? Troll. Isn't this the level he set up to protect the Philosopher's Stone? The prefects of each college lead the students of each college back to the lounge. Seeing the commotion in the hall, Dumbledore used a loudspeaker spell to arrange for the students to leave the scene. Students of Gryffindor, come with me, shouted Percy Weasley. He left quickly with the Gryffindor students. Harry and Ronald went to Zicomo. Zicomo, Hermione isn't here, Harry said worriedly. I know, don't worry, I'll find her. You go back to the lounge first. Zicomo said goodbye to the two of them and added an illusion spell to himself. Follow her position on Hermione. When they came to the women's bathroom on the second floor, Zicomo didn't plan to show up right away. Today Hermione has mastered a lot of magic. But the actual combat experience is still zero. Zicomo intends to test her resilience in the face of danger. He didn't want to cultivate a beautiful vase by himself. Of course, that means facing danger. Actually Hermione is 100% safe. The gold training necklace he gave her was engraved with a super powerful all-round iron armor spell without dead ends. Even smashing the troll for half an hour won't break the defense. So he could hide in the dark and watch how Hermione dealt with the troll in front of him. On Hermione's side, she'd just washed the juice off her robes. Suddenly realized that he was a wizard. Damn, how did I forget about cleanup? I wasted dinner time with my cousin. Hermione muttered to herself, pulling out her wand. Clean up. The robes were cleaned in an instant. Hermione sniffed the robe. Well, there's no smell. Hermione nodded in satisfaction. Huh? Why is there a smell? The little witch twitched her nose, turned her head around, and saw the huge behemoth blocking the door. He was about the height of the doorframe, covered in green skin, and had an ugly face. He held a large wooden stick in his hand, and his whole body was covered in mud. Ah! Hermione screamed. The high pitch nearly pierced Zicomo's eardrums, who was standing outside. Good guy, women's high notes are all natural, right? He scratched his ears. The troll obviously couldn't stand the high pitch. It raised the stick in its hand and swung it down sharply. At the critical moment, Hermione instinctively flicked aside. The first magic Zicomo taught flashed through his mind. Pyroxene magic gravel. With a wave of the wand in his hand, the starlight tassel with thick arms of an adult flew towards the troll. Just hit the monster's eye. Fortunately, the troll's brain is small enough, otherwise it will be poked into the brain by the pyrite magic gravel. The troll retreated in pain, covering his eyes and roaring. It's going to eat this little thing that hurts it. Asterisk. Chapter 27. Who? The troll roared, charging towards Hermione. Stop, stiff legs. The troll's feet were drawn together by an invisible force. Unbalanced, it fell forward. Zicomo didn't expect the little witch to be so witty. It is said that trolls have rough skin and thick flesh and have high magic resistance, but that is for aggressive magic. The magic spell of leg stand and die is equivalent to an invisible rope tying a person's legs. It works wonders on monsters. And Hermione took the opportunity to run out of the bathroom. While running, he took out a second-generation magic grenade from his pocket and threw it at the troll. She remembered that her cousin had told her to throw enemies out if they encountered them. Zicomo watched in horror from the side. Good guy, the amount of that one is small, there are 7 or 8, right? These second-generation magic grenades have been transformed by him. The explosive power is more concentrated. Each one can blast a 1-meter diameter smashing damage on the granite. Thinking of this, Zicomo hurried forward. With a wave of his hand, he retracted all the magic grenades. Then he waved his hand again, and the troll wooden stick that fell to the ground instantly turned into an iron stick. The iron rod flew up and smashed hard at the back of the troll's head. Doin'. A good sound is a good head. The troll suddenly fainted. Cousin. Zicomo was still in the state of the disillusionment charm, and Hermione couldn't see anyone. But she knew that Zicomo could cast spells silently. It's me. Zicomo took shape. Hermione was relieved to see that it was really Zicomo. Cousin, how did you get those magic grenades back? Hermione was a little puzzled. I won't take it back and wait for you to blow up a big hole in the school. Or wait for you to blow up the troll. Can we afford to damage the public property of the school? In fact, Zicomo's net worth is indeed worth it. He put it away because he didn't want Hermione to see the troll blown to pieces and torn apart. It's kind of cruel to let a 12-year-old witch look at this. Besides, the professors are coming. He didn't want to be penalized by Snape for carrying dangerous goods. Hermione thought Zicomo had a point, but she couldn't get over it. So she raised her wand. Wingardim Leviosa. The floating charm controlled the iron rod that had not turned back to wood, and kept waving it. While smashing the troll, the little witch was still muttering. Let you scare me. Make you dirty. Make you stinky on me. At this time, the sound of footsteps came to mind. The professors heard the sound and rushed over. Zicomo. Hermione. Are you all right? Harry's voice came from behind the professor. It seemed that Harry and Ronald were worried about them, and came over with the professor. Oh. God. What's going on here? Who can explain it to me? Professor McGonagall said in a bit of anger. She was shocked why the troll fell to the ground, and was angry at why a little wizard ran out of disobedience. Okay, it's actually weird. Ahem, Professor McGonagall. Zicomo interrupted Hermione and continued. Actually, it was because we had never seen a troll before, so we ran out curiously. And we've been studying magic at Hogwarts for a while, and we're old enough to fight trolls. Now that there are trolls at Hogwarts, we're just in time to put our learnings into practice. After hearing Zicomo's words, Professor McGonagall was speechless. What does it mean to be old enough to fight trolls? You are only 12 years old. What is the 12-year-old wizard doing? Play chess in the college lounge. You cousins are better, the castle is full of trolls to play with. The point is that these two still won. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall was a little happy. After all, these two little wizards are the cubs of their own academies. They behaved so well, and they had a lot of face. Cough, can't laugh. To keep my serious persona. Okay. Mr. and Ms. Granger. 5 points from Gryffindor for your disobedience and reckless behavior. But Gryffindor adds 20 points for your excellent defeat of the trolls. Professor McGonagall came to a conclusion on the matter. Now, you should go back to the lounge. Snape, who was by the side the whole time, was speechless. After all, the dean was here, and he wanted to ridicule Harry. But when Harry noticed his injured thigh, the atmosphere between the two became a little awkward. Fortunately no one found out. Snape swore to himself that he would try his new potion on the dog if he got the chance. Back in the lounge, Ronald exclaimed excitedly, "How cool! You actually defeated the trolls." Seeing Ronald's startled look, Zicomo thinks that all 4 academies will know about it tomorrow. The two of them defeated the troll thing. Unfortunately, I haven't eaten much for dinner. Hermione sighed, not too concerned about defeating the troll. Zicomo groaned inwardly after hearing Hermione's words. When did the genius little witch have a foodie attribute? Was it influenced by him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ahem, I packed some dishes when I left the restaurant, is there anyone who wants to eat with me? Zicomo asked. I want. Hermione nodded again and again. Harry and Ronald shook their heads, they had just had enough. The two are discussing excitedly about the troll. The next day, as Zicomo expected, word of his and Hermione's defeat of the trolls spread throughout the academy. Fortunately, today is a Quidditch match, and everyone's attention has been diverted to this matter. Otherwise, he will definitely be entangled and asked how he defeated the troll. Hey. Boss, I heard you beat the troll yesterday. That's really cool. Can you teach us 2 tricks? Oh. He forgot about the energetic twin Weasley. Actually, troll brains aren't smart. You conjure something with polymorphism and smash it out. Zicomo said in a helpless tone. But apparently, the Weasley brothers were not satisfied with this answer. Boss, will you teach us 2 tricks? Okay, this is for you. Seeing Snape walking towards Harry in the distance, Zicomo suddenly had an idea. Take out a manuscript from the system space recording the spell Fuchsia. This spell can levitate a person in the air. Exactly what was described in the original book, the spell Harry's father used to humiliate Snape. It is said that this spell was invented by Snape. Poor Professor Snape, I don't know how much psychological damage this has done to his childhood. Come to think of it, Hogwarts uniforms are all oversized robes. I usually wear a suit on my body, and it doesn't really matter whether I wear clothes or not. Even wearing only one pair of underwear is not unacceptable to British men. After all, they have a history of macho men wearing short skirts. If that day, when James Potter used fuchsia on Snape. Snape was the outfit mentioned above. After being hung upside down, the robe fell under the influence of gravity, revealing his underwear. In case there is any pattern on it. That would be even more socially dead. It can be seen that Snape has a good reason for joining the Death Eaters. Rather than escaping the wizarding world overnight, Snape chose to kill the students who had seen him die in the first place. Seeing the twins happily accept the manuscript, they said goodbye and left. Zicomo prayed in his heart that Snape wouldn't run into them when they cast the spell. Otherwise, once Snape's unpleasant memories were brought up, Zicomo couldn't save them either. Good luck today, Harry. By this time Snape had walked up to Harry. Since you can be included in the team by exception, then you will definitely win the Quidditch match this time, right? Snape said angrily, even if the opponent is Slytherin. Humph. After that, Snape snorted coldly and limped out of the restaurant. Zicomo looked interesting on the side. If this is in the second dimension, use the method of interpreting Thunderer to interpret Snape's semantics. Was he reminding Harry to be careful when playing? Harry obviously couldn't get it. All his attention was on Snape's limping legs. No wonder he's bleeding, Harry whispered. Of course, this voice is not much lower. Zicomo and Hermione next to him heard him. Only Ronald, well, Mr. Ronald is working hard. Asterisk. Chapter 28. What blood? The keen little witch smelled the gossip. Snape's leg, limping, Harry explained. I saw his leg bleeding yesterday. I suspect that last night's troll was released by Snape. He wanted to make noise and sneak into the door of the stairs on the right side of the third-floor corridor while everyone was paying attention to the troll. But as a result, he was bitten by the three-headed dog inside, so he walked with a limp. Harry made his guess. Wait. You said just now that there is a three-headed dog in the door of the stairs on the right side of the corridor on the third floor. Hermione motioned to pause the conversation. How did you know? Didn't I tell you? Hermione and Zicomo shook their heads. Oh, we met Ronald and I on a night out. Harry thought for a moment. I wanted to talk to you before, but we just said that the night tour was almost found, and then you caught us and scolded us. I forgot to say it later. Ronald nodded aside, confirming Harry's words. Okay, but what's he doing there? Hermione was still puzzled. He wants something guarded by three-headed dogs. So, what are the three-headed dogs guarding? At this point, Zicomo was a little curious. After all, he had taken the Philosopher's Stone, and what did Dumbledore put in it? I don't know. But Hagrid said it was top secret at Hogwarts. I went to Diagon Alley with Hagrid the other day and he took something from Gringotts. Something like that was snatched later, and Dumbledore made a trip to Diagon Alley for it. Then I read in the Daily Prophet that the vault where Hagrid took things had been stolen. I asked Hagrid with the newspaper, and he said the one that was stolen was a defective one, and the real one is still at Hogwarts. I guess that's what the dog was guarding. Harry explained and told his reasoning to his friends. At this moment, Zicomo noticed the excited expression on Quirrell's face at the teacher's table. He released his mental perception and noticed that Harry had a very secret eavesdropping magic on him. Oh, I guess Professor Quirrell and our senior Tom already know where the Philosopher's Stone is. However, where did old Denkta come from with the second magic stone? Shouldn't he be lying? Thinking of the Dumbledore character, Zicomo thought the odds were high. Ahem, Harry. I think you should eat something now. Zicomo did not intend to dwell on this matter and changed the subject. After all, you will have a match later, which will consume a lot of your physical strength. But I don't have an appetite. Harry was a little nervous at the mention of the game. Zicomo thought for a moment, then took out his wand and pointed it at his plate. The dishes on the plate seemed to be thrown into the blender and quickly shattered. When they turned into a gooey, Zicomo waved his wand again. The paste quickly compressed and turned into a thumb-sized ball. Magic compressed cookies, please. Zicomo motioned for Harry to eat it. Thanks. Harry didn't expect to eat breakfast like this. Swallowed the compressed ball with milk. Then his pet Hedwig flew in from outside. It grabbed a long package and threw it in front of several people. I never got a package. Harry was a little curious as to who sent him something. Looks like a broom, open him first. When it comes to brooms, Ronald gets excited. Zicomo knew that it was the Nimbus 2000 that Professor McGonagall gave Harry. Several people opened the craft paper wrapped outside, revealing the true face of the broom. It's Nimbus 2000. Ronald exclaimed. But, who sent me? Harry turned to look for Hedwig's figure and found it taking credit beside Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall nodded at him, and Harry knew who gave the gift. He gave Professor McGonagall a grateful look. Zicomo noticed that Harry's Captain Wood was behind Harry. Looking at Harry with a shocked expression. Zicomo guessed that he must be sighing in his heart. Is this a relationship? He still remembered in the original book, when he was waiting to enter the scene. Seeing Harry's nervousness, Wood reassured him. He was knocked unconscious by bludgeons within 2 minutes of playing, and was in a coma for a week in the hospital. Zicomo, who saw the scene at the time, just wanted to say that he was comforted well, and he was not allowed to comfort him again next time. Now that I think about it, Wood's comfort has a bit of personal grudge in it. On the Quidditch field, Hermione was cheering for Harry. As for Zicomo, he was holding the little flag of Gryffindor, swaying feebly beside him. To be honest, he really didn't appreciate the sport of Quidditch. Other than not being able to use a wand, the other rules do not require anything. Quaffle goal circles will score points, grab the golden snitch to end the game. The longest match in history is said to have lasted 6 months. Haven't they considered the possibility of the golden snitch getting lost by himself? It's not as good as the football he watched in his last life. At least in football you can see players fighting and ripping each other's clothes off. It's more exciting than the game itself. Under his influence, Hermione didn't really like Quidditch too much. She only came to cheer Harry. The little witch thought for a while, and quietly suggested in Zicomo's ear. "Cousin, how about the three-headed dog Harry mentioned at night?" Zicomo was watching the game board, when Hermione suddenly said this. He was very confused, and always felt that after the troll incident, the little witch became more and more courageous. I don't know if it has awakened some strange attributes. Now I'm actually interested in three-headed dogs. No, I prefer cats to dogs. Zicomo shook his head in denial. He was afraid that Hermione would drag him through the Philosopher's Stone level directly that night. It won't be enough for Dumbledore and Voldemort by then. How did the first grade drama go on? And Hermione listened to Zicomo and somehow, recalling the scene when I turned into a cat and was grabbed by Zicomo and sucked wildly. The little witch's face turned bright red. Zicomo looked a little inexplicable from the side, and blushed as he spoke. "Oh, I don't care, just come with me. I haven't seen a dog with 3 heads. Hermione gave Zicomo a rare flirt. Dude, he thought Hermione was interested in what the 3-headed dog was watching. Unexpectedly, she just simply wanted to see what the 3-headed dog looked like. "Okay, let's go see the 3-headed dog tonight." Zicomo agreed. At this moment, the exclamations of the little wizards attracted the attention of the two. Following their gaze, Harry's broom was shaking uncontrollably. As if to throw Harry away, Zicomo took out the telescope and handed it to Hermione. Hermione next to her was surprised. "Didn't you say you weren't interested? Why even bring binoculars?" In an emergency, Hermione took over and began to observe the surroundings. Finally found on the teacher's bench, Snape's lips parted, silently chanting a spell. "Professor Snape!" Hermione exclaimed. Shouldn't be, he couldn't have attacked Harry. Through Zicomo's gossip, Hermione knew that Snape had a love-hate relationship with Harry. But it never hurt him. Not to mention now that he looks like he is going to fall to his death. Zicomo, Professor Snape is just a bit bitter, so why does he look like he's going to fall to Harry's death? Look again, Professor Quirrell in the back. Zicomo opened his mouth to remind. Hermione moved the camera to look at Quirrell behind Snape. She noticed him pursing his lips, clasping his fists, and staring intently at Harry. It's him. Hermione didn't understand. Professor Quirrell, who usually seemed to be docile and couldn't even speak clearly. Why is he so bold now? He dares to murder Harry in broad daylight. I'm going to help Harry. Hermione put down her binoculars and was about to run to the teacher's bench. Zicomo quickly pulled her back. He knew that Voldemort was lying on the back of Quirrell's head now. God knows if Hermione secretly set fire behind him or not. Let me do it. Zicomo stared at Quirrell's hat, thinking to himself. Burning flames. In an instant, Quirrell's hat caught fire. Well, since the release of mental power, remote casting is so convenient. Chapter 29. Professor Quirrell, who was concentrating on casting a curse. At this time, the seriousness of the matter was not realized. Until he felt the temperature of his head soaring, reached out to touch his head, and was burned by the flames. He hurriedly put out the fire on his head. What made him painful was that his master was staying behind his head. So even though the flames had burned his skin, he still dared not take off his hat. Idiot. Quickly use clear spring-like water. In the end, Voldemort realized that something was wrong, woke up from his slumber, and scolded Quirrell angrily. What a good idea, I don't know why Professor Snape stepped on it for a long time in the original book. The farce was over, and Harry's broom was back to normal. In the end, Harry swallowed the snitch, ending the Quidditch match. The Cubs cheered when Lady Hooch declared the Gryffindor victory. The faces of Slytherin's little snakes are not very beautiful. Especially Draco, who had watched Harry's broom go out of control and deflate just a moment ago, and was overjoyed. The next moment, I suddenly saw that my academy lost, and my kitten's face collapsed. He even wanted to teach Harry a lesson himself. Well, decided. Let his father donate to the school team next year, and Snape's godfather will definitely let him join the team because of his respect. Then he could teach Harry a hard lesson. Hermione, better not tell Harry the truth. On Zicomo's side, he was telling Hermione not to tell Harry that it was Quirrell who wanted to kill him. Why? Hermione didn't understand. Because we all know that Professor Snape won't hurt Harry. So no matter how Harry goes after Professor Snape, he won't be hurt. But Quirrell really wanted to kill Harry. Had we told Harry, he would most likely have been killed by Quirrell in his search for the truth. Zicomo analyzed with Hermione solemnly. Okay, can I look into this then? Hermione nodded, then asked. Don't tell me I don't allow you to check, will you be willing? Zicomo nodded reluctantly. His cousin, now fully used to Gryffindor's style of doing things. When you encounter something you are interested in, you will go up to it without thinking about the risk. Fortunately, she also knew to ask his cousin. Forget it, let her check first. Anyway, with him there, it's not a big problem to protect her. In a little while, Zicomo is going to start packing Voldemort. He was still thinking about the knowledge of Senior Tom about remodeling his body. After leaving the court, Harry dragged Ronald and ran in a hurry. Zicomo, Hermione. I suspect Snape put a curse on my broom so it got out of hand. Zicomo and Hermione looked at each other and nodded. Well, you are right. Seeing that his words were confirmed, Harry pulled Hagrid to repeat his guess. Then from Hagrid's mouth, the origin of the three-headed dog and the name of Nicole LeMay were put out. It was night, and Zicomo came out of the lounge with the cat Hermione in his arms. So, about Quirrell, where are you going to start? On the way to the three-headed dog's room, Zicomo opened the conversation first. I don't know, maybe from the treasure guarded by Louis. Hermione was a little troubled. Nice idea, maybe you can check Nicole LeMay. Zicomo said casually. Cousin, do you know something? Hermione asked, looking up. I know all about it. But I think it's more interesting for you to find the truth yourself. After all, the scenery of the journey is also the significance of the journey. Zicomo's expression I know all about, but I don't say, made Hermione want to give him a paw. Coming to the stairs on the right side of the corridor on the third floor, the little witch turned back into a human form. Araho cave is open. A lock-picking spell opened the door. Zicomo wondered, without Hermione, how did the three of Harry get into this room? The two entered the room, and Louis, who was bigger than the head of the truck, lay quietly on the ground. Guard the cellar door behind it? Zicomo took a closer look. Isn't this a pit bull? A dog born to fight. It's just a little bigger than the normal one, and there are two more heads. I don't know if it also has three stomachs, or what if the tastes of the three mouths are inconsistent. Big, I've never seen a dog this big, Hermione whispered in Zicomo's ear. Okay, the dog has finished watching it, let's have supper. The two left the room and walked towards the kitchen. Walking down the road, Hermione asked. Aren't we going to explore the wooden door behind it? Of course not, since you know that it is a very valuable thing, then there is not only one level to protect it. God knows what's behind, in case there is another troll, you can stand its smell. Zicomo continued. And if we are found out, then Gryffindor will be deducted a few points. And there may be confinement. Hermione shuddered when she heard that. Pull Zicomo out of here quickly. I don't know if I thought of the giant monster before, or the scene of being locked up. At the junction, in a room somewhere in Kalia Castle. Finally found, Sword of Night and Fire. Zicomo looked at the long sword lying in the treasure chest. This is one of the legendary weapons, and there are 9 weapons of this rank in the entire border. Possesses 2 combat skills, Flame Slash and Soul Torrent. Of course Soul Torrent is a joke, this is the skill of Dark Souls 3. It's more like the mage's ultimate skill, Comet Yazlay. Both condense a torrent and slam into the enemy in front. It is a pity that the Comet Yazlay can only be obtained from the origin mage Yazlay on the Gmir volcano. Now that I can't get magic, I can only take the sword's combat skills first. It can also be considered to enrich the means of attack. Otherwise, if he started the meteorite technique every day, he would be tired of seeing the 3 stones in front of him. Zicomo also wanted to go to teacher Selien and learn more other magic. As a result, Mr. Selien told him that he should go out of his own way. And she is only responsible for teaching the basics of Zicomo. No wonder she didn't teach Zicomo ready-made alchemy recipes in the alchemy section. The boss of Kalia Castle is the former Royal Guard Knight, Loretta. Of course, what is currently in the city is only her spirit body. She herself took pity on the plight of the children of Platinum and led them on a journey to find a place to live. Should now be guarding at Michaela's sacred tree. This, like the tree guard, is the master of horses. So Zicomo won't take any advantage of the horse battle. What troubled him even more was Loretta's big arrow magic. Its name is Loretta's Great Bow. The function is to condense a light arrow and shoot at the enemy, and it can also be charged. If that's all, Zicomo won't be in trouble. The point is that Loretta can do more than that. She also has a trick called Kalia circular formation. The effect is to condense dozens of swords made of magic power around the body. As soon as the enemy gets close, the magic sword will fly out, knocking back the enemy. Just imagine, when she condenses light arrows. You can't get close enough to interrupt her. You can only let the magic of Loretta's great bow take shape. This is simply a challenge for some occupations with short attack distances. Not even Zicomo's meteorite spell can fix it. After all, people are also riding horses, with fast speed and high dodge. This is also the reason why he lingered in Kalia walled city for so long. It's easy to find the Sword of Night and Fire. Torrent combat skills have high damage and long range. Close. A real mage, even with a sword in hand, is absolutely not close. Unless that knife is called Mingdao Yu Yin. Come to Loretta's location. Not giving her a chance to perform. The soul bell shakes the person, the meteorite staff in the left hand, and the Sword of Night and Fire in the right hand. Alternate between torrent combat and rock. Take the time to dodge her halberd attack. As long as she uses magic, switch U wand and move away quickly with Hound's Stride. In less than a quarter of an hour, Loretta's spirit body was defeated. Only her magic Loretta's great bow remained. Cleared the Kalia walled city. There are 3 mage towers on the west side of the Kalia walled city. They are collectively known as the Three Sisters Towers. And the one located at the highest point is the magic tower of the witch Lani. Chapter 30. Come to Lani's magician's tower and go up to the top floor. Zicomo finally sees Lani again. Meet again, interesting fader, Zicomo. Lan said, sitting in her seat. It's nice to see Torret doing well. Hello, beautiful lady Lani. Zicomo greeted. Beautiful? It's an interesting word. The face of this body is imitated by my teacher, the witch Rena. I don't know who you are complimenting. Lani didn't bother too much about this kind of thing, she continued. Since you and I reunite here, it can be said that fate pulls the strings. So, do you still want to do something for me? Even though I've stolen death in the past and found my way into the dark. One day, I will betray everything and give up everything. Of course, my honor. Zicomo replied without hesitation. Well, that's fine. You're a weird guy, looking forward to your future performance. Lan's voice always carries a lofty arrogance. Then, I have something for you right away. There is a half-wolf warrior named Blazer, who is also doing things for me, and I want you to join forces with him to find the secret treasure of the Eternal City Norin. I've summoned Blazer, the others are downstairs. Ask him for details. By the way, there should also be Counselor Iggy and Magic Professor Silvis. They are quite unique, so they should make good use of them when necessary. Everyone gets what they want, and they certainly won't be polite. Go and have a chat with the 3 guys downstairs. You are not required to integrate, but you cannot avoid being looked at by them. After all, no new people have joined for a long time. These 3 are old acquaintances of Zicomo. He knew something about them when he played this game in a previous life. The half-wolf Blazer, the guard given to Lani with 2 fingers, is said to have grown up with Lani since childhood and was loyal to Lani. He had sworn to fight for Lani, even disobeying 2 fingers' orders to do so. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that the 2 fingers had always been behind him. The strategist Iggy, the giant blacksmith of the Kalia royal family, was also a loyal person to Lani, and finally died at the hands of the Black Blade assassin. As for Selvis, this is a puppet-controlled pervert. He likes to make people into puppets under his control, and even Lani is within his coveted range. In the game, he will give the player a bottle of potion for the player to feed to Lani. As a result, Lani saw through the conspiracy and was killed by Lani on the spot. But then again, who can refuse a good-looking and soulful puppet? Zicomo, it's broken, the pervert is actually me. It always feels like you're thinking about something very rude. Lani's voice brought Zicomo back to reality. Cough, nothing. Then, Ms. Lani, I'll go down first. Zicomo said goodbye to Lani and came downstairs. Met 3 future colleagues. It's just that the 3 of them are in the state of spirit bodies. Iggy is always at the gate of Kalia Fortress, and Sylve hides in the magician tower next door every day to tinker with his puppet potion. As for Blazer, I don't know if he is under the Shiver River, looking for the entrance to the Eternal City Noxtella. A few people chatted, it was a preliminary understanding. Blazer sent Zicomo to find him at the bottom of the Shiver River. Zicomo didn't set off right away, but turned and headed back to the top floor. What? Did something fall? Seeing him turning back, Lani asked. No, I just want to ask your opinion about something. For some reason, I need to collect all the rune shards on the border. And your mother has a copy of the Rune of the Unborn. But she is sleeping now. You want that rune, it's bound to wake up my mother. Lonnie took Zicomo's words. Well, I didn't expect you to know about this. Go ahead and wake up my mother. She had been indulging in false dreams for too long, and it was time to wake up. Lonnie pondered for a long time, and finally spoke slowly. Many thanks. Zicomo thanked Lonnie and sent it directly to the Real Lucaria library through the blessing. Mother. Lonnie stared at the place where Zicomo disappeared. Maybe I should go back and have a look. Zicomo came to the big library and saw Raina, who was sleeping. She is supported by a group of men and women. It was the child she created. Because it is not complete, it is extraordinarily weak and fragile. Half-strengthed, they could only move forward by crawling. Despite this, they still tried their best to use magic to stop him, the intruder. Zicomo showed no mercy to them. Anyway, when he wakes Lenora, she can make them reborn. Immediately, Zicomo broke the protective shield that wrapped Rianara. When awakened, her first reaction was to hug her child. Anxious, she even forgot to stand up and crawled all the way to the position of the amber egg. Zicomo took pity on this woman. Her husband, Radagon, left her and Marika to live. The sons knocked out the dog's brain for the Shard War. The only one who remembers her is Lonnie, the daughter. Karani also has her own business to do. So she pinned all her emotions in the amber egg in her hand. Made a bunch of reborn children with her powers. And he was indulging in false dreams. Thinking of this, Zicomo sighed. Seeing her crawling forward with difficulty, he stepped forward. I want to help her pick up the amber eggs. Unexpectedly, before his hand touched the amber egg, a black mist appeared from the amber egg. In the next instant, he was pulled into a strange space. This is an endless water surface, but when people step on it, they will only be ankle deep below the line. There were dazzling stars in the sky, and even more striking was the full moon. Zicomo swore it was the biggest moon he'd seen in 2 lifetimes. Soft moonlight and starlight illuminate the entire space. I declare in the name of the witch Lonnie, don't disturb my mother's slumber. Zicomo. You agreed that I would wake up your mother, why do you want me to fight again? Huh? It's you, Zicomo. Don't look like you just recognized me. Yes, Ms. Lan. Zicomo complained frantically in his heart, but said seriously on the surface. So, can you cancel this scene? With your relationship with me, there's no need to fight, right? No, now that you're in. Let me test your powers. Feel it? The last queen of Kalia, full moon Rinala, is like the incarnation of the elegant knight. Come on, my wife wants me to beat my mother-in-law. What kind of weird development is this? Zicomo didn't have time to spit out a few more words. The avatar of Lenora in front of her raised the Kalia scepter in her hand, and when she raised her hand was a comet Hazel. A torrent of comets with a diameter of 1 meter flew towards Zicomo. Hit Zicomo straight for dozens of meters. Zicomo got up and glanced at his health. It's almost half gone. You must know that he has experienced hundreds of battles at the junction during this time. I don't know how much the resistance to various attacks stacks up. Even if he didn't use rune to enhance his physique, he still increased to 64 by being beaten. In this way, most of the blood volume was lost by a magic second. It really deserves to be one of the mage's ultimate moves. Since he had to fight, Zicomo had to get serious. He first used the spirit bell to recruit the demi-human group. Compared to the other ashes, the demi-human group has 5 people, and they have a strong desire to attack. Good for attracting hatred up front. Of course, this has little effect on avatars with a certain amount of wisdom. Zicomo targets the spirits that are summoned by the avatar. As his future mother-in-law, an avatar can summon a giant dragon to assist in combat. Sure enough, shaking talents is the correct way to open the flow of mages. Zicomo stood in the distance, using no other magic. Crazy hit with rock technique. Lenela's toughness is relatively low, and 3 rock spells can knock her straight. When she was hardened, Zicomo switched to Sword of Night and Fire and used torrent combat skills. After Zicomo finished playing the Rapids combat skill, Raina Ra stood up and released Comet Hazel. For a while, the battle between the two turned into a turn-based game. During this period, Zicomo had a whim, and at the same time that Lenela released Comet Yazle, he also used the torrent combat technique. It's a pity that his combat skills don't last as long as Rianara's magic. What's more, he is still standing on the left, and has lost to Bo's left since ancient times. So he got another shot of Comet Yazle. Asterisk. Chapter 31. In the end, Lenela's avatar collapsed. Before falling down, he murmured a blessing to Lonnie. Ah, Lonnie, my lovely daughter. Let's go to the night that belongs to you. Of Rina La's many children, La Ni is probably the one she loves the most. She teaches Lonnie her full moon magic and encourages her to follow her own path. And Lonnie didn't let her down. From her mother's full moon, she realized her own dark moon magic. And found his own law. Land's law is not gold, but the stars and the moon in the cold night. These two things hang high in the distant sky and do not interfere with the earth. Just like Lanny's idea, keep the law away from the soul and life of the borderland. Give the chance to decide your destiny back into the hands of life itself. No longer as a high-level god, guiding the direction of all beings. How is it a bit like the era of human rule of Leo next door? Lonnie also loves her mother. Even though she was pursuing her own law, she did not forget her mother. After knowing that his mother was in a deep sleep, he set up a defense for his mother's sound sleep. To prevent the younger generation from disturbing the mother. And now Lena Law, who was awakened by Zicomo, told Law and I, "Mother has woken up, don't worry about me anymore, just pursue your law as much as you like." Model mother and daughter at the junction, talking about the two of them. The scene shatters and Zicomo returns to the big library. Lanela sat quietly in the center of the library holding the amber egg. Seeing Zicomo, she said softly, "Ah, boy. I overheard your conversation with Lan. You're doing something for her." "Yes, her lady queen." "Very good, this is for you. Let's help her. Her road is destined to be cold and lonely. I hope you can always be by her side." Saying that, Rhaenyra took out the big rune from the amber egg and handed it to Zicomo. Zicomo didn't expect that Rhaenyra would give him the great rune of the unborn one so easily. Maybe she didn't care about rune's power from the beginning. All she cares about is the unborn child that lives in the egg. "By the way, if you want to be reborn, you can come to me," Rhaenyra added. The so-called rebirth, in the game, means washing and re-adding. Strips out all your attribute points and lets you reassign. Usually players get their favorite weapons and find that their attributes are not enough, so they will consider rebirth. But Zicomo doesn't need it. With his current attributes, he can use most weapons. And the weapon that doesn't work, he hasn't got it yet. When he gets it, it is estimated that his attributes will also go up. Farewell to Lena Law, Zicomo was originally offline. Returning to reality, he put the great rune of the unborn at the feet of the golden tree seedlings in the Zen garden. The big rune was shattered and absorbed by the golden tree seedlings. His guess was right. It has to be absorbed anyway, so there is no difference between activating or not activating the big rune. Anyway, the golden tree only needs that energy. In this way, he doesn't have to run any more divine towers. Of course, I still have to go to the divine tower of Kalia study. There was the body that Lanny had abandoned on it, and there was half a death curse scar on it. Both are what he needs. Don't get me wrong, Zicomo is not a necrophile. He just wanted to use the Philosopher's Stone to reshape Lonnie's body. After all, this is La Ni's own body, and it has the highest degree of compatibility with her soul. As for whether this method works or not, it depends on our senior Tom's efforts. And this half of the death curse can make dead sleeping girl FIA and the other half repaired into dead prince's repair rune. Absorbing the big rune of the unborn, the golden tree doubled in height, reaching a height of nearly 4 meters. Formerly out of the category of seedlings. The area of Zen garden has also doubled, and the flow of time has also increased by 32 times. And, new drops of dew have condensed on the golden tree. Dettle of the newborn, clears all negative states of the user, including but not limited to injuries, curses, and near-death states. A dew is born every 100 years, and those who are not born yearn for a new life. Rune, which was originally used for washing, has become Dettle that removes negative status effects. Zicomo thought about it for a moment and thought that was normal. This is the real world after all. Everyone's talents and abilities are immeasurable. It's impossible to really digitize every item, and then let you wash it and add it again. Zicomo is still not satisfied with the current flow of time. The dew on the golden tree can only be harvested every 3 years in reality. This kind of life-saving thing at a critical moment, naturally, the more the better. He was thinking about what other special powers could feed the golden tree. It's not that Zicomo didn't think about the rune in the game. But the system told him that this thing is equivalent to the fruit of the golden tree. When it grows to a certain point, it will naturally produce. Therefore, the golden tree does not absorb it at all. Oh, the golden tree, the golden tree. I don't know what else you eat. Wait. Trees. System, can the wisdom tree in Plants vs. Zombies be equipped with ready-made energy groups for the golden tree to absorb? The system is used to his host's brain opening from time to time. Does it manifest wisdom energy? Representation. Successful realization, obtaining pure wisdom energy *1. Zicomo has planted the tree of wisdom to the highest height in the game. But this tree is actually an Easter egg in the game, and it doesn't have much effect. What's more, you can't see the crown part of it when it grows taller. Zicomo has long been unhappy with it. Now it is time to use its waste heat to feed the golden tree. Zicomo throws the energy ball into the Zen garden. This time, the height of the golden tree has grown to 10 meters, which is already the highest height of this garden. The area of the garden exceeded 10,000 square meters. The time flow rate is increased by 30 times. A new drop of dew has also condensed on the tree. Drip of wisdom, after use, increase 10 points of spirit and 10 points of magic power, and improve the user's perception. Condensed one every 100 years, extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. Seeing the effect of Dettel, Zicomo took out the golden cup, threw Dettel into it, and drank it without hesitation. He can feel that his mental power has become stronger, and the range of external detection has also been greatly improved. The magic power has also become more vigorous. As for his understanding, he didn't feel anything, probably because he already had extraordinary aptitude and his understanding was already full. In this way, he is more confident to talk to Senior Tom. Although Voldemort is now in a state of remnant soul, even because the soul is split too much, the whole person's brain is no longer normal. But he is the second-generation Dark Lord after all, and he has a hand in the means of life. Otherwise, it is impossible to infiltrate Hogwarts. One might say that Dumbledore already knew that Voldemort was at Hogwarts. But Zicomo doesn't think so. If Dumbledore knew that Voldemort was at the school, he wouldn't dare to let Harry go through any level. After all, Harry hasn't grown up yet. A little careless life may be lost. Of course, he must be suspicious of Quirrell. After all, Quirrell was once a student at Hogwarts. Now his personality has changed drastically, and he has returned to school to apply for a professorship. Absolutely ulterior motives. That's why he came up with a few levels to protect the Philosopher's Stone, attracting Quirrell to show his feat. And guide Harry to participate in it and gain experience from the level. Poor Quirrell, who had become Voldemort's tool man, was being targeted by Dumbledore. To be a tool for training Harry again. To make matters worse, the Philosopher's Stone has been taken away by Zicomo. Some time ago, the energy inside was used up. This means that even if Quirrell passes all the levels, he will never see the real Philosopher's Stone in the end. But from a certain point of view, Professor Quirrell is actually quite brave. As Voldemort's subordinate, didn't he have a good understanding of his master's glorious past? Not even Voldemort once cursed the position of defense against the dark arts teacher. No one can stay in this position for a full year. Even being able to get out of it all is a good thing. If he infiltrated Hogwarts in another way, he might have left a small life. Like Peter Pettigrew, you see how comfortable he is now. He sleeps every day when he is full, as if he is really a heartless mouse. Asterisk. Chapter 32. On Christmas Eve, Hogwarts is on holiday. The little wizards can choose to go home to spend Christmas with their parents, or they can choose to stay in school. Both Zicomo and Hermione chose to go home. The little witch hadn't seen her parents for months and missed them very much. Zicomo originally wanted to stay at the school. After all, there are few people on Christmas Eve, and it is a good time to start with Voldemort. However, Hermione pestered him and asked him to go back with him. The Grangers also said in the letter that they must go back for Christmas. Zicomo had to agree, but he wasn't without his back. He released his avatar and turned into an owl with a mimetic veil. Infiltrated the school's owl shed. Look for opportunities and wait for opportunities. The two packed their bags and went to the academy hall to say goodbye to Harry and Ronald. Ronald was going to go home. As a result, his parents suddenly wrote to him. The couple decided to go to Romania to visit his brother Charlie, the one who kept the dragon. In other words, the parents left their sons to travel. Although it went to another son's site. So Ronald could only stay here to spend Christmas with Harry. This made Harry happy. What could be happier than having a good brother with him for Christmas? My God, aren't you tired of playing wizard chess? As soon as Hermione came in, Harry and Ronald were playing wizard chess. Having played the opide given by her cousin, she now thinks that wizard chess is savage and boring. What? You say fighting zombies is also barbaric? Please, she's saving Dave's garden. And the function of opide can not only be used to play games. She only takes it with her in class now, and she doesn't need to take any other books. You can even take notes on it. Otherwise, what do you expect us to do? We can't even get a team together to go out for a snowball fight. Ronald stared at the wizard chess with interest and said. He's about to win again. As a wizard chess master, this is one of the few things Ronald can be proud of. After all, in terms of learning, aside from Zicomo and Hermione, even Harry was more talented than him. Maybe you can try this. Zicomo pulled out 2 books and handed them to Ronald and Harry. This is his newly separated copy of the magic book, which is also opide. Of course, he removed the scan entry function. Only gaming, communication, and recording functions remain. The first 2 do not need to be explained, the record function is for them to take notes. Only he has the scanning and input function, and he sent all the information in Hermione's opide. After all, he ran to scan the books in the forbidden area. In case of being discovered by Dumbledore, the people around him have such a magical book that can be scanned and entered. It's impossible to guarantee that it won't make him think of anything. Please, we don't want to read on Christmas Eve. Seeing Zicomo take out 2 books, Harry said a little dejectedly. This is no ordinary book, this is my new product. Not only can I take notes, but I can communicate with people who also own the book, and I can even play games. Zicomo explained. Hearing this, the 2 of them immediately cheered up. Both Harry and Ronald knew that Zicomo had invested in the Weasley twins some time ago. And they often study alchemy with them, and make many strange things. But they didn't expect that Zicomo could make such a magical thing. If Zicomo knew their feelings, he would definitely say that they thought too much. With his current level of alchemy, it is not difficult to be a tool for recording and communication. The hard part is making the game. There is so much knowledge involved. This is directly modified by the system based on the products on the technology side, and copies can also be split. It can only be said that he is not able to play at his current level. Here, Harry and Ronald took over a pod and clicked on Plants vs. Zombies without a teacher, and were immediately attracted by the novel style of painting above. The 2 quickly became addicted to it, and even when Zicomo bid them farewell, they only nodded subconsciously. I don't know if they remembered, but Hermione told them to look for information about Zicomo during the holidays. Just don't forget, or else Hermione will get angry and they will suffer again. Because Zicomo refused to tell Hermione directly, the little witch had been looking for information on Zicomo all this time. She gets nothing, as long as someone talks about this topic, she will become very irritable. If it hadn't been for Zicomo, she would have wanted to tie up her cousin and tortured her. Got off the Hogwarts train and just got off the platform. The 2 saw the Grangers waiting at the station. Mom! Dad! Hermione shouted at her parents and rushed towards them. She had never been separated from her parents for that long and now sees them again. The longing in my heart could no longer be suppressed. He ran and wanted to fall into their arms. Zicomo looked at him with emotion. In the original book, Hermione's arrogance and sense of superiority when she appeared, maybe it was a disguise at the beginning. After all, she was just an 11 or 12-year-old girl who came to a completely unfamiliar wizarding world by herself. In the face of unfamiliar students, show your proud side. To better protect themselves. Now with his cousin's company, she naturally doesn't have to behave like this. But in any case, the miss of parents will not diminish. However, things always go in unexpected directions. The Grangers naturally heard Hermione's voice. Mrs. Granger also ran towards her with open arms, and past Hermione and hugged Zicomo who was walking behind. Baby! Auntie wants to kill you. Hermione? So, love disappears, right? Fortunately, Mr. Granger approached and gave Hermione a hug. But the little witch still said gloomily, Mom, I am your daughter. Humph, you're too embarrassed to say it. I asked you to write to me every week after going to school, but what happened? Only little Zicomo remembers this. Madame Granger snorted and continued. If little Zicomo's letter mentioned your recent situation, we all thought he was our child. Hermione glanced at Zicomo, which meant, why didn't you remind me? Zicomo raised his eyebrows and said, didn't you ask me to write a letter for you when you were so fascinated by the book? Hermione glared at Zicomo, I'll write this down. As a result, Madame Granger noticed her stare. Okay, how dare you murder your cousin, right? Hermione was reprimanded again. After a few months of publicity at school, Hermione finally realized after returning home that whose family status is the highest at home. Mr. Granger also gave Zicomo a big hug. The tacit understanding between men does not require too many words. The group of 4 talked and laughed as they walked outside the station. The happy atmosphere envy others. Back home, Zicomo took the initiative to help in the kitchen. He took out some of the ingredients he got at school. He even took out some herbs from the Zen garden and used them to stir-fry them as green vegetables. In his spare time, he found several herbs with unique taste and taste through experimentation. The herbs in his garden are growing wildly, and several batches have been produced in just 1 month. Fortunately, the garden itself can absorb these excess herbs and make the land more fertile. Otherwise, it is estimated that they will not be piled up. He still remembered a potions class where he took out his high-quality herbs. Professor Snape's envious, but pretended indifferent look. If he hadn't passed the potion preparation, he could guarantee that if there was a mistake in that class, Gryffindor would have to deduct more than 10 points. Since then, Zicomo has frequently asked Snape questions about potions. And Snape would calmly answer him every time, even if his questions were beyond the junior level. Because Zicomo leaves a good quality herbs behind every time he asks. The relationship between the 2 gradually eased like this, and even because of Zicomo's extraordinary talent in potions, Snape had already thought about accepting him as an apprentice. You know, wizards can have many students in their lifetime. But there are only 1 or 2 apprentices. Because apprentices are used to pass on the mantle. Unfortunately, Snape still couldn't get past the level in his heart. After all, Zicomo was a student of Gryffindor. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Of course, these things Zicomo didn't know. Now he is enjoying dinner with the Granger family. The Grangers were amazed at the ingredients Zicomo brought out. Zicomo and Hermione occasionally brought up some interesting events at Hogwarts. Again they were amazed. During the period, Mr. Granger also teased Hermione, who looked a lot more rounded than when she started school. There must be no shortage of good food at school. In this regard, Zicomo said, "Can it be round?" Every once in a while, he pestered him to go to the kitchen for a late-night snack. His pile of spider legs, and the giant squid that he managed to catch by sneaking into the bottom of the Black Lake later. Hermione didn't eat less. These are all top-quality ingredients. He was also inspired by her to use herbs for stir-frying greens. At first, she felt that eating meat every day was too greasy, and it was easy to gain weight, so Zicomo asked Zicomo to find a way to be vegetarian. Also shouting why there is no magic medicine to lose weight. Inspired by her, Zicomo tried several times in his garden. Finally, with a dozen special herbs, the magic soy sauce is extremely delicious. This soy sauce has a certain weight loss effect. It breaks down fat and excretes it through sweat. The herbs that can be eaten as green vegetables are the unexpected harvest of this experiment. Well, the Weasley Brothers store has another hot sale in the future. The next morning, Zicomo woke up to find his room full of gifts. This was the first time he had such a grand Christmas. If it weren't for Hermione's reminder, he might not have thought that Christmas in England is about gifts. Looking at the gift in front of him, Zicomo's eyes flashed with emotion. It has been almost half a year since I came to this world unknowingly. He has a lot of fetters here. I am afraid that all the gifts I received in my previous life are not as many as this time. Unpack the gift. Mrs. Granger gave him a new suit, a dark blue shade, which he liked. Mr. Granger gave him a mechanical watch. He had complained in the letter that due to the magic in Hogwarts, all electronic products could not be used. It was difficult for him to see the time. No wonder Mr. Granger remembered this. In order to express their gratitude, Zicomo specially made 2 necklaces with cold protection effect for them. Harry and Ronald each gave him a book, which was a travel novel in the wizarding world. Zicomo has a small collection of books in this regard. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick also sent books. One is Transfiguration Notes, and the other is Magic Experience. Zicomo was a little dumbfounded. When did he have the image of reading books in everyone's eyes? Dumbledore gave him a jar of candy, knowing his sweet tooth, and Zicomo stayed away from it. You don't have to try it to know, sweet. It was Snape, who unexpectedly gave him a small vial of flux. As for the little witch Hermione, she gave him a scarf and a book about alchemy. I don't know where she got it from. In fact, Zicomo doesn't like scarves very much. He thinks that the hair of this thing will scratch his neck, which is very itchy. In any case, his physique was several times that of an ordinary person and he wouldn't feel cold, so even though it was a heavy snow day, he never wore a scarf. Unexpectedly, Hermione thought he didn't have a scarf and gave him one. Zicomo also returned her 2 gifts. A small bottle of flux, which he had bought in Diagon Alley. He wanted to try to make it himself, but unfortunately the materials were hard to buy. There is also a blue amber pendant +2, which is a talisman he found after sweeping the Linnea Lake district before. The effect is to increase the maximum mana by 11%. The reason why 2 gifts were given was because one day the 2 asked about each other's birthdays, and only then did they find out that each other's birthdays had already passed. So they agreed to make up for each other at Christmas. In terms of other people's return gifts, Zicomo thought for a long time and fiddled with the twins Weasley's future anti-curse products. The effect is that when someone wants to cast a curse on you, look him in the eye and the curse will bounce back. In the original book, the Weasley brothers made hats and gloves. Zicomo made a copy of necklaces, bracelets, badges, and other styles. Then he took these things as gifts and gave them to those who were close to him. Especially Snape, Zicomo sent him a style of beads. I hope he will not be so irritable in the future, and cultivate his self-cultivation. I don't know if Snape could understand Zicomo's good intentions. In addition, Zicomo also sent him a very interesting information. Presumably Snape will have some interesting ideas after reading this material. After unpacking the presents, Zicomo went downstairs for breakfast. Mrs. Granger in the kitchen heard the noise and came out with her breakfast. Merry Christmas, little Zicomo. Thanks to your necklace, we won't have to wear so many heavy clothes in winter. Mr. Granger, who was sitting at the dinner table and reading the newspaper, also nodded in thanks. Sent Christmas wishes. Merry Christmas, Aunt. Has Hermione come down yet? Zicomo asked. Yes, probably still unwrapping the presents. Go and call her for me, breakfast is ready, Madame Granger ordered. Okay. Arriving at the door of Hermione's room, Zicomo knocked on the door. Hermione, it's time to go downstairs for breakfast. Come on, cousin. It just so happened that Hermione had already packed up her presents and walked out of the room. Cousin, thank you for your gift, I like it so much. Especially the pendant, my magic power has increased by 1/10 after wearing it. It's amazing. As long as you like it? Zicomo smiled and patted Hermione's head. The two went downstairs, and the family of four was eating breakfast. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Who? Visiting so early in the morning? Mrs. Granger was a little puzzled. I don't know, I'll take a look. Zicomo got up and walked towards the door. Opening the door, an unexpected figure stood in front of him. Professor Snape? Why are you here? This middle-aged otaku who lives in Hogwarts every day refining medicine is willing to go out. What a novelty. Your information, and the conjecture you wrote on it, are they true? Snape's voice, which should have been calm, now seemed a little anxious. Zicomo suddenly realized that it was for the Christmas present he gave him. The information above has real cases in the Muggle community. As for my guess, although there is no mature technology in this area, we are wizards. It shouldn't be difficult to do these things with magic, right? Getting Zicomo's answer in the affirmative, Snape grabbed Zicomo and was about to leave. Let's go, take me to find an expert in this field. Professor Snape, why don't you let me tell the family first? It is good. Snape put Zicomo down, motioning him to hurry up. Back at the restaurant, Hermione asked curiously. Cousin, who are the guests outside? Why do I seem to hear Professor Snape's voice? He swallowed his breakfast in 2 bites and said, It's really Professor Snape. He has something to do with me. I'll go out with him and come back at the latest at night. After saying that, he hurried out the door. The 3 people were left wondering. Who is this Professor Snape? Madame Granger asked. Professor Snape is our potions teacher and the dean of Slytherin Academy, he. The little witch explained and told her parents about Snape. Including what she had heard from her cousin, Snape's love-hate relationship in school. It's not the wizarding world anyway, so it's okay to tell your parents. So there are 2 more people in the world who know Snape's dark history. Looking back at Zicomo, Snape hopped with him to a deserted alley. Zicomo, who had never experienced it before, had never spit out all the breakfast. The feeling of the space twisting and spinning himself made him dizzy. When Zicomo came over, Snape said, Let's lead the way. Zicomo took Snape to a nearby biological institute. Arriving at the entrance of the institute, Zicomo looked at Snape. How are you going to get in? Use the disillusionment charm, don't tell me you can't, go to the Hogwarts kitchen every night to find something to eat. I doubt whether your animagus will be a pig in the future. Snape glanced at Zicomo and sneered. Zicomo shrugged, and he knew that the disillusionment charm couldn't hide it from Filch, and it couldn't hide it from these professors. The two cast the illusory body charm and swaggered into the research institute. Asterisk. Chapter 34. Enter the Institute of Biology and come to the largest laboratory here. Snape sent a swoon to everyone inside. Look, who are useful to me? Snape motioned Zicomo to step forward, as if useless people would be killed. I don't know them. Zicomo rolled his eyes and continued, look for their badges and find out the supervisor level ones. This is the largest biological research institute in the UK, and this laboratory gathers a large number of biology experts. Zicomo even found Robert Edward and Ian Wild here. The two are the father of test tube babies and the creator of the first cloned sheep in the future. Seeing these two, everyone must have guessed what the information Zicomo gave Snape. That's right, information on IVF and gene cloning. Zicomo sympathized with the character Snape in a previous life. Now that he has come to this world, he still has that ability. Naturally, I want to rewrite some tragedies and make up for some regrets. For Snape, what was his remorse and regret? It was his childhood sweetheart Lily. Lily wouldn't have died if he hadn't told Voldemort about the Savior's prophecy. Lily was dead, and Snape was heartbroken and betrayed Voldemort for it. Switched to Dumbledore's service, only to seek revenge. It was also Lily's death that completely sank the last piece of pure land in Snape's heart. Snape couldn't find anything to rely on, and his whole heart was like rootless duckweed. For this he had practiced such an excellent occlumency that not even Dumbledore could see into his heart. He sealed everything in his mind and stopped showing his emotions to outsiders. So he became what he is now. His eyes were hollow and deep, and his tone was cold and indifferent. Until he saw Harry, the boy with the damn James face but the same eyes as Lily. Snape hated James, but he loved Lily deeply. Resentment is intertwined with love in the heart, but in the end love is better. He decided to protect this Lily's child. But he has long been used to talking to others with a cold face. After all, he is a poisonous snake. Open your mouth and spray venom. Zicomo is not the kind of ungrateful person. He saw Snape's careful teaching of potions to him. So he found information on IVF and gene cloning. And write down his conjectures about the idea of cloning cells with genes, and inducing cells to develop into egg cells, which are finally combined with sperm cells, and then implanted into the mother by IVF technology to give birth to new life. This may be a fantasy from a medical point of view. But he's a magician, a wizard. He is following the idealism genre. As long as the belief is firm enough and has enough magic, everything is possible. Zicomo thought it might take a while for Snape to think of Lily from this profile. He even thought that Snape would take this information and ask him why he was sending him some Muggle knowledge. Unexpectedly, it was just sent out as a Christmas present. Turning around, Snape found the door. Finding a professional biology expert, Snape used the Imperious Curse on the two of them in front of Zicomo. Zicomo stood aside with a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that Snape was treating him like one of his own. One of the 3 unforgivable curses was placed in front of him. Where now? Snape continued. Zicomo. Co-authoring, you have no idea what to do next? Also, I came to him in a hurry early in the morning, maybe I didn't even eat breakfast. Will Snape take them home? But then he remembered what the Snapes looked like. Spider End Alley, an overgrown, rubbish place. Even the nearby river is full of sewage. I guess Snape didn't come home very often either. Thinking of this, Zicomo dismissed the thought in his mind. Go to the suburbs and find a house. The two searched outside the suburbs for a long time, and finally rented a warehouse. Well, of course, another wave of $0 purchases. Don't expect any pounds from a professor who sits at a wizarding school all day. So did Zicomo, who was full of galleons. After locating the person Snape had kidnapped, Zicomo couldn't help but ask, so, do you really have Lily's DNA? Well, when Lily died, I pulled out a bunch of her hair and preserved it with an aging agent. Snape's tone was a little embarrassed. After all, this is already Black history. Zicomo didn't care about that, his focus was elsewhere. Does that lock of hair have follicles? Tay, what's wrong? That's good, hair only has DNA information in the hair follicle. On the surface Zicomo was worried about Snape. In fact, Zicomo complained wildly in his heart. My dear, the hair that is tangled. I don't know if Lily's soul went to the underworld at that time. If she could see the scene, she might have given Snape some hardcore pockets. What's next? Snape asked. I do not know. Do not know. Yeah, I'm not an expert in this area. Why are you asking me? Don't you kidnap everyone? You ask them to go. Zicomo was helpless, and Snape, who had lost his cool, looked more like a Gryffindor than him. If there is any problem, I will talk about it when I encounter a problem. Come on. Snape pushed him in front of several controlled people. How could he understand this? If he hadn't been in touch with the Muggle world, he wouldn't even understand what a cell was. Well, you two, who will extract and grow the cells? Zicomo asked Robert and Ian. We can, but it requires a lot of equipment and utensils. Ian replied. Hearing this, Zicomo rubbed his brows, thinking that he still made a mistake and didn't consider this aspect. He turned to Snape and said, Professor, let's go. Let's go get a set of things from the lab just now. The two went back to the laboratory again. The staff who had just woken up fainted again before they could figure out what was going on. And when they woke up again, they found that some of the instruments and equipment in the laboratory were missing. Scared them to call the police. But in the end, no matter what the investigation turned out to be, the theft of the laboratory and the disappearance of the two supervisors once became the biggest mystery of the year in England. Back on Zicomo's side, after he and Snape set up the equipment, Zicomo asked Snape to take out Lily's hair and let Robert and Ian extract and grow the cells to multiply. Our current problem is how to induce the hair follicle cells to evolve into human egg cells. Zicomo said, the IVF part is not to worry about, Robert has already had a successful case. What can you do? Snape looked at Zicomo eagerly. Zicomo rolled his eyes and said, what can I do? I'm not a biologist. Snape didn't speak, just kept staring at him. Zicomo was furious at him. In the end, he said helplessly, well, I can only think of a wizard's way. This is your area of expertise. Hearing that it was his area of expertise, Snape excitedly motioned Zicomo to continue. Don't we have a potion called Aging Agent? Can you make a potent age-reducing agent based on the principle of this potion? The agent is required to regress human cells, back to their undifferentiated state. Then we use external stimuli to make the cells evolve into egg cells. By the way, the medicine should be effective forever, not like an aging agent that only has a certain effect for a period of time. After Zicomo's suggestion, Snape nodded. I'll go back to study right away. The voice fell, his entire body was distorted, and he went back to his potion research through apparition. Zicomo froze in place. Damn. He hasn't sent me back yet. In the end, Zicomo could only get into someone else's car with the phantom body spell. In this way, it has gone through many twists and turns. Finally found a phone booth in the city and called Mr. Granger to pick him up. There is no way, he is not familiar with the streets of England, and it is a great blessing to be able to walk back to the city. Chapter 35. Back home, Hermione started laughing when she saw Zicomo. Don't laugh, isn't it normal to not know the way home? I'm not familiar with this area. Zicomo said helplessly. Hermione managed to stop her laughter and said, I don't know the way home is normal, but I don't know how to ask for directions. Is this a little wrong? Zicomo was taken aback. Oh yes. It's not that he doesn't know his home address. It's not easy to find someone to ask for directions. Alas, confused by Snape. By the way, what does Professor Snape have to do with you? Hermione was very curious. I don't know when her cousin's relationship with Professor Snape was so good. Well, I can't tell you about it. Zicomo promised Snape that this matter should be kept secret. Okay, then you accompany me to read a book. Seeing that Zicomo didn't say anything, Hermione asked instead. It is good. The camera turns to Hogwarts. Harry received an amazing gift today. It is said to have been a treasure of the Potter family. An invisibility cloak known as the Three Hallows of Death. Of course, Harry didn't know that. He thought it was just an ordinary invisibility cloak made from the fur of an invisible beast. With this invisibility cloak, he embarked on a happy night tour at Hogwarts. Harry hadn't forgotten Hermione's explanation, and he himself was curious as to who Nicole LeMay was. So he walked into the forbidden book area wearing the invisibility cloak. I didn't think that the books in the forbidden area were very evil. He picked up a book and opened it, the pages turned into a distorted face, and there was a wailing sound. The sound attracted Filch, who was patrolling. Terrified, Harry hurriedly put on the invisibility cloak to avoid. While leaving, he happened to bump into Snape threatening Quirrell. It made him more and more sure that Snape was the one who wanted the Philosopher's Stone. If Zicomo sees this scene, he will definitely sigh the continuity of the plot again. Snape had told him during the day that he would go back to study potions, and at night he would come out to catch the scheming Quirrell. Harry was almost spotted by Snape. In desperation, he hid in a nearby room. I saw the mirror of Eris that reflects what people desire most in their hearts. Harry saw his parents appear in the mirror. The two were smiling at him and interacting with him in the mirror. He saw Lily in the mirror put her hand on his shoulder, and he reached out to touch his shoulder. Got nothing. But he was still very happy because it was the first time he saw his parents when he grew up. Harry excitedly went back to the bedroom and picked up Ronald, who was playing games on the bed. Ronald. Come on. I found an amazing mirror. Ronald was dragged to the mirror by Harry, but what he saw was the scene of himself becoming the Quidditch captain and holding the Quidditch trophy. Harry, maybe this mirror can see the future. Ronald said excitedly. He has dreamed of becoming a good Quidditch player one day since he was a child, and Ronald believes that the scene that emerges in the mirror is his dream future. But that's not right, I saw my parents in the mirror. Harry shook his head. Maybe we can ask Zicomo. Ronald shook aped in his hand. Harry nodded, and took out his copy. Harry, Zicomo, are you asleep? I have something important to ask you. Zicomo, what's the matter? Zicomo was about to log into the junction when he suddenly received a message from Harry. Harry, I found a mirror in a room at school, where I saw my parents. Ronald saw him win the Quidditch trophy. What's going on? Zicomo, oh. Did it say Aristella Uruiatobi Kaflu Ithan Vogues? Harry, yes. You know it right? Zicomo, yes, you know it when you turn it upside down. Harry turned the above words upside down. What I show is not a mirror image of you, but the desire of your heart. It turns out that everything is a false illusion. Harry said in a low voice. Harry, thank you, Zicomo. Zicomo, you are welcome. Harry, don't indulge in fantasies. You know, there are moving pictures in the wizarding world. Instead of looking at that mirror every day, it is better to ask Hagrid for help and get you a picture of your parents. I believe he will do something. Harry, thank you, I will. Zicomo is right, we can go to Hagrid tomorrow. Let's go back to sleep. Ronald comforted aside, by the way, we haven't cleared the game on Aped, what level have you reached? Me? I haven't finished the 10th level yet. Zicomo's game is fun, but it's too difficult. When it comes to Zicomo's game, Harry quickly picks up. Who said it wasn't? I haven't figured out how to play the Dark Knight level without sunlight. The two chatted while walking and went back to the dormitory to sleep. The room was silent for a while, and suddenly the door was opened again. A grown-up Zicomo came in. It is the incarnation of Zicomo. He was curious about what kind of scene would appear in the mirror and what he longed for. He walked to the mirror and stood still, and soon, a new scene appeared in the mirror. He saw that he was holding the grown-up Hermione in his left hand, and Lani, who had recovered his body in his right hand, traveling freely around the world, with more and more beautiful women behind him. He was so frightened that he hurriedly left in front of the mirror. Mom, although he likes beautiful women, there is no need to give him the illusion of more than 100 people. Sure enough, fakes are fakes. There may not be more than 10 people in this world who can get into his eyes. This magic mirror is just messing around. Slip away, don't slip away for a while, it's time for old Dentio to collect the mirror. In fact, Dumbledore didn't come after Zicomo left. Originally, after Dumbledore noticed that Harry saw the magic mirror, he planned to observe it first. If Harry was addicted to it, then he came forward to take away the magic mirror and enlighten Harry. As a result, he found that Harry went there only that night, and during the rest of the vacation time he and Ronald held a book and watched with relish. The two watched and discussed issues. This made Dumbledore wonder, when did these two become so fond of learning? Of course, if he looked closely, he would know that these two were learning. Obviously playing a game. Harry and Ronald went to Hagrid's hut the day after Christmas. Asked Hagrid to collect a photo album of Harry's parents. During the holiday after that, the two were addicted to Plants vs. Zombies and couldn't extricate themselves. Maybe it's because of how good wizard chess is, Ronald is a bit more adept than Harry in this strategy game. As Zicomo's avatar traverses the castle with a mimetic veil, every time he bumps into these two guys, he's playing a game. It is estimated that Hermione's explanation has been completely forgotten. I hope they can laugh happily after the holiday. He's been watching Quirrell's behavior these days. This guy has been restless lately. During the day, Zicomo is inconvenient, and at night, Quirrell will go out to inquire about the level that guards the Philosopher's Stone. And then Snape was stalking Quirrell right there. It can only be said that Snape is a real model worker. He spent the day working on new potions and visiting Hogwarts at night, staring at Quirrell to keep him from doing bad things. Finally Zicomo was too lazy to follow Quirrell. He was waiting at the door of Quirrell's office to see when Quirrell would come back. As for why he didn't enter the office and wait, the ghost knows whether he has any insurance in his office. What if he is found out? That evening, Quirrell returned to his office after eating in the lobby. Zicomo turned into a beetle and lay quietly at the door of the office. When Quirrell stepped into the office, Zicomo quickly changed back to his original form. Out of the body. ×2. Two imperious curses took Quirrell and Voldemort under control. He wasn't using his U-wand. Instead, it was the Kalia scepter that was exchanged in the Round Table Hall with the memory of the Queen of the Full Moon. It was the one in the hands of his future mother-in-law. The initial magic bonus is 160 plus, and it is close to 300 after the full level of enhancement. In addition, Voldemort was in a remnant state at this time and fell into a deep sleep. Zicomo controls these two with ease. Asterisk. Chapter 36. Go in and talk. Seeing Quirrell standing respectfully in front of him, Zicomo stepped into his office. Turn your head, I want to speak to Voldemort. Quirrell turned his head and took off the scarf on his head, revealing an ugly and hideous face. And no nose yet. Tell me all the magic you know about resurrection. Yes, master. Not only did Voldemort plan to use the magic stone to revive the method Treyout. He even said it later in the Triwizard Tournament, using the magic of Harry's blood resurrection. Father's bone, servant's flesh, and enemy's blood, supplemented with potions. To bring him back to life. This was a wake-up call for Zicomo. He was planning to visit the Gaunt's graveyard during the summer to see if he could replace Voldemort's father's bones. He was curious when Voldemort would be resurrected in this way. Will it fail, or will it mutate and resurrect Voldemort into another species? Yes, Zicomo didn't intend to kill him. After all, Dumbledore has set up so many levels, and now killing one of the protagonists of the level is somewhat disrespectful to the fruits of other people's labor. So, after asking Voldemort, Zicomo sent the two of them a forget-it-all. Turned and left Quirrell's office. Soon after, Quirrell woke up, unaware that something was wrong. On the other hand, Voldemort, who is the soul, is very sensitive to his own state. He realized that he had lost a memory. Idiot. Quirrell heard Voldemort's voice and responded quickly. Master, why are you awake? Don't you need a deep sleep to maintain your state? And this is Hogwarts Castle, which is easy to find. Waste. We've been cast forget everything. Didn't you notice? Voldemort felt helpless, how could he accept such a waste? Oh. No choice, That's fine. Quirrell was appalled. Then, what then? Were we discovered by Dumbledore? Trash. It shouldn't be Dumbledore. If he knew I was at Hogwarts, he would have called me long ago. You will keep a low profile for a while, secretly inquire about news, and find a way to get some unicorn blood. I need to restore some form just in case. Good, good master. Quirrell was very aggrieved. Although sucking the blood of unicorns can replenish vitality, it will also be cursed. Voldemort is fine, but the unicorn curse will be on Quirrell. Voldemort didn't care about Quirrell's life at all. After Zicomo here got the method of resurrection, he started his research. He wants to combine Voldemort's resurrection method with the creation method of the Platinum Son of the Borderland, and create a new body for his wife, Lonnie. Of course, this also requires the help of the Philosopher's Stone. And the magic stone that Zicomo grabbed had run out of energy long ago. So Zicomo had to figure out a way to get a new one. Hey, I'll be busy next time. Let's get Lonnie's body first. Lonnie's former body was located on the consecrated tower in Linnea. On the night of the conspiracy, she stole the power of death and died at the same time as the dead prince. They became the initial dead of gods and demigods, respectively. In this way, Lonnie is free from the manipulation of her two fingers and is free to pursue her own laws. Of course, everything has a price. Although Lonnie got rid of the control of her two fingers, she also ushered in the pursuit of her two fingers. Shuang assigned the Calamity Shadow and kept chasing her. What's even more disgusting is that the two fingers left behind the shadow of Lan Ni, the half-wolf Blazer. Although Blazer swears allegiance to Lan, one day he will go mad and hunt Lan himself. And if you want to go to the Kalia study, you have to finish the things that Lanny explained. Get the thing destined for her, the hunting knives. This is a blade capable of killing two fingers. Evidence of the evil of the once eternal city Norin. It is said to be able to hurt the supreme will, as well as the various messengers who serve him, which is the so-called double finger. It looks like I'm finally going to meet my uncle. During this time Zicomo was swept under the Shiver River. Here you can see the lonely eternal city. They were once brilliant, because they questioned the supreme will and tried to subvert his will, and were smashed into the ground by the dark abandoned child Este who fell from the sky. Rattan, who understood all this, used his own gravity magic to seal the flow of the stars. It makes it impossible for other wills and creatures from outside the sky to come to the junction. As the strongest demigod, known as the General of the Fragment Star, he played his illustrious name in the Fragment War. Unfortunately, in the battle with the Valkyrie Malenia, the scarlet corruption released by Malenia caused the whole person to fall into a state of madness. Helpless, he was silent on the edge of the Red Lion City, waiting in that wasteland for those who came to challenge and kill him. If you want to enter the Eternal City, you must first break the seal of Rattan and let the stars flow again. The entrance to the Eternal City will be revealed. So there must be a fight between Zicomo and Rattan. Presumably this is one of the reasons why Lonnie sent her men to do this. She didn't want to do it herself with her beloved brother. Of course, only for Rattan. If you let her try with her other brother, Lakit, Lonnie would like to stab her 250 brother to death. Not to mention defecting to the Golden City, he also became their judge. Who to judge? Those enemies of the Golden City? In a sense, Radagon, who abandoned Rainala and went to the Golden City, was the enemy of the Kalia royal family. And Radagang is now a man of the Golden City. Doesn't that mean that the Kalia royal family is the enemy of the Golden City? As a member of the royal family of Kalia, but running to be a dog for others, Zicomo looks angry. And this guy chose to let himself and his big rune swallowed by the big snake. Choose to fuse with Orokai and return to the form of the 100 Phases Furnace. The 100 Phases Furnace is located in the era before the Golden Tree, which is equivalent to turning the wheel of history upside down. I don't know what to think. In the days that followed, Zicomo focused on studying alchemy. As for the battle with Uncle, don't worry, let him sweep Gay lead first. Not to mention that Voldemort's resurrection technology still needs him to understand, he still has to find a way to get a few more magic stones. Yes, you read that right, a few. Because he realized that, as a god, Lonnie's soul is naturally incomparably powerful. If it is just an ordinary body, it is very likely that it will collapse because it cannot carry her soul. If you want to develop a stronger body, you need more life energy. One sorcerer's stone would never satisfy Zicomo's needs. Alchemy is about equal exchange. How did Nicole Meyer's Philosopher's Stone be made? We have no way of examining this. But just imagine that such a large amount of life energy can extend his lifespan for 600 years. Definitely not a dozen lives that can be replenished. Because it involves the soul. Yes, the continuation of lifespan is not only a physical continuation, but also involves the soul part. Otherwise why didn't Voldemort resurrect himself younger? It is because the soul is already at that age and cannot be changed. It is precisely because it involves the soul that the origin of the Philosopher's Stone is very intriguing. If it is simply to supplement the vitality of the body, naturally there is no need to investigate the source of vitality. But the soul is different. The supplement of the soul needs to pay attention to the purity of the soul power. If the absorbed soul power is not pure enough, one's own soul will become muddled and turbid. This is not a good thing for any creature. Just look at Harry. There's a piece of Voldemort's soul in his head, and he gets headaches every now and then. If Voldemort's soul were stronger, it could even influence Harry's mind. And for the human soul, the best way to supplement it must be the same human soul. When Nicole May made this magic stone, there must have been many deaths. Thinking of this, Zicomo felt that in the original book, Dumbledore said that Nicole May had lived enough. Maybe it was not a lie. After all, for more than 600 years, the soul has long since become muddled due to the absorption of impure soul power. Affected by this, how much of his soul is still pure? Asterisk. Chapter 37. What Zicomo has to do now is to transform the Philosopher's Stone into a container for life force. Lonnie's soul is itself a complete god-human soul, extremely powerful. All she needs to do is provide a body that fits and she can be reborn. As for longevity, Zicomo isn't worried at all. Not to mention that as he gets stronger and stronger, his own lifespan will continue to increase. Wait for him to get through the old man's ring and sit on the background of a world. If he still can't solve his own lifespan problem, he might as well feed himself to the golden tree. After the Christmas holidays, everything has returned to calm. Zicomo is working hard and steadily improving his alchemy. Because Voldemort suffered a loss, he held back his thoughts of looking for the Philosopher's Stone suspiciously. Dumbledore was still secretly watching his savior. Snape was also obsessed with developing his new potion, even taunting Harry less often in class. And that sloppy look once made Harry suspect that he was doing this because he tried so hard to break into the wooden door behind the three-headed dog. By the way, after the holidays, Hermione went back to school to ask Harry and Ronald about Nicole May. The result is obvious, the two have forgotten about it. They are all addicted to playing games during the holidays. In the end, only Hermione is still persistently searching for the truth. Ronald didn't care about it, he just hung around without any heart. Harry wasn't in a hurry, he wasn't curious what was in there, he just wanted to make sure it didn't get Snape's hands. He had always thought Snape was trying to steal. Looking at Snape's unhappy look now, he guessed that Snape probably didn't get it. Professional things should be left to professionals to do, and it would be good to wait for Hermione to find out. As for why not ask Zicomo? Sorry, he's not available. Zicomo is working hard to restore Lonnie's wife's body. This continued until March. Hermione is working hard to review the first grade knowledge points for the final exam. This made Harry and Ronald call the hell out of it. Final exams are in the first week of June after all. There are still nearly 3 months until the exam. Zicomo had also asked Hermione why he needed to review the knowledge of the first grade after he had already helped her master it. As a result, the little witch told him that this was her primary school habit. Every time before the exam, you must write down all the knowledge points in the book. Zicomo called him a good guy. If he had this good habit when he was in school in his previous life, he would have chosen any domestic university. Ronald, stop playing your broken cards. Hermione's attitude towards Harry and Ronald was a bit of a hatred of iron becoming steel. After all, she was her good friend, so she naturally didn't want the two to fail the final exam and be sent back to the first grade to study again. With all due respect, it's still too early for the final exam. Can I borrow your notes to review it? Ronald put down the card and said. Zicomo looked at Ronald next to him, and his eyes were full of pity for Ronald. Where does Hermione have any notes? Her notes are focused, and that is the focus of the entire book. Neville then jumped into the lounge with his legs together. Leg lock curse, it must be Malfoy again. Ronald said to Neville angrily, you should learn to resist. Well, his persuasion was still very effective. After all, it was not long after Neville had the courage to resist for the first time. And it was him himself. During this period, Seamus wanted to help Neville to remove the magic, but Neville ruthlessly refused. After all, no one knew whether Seamus' magic would solve Neville's leg-locking spell or Neville's leg. This guy's recent explosion magic has gotten more and more slippery. At first I just burned my eyelashes and eyebrows, and now I have progressed to the point where I can burn the entire back of my head. With his current hairstyle, both Quirrell and Voldemort would be complimented by it. Harry had been reading a book seriously, but the sudden noisy environment made him unable to read it anymore. He put down the book and picked up Ronald's card. Another Dumbledore. Wait. I think I found Nicole May. He surprised Ronald by showing the back of the card. Ronald leaned over and said, Dumbledore is famous for defeating the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945. He discovered 12 uses for dragon blood, and he and his partner Nicole May have great achievements in alchemy. I said, why it sounds so familiar. Hermione pulled out her iPad and started looking for the book that mentioned Nicole May. That was the book Zicomo later entered for her. Zicomo was thinking to the side, the 12 uses of dragon blood discovered by Dumbledore, does not include eating this one? That book was the clue that Zicomo had thrown at Hermione. Also in the library? Zicomo sent it to Hermione along with some other books as recreational reading. Look. Nicole May is the only one who made the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone can turn a stone into gold, and it can also make a potion of immortality. Hermione showed the page to the two of Harry, but her eyes were turned towards Zicomo. There was a questioning look in his eyes. Zicomo saw that and nodded, indicating that she guessed right, that's what Quirrell wanted. It was night, and Zicomo was lying in bed preparing to log into the old man's ring. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Zicomo opened the door, was held by Harry and Ronald, and carried them out of the room. The two complained as they walked. What's the matter with you, Zicomo? Why did we wait so long to ask about Hagrid's Philosopher's Stone at night? Zicomo was full of question marks. When did he promise these two guys this? Have they consulted with him? Also, why is Hermione there? Don't you know who really wants the Philosopher's Stone? Why are you messing around with them? Hermione looked puzzled when she saw her cousin being framed in the lounge. He covered his mouth and laughed wildly. For fear of waking up other little wizards, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Zicomo shook off their hands, walked over to Hermione and asked in a low voice, why did you follow them out? Don't you know the truth? I didn't intend to go, but they came to the door. And I'm a little curious about what other levels are there besides the three-headed dog. Just went to Hagrid and asked about it? Hermione winked mischievously at Zicomo. Zicomo sighed helplessly and followed Harry and Ronald to Hagrid's cabin. Two spirit boys knock on Hagrid's door. The door opened, and Zicomo, who was standing at the end, could clearly feel a heat wave gushing out of the room. Oh, if you guessed correctly, this big mouth has been inadvertently used by Quirrell to exploit the weakness of the three-headed hellhound with a dragon egg. At this time, Hagrid did not realize the seriousness of the problem, and was still happily hatching eggs. Well, what are you doing here without sleeping in the middle of the night? Let me state in advance that I don't have time to play with you today. Hagrid opened the door and saw Zicomo standing in front of him, and said bluntly. That impatient look made no secret of wanting to drive the four away quickly. Without waiting for them to speak, they closed the door again. We already knew that Fluffy was guarding the Philosopher's Stone, Harry shouted from outside the door. The voice fell, and the door opened again. Okay, come in and talk. We think Snape wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Harry said. Oh. Professor Snape, why are you still so suspicious of him? He himself is one of the professors protecting the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid retorted. Okay, you figured it out. Anyway, Professor Snape will never steal the Philosopher's Stone. Let's go. Hagrid urged again. Wait, did you say one? Hermione was keenly aware of Hagrid's words. Yes, several professors are involved. In fact, I don't think anyone can pass the Luwei level. Hagrid continued, after all, only me and Professor Dumbledore know Luwei's weakness. Well, it's time for you to go. The night tour is found, but points will be deducted. Zicomo squinted at Hagrid from the side. He stood in front of the fireplace at this time, blocking the view of the entire fireplace, and he kept urging everyone to leave, trying to hide something. Hagrid, are you hiding something from us? Chapter 38. Hagrid, are you hiding something from us? Zicomo interrupted Hagrid. Without waiting for Hagrid to retort, he continued, I've felt wrong since just now. Your room is too hot. You shouldn't have made the room so hot even though the early spring nights are still cold. Also, you've been standing in front of the fireplace, trying to hide what? At this time, everyone also noticed the abnormality in Hagrid. Hagrid. Harry looked at Hagrid suspiciously. Well, since you have already discovered it, I will not hide it. Then you are really honest. Zicomo couldn't help but groaned inwardly, he just cheated Hagrid. Hagrid turned and took the egg out of the cauldron in the fireplace. He put it on the table, and everyone gathered around to watch the egg, which was several laps bigger than an ostrich egg. So, this is a dragon egg. Zicomo knocked on the eggshell, still a little hot. Yes, my god. It's a Norwegian ridgeback egg. Ronald exclaimed. No way, what little boy didn't fantasize about being a dragon knight in his childhood? Especially his older brother, Charlie, is also a staff member studying dragons in Romania. Zicomo was also watching carefully. This was the first time he saw a dragon egg. Although he's been scavenging the dragon's tomb in Galad recently. And now there are no less than 8 dragon corpses in the system backpack. The dark green one in front of him, even a little black after being baked by Hagrid, was actually a dragon egg. Zicomo thought it should at least be special. Well, Zicomo forgetting to hatch with fire is pretty special. After staying at the junction for a long time, the vision is much higher. How did you get it? Hermione asked, frowning aside. It's a contraband, and Hagrid would have to go to Azkaban if someone reported it. Won it from a stranger in the tavern, Hagrid added. He seems eager to lose this dragon egg to me. At this moment, the dragon egg began to shake violently. After a while, its outer shell exploded directly, revealing the little dragon inside. The corners of Zicomo's mouth twitched. This dragon is definitely not good-tempered. Which oviparous animal exploded its own shell when it broke out of its shell? Oh. Look, Norbert is taking me for a mother. Hagrid's voice was full of joy. Xiao Long Norbert rubbed Hagrid's head on Hagrid's hand and spit out a flame, burning Hagrid's beard. Seeing that, Hermione whispered to Zicomo, I can't tell that it treats Hagrid as its mother. Could it be that the dragon's way of expressing love is to spit fireballs at each other? Who knows? Don't you like dragons? Zicomo was a little curious. I don't like it. It looks like the pterosaurs I saw in the prehistoric museum when I was in elementary school. There is no mystery at all. Okay, so what do you like? Don't know, maybe, unicorn. Having just studied magic for more than half a year, Hermione has only seen the dragon in front of the magical animal, and has no deep concept of the magical animal. Zicomo originally thought that if Hermione didn't like some cherished magical animals, he would find a way to get one for her as a birthday present this year. Unexpectedly, the little witch opened her mouth to be a unicorn. Who's where? Hagrid yelled, waking Zicomo out of his thoughts. Turning to look out the window, Draco was lying there peeking. Aware of being found, he quickly turned and ran away. Zicomo suddenly thought of something and gestured to Hermione. I'm a little sleepy, does anyone want to go back with me? Hermione understood and said, well, I'm really not interested in this dragon. Cousin, I'll accompany you back. Okay, then Hermione and I will go back first. Zicomo got up and walked out of Hagrid's hut with Hermione. And Harry and Ronald were clearly interested in dragons and wanted to stay and observe for a while. Outside the house, Hermione motioned to Zicomo to give her the mimic veil. The little witch took the veil, turned into a cat, jumped into Zicomo's arms and asked. What's the matter, leaving in such a hurry? Malfoy was peeking at us just now, guess what he'll do when he's found out? You mean he will go to the teacher and complain? The answer is correct. Hermione's head was full of question marks. How did this clever man come up with such a trick to hurt the enemy by 1,800? How dare he? He himself is a night traveler. Maybe it's a love-hate relationship with Harry that blinds him, just like Professor Snape and James Potter back in the day. Zicomo's words made Hermione chuckle. That's why you didn't tell them about it? Yes, it's not that you don't know, your cousin, I like to watch entertainment. Zicomo smiled wickedly, and then said, it's a pity, this time Gryffindor will deduct a lot of points. It doesn't matter, Gryffindor is already more than 100 points ahead of the second place, and I will earn it later. Hermione said in a casual tone. 4 credits, Hermione is already a Buddhist. Every now and then, she could see Gryffindor being deducted points, and she found that the group of lion cubs couldn't settle down at all. Finally she looked away. I earn mine, you deduct yours, as long as I earn enough, you will not be able to deduct it all. The next day, Zicomo and Hermione were having breakfast. The two had seen it, Gryffindor took 100 points and Slytherin also took 50 points. Harry and Ronald came into the hall, sat down and complained to both of them. Zicomo, why didn't you tell us that Malfoy complained to Professor McGonagall about it? I remember that I had already reminded that when I said someone wanted to leave with me, but you didn't want to leave. Zicomo slowly swallowed his breakfast and said. Didn't Harry have an invisibility cloak? Did you all escape? Hermione asked curiously. Hearing this, Harry said regretfully, I forgot to bring it. It can only be said that it is a Gryffindor, and there is no preparation for the night tour. Actually, I'm here for Gryffindor. Think about it, if I didn't leave with Hermione, would we still be taking 100% off today? Zicomo said seriously. Harry and Ronald nodded in agreement. The performance of the two made Hermione, who was on the side, want to laugh. The cousin was so bad that he sold others and asked them to count the money for him. Hermione changed the subject quickly, or she was afraid she couldn't help laughing. So, what is your punishment? To patrol the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid at night. Ronald's voice was a little apprehensive. Aha, be careful then. Remember those spider legs of mine? I got them in the Forbidden Forest. Do you know what that means? Zicomo looked at Ronald with meaningful eyes and said. This means that there are spiders the size of a calf in the Forbidden Forest. When Ronald heard this, he wanted to cry without tears. He grabbed Harry's hand and said in a trembling voice. Harry, Can we change Professor McGonagall's punishment? It's terrifying. Okay, didn't you see Zicomo teasing you? The Forbidden Forest is so big, we may not be able to meet those spiders. Besides, we have Hagrid with us, so what are we afraid of? Harry comforted. Yeah, the Forbidden Forest is so big, how did you meet Voldemort? Zicomo complained in his heart. Hermione whispered, should we follow tonight? Sure, it's going to be fun tonight. The little witch was speechless for a while. I thought you were worried about their safety, but I didn't expect you to be looking for fun. It was night, and Filch led Harry, Ronald and Draco out of the castle. It's a pity that you can't use the previous punishment method, otherwise you will be locked in the basement and hanged by your thumbs. I really miss the days when you could use torture tools. Filch intimidated the three with a gloomy tone. Zicomo hugged the Hermione cat and followed them far behind. Why does Filch always say bad things about students? Hermione asked curiously. Maybe it's because of cynicism. He's a squib, and he's been in the wizarding community all day long, and he's probably already mentally distorted. Zicomo said disdainfully. Although Filch is pitiful, there must be something to hate about poor people. This guy is already a little psychopathic. As a squib, watching other people perform magic every day, I don't even have the qualifications to wield a wand. Over time, the mind will naturally become distorted and dark. I don't know why Dumbledore hired him in the first place, was it because of the cheap salary? Asterisk. Chapter 39. I see. Hermione nodded knowingly. While the two were talking, the three Harry had been handed over to Hagrid by Filch. When they came to the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid decided to remind Harry and others that someone was poaching unicorns in the Forbidden Forest recently, so they should be careful. Then he turned his head and planned to split in two. Terrified Draco chose to go with Hagrid's dog. Little do they know that although Fanya looks mighty and fierce, he is actually docile and even a little timid. Zicomo watched as Hagrid led Ronald to the left, while Harry and Draco led Fang to the right. I don't know if Hagrid is really big-hearted or has full protection. Could it be that he got acquainted in the Forbidden Forest and felt that the magical animals in the Forbidden Forest would give him some face? The problem was that he had said that someone poached unicorns and put Harry and Draco together, and he didn't know what to think. Here Harry and Marco trembled and moved forward with their lanterns held up. On Zicomo and Hermione's side, strolling around, even walking in front of them. Zicomo held Hermione in his arms and walked in the Forbidden Forest. It doesn't mean anything, it's pitch black. Hermione, the cat in her arms, pouted. Night in the forest. Zicomo took it for granted. Cousin, have you been to the Forbidden Forest many times? Hermione asked. She knows her cousin, Delu is crazy. Unless you walk the terrain a dozen times, you can't remember the way at all. I occasionally take Erlo out for a walk. In fact, he came out to check and fill in the gaps, to see if there was anything in the Forbidden Forest that had not been transplanted into the Zen garden. Soon, the two came to a new area. The moonlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, and the fireflies are flying around in the grass, which is quiet and dreamy. Wow! It's a nice setting. Hermione exclaimed. Yeah, but the more beautiful the place, the more dangerous it is. What's the meaning? Look at this. Zicomo motioned her to look at a bright spot in the grass. The silver liquid glowed with fluorescence. This is unicorn blood. Hermione quickly searched her mind for her memory and found a record about it. Yes, it looks like we were lucky and ran into the poachers. Would you like to follow? Will it be dangerous? Hermione worried that she was holding back Zicomo. It's all right, it's the first time you've seen your cousin do it, right? Let you see how good I am. Zicomo is full of self-confidence, and Quirrell and his remnant master are not worth mentioning. The two followed along the blood of the unicorn. Coming to the edge of a jungle, a shadow was lying on the ground, constantly sucking the blood of the unicorn. The unicorn was obviously a cub, with its white body lying on the ground, its chest rising and falling slowly, and it was obviously on the verge of death. Hermione asked distressedly, Cousin, can you save it? Ro. This is not difficult for Zicomo. Then he was not seen to take out his wand and wave his right hand. Ancient dead souls. To deal with this kind of spiritual body, it is natural to need death magic to be effective enough. It happened that the man in black turned his back to Zicomo, and a group of dead souls flew towards the man in black. What? The moment the magic hit, the man in black robe let out a startled cry. Two people can be heard screaming at the same time. Damn it! Who is it? I'm going to kill you. The black-robed man roared, just about to turn around to look for the attacker. Suddenly, the voice of the master came to mind. Fool, go. Can't you see the horror of this magic? Voldemort was terrified. I thought it was staying on Quirrell, and the damage was also borne by Quirrell. I didn't expect Zicomo's magic to work on the soul. And because of his broken soul, the injuries he suffered were even more painful. Quirrell, who had calmed down, remembered the feeling of being hit by magic just now, shuddered, and turned into a black mist to flee quickly. It's terrible, it's even more painful than cutting the heart out. If it weren't for the surging unicorn vitality in his body, he might have explained it here today. That's it? Zicomo said dismissively. He thought he would be able to fight Voldemort well today. Unexpectedly, he turned and ran away. As everyone knows, Voldemort is also very frightened. As the Dark Lord, what scenes and black magic have he never seen? But today, I suddenly felt the thrill of an unfamiliar black magic sneak attack. He thought that Dumbledore had developed magic specifically for him. The sourness of the flames of death burning his soul directly made him flee without fighting. Cousin, come on. It's dying. Seeing that she was safe, Hermione stepped forward to check on the unicorn's injuries. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Zicomo stepped forward and picked up the little unicorn, and took out the key to the Zen garden. Open the door and go in. It surprised Hermione next to her, stunned. There is so much movement here, someone is coming soon, go in with me to hide. Hermione hurriedly followed, and after stepping in, the space door quickly dissipated, leaving a mess. Only then did Harry and Draco rush in with Fang. What happened? Hagrid followed closely behind and came to the scene. I don't know, that's what happened when we got here, Harry replied. Looking at the pool of unicorn blood in front of him, Hagrid said sadly, oh. Another poor little guy was killed by the damn poachers. Damn. They didn't even let the body go this time. Who's there? There was a rustling sound from the grass, and a tall horseman came out. Hagrid, it's you. What's going on here? Forenza, the poachers, they killed another unicorn. While speaking, a centaur rushed out, and the centaur shouted violently. Damn human cubs. You must have brought people in. After saying that, he raised the crossbow in his hand and aimed it at Harry. With that arrogant look, if Zicomo saw the heights, he would have given him an ancient death's wrath. Hey, Bane. Calm down. Forenza stopped Bane. The stars tell me it's none of their business. Forenza said to Hagrid, Hagrid, take them back, the Forbidden Forest is dangerous now. Come on, I'll go back and report the situation to Dumbledore. Hagrid didn't say more, and returned to Hogwarts with the three of them. At the same time, in the Zen garden. Wow. Incredible. How did you do it? Talented in magic. Hermione marveled at the beautiful scenery in the garden. The golden tree stands in the very center, emitting a soft glow. All kinds of herbal plants are arranged on the ground in an orderly manner, and here is a copy of the plants she could see in the Forbidden Forest. You can find a place to hide things if you find them in the room of requirement. Zicomo made a random excuse and continued. Okay, let me cure this little guy first. Zicomo thought, and a black gas slowly emerged from the unicorn's wound. It's the black magic that Quirrell casts on it, preventing the unicorn's wounds from healing. At the same time, it is also inhibiting the life of unicorns. Otherwise, with the powerful vitality of the unicorn, it would have recovered naturally long ago. If it were outside, Zicomo would probably have to use a lot of potions. But in the garden, Zicomo is the god of the space. The black magic of unicorns can be expelled with a single thought. Then he took out another bottle of red potion and poured it into the unicorn. This is a kind of potion that Zicomo made with reference to the magic stone and proposed to remove the vitality of other creatures. Although it is impossible to regenerate a severed limb, it is still easy to repair trauma. The unicorn, which was on the verge of death, gradually eased its breathing after being treated with the medicine. Then fell into a deep sleep. Are you all right? Hermione asked Zicomo, seeing that Zicomo did not follow up. Okay, the rest is up to her to recover. She. Yes, I just saw it, it's a girl. Not knowing what Hermione thought, her face suddenly turned red. Disgusting, cousin is necrotic. After that, he ran towards the lake in the distance. Zicomo. Is this little witch so dirty? After saving the unicorn, Zicomo was not in a hurry to go out, so he accompanies Hermione to hang out in the Zen garden. In the words of the little witch, this is much more fun than the Forbidden Forest. By the way, when the Zen garden grows to a certain point, Zicomo found that he could adjust the flow of time. It can also be adjusted locally. Did Zicomo divide a space and place the unicorn there? Lest the unicorns have grown up in a few days. Chapter 40. The two came to the lake and sat down without speaking to each other, admiring the beauty of the garden. By the way, this lake originates from the Black Lake at Hogwarts. When Zicomo hunted the giant squid, he took part of the lake back by the way. Well, there is also a Murloc tribe with income. Who asked them to help the giant squid back then? Just for Zicomo as experimental material. That's how his life force potion came. After a long while, Hermione spoke first, breaking the silence. By the way, cousin. What was the magic you just used? Why do I look like black magic? Well, in a sense, it does belong to the category of black magic, but in fact it is magic related to death. Can I study then? No, touching death is a very dangerous thing. In fact, Zicomo wasn't lying to Hermione. There is a god of death in this world, who knows what will happen to others who learn magic related to death. Zicomo has his own system of body protection, so naturally he doesn't need to be afraid of this. But others are different. In case Hermione learns death magic, Reaper realizes that someone other than him can use the power of death. Then what awaits her will be death. Ah. Then you used this spell just now, will it be okay? Hermione asked nervously. This surprised Zicomo, who thought Hermione would be angry that she couldn't learn the magic. Don't worry, have you forgotten? Your cousin, I am a genius. Zicomo touched Hermione's head, comforting. That's good. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Cousin, looking at the abundance of herbs here, you have come to the Forbidden Forest a lot, right? Come and show me this space. Okay, let's go. The next day, after potions get out of class, Snape came to Zicomo. Come to my office. Harry overheard Snape's words too. He looked at Zicomo worriedly, as if he'd never come back after this trip. This made Zicomo sigh with emotion. It was Snape who had been targeting Harry before, and now Snape didn't have time to deal with him, but Harry started targeting Snape. Came to Snape's office, and before Zicomo sat down, Snape spoke. My research has fallen into a bottleneck. The potent age-reducing agent you mentioned has already belonged to the category of rejuvenation in a sense. This requires the use of the Philosopher's Stone. I went to Dumbledore, but he refused to give it to me. Zicomo said in his heart, Dumbledore wouldn't give it to you, he didn't have it himself. But wouldn't the elixir made from the magic stone only prolong people's lifespan? What does this have to do with rejuvenation? Zicomo asked with some doubts. I know quite a lot. Whether it's rejuvenation, or the longevity of immortality, it requires a lot of vitality. Only the Philosopher's Stone can meet my requirements. So it is. Now, here it is. Zicomo nodded, took a Philosopher's Stone from his pocket and handed it to Snape. This is an original Sorcerer's Stone that he made before. As for the source of the material, don't ask, just ask that there are quite a lot of death row prisoners in England. A few months ago, he manipulated the Avatar to walk through all the prisons in England and made this magic stone. Later, based on this stone, he made a stone that simply contained life force and soul, which he named the original Stone of Life and the original Stone of Soul. So the stone was useless now, just as Snape needed it, and Zicomo pulled it out. At this time, Snape's expression can be described as a subway, old man, mobile phone emoji. It was full of doubts. Shouldn't you have gone to the room on the third floor? No, you stare at Quirrell every day, do you know if I went to that room or not? Then where did you get that Philosopher's Stone? Also, how do you know I'm staring at Quirrell all day? Oh, you don't care about its origin, it's not the one guarded by the three-headed dog anyway. As for you and Quirrell, Harry told me that he ran into you on Christmas Eve and threatened Quirrell, and he now suspects you want to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Zicomo spread his hands, thinking that the three-headed dog was supposed to be guarding, and he took it long before he entered Hogwarts. With his degenerated brain, he can only think to this extent. Snape taunted Harry as usual, then continued. Okay, these are my notes from school. After the potion is made, I will give you another recipe, and you can go. Zicomo took the note, saw the name on it, and made a joke. Half-Blood Prince, I didn't expect you to be a middle school sophomore when you were young. Roll. Zicomo said no more and left Snape's office. Back in the dormitory, Zicomo opened Snape's notes, and a piece of paper slipped from the book. Picking it up and looking at it, it turned out to be the formula of an elixir of life. I don't know how Snape got such a precious formula. This recipe Zicomo has been wanting for a long time. After all, without this formula, the Philosopher's Stone is just a stone that can turn a stone into gold and is full of life energy. If Snape had known what Zicomo was thinking, he would have laughed at his naivete. Almost every big family in the magic world of this formula has one share. When Nicole May created the Philosopher's Stone, it caused the coveting of those big families. For this reason, he had to hand over the formula of the elixir. Although the material of the magic stone is missing, it is not a problem to prolong the life of the potion made with this formula for more than 10 years. In addition, Nicole Meyer is a powerful alchemist himself, and those big families don't want to provoke him too much. Hence the title of the only alchemist in the magic world who made the Philosopher's Stone. The elixir was useless to Zicomo, but it was important to his family and friends. With the system, he is destined to embark on the road of longevity, even immortality. He didn't want a few years later, there would be no one around to speak. With this formula, plus the age-reducing agent that Snape made later, that is, the rejuvenation drug, Zicomo is sure to make a real elixir. Instead of the current version that can only prolong life and cannot maintain appearance. Of course, his main goal now is to complete the human body training first. As I said before, Zicomo made the original Stone of Life and the original Stone of Soul by referring to the magic stone. He killed a murloc and tried to revive it with a life stone. As a result, he got a plant murloc. Zicomo scrutinized with the power of the garden, and finally came to a conclusion. The moment the murloc died, the soul in the body began to escape. Although the original Stone of Life restored its vitality, the weakness of the soul prevented it from integrating into the body, and the whole fish became a vegetative state. So he put the soul stone into the soul of the murloc. Then the murloc became Ayrden. After testing, Zicomo found that this was because the energy in the original soul stone was too mottled. The turbid soul energy was replenished into the murloc's soul, polluting the purity of the soul. Let the murlocs become confused. Moreover, Zicomo also found that in this resurrection, a lot of energy was lost. The two kinds of rough stones were extracted from 10 murlocs, and the result was only enough to work on one murloc. Although this murloc's vitality and soul after resurrection are stronger than ordinary murlocs. But its shortcomings are also very obvious, that is, it is not pure enough. This is the so-called quality problem. You know, Zicomo's purpose is to resurrect Lani. Lan is a goddess. Whether it is the body or the soul, it is a higher level existence. At this level of rough stone, there is such a big problem in resurrecting a murloc, let alone resurrecting a god. So now the challenge for Zicomo is how to purify these rough stones. And it's not ordinary purification. What he wants is the kind of qualitative change caused by quantitative change, which can be used by gods and people. Chapter 41. Today, Zicomo was thinking about the purification of the rough stone. Hermione hurried back from outside the lounge. Cousin, Harry, and Ronald have been punished again. Zicomo. Didn't they just deduct 100 points a few days ago? What did they do? It seems to be because of the night tour. Zicomo smiled directly. The last time they were caught on a night tour, he had reminded them to bring the invisibility cloak next time, but they still got caught. Let's go and ask them what's going on. The two found Harry and Ronald, and after some inquiries, they learned about the specific situation. The cause is the dragon named Norbert that Hagrid kept. After a period of growth, the dragon was bigger than Hagrid's dogtooth. Zicomo wasn't interested in that dragon, after all he had killed several in the game. Hermione is also, girls still prefer beautiful things, such as the unicorn in the Zicomo Zen garden. The little witch now makes 3 trips to the garden a day, just to get closer to the unicorn. Harry and Ronald are different. The two of them are particularly interested in dragons and run to Hagrid's hut every day. I just wanted to play with the dragon. To this end, Ronald's hand was also bitten by Norbert. Be aware that the saliva of the Norwegian ridgeback is poisonous. On the way back to the castle his hands were swollen like pig's trotters. Fortunately, Zicomo has a lot of herbal medicines, so he was given an antidote directly. Later, the dragon grew bigger and bigger, and the two felt that Hagrid would not be able to hide it if it went on like this. Someday he will be reported and sent directly to Azkaban. Together, the two persuaded Hagrid to send a dragon to Ronald's brother's dragon farm. Although Hagrid was reluctant, he knew the seriousness of the problem and agreed to their suggestion. So Ronald contacted his brother and transported the dragon to the open area on the castle at night. At that time, there will be wizards who will enter from the sky on broomsticks and take Norbert away. Hearing this, Zicomo almost couldn't help laughing. Hogwarts is known as the safest place in the British wizarding world, and there is not much defense magic. He was sure that Dumbledore knew about it the moment they flew into Hogwarts. Even Dumbledore already knew about Hagrid raising dragons. After all, Hagrid's behavior was so abnormal recently that he even went to the library to borrow a lot of books in order to raise dragons. Dumbledore saw these anomalies in his eyes, and if he didn't know what Hagrid was up to, he would be sorry for his title of Archmage. What makes Zicomo laugh even more is that if they want to get rid of Norbert, can't they keep a low profile and find a fringe at Hogwarts? Even having Hagrid take him out of Hogwarts to nearby Hogsmeade. Zicomo asked his doubts. As a result, Harry told him that Hagrid couldn't bear to send Norbert out with his own hands. Only then did they entrust the two of them to send it away. Then the two sent Norbert away as planned. When they returned to the dormitory, the two dropped the invisibility cloak. Their luck was not so good this time, and it was Professor Snape. Professor Snape's temper has not been very good lately. Although there is a magic stone, there is still little progress in the potion of rejuvenation. No matter what he did, the potion he made seemed to deviate in the direction of prolonging lifespan intentionally or unintentionally. It seems to be due to the influence of the Philosopher's Stone. He had no choice but to come out to relax and walk around to find some inspiration. At this moment, he just had a clue, and when he turned his head, he bumped into his most annoying face. So the two were caught tragically. Not only was he mocked by a vicious tongue, but he also deducted another 100 points for Gryffindor. This time Hermione was angry. The previous time was because Gryffindor was already more than 100 points ahead of the second place, and because his cousin wanted to have fun. So she acted like she didn't care. But now that Gryffindor had dropped to second, she couldn't take it anymore. Give Harry and Ronald a scolding, saying pigs are smarter than them. Zicomo nodded solemnly beside him. Indeed, something as precious as the invisibility cloak could be dropped by these two mindless people. It can only be said that the suggestions that are not used in the brain are donated to those in need. What's even more interesting is that this time the punishment for the two of them is still night patrolling the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. In Snape's words, "Don't you like not sleeping? Then just don't sleep and go with Hagrid night patrolling the Forbidden Forest." What else could Harry and Ronald say? Can only admit to being unlucky. Then the next day, Zicomo was hurriedly pulled from the bed by Harry. Coming to the lounge, Harry babbled out what happened to him last night and his guesses. Basically, he saw a mysterious man sucking unicorn blood last night. He guessed that the person was Voldemort, and he was very weak now and needed a lot of life force. So he ordered Snape to steal the Philosopher's Stone for him. Want to use the magic stone to restore vitality and make a comeback. Good guy. This analysis gave Zicomo a direct listen to the spirit. He didn't expect that Quirrell was quite loyal and dedicated, and he only suffered such a big loss not long ago. Now he continues to go to the Forbidden Forest to hunt unicorns. This left Zicomo wondering whether to praise Quirrell for his bravery or Voldemort for his wit. The most dangerous place to play is the safest place. As everyone knows, in fact, Voldemort did not dispatch himself at all. He hid himself in Quirrell's office, directing Quirrell to do things. The death magic that day cast a huge shadow over him. So much so that he doesn't dare to act rashly now. After analyzing it for a while, Ronald was horrified when he heard it. Merlin's beard. I'm still worried about my potion's final exam. I didn't expect you to worry about whether Mysterio will find a chance to kill you. Hermione on the side listened and rolled her eyes. She knew that it was actually Professor Quirrell who was really mean to Harry. Due to her cousin's advice, she did not rashly contact Quirrell. After all, she herself knew that it was very dangerous. Now after listening to Harry's analysis, she finally understood why Professor Quirrell wanted to kill Harry. Professor Quirrell is working for Voldemort. It made her feel a little weird. After all, as far as she knew, Voldemort had already been cast off the killing curse by Harry and died. Unexpectedly, Voldemort didn't die, and he even got into Hogwarts. Hogwarts is said to be the safest place in the British wizarding world. Hermione wasn't going to tell Harry the truth either. God knows if he'll rush straight to a duel with Quirrell. Besides, the feeling that everyone is drunk and I'm awake alone is quite interesting. This is probably the reason why my cousin likes to have fun and watch fun, right? The little witch didn't realize that she had gradually transformed into Zicomo's shape. She said, "Comfort, relax, Harry. Think about who Voldemort is most afraid of. It's Dumbledore. As long as Dumbledore is around, he won't dare to kill you at Hogwarts." In fact, she didn't believe it herself. Harry almost fell to his death from the sky when he didn't see the Quidditch match. Of course, with the medical level of the magic world, as long as you don't hit the ground, most of them can be rescued. It was possible that Harry would be in bed for a long time to come. Maybe Quirrell had a bit of that in mind, and that's why he cursed Harry at the Quidditch match. Indeed, instead of worrying about that, it's better to be more concerned about your final exams. I don't want you two to become our juniors when school starts next year. Zicomo nodded in agreement. Needless to say, Ronald uses a wand that is not his own, has poor spellcasting skills, and is still a scumbag. Harry's words, he was busy training for the Quidditch match a while ago, and in class, his mind was all about how to control the broom to fly faster. When the two heard this, they looked at Zicomo resentfully. Who do you think we might be relegated to? In fact, Hogwarts didn't repeat the class before. One day Zicomo was sighing that life at Hogwarts became more and more like the university life in his previous life. Then he remembered the repeating of grades in his previous life due to the fact that he was too ill and failed too many subjects. Zicomo thought about it, he couldn't be the only one going through this kind of pain. So I wrote a letter of advice to the principal. In the letter, he said righteously that he should be responsible for the students' studies and should not disgrace the name of Hogwarts, the largest magical academy in England. I didn't expect Dumbledore to pass it after reading it. For this, Zicomo also scored 50 points for Gryffindor. The reason is that the teaching rules and regulations of Hogwarts have been improved. Since then, Zicomo has been viewed with hatred by the poor students of the 4 academies. Asterisk. Chapter 42. Being interrupted by Zicomo like this, Harry no longer worried about his own safety. There was Dumbledore over him anyway. On the contrary, the fact that Zicomo said too many failed classes was taken seriously by Harry. Come on, Ronald. Let's go to the library to review. Ronald. You really want to come out and come out. The most painful thing for a scumbag is that you force him to study. But for the sake of his final grades, Ronald got up and went to the library with Harry. As for Hermione, in order to spend more time with unicorns, she completed her review plan early. Not to mention Zicomo, he can rub the magic stone with his hands, and he doesn't care about the first year exam at all. Zicomo got up, yawned, and decided to go back to sleep for a while. He's been very busy lately, and his exploration of the border has been slow due to his distraction from studying alchemy. Plus Galad is really not a good place. Malenia's mad woman went on a scarlet corruption, and the whole area was covered with all kinds of disgusting corruption. All kinds of spoilage fungus plants are spread all over the earth, and sometimes living things carry this kind of thing. There was a strong smell of mold in the air. Thanks to the wizard who invented the bubblehead spell. If it weren't for this magic filtering the air, Zicomo would have wanted to directly find a way to dig a tunnel leading to the Eternal City, so as to accomplish Lonnie's mission. In the past few days, he took the time to clear the magic town of Celia. Going south from Celia is the road leading to the Red Lion City. Unlike previous map exploration, Zicomo didn't run around the map most of the time. Instead, after lighting the blessing point, clear the nearby important nodes and go to the next one. He really can't appreciate the environment here. A corruption of red and white made him feel very depressed. Fortunately, this is almost over. He swore that he would never go back to this kind of place again after he had beaten his eldest brother. June is the sunniest month in England. It's also the month of the final exams for the little wizards at Hogwarts. Harry, Ronald, and Hermione walked out of Hogwarts Castle talking. I didn't expect that there were so many knowledge points that I didn't take the test, and I remembered all the content. Hermione bemoaned the lack of use for her full knowledge. Harry and Ronald thought it would be better if the final exam was simpler. Of course, neither of them refuted Hermione. The two are still in a good mood. After all, most of the knowledge points they reviewed have passed the test. This is also Zicomo's credit. The two were completely silent when they saw the so-called focus of the exam in Hermione's book during their review. The entire book is almost within her scope. So the two had to switch doors and hug Zicomo's thigh. Zicomo was overwhelmed and gave them an exam focus. He was born in a famous teacher, and studied under teacher Lien. Under his teaching, Hermione did not know how many times stronger than the original. A mere estimate of the key points of a first-year exam is naturally not difficult for him. No, Harry and Ronald found out when they took the exam, many of which were the knowledge points that Zicomo gave them. Having received the favor of his cousin, he was naturally embarrassed to refute something. As for Zicomo, he had already run back to Zen Garden to work on his alchemy experiments. During the potions exam not long ago, Zicomo asked Snape how to purify the rough he made. Of course, he didn't tell Snape directly. He used the potion method as an example. Ask Snape how he can purify the potion and get a potion that is more potent, even qualitative. Snape looked at him like a fool at the time. Throw it at him, why don't you use better herbs when you start making potions? It dawned on Zicomo. That's right, wouldn't he just use a higher level of vitality and soul to make rough stones from the beginning? Are there few such existences in the borderlands? Of those children of Malika, those of Radagon, which one is not of this level? Unexpectedly, the problem that had troubled him for so long was solved so easily. It can only be said that Zicomo was blinded by the so-called purification problem, which blocked the sight of other solutions. Knowing the solution, Zicomo hurried into his Zen garden. What he has to do now is to make a container for the soul and vitality of the gods and people in advance. After all, what he will face next is the gods, and ordinary rough stones can't accommodate them. Back to Harry's side. Completing the exam is equivalent to losing a layer of heavy shackles. The whole body and mind feel a lot more comfortable. Even the brain spins faster. Arha Holmesley helped to think of the weirdness. Why did Hagrid want to raise a dragon, so someone brought a dragon egg to him? And why, a man would take a dragon egg to a bar as a bet? As he ran towards Hagrid's hut, he told his two friends about his doubts. Now, he just needs to find the key evidence. The suspect, the mysterious man's plans are about to be exposed before his eyes. He came to Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid was playing the flute to relieve his thoughts of Norbert. Hagrid, did you see what the person who gave you the dragon egg looked like? Harry asked eagerly. I don't know, that guy has been wearing a hood, I can't see his face. Hagrid stopped playing and said. What about the voice? Did you find his voice familiar when you talked to him? Harry was naive after all, not to mention the magic world, even ordinary people can easily change their voices. I don't know, I'm not impressed. But we had a good conversation, and he was worried that I wouldn't be able to take care of Norbert. I told him I can take care of Lu Wei, let alone a dragon. Then is he interested in Fluffy? Harry noticed something and continued. Of course, even a fantastic beast stealer, it's hard to get a chance to see a three-headed dog. I told him the trick to dealing with beasts is how to quiet them. Like Lou Williams, you just have to listen to him music, and it fell asleep right away. After speaking, Hagrid also realized that he had missed the point. I shouldn't have told you, he said angrily. If Zicomo was here at this time, he would definitely have exclaimed. Hagrid realized that he shouldn't tell Harry and the others, and he didn't realize that he shouldn't also tell strangers about Lu Wei's weakness. Dumbledore wanted to say Q to him. And the three little wizards had realized the seriousness of the problem, turned and ran back to Hogwarts Castle, wanting to tell Dumbledore all this. Chapter 43. The three ran back to the castle and found Professor McGonagall, who was working. Professor McGonagall. We want to see Professor Dumbledore on a very urgent matter. People arrived before they could say anything, Harry said eagerly. He's not at school now, and Professor Dumbledore has an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic and has left for the Ministry. Fudge, I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Zicomo, who knew Dumbledore's character well, knew that Dumbledore might not be at school. But if you say he doesn't know what's going on in the castle, he doesn't believe it. He probably thought that the final exam was over, and Harry should have a breakout game to relax. So he pretended to leave, creating a chance for Harry. It's a pity that Zicomo is not here, so he didn't have the chance to witness the scene in front of him. He's gone? But this matter is very important, it's about the Philosopher's Stone. Harry exclaimed in surprise. How did you know that? Professor McGonagall asked in confusion. Someone's trying to steal it. This time Harry got smarter, knowing that no one believed it was Snape who wanted to steal it, so he didn't say who it was. I don't know how you guys know about the Philosopher's Stone, but I promise it's safe. Go back to your dorm now and try not to talk about it. Professor McGonagall is speechless. Is this something that can be talked loudly in public? I have already told you all at a low volume, but your voice is louder than your voice, for fear that others will not know. That's why everyone went out to play after the exam, otherwise all 4 colleges would know about it that night. The Philosopher's Stone is at Hogwarts, and someone is trying to steal it. Maybe Professor McGonagall was too serious, or maybe Harry was disappointed that she didn't believe in him. The three walked out of Professor McGonagall's office in a low mood. Zicomo, you guys should talk about your reasoning. Is it possible to ask people to believe you for no reason? The three made their way to the hallway. Harry conspired loudly. Hagrid is definitely not a stranger, it must be Snape. Hermione didn't say much about it. Standing sideways, she had noticed the black robe out of the corner of her eye. Now that Dumbledore isn't here, is it possible that this is how he got it? Just as Ronald took the call, there was a terrifying voice behind him. Snape had already seen the 3 little ones in front of him, and he could hear Harry shouting his name. He stepped forward silently. Good afternoon. How can young people like you, especially Gryffindor, be willing to stay indoors? What a nice weather outside. Snape's question left the 2 boys speechless. We're going to discuss where to play, Hermione said. Snape glanced at her, thinking what a liar. Who doesn't know that you and Zicomo are almost inseparable? But Snape didn't say much, and Routine started spitting venom on Harry. Be careful, people will think you're doing something bad. After saying that, Snape glared at Harry. Turn around and leave here. Frightened by Snape, Harry finally learned to conspire quietly. What do we do now? Ronald asked. Maybe we can ask my cousin for advice. Hermione suggested. Harry nodded in agreement. After all, he knew that Zicomo was super powerful, and it was necessary to have a superpower. As a result, the 3 searched all over Hogwarts and could not find Zicomo. Hermione even went to the room of requirement. In the end, Hermione speculated that Zicomo might be experimenting with alchemy in the Zen Garden. But she doesn't have the key to the Zen Garden, so Zicomo is basically unable to contact him now. The 3 reunited, and Hermione spoke out about her speculation. Of course, she didn't mention Zicomo's garden, but just told the 2 that Zicomo should hide and do alchemy experiments. It seems we can only rely on ourselves. Harry pondered for a while, then raised his head and said firmly. What do you want? Ronald asked. We're going through that trapdoor, just tonight, Harry replied. Hermione's clever head was now full of doubts. And then? What is the plan? What is the spirit boy thinking? After wearing it? Hagrid said before that there are several levels. Is he going to break in like this? Hermione sighed helplessly, and went back to the dormitory to prepare her equipment. Back in the dormitory, Hermione pulled out a suitcase from the bottom of the bed, which contained Zicomo's usual alchemy works. Most of them are products of his improvisation. When he made it, he felt useless to himself, so he threw it to Hermione as a toy. Of course, there are also boutiques. Like the dragon hide armor Hermione was wearing at this time. It is made by Zicomo using dragon skins from the Borderlands. When attacked by magic, it can reduce the magic power by 50%. This is the dragon skin's own resistance to magic. This armor was lined by him, and a piece of life stone was inlaid at the heart. As long as the wearer is injured in battle, the rough stone will replenish the user's vitality through a special circuit. Achieve the effect of treatment. Moreover, when encountering the death curse, the original life stone will consume all the vitality, offsetting the damage caused by a death curse. And Hermione's bracelet, which Zicomo recreated for her with a protective bracelet. On the bracelet is Zicomo's modified armor protection. While forming a round shield with no dead ends to protect itself, the round shield also has a certain effect of rebounding curses. And for the energy part Zicomo uses the magic stone technology. What are the characteristics of the energy in the Philosopher's Stone? What stands out is a large amount. It can be used by Nicole LeMay for nearly 600 years to be exhausted, which shows the energy storage ability of the magic stone. Hermione's necklace at this time is the blue amber pendant +2 amulet that Zicomo gave her for Christmas. There was a bag of second-generation magic grenades in his pocket. The other bag is the magic potion that Zicomo usually brews. At Hermione's current mana level, one bottle can return most of her mana. These are not Zicomo's most satisfying works. What satisfied Zicomo the most was a consumable that he named light feather beads. The hole is the size of a transparent glass bead, with a feather clearly visible inside. The effect is to reduce your own weight and increase your movement speed by 200% for 5 minutes. Note that there are two effects here. Reducing your own weight and increasing your speed is not a simple 1+1 increase. This is what Zicomo prepared for the flying species in the Borderlands. Increase your speed and knock them down before they fly. Worst of all, they have to scrap their wings first. Zicomo rampaged half the junction and had a fatal injury. He can't fly. So he made light feather beads. Later Zicomo thought of broomsticks in the wizarding world. His need for light feather beads was not so great, so he gave Hermione some of the beads. Hermione is now fully armed. Some grown-up wizards are coming, and they're going to lose to Hermione, too. Asterisk. Chapter 44. Hermione at this time has everything ready, and only owes the East Wind. Ready to go, just waiting for Harry and the others to open the copy of the Philosopher's Stone tonight. Hermione is still looking forward to this great adventure. Ever since the troll incident, Hermione felt as if she had flipped a strange switch. Occasionally, I also experience a fantasy journey of fighting monsters. Obviously, there is no peaceful master in his bones. The little witch was even thinking about whether to find a way to get the Philosopher's Stone to her cousin. After all, it is a magic stone that can make elixir of life. The little witch also has some ideas. And Zicomo was still working in his alchemy room. He has a lot to prepare. The moment the creatures in the border die, they will return to the golden tree. He didn't know if it was forced by the golden tree or voluntary by the creatures. But he didn't care either. His original plan was to kill a demigod, and then instantly bring the demigod into the system space. This will prevent the demigods from dying and returning to the golden tree. But he wasn't sure if it was his speed or that of the golden tree. These were not the dragons he had put away before. The two have different weights in the consciousness of the golden tree, that is, in the eyes of the beast of Elden within the golden tree. So just in case, he decided to develop a one-step product. He called it the Enhanced Sorcerer's Stone. First of all, he needed the stone to be able to hold the life force and soul of the God-Man. Secondly, this stone has the function of shielding the outside world to probe into the interior. This is for the next function. This function is also the most important one. That is to be able to absorb the vitality and soul of the outside world. At least the part in contact with the stone surface should be able to absorb. At that time, Zicomo directly smashed the stone into the bodies of the gods and demigods, and the stones naturally absorbed their lives and souls. After the absorption is completed, the surface of the stone is isolated from the connection with the golden tree. In this way, the golden tree can't notice anything. Zicomo didn't want to just solve a boss, and suddenly the final boss jumped in front of him. The people in these Borderlands are not the kind of NPCs in the original game that only follow the settings. Hey, I didn't expect to work so hard to separate the two forces of life and soul in the Philosopher's Stone, and now they have to fuse them back together again. 35. Zicomo said he was very tired. Compared to when Nicole LeMay worked for decades to create the Philosopher's Stone, he was still a little more tender. The two rough stones he separated can't be said to be useless. On the contrary. The original Stone of Life can make a potion to restore vitality, and the original Soul Stone itself is a great supplement to the remnant soul of Voldemort. Unfortunately, his skills are not good enough. borrowed the method of making magic stones to make these two kinds of rough stones. It will make these two rough stones not perfect when they are formed. Forge a creature into these two stones. The imprint of the creature itself remains in the rough stone. The original stone of life is fine, supplementing vitality is like giving blood to others, there is no big problem with the same blood type. But not the soul, everyone's soul is unique. Once the original soul stone left the imprint of that creature, then others use this rough stone to repair their soul, and they will be stained with the imprint of other souls. At that time, the soul will become turbid, and it will be unable to progress any further, or it will become dementia and stupid. To be more serious, his soul will be swallowed up by foreign marks, and he will be reborn by others. Therefore, Nicole Lemai's methods were very clever. Regardless of your body and soul, all blend together. Forget the separation step and focus on the problem of refinement. Make sure that the extracted energy is pure enough, and make the imprint of the creature itself, so that the elixir produced will not have side effects. Of course, this is not to say that Zicomo gave up the practice of two rough stones. Inspired by the idea of the enhanced version of the Philosopher's Stone, his purification problem was easily solved. That is to make the container as the shell first, and then engrave the magic rune of filtering and absorption on it. At that time, the stone is directly inserted into the body of the organism, and it is completed directly. In this way, pure rough stones can be obtained. That aside, he has to make the enhanced version of the magic stone first. In other words, it can be called an empty shell of the enhanced version of the Philosopher's Stone. After all, he has not stored the life and soul of living things in him. Being able to accommodate the souls of gods and demigods is very demanding on materials. Zicomo thought of a material that would fit the bill: golden tree. Of course, not the one at the junction, but in the garden, behind him. The golden tree itself can absorb all kinds of energies, life force and soul are naturally no problem. What's more, it itself is the seed from the golden tree at the border. The two have the same origin, and even the step of shielding the junction ground is omitted. Thinking of this, Zicomo acted quickly. To this end, he did not hesitate to intercept a taproot of the small golden tree. After all, plants use their roots to absorb nutrients. The rhizome of the golden tree is the main material, supplemented by various materials for making magic stones, including a lot of magic ore and herbal plants. In the end, he got a golden gem the size of an egg. Said to be a gem, it is actually wood. It is said to be wood, but it is actually harder than steel. And in order to facilitate implantation into the bodies of those gods and demigods, Zicomo specially made it into a fusiform shape with two sharp heads. Finally completed, I'll call you a magic spar. Thinking that the magic spar in a certain Magic Awakening game is also this color, Zicomo simply named it after this. It was past mealtime at Hogwarts, and Zicomo didn't bother to run to the cafeteria. Start a business directly in the Zen garden. After finishing dinner, he was going to try the effect of this stone. And Zicomo's chosen target is naturally the powerful demigod, general of the broken star Rattan. No matter how he regretted it, Zicomo had to go against Rattan. After all, he was going to enter the Eternal City, which required the stars to turn again. Moreover, this is also his own will to kill, Nyomo's, Death Rattan. He was eroded by Malenia's scarlet corruption, but he retained a shred of sanity. He slept himself on the Gobi Desert behind the Red Lion City. Release the news and wait for one, or a group of people who can kill him. He ultimately wanted to die as a warrior. But unfortunately, Zicomo may not be able to achieve his wish. Zicomo needs his life force and soul. Naturally, it is impossible to show up to fight him. As for why Zicomo didn't choose another demigod, one is because he has not yet explored other demigod areas. Oh, no. He's already killed a Grek nephew. Second, because Rattan is La Ni's brother, his life and soul energy will naturally be more suitable for La Ni. So, I'm sorry, uncle, I'll take care of La Ni and mother-in-law for you. You can go in peace. Chapter 45. The camera turns to Hermione, now dressed as an explorer, before Harry and Ronald. Ronald couldn't help but groaned, "Please, what are you doing so strangely dressed?" Hermione rolled her eyes and said, "What do you know? I call this a sense of ritual. How can you go on an adventure without wearing an adventure suit?" 35. At least it looks weird to me, Ronald said with a shrug. Then I think you should know more about the Muggle world. Hermione gives her advice. Harry nodded, too, feeling that the Muggle world had many good things to do. He even envied Hermione for having such professional equipment. After all, the Hogwarts school uniform looks good, but the robes are a bit inconvenient to move around. Okay, stop talking. Time is running out. It's time for us to go, Harry urged. He was worried that the Philosopher's Stone would be stolen by Snape if he was late. 9:40. Sleeping Snape, thank you. I didn't even know I could sleepwalk to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Several people came to the room on the third floor, opened the door and saw Lu Wei lying there. Perhaps the sound of the door opening was too loud, and Lu Wei had vague signs of waking up. Not good. 39. Transform quickly. Hermione waved her wand quickly and condensed a harp out of thin air. The strings were plucked slowly, the soothing music sounded, and Lu Wei fell asleep again. Sure enough, sometimes it's useful to learn something more. Otherwise, you are playing it tone deaf now. Do you think it will give you face to go to sleep? Hermione thanked her former vocal teacher in her heart. Go, keep going. Since the beginning of the adventure, the little witch has gradually become excited. Even walking is sloppy. When he came to the trapdoor, he jumped straight down without fear of the darkness below after opening it. Leaving Harry and Ronald looking at each other. Let's go down too. Harry suggested. Okay, but I'm scared. Ronald swallowed. Then together. Without waiting for Ronald to answer, he took his hand and jumped down. 99. A series of long screams resounded throughout the ground. Harry and Ronald fell on the devil's vine net. I have to say, this thing is really flexible, and the two of them fell from the third floor to the ground without any injuries. It's just that they're kind of annoying. Physically haunting. Sensing that something hit it, the devil's vine began to shrink, intending to roll up the prey and kill it. Then a wave of panicked screams sounded again. Stop barking. This is the devil's vine, and as long as you don't move, it will loosen you. Hermione reluctantly opened her mouth to remind them that if they were to move, they would probably lose their lives. Harry listened to Hermione's words and stopped waving his hands and feet. After more than 10 seconds, the devil vine released Harry and let him fall under the vine net. And Ronald, well, he couldn't hear anything in his panic. Helpless, Hermione cast the spell again. Burning flames. The devil's vine was afraid of flames, and the scalded vine quickly shrank, and Ronald fell. Seeing Ronald still yelling, Hermione really wanted to throw a close earplug on him. Okay, stop screaming. You're safe. The screaming stopped abruptly. Ronald reacted and touched his whole body. Well, everything is fine. Hermione and Harry didn't bother to continue playing tricks with him, and turned to the third level. Ronald quickly got up to catch up. Hey, wait for me. The third level is filled with the humming of wings. Looking up, those humming sounds were not birds or insects, but keys. The door at the end was locked, and there was a broom next to it. Apparently they had to find the correct one among the hundreds of keys. Harry, your realm. The clever Hermione had noticed the way to clear this level, and motioned Harry to look at the broom. Harry understood when he saw it, grabbed the broom and started taking off. On the other side, Zicomo at the border is also riding a broom. Since having it, Zicomo has never lost his way in the junction. By the way, this is the same Nimbus 2000 as Harry. Zicomo was worried about its resistance to CAO, and even took it to the blacksmith to repair the ancients to strengthen it. Seeing Zicomo's weapon getting more and more strange, Xiugu hesitated for a while. Yes, in Xiugu's eyes, this is a weapon. Otherwise what does Zicomo strengthen it for? As a result, the first broomstick in the magical world that can increase magical attacks was born. Zicomo gave it a try. Sitting on a broom, he can fire all kinds of magic through the top of the front end of the broom. More exciting than AFG fighter. At that time, Melina was stunned at the blessing point. When did the Borderland come up with such a magic item? She wants one too. Now Zicomo can say arrogantly, everyone here at the junction, as long as anyone who can't fly, one of them is rubbish. Before that, Zicomo was still disgusted that the broom would smack eggs, but now I can only say, it's really fragrant. Anyway, it's not really awkward, and there is a seat similar to a bicycle on the seat. And this one is extremely comfortable. Well, it is indeed an excellent product that has been strengthened by Xiugu. Broomstick Company employee, didn't you add 1,888 galleon to order it yourself? Zicomo, shut up. I just wanted to find a reason to praise Master Xiugu. The strengthening of Master Xiugu never disappoints. Zicomo came directly from the air to the Gobi Desert behind the Red Lion City. From a distance, he could see General Rattan on his little pony standing on the highest hill. Golden lion armor, blood red hair. Each hand holds a large knife, and the surface of the knife is engraved with the rune of gravity magic. Well, the actual name of this thing is Broken Star Sword. What can Zicomo say? There is no distinction between swords, and the old people who lived a good life are already old. It is a pity that at this time, Rattan's eyes are no longer clear, and his body exudes a stench of scarlet corruption. With Rattan's strength, it is no exaggeration to call him the strongest demigod. Great strength comes with 0.9 with a great physique. He is 4 or 5 meters tall. And his pony, to be honest, probably wasn't as tall as Zicomo. Of course, I'm referring to the adult-sized Zicomo here. In fact, the skinny horse is not going to be squashed by Rattan in any way. This is Rattan's favorite horse. You may not believe it, but Rattan's gravity magic was learned for the pony under his crotch. As he got older, Rattan got bigger and bigger. In order to continue fighting alongside his ponies, Rattan travels to Celia to learn the magic of gravity. Control your own gravity and keep your weight from falling on the pony. Pony, I really thank you. Did I say that I want to continue to die with you? In the end, I didn't expect him to learn so much, and in the end, even the stars were sealed. Chapter 46. Alas, I didn't expect people who have been corrupted by scarlet corruption to become like this. It seems that I have to be more careful. 99. Zicomo looked at his 100% immunity to scarlet corruption and sighed again. He looked at Rattan below, not knowing where to start for a while. He is now covered in golden armor, which makes Zicomo unable to implant the magic spar at all. He thought for a moment and came up with an idea. Fortunately, I found this at the bottom of the Shiver River. Zicomo pulled out a corrupted moss potion from his backpack. The recipe for this thing was found by Zicomo from the bottom of the Shiver River. This thing can reduce the accumulation of crimson corruption and heal corruption. Seeing the introduction on the recipe, Zicomo wanted to laugh. As long as this thing is useful to the demigods, Zicomo can feed Malenia as much as she can. What? You said why don't you feed Rattan? Sorry, not so many rotten moss medicines. Of course, it cannot be said that it is completely useless. At least temporarily restore Rattan's sanity. Well, that's what it's used for. 11. This is what Zicomo does now. Zicomo took out a heavy crossbow and came to the top of Rattan. Aimed at Rattan, the horse under the crotch. Pony? I thank you so much. Whoosh. The crossbow arrow broke through the air and directly pierced the head of the pony. Rattan saw a crossbow arrow falling from the sky, taking the life of his beloved horse. Although his consciousness is chaotic, he has a deep affection for the pony. The deep grief prompted him to roar up to the sky. Who killed my horse? Zicomo saw Rattan's mouth open wide in a roar. Quickly took out the corrupt moss medicine from his arms and threw it into Rattan's mouth. Let's go. Huh? Why is the weight wrong? Zicomo looked intently, and the thing he threw crossed a golden arc in the air and flew into Rattan's mouth. Rattan's throat moved and swallowed it. Broken. Throw the magic spar in. Zicomo took out from his arms again, and found that the corrupt moss medicine was still in his hand. Huh? No, does this count as being implanted in a living being? Zicomo found that his ultimate goal had been achieved. Originally, he was thinking of using the corrupt moss medicine to wake up Rattan first, and then reason with him. Now I didn't expect it to be straightforward. At this time, Rattan was still roaring below. FK faders, dare to kill my horse. Zicomo glanced at the corrupt moss medicine in his hand. Otherwise, throw this one away too? As soon as he said it, Zicomo waved it and threw it into Rattan's mouth as well. The absorption function of the magic spar was activated smoothly. Swallowing the corrupted moss potion, Rattan will wake up from corruption within a few moments. I am, where? The Goba Desert after the Red Lion City. Who are you? Zicomo, your sister Lonnie's subordinate. Hey, Lan. I remember, Malenia of Dammit, made me look like this. After a brief absence, Rattan remembered everything. So, are you here to kill me too? Well, Lan's law is the stars and the moon. Your gravitational magic seals the stars, freezes them, and stops the gears of fate. Come on then, please fight with me in an upright manner, and let me die in battle. Zicomo shook his head. Sorry, I may have to disappoint you. I need your life and soul to reshape a body for Lonnie. Oh? Interesting. No wonder I feel my power draining, I thought it was crimson corruption corrupting me. Zicomo was a little surprised. Aren't you angry? What are you angry about? I didn't give you what you wanted, gorgeous to die in battle. But you are for Lonnie, who is my favorite sister. Isn't it normal for my brother to give way to my sister? 99. Rattan said in a firm tone. Hearing this, Zicomo couldn't help but sigh. Did Lonnie take the template of the protagonist of Shuangguan? Born in the royal family, he has an extraordinary talent for magic, and learned his own magic from his mother's magic. Her mother and brother were very fond of her. He was chosen by Two Fingers to become a candidate for God. After discovering that the Two Fingers are controlling their own will, they resolutely steal the death rune and commit suicide to get rid of their own body. Free to walk in the junction. Now there is a husband who wants to help her completely resurrect. What? Her husband is me. That's fine. Tell me about Lonnie's current situation. 35. That's it, you know. The doll's body doesn't fit her soul, so she occasionally falls asleep. The Shadow of Calamity, who was assigned to hunt her down, was also killed by us. I'm now trying to get into the Eternal City and help her get the destined thing that will kill Two Fingers. 35. It turns out that if, no wonder you would come to me. Indeed, after my death, the stars will return to flow, and the Eternal City will also appear. Zicomo nodded nonchalantly. Okay, we've talked long enough. I feel like the power in my body is about to run out. Time to say goodbye, lad. You are a good boy, and you can think about Lot and I. Although you BD killed my horse. Zicomo, can we not mention the killing of the horse? The little sadness that finally brewed was just shattered by you. Zicomo watched Rattan's burly body gradually dissipate from his feet. Goodbye, uncle. Hearing Zicomo's address to him, Rattan was stunned, then laughed. Ha 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 ha. Funny brat, I should have given you 2 knives just now. Go after you if you can. I'm optimistic about you. Rattan's figure just disappeared with the wind, but his laughter in 940 still echoed in the Scoba desert. Not long after, meteors streaked across the night sky. As Rattan died, the stars began to flow. Several meteors fell on the junction. More, it turned into a stream of light across the sky. I don't know where to fly. Lani's magic tower. Lani woke up from her slumber and watched the meteor shower in the sky. She whispered, brother. 99. In the big library, Rain-a-Lot also looked away from the amber egg and looked at the sky. Child, can you still be born again? Most people in the borderlands are enjoying the meteor shower. Whether these people are normal or abnormal. Of course, there was also a gentleman at this time, who was full of doubts about this. That is our Lord of the Red Lion City, Mr. Gillian. Where's my general? What about me, such a big broken star general? It's not time for the funeral yet? 99. Because Zicomo is riding a broomstick from the sky. Therefore, the city Lord Gillian still does not know who killed Rattan. Of course, this has nothing to do with Zicomo. After admiring the meteor shower, he stepped forward to pick up Rattan's drop. Leaving this barren Gobi desert. Chapter 47. He picked up 3 things in total, the big rune of Rattan, the memory of the broken star, and his magic spar. At this time, the magic spar absorbed everything in Rattan and turned into a golden red, which was extremely beautiful. And Zicomo found that there is a complete soul imprint in the magic spar. Zicomo speculated that it was probably because the soul of the demigod was so powerful that the imprint could not be filtered out, and was sucked in as a part of the soul. Of course, Zicomo is not worried that it will contaminate the magic spar, but thinks it is a possibility. A possibility to resurrect Rattan. Since Rattan's soul imprint is intact, Zicomo can easily peel it off and keep it alone. At that time, if he upgrades his resurrection technology again, then Rattan can be resurrected again. No matter how bad it was, he also grabbed a handful of Rattan's ashes. Inspired by the group of mod players in his previous life, Zicomo wanted to see if he could use the soul bell to summon Rattan. Forget it, don't think so much. The entrance to the Eternal City of Norren has been opened, it's time to find my big brother. 39. The big brother in Zicomo's mouth is actually ashes. Name, Imitation Teardrop Ashes. The effect is to consume a lot of mana and summon a clone that is the same as itself. It is called the Big Brother by the players, has excellent fighting consciousness, and is not afraid of pain and death. With him, you don't even need to fight the boss yourself anymore. Ring the bell when you enter the door and you can pass on the side. This trip to the Red Lion City was surprisingly smooth, and Zicomo didn't fight much. After chatting with my uncle for a while, the matter was over. Alas, I really hope the gods and demigods in the back can be so quiet that he can absorb them. Gods and demigods, don't come here. It was rare that Zicomo did not teleport with a blessing point, but rode a broomstick and came to the south of the foggy forest. Turret, so, love goes away, right? This place was originally a plain, but now a big hole has been smashed by the stars. Affected by the stars, a large amount of rubble is suspended irregularly in the crater. That is proof that the earth is shattered. There is a hole at the bottom, and after passing through it, you come to the Eternal City of Norren. It used to be a very splendid civilization, but unfortunately the people here touched the taboo of the stars. Punished by the will outside the starry sky. He cast dark abandoned sun Esther, and used its gravitational magic to sink the entire Nokron into the ground. No, not just Nokron. There are 2 other eternal cities, namely Nokstella and the nameless Eternal City. All were buried deep in the ground and never saw the light of day. As for what did they do? Well, they got a killing finger knife. It is said that this thing can hurt the supreme will. It's just that these people can't be called Huon. Well now, all become underground people. You can see how smart Lani is, without saying what it is, she just said that it was her destiny. Moreover, he also acted when the ring of law was broken and the supreme will could not get in touch with the boundary. As expected of his Zicomo's wife, really smart. Just when Zicomo entered Nocranon, the three Hermiones here had reached the 4th level. This level is the giant wizard chess designed by their Gryffindor Dean, McGonagall UNUN. Well, this is the mother's preference. Look at her expression when she used Chidon out in the original book. Rarely showed excitement. It can be seen how much she loves this giant stone statue. Wow, cool. I've never seen such a big wizard chess. Ronald looked at the huge chessboard field in front of him and exclaimed. Now is not the time to marvel, it's time for us to pick up the pace. 99. Although Harry was also shocked, he hadn't forgotten his purpose. As a result, as soon as he came to the opposite chessboard, he was blocked by the soldier's weapon. Obviously, we have to defeat them first. Hermione quickly understood the conditions for clearing this level. Aha, that's exactly what I'm good at. Ronald stood up proudly. Come on, by the time you finish playing chess, everyone else will already have the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione rolled her eyes nicely. He took out a second-generation magic grenade from his pocket. Push back. After reminding the two, Hermione threw them out. I remember my cousin saying that the trigger spell is this. Art is to explode, drink. Boom boom boom. 35. More than a dozen explosions sounded continuously, raising countless dust and gravel. Fortunately, Ronald and Harry listened to Hermione's words and hid behind their own pawns. Otherwise, it will definitely be hit in the head by the flying gravel. Ronald was shivering behind Harry. Harry, I remember on Christmas Eve, Hermione, did she still say that wizard chess is savage? If our gameplay counts as savage, what is she? Ronald's voice trembled uncontrollably. Harry wasn't going anywhere at this point. For the first time, he knew that Hermione was usually kind to them. What are you doing so far from me? Hermione looked back and was puzzled to see Harry and Ronald both keeping a certain distance from her. The two of them swept the same piece of chess that was half-bombed on the opposite side. No, nothing. The two replied quickly. Afraid that it would be too late, Hermione took out a few more of those things and blasted them into the sky. Well, let's go. 35. The little witch turned her head and walked forward, her footsteps were fierce, and she had the demeanor of a big sister. Harry and Ronald followed behind and whispered. It's better for us to provoke her less in the future, otherwise we may not see the sun the next day. Well, what you said makes a lot of sense. But I think there is one more person we can't mess with. 35. Who? Zicomo. Hiss. Ronald gasped, obviously remembering what Hermione had said earlier. This thing was probably made by Zicomo for Hermione's self-defense. The two looked at each other and nodded heavily at the same time. Go to the next room, there is only a simple table in this, nomads. There are 7 bottles of potion on the table, and there is a piece of paper in front of the potion. The door at the end of the room was covered in flames. Hermione stepped forward, picked up the piece of paper, and read out the contents. Danger is in front of you, safety is in the back, and there are 2 of us who can help you. Drink them down, one will lead you forward and the other will send you back to where you came from. 2 were filled with nettle wine, and 3 were killers, waiting in line. Choose, unless you wish to procrastinate here forever. First, no matter how cunningly the poison hides, in fact, they all stand on the left side of nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles on the left and right ends are different, and if you want to move forward, none of them will be useful to you. Third, you will find that the bottles vary in size, and that there is no death hidden in giants and gnomes. Fourth, the second on the left and the second on the right, although the appearance is different, the taste is the same. Chapter 48. What do you mean? Ronald was puzzled. It's a matter of logical reasoning, 35 Harry explained. What question? 35. Logical questions. Logical what? Harry rolled his eyes, too lazy to continue playing Ma Dongmei's dialogue game with him, explaining in a way Ronald could understand. It's like a puzzle game. He had found out that the wizards had little knowledge of this aspect. And Muggle children will be more or less exposed to the training of logical thinking from an early age. It's just a matter of cultural differences. The person who set up this level must be a good teacher who likes to get in touch with Muggles. If Zicomo knew about Harry's idea, he would be mad with laughter. Laughing to death, Snape was praised by Harry for being a good teacher. Also enjoys contact with Muggles. Well, that's true in a sense. The 2 biologists were still being held by Snape in that suburban warehouse. Oh. So it is. Sounds interesting, let's try it. 99. Ronald said with interest. Harry didn't speak, and held out his hand to count down to 5. I understand. That last sentence wasn't what Harry said. It was Hermione's voice. Ronald looked at it in shock. He didn't even understand the question. Hermione solved it with 940. Only then did Harry say, "Professional work, leave it to professional people to do it." Ronald nodded sympathetically. At this point, Hermione began to explain what the words on the paper meant. "What this means above is that one of the 7 potions will get you through the flames, one will get you back to where you started, and the rest are poison. In fact, the reasoning is very simple. The third rule is that the big bottle and the small bottle are not poison, so the big bottle of black is not poison, and according to the fourth rule, the second on the left and the second on the right are the same thing, and no." Hermione explained it quickly. Not only Ronald was surrounded by clouds, but Harry didn't understand much. "Stop. Hermione, tell us which 2 bottles are not poison." Harry interrupted Hermione's reasoning. "Well, the first purple bottle on the right is the return medicine, and the third bottle on the left, the smallest blue one, is the forward medicine." Hermione suddenly missed her cousin. My cousin must have understood what she was saying. Harry opened the smallest medicine bottle and glanced inside. Found out that it wasn't even enough for a little wizard to take a bite. Therefore, there can only be one person walking on the road ahead. You drink the returned bottle, and go out and write to Dumbledore and ask him to return quickly. Harry's tone was firm, and he decided to stop Snape from stealing the Philosopher's Stone himself. Seeing this scene, Zicomo couldn't help but applaud them. "It's so wonderful. This was the last level before I remembered to write to Dumbledore. It is not unreasonable for foreign police to be slow in dispatching police. These people are almost after the show before they remember to call the police. I can get through the flames." After Hermione finished speaking, she looked at Ronald. Harry looked over at the same time. Seeing the two looking at him, Ronald said tentatively, "Should I go back to tip-off?" Hermione and Harry nodded in unison. "Okay, then you pay attention to safety." Ronald picked up the returned potion and poured it into his mouth. Before he could put down the bottle, his figure began to retreat rapidly until it reached the door of Lu Wei's room. "This scene is amazing. The first time I saw the return to the city was to drink medicine. Don't they grind hearthstones? Okay, it's our turn." Harry drank the potion and came to the wall of fire, plucking up his courage and rushing over. Hermione was much more cautious. She had actually recognized the origin of the wall of fire. "This is fiery." In fact, Hermione didn't know whether the protective gear given by her cousin could withstand the fierce fire. But it's all at the door. If she just leaves like this, she's really not reconciled. And she was also worried about Harry's safety. Cousin, bless you." Hermione took a deep breath and activated the protective charm on the bracelet. He rushed over in one breath. On the way, she saw that the translucent magic shield would bounce off the fire constantly. The little witch remembered that when her cousin gave her this bracelet, he said that the protective magic of this bracelet can deflect evil spells. She didn't expect that even the fiery fire spell could be deflected. Passing through the fire, wall, she found that Harry had not waited for her and had already descended the steps. Dimly, Hermione heard someone talking below. She restrained her footsteps and walked down quietly. Then she heard the voice. Yeah. Everyone thought Snape was the bad guy. No one would doubt that Mr. Quirrell, who stutters and stutters in his lectures. 99. Hermione had recognized that it was Quirrell's voice. She couldn't help laughing a little at Quirrell's flamboyant tone. As far as his abnormal behavior, Hogwarts suspects him no less than 5 people. Her cousin even locked him in the beginning. "Zicomo, don't brag, I'll hang up." "That's impossible. Snape tried to kill me at Quidditch." Harry's voice sounded. "That's me trying to kill you," and Snape chanted an anti-curse. "If my hat wasn't on fire at the time, you'd be dead. That Christmas night Snape threatened you. It's not your damn, it's female classmate. I solved the troll early. I didn't have a chance to enter this place at all, and Snape noticed my intentions. 5. You also released the giant monster?" "Yes, I did it all." Hermione was amazed by the conversation between the two. "No, Quirrell, as a villain, you even tried to kill Harry before. Why do you have to answer Harry's questions now?" Seeing that Harry stopped asking, Quirrell turned to look at the mirror of Ayrden. "What is this mirror? I see what I want in it. But how do I get it? Take advantage of that boy." There was a third person's voice in the room, but no one could be found around. Even Hermione, who was eavesdropping, was taken aback by the voice full of negative emotions. "Harry, come here. Quick." Quirrell called Harry forward sharply. "What do you see?" Harry looked at himself in the mirror and pulled out a red stone from his pocket, then stuffed it back into his pocket again. That, he knew, was the Philosopher's Stone that Quirrell wanted. Before he could answer, Hermione shouted from behind. "Harry, get down. Quirrell, this is the Philosopher's Stone you want." 35. Harry heard Hermione's voice and remembered Hermione's previous actions. Feeling that it might not be safe to lie down here, I ran towards the mirror. It was not until he came to the back of the mirror that he lay down and hid. And Quirrell heard the voice and turned back subconsciously. Immediately he saw a stone the size of a goose egg flying towards him. Quirrell subconsciously reached out to pick it up, and suddenly he remembered the magic stone he had just seen in the mirror, which was different from the one in front of him. Not good. Boom. What Hermione threw out this time was not those. It was only the size of a pigeon egg, and the explosion range was only 1 meter. With this explosion, even the mirror of Ayrden's mirror, which was 2 heads taller than an adult, flew out. Unbiased, right on top of Harry. Harry? What did I do wrong again to do this to me? Chapter 49. Damn. Cough, how dare you, cough. The smoke cleared, and Hermione found that Quirrell had only injured one arm, though his clothes were tattered. It has to be said that as an excellent graduate of Ravenclaw, Quirrell still has 2 brushes. At the moment of perceiving the danger, it turns into a black fog, and the body tries to avoid the explosion. It's a pity that Zicomo's magic grenade comes with magic damage. Quirrell still couldn't dodge fast enough. It's you. Hermione Granger. 55. Quirrell never imagined that anyone other than Harry would be able to enter here. Obviously, in the previous level, the potion that can enter here is only enough for 2 people. He drank half, and Harry drank the rest. Gee, does that mean he's kissing Harry indirectly? It was precisely because of this understanding that he could answer Harry's questions. After all, the joy of the upcoming success needs to be shared by someone, even if this person is the enemy he is about to kill. Quirrell, I already know all about you. Dumbledore is on his way too, so let's go. Hermione stared fearlessly into Quirrell's malicious eyes. Huh, let me catch me. If I was alone, I might not be able to escape today, but I was never alone. Great Master, your servant is incompetent, I beseech your help. Quirrell removed the cloth cap from his head and woke Voldemort completely. Trash, you can't do a little thing well. A dark voice came from the back of Quirrell's head. Whether it was her delusion or not, Hermione heard a hint of weakness. Hermione Granger, I heard you a lot when I was attached to Quirrell. One of the 2 bright young stars of Gryffindor, how come I haven't seen the other? And you, Harry Potter. We meet again. As he spoke, Quirrell turned around, revealing the back of his head. You are Voldemort. Hermione was a little surprised, she didn't expect the biggest boss to be by her side all the time. Yes, it's me. I didn't expect that people still dare to call me by my name, are they interested in doing things under my command? Whether it's fame, power, or even immortality, I can give it to you. Forget it, you are so ugly, I don't want to have an ugly boss like you. 39. Hermione shook her head in disgust. Isn't his handsome cousin fragrant? Why do you want to mess with an ugly guy like you? Harry didn't know why Voldemort suddenly wanted to recruit Hermione, but that didn't stop him from laughing at Hermione's refusal. What's so funny? You'd better consider your situation first. When I kill this little witch, it will be your turn to die. Voldemort said angrily. At this time, Harry was crushed under the mirror of Ayrden and could only watch Voldemort make his move. Voldemort manipulated Quirrell's body, raising his hand with a wave of his wand. Fractured. A split spell hit Hermione. Hermione hurriedly turned sideways to dodge. It's a pity that Voldemort's spell was so fast that she couldn't dodge in time. The spell slammed into her body, with the protective bracelet on, and Hermione wasn't hurt. But the impact of the spell still knocked her out. Oh. Interesting alchemy product. It's a pity, I'll see how you dodge the next spell. Avada Kedavra. Green beams of light cut across the space, making ear-piercing noises, as if the invisible god of death was howling. Do not. Harry, who was beside him, cried out in grief and indignation. He couldn't believe that his good friend had just died in front of him. Hermione emerged from behind a pillar, raised her hand and attacked Voldemort with a pyroxene demon, then said. Okay, don't scream, I'm not dead yet. As early as the moment she was shot, she realized the problem of her lack of speed. So she decisively crushed the light feather beads that Zicomo gave her. Take advantage of Voldemort's use of Avada Kedavra and hide to the side and wait for the opportunity. Do you really think that Avada Kedavra can clean up all the bodies? With Voldemort's combat experience, he easily avoided Hermione's magic. He spoke with interest. Magic that has never been seen, or silent casting. You are indeed very talented. As everyone knows, these are the rest of Zicomo's play. The reason why the spell can be cast silently is because the rune circuit that builds the pyroxene magic gravel is more stable and does not need to be supplemented by spells. Most magic in the Borderlands is a silent spell. You really don't want to surrender to me? Don't think about it. 35. They couldn't talk to each other, and the two began to fight again. Hermione has a light feather ball blessing speed, easily dodging most of Voldemort's magic. Even if some can't escape, she still has a protective bracelet to help her bounce back attacks. Voldemort, on the other hand, had been through a lot of battles, so he could handle Hermione's attack with ease. In addition, Hermione does not know much attack magic, so Zicomo taught her a few basic pyroxene magic. It's not that Zicomo is hiding, but that Hermione can only learn these few things at the current level. After fighting back and forth, the two of them couldn't help each other for a while. Voldemort is also annoying. The small power and fast spell can't break Hermione's defense. The powerful spell required another casting time, giving Hermione a chance to dodge. He was thinking of draining Hermione's magic power. Unexpectedly, every time Voldemort estimated that Hermione's magic power was about to bottom out, he would see her take out a bottle of potion from his arms and drink it. Then restore the state and then play. As time passed, it was his remnant soul, which had not yet fully recovered, that began to gradually fall into the disadvantage. Enough. I don't want to play anymore. Voldemort retreated and came to the mirror of Ayrden. He grabbed Harry and threatened, "Little witch, I'll give you a choice. Put down your wand and surrender, or I'll kill him now." 99. After saying that, he grabbed Harry's neck and slowly lifted him up. He didn't know, he was looking for his own death. The guardian magic that Harry's mother had left on Harry had not yet expired. In addition to the previous explosion, Harry was also slightly injured. His hands were stained with his own blood. Breathless, Harry subconsciously reached out to break Voldemort's, Quirrell, hand. The blood touched Voldemort, and what Harry grabbed felt as if an invisible flame started to burn him. Ah! Damn it, what kind of magic is this? Hearing Voldemort's screams, Hermione from behind took the opportunity to rush forward. With a flick of the wand, it turned into a pyroxene swift sword and inserted it into Voldemort's heart from behind. Startled Harry in front of Voldemort. The sword was almost strung together with him into a candied hawse. The screams of Quirrell and Voldemort overlapped. Harry and Hermione looked at Quirrell's body like a parched stone. In the end the stone shattered into a cloud of dust, leaving only Quirrell's clothes intact. Chapter 50. Just when the two thought it was over, Voldemort's remnant rose from the dust. He howled and crashed into Harry, trying to parasitize him. Unfortunately, this body already contained a piece of Voldemort's remnant. There is no place for him. Voldemort went straight through Harry's body. It gave Harry a chilling feeling. Seeing that Harry couldn't make it, he turned to Hermione again. As a result, the white light from Hermione's protective bracelet burned his soul again. When Zicomo made this bracelet, he added the hair near the unicorn's horn. The horn of a unicorn is the most sacred part of their body. The hair growing on the edge of the single horn naturally also has the effect of purifying evil. Voldemort's remnant now carries a lot of negative energy. Choosing to be close to Hermione at this time is tantamount to courting death. Ah! Remember me, I will definitely come back. 35. Voldemort's remnant screamed and fled the underground 957 room. At this time, Hermione, who was relaxed, did not care about the dirty floor. He sat directly on the ground gasping for breath. Harry also had an expression of the rest of his life. Ha, Hermione. We did it, we beat Voldemort. Yeah, it's incredible to think about it. 2 of our first-year freshmen defeated the Dark Lord of the Wizarding World. Thanks to you for being able to fight Voldemort for so long. 5. No, the most important thing is your guardian magic. Guardian magic? Hermione, do you know what happened just now? Yes, I think it was your mother's guardian magic. Remember what my cousin said on the train? Your mother's guardian magic will protect you from the enemy's damage, and even reflect the enemy's damage on you to the enemy. Harry turned his head to look at the mirror of Ayrden. Lily's figure was reflected in the broken mirror, and she was looking at Harry lovingly. Harry, Hermione, how are you? At this time, Ronald's voice sounded from behind. I brought Dumbledore with me. The two looked back. Dumbledore was standing next to Ronald and asked with concern. Children, how are you? Professor Dumbledore, we're fine. That's good, it looks like there's a big fight going on here, can you tell me what happened? 5. Hermione motioned to Harry to say that she just wanted to rest for a while. Harry recounted everything he had seen and heard today and the cause and effect. So, it wasn't Snape who wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, it was Quirrell? Before Harry could finish speaking, Ronald interrupted Harry's statement. What do I want to steal? Before Harry could answer, Snape's stagnant voice sounded behind Ronald. Ronald stiffened and turned his head to look at Snape, hesitating for a long time without saying a word. Snape had heard the explosion. It was another day on his patrol, and he was going to find Quirrell. He'd been eyeing Quirrell ever since he'd seen him sneaking up on the 3rd floor on Halloween. Unexpectedly, he didn't squat to quarrel when he came here, but instead heard an explosion. So hurried down. He glanced around, looking at Harry. "Where's Quirrell?" Harry didn't speak, and pointed to the pile of ashes at Snape's feet. Then he noticed that there was a suit of Quirrell's clothes at his feet, and a pile of ashes. "Okay, Severus. Let Harry finish first." Dumbledore signaled that Snape had some questions to ask later, and that his old man wanted to eat melons now. Harry continuing until Voldemort's remnant escaped. "Professor Dumbledore, Voldemort isn't dead, he's back," Harry concluded. "Yeah, but that's what we adults should be worried about. And you, it's time to rest in peace." Dumbledore saw Harry's concern and comforted. "Cough, please, what happened here?" At this moment, a voice sounded. "Apparently this room has come again. It is none other than our long-lost protagonist, Zicomo. After he got the ashes of the imitation teardrop in the Eternal City, he went offline. With nothing to do, he was about to take Hermione to have a late-night snack. It turns out that the location he left on Hermione shows that she is now in the basement. So he followed the location and rushed over. Didn't expect so many people here. Cousin." Seeing Zicomo, Hermione got up from the ground and ran towards him. Zicomo opened his arms and embraced the little witch. Quietly listened to the little witch's ramble, and told him what happened tonight. He could hear that the little witch's tone contained pride and happiness for the rest of her life. Proud because she defeated Voldemort and wanted to compliment Zicomo. "I'm glad I won, I wasn't killed by Voldemort, and I can still see my cousin." "Very good, our Hermione is awesome," Zicomo complimented, stroking Hermione's head. He didn't expect that these three secretly cleared the first-grade copy behind his back. Luckily he usually had Hermione's armor in place, otherwise something might have happened. "It's also thanks to the props and potions you gave me." Hermione knew, if it weren't for those things, she had been killed by Voldemort long ago. "Yeah, I've heard Harry say it. It's an amazing item, can you show it if you get a chance?" Speaking of those alchemy items, Dumbledore couldn't help but ask. He was curious how the little wizard did it. Looking at the battle traces in the room, there are many traces of magic that make him feel unfamiliar. He was sure it was magic he had never seen before. Voldemort had a few tricks he knew very well. He wondered if Zicomo got the inheritance of some great magician. Sorry, the master's craftsmanship is not rumored. Zicomo was too lazy to pay attention to him. To be precise, he didn't like seeing Dumbledore, and he couldn't tell why. Maybe because he knew the guy was an old glass. Of course he does not discriminate against this, but generally he will stay away. Oh. Even Miss Granger has to pay a lot of money for the damage to the school's public facilities. Dumbledore said jokingly. Anyway, we're not short on money. Ronald, take Harry, it's time for us to go back to rest. Zicomo picked up Hermione and left. Dumbledore muttered to himself as he watched the four leave. Funny little wizard. This was heard by Snape, who was beside him, and spoke sarcastically. Shouldn't your attention be on your savior? Why would you be interested in following other little wizards? 5. Severus, are you concerned about him? Although it was a question, Dumbledore's tone was certain. None of your business. 99. Snape uttered a rare foul language. I think he's right about you, old 0.9b with a sweet tooth. After all, he also left here. What he hated most was the virtue of Dumbledore. God babbled, half talking and then changing the subject. Old B? It's a proper name. Ah, young people today don't know how to care for the elderly. Leave me alone and fix this place. Dumbledore's previous statement of compensation for damage to public facilities was naturally a joke. This is Hogwarts, after all, and there's nothing a repair spell can't fix. If so, do more. He had no ill will towards Zicomo. Just curious about Zicomo. Seeing that Zicomo is so good before, I may still be a little worried that he will go the wrong way. But now that Snape could take the initiative to care about him, Dumbledore believed that Zicomo would never go down the same path as Voldemort. It was Voldemort's return that made him a little worried. But it didn't matter, he was starting to train Harry too. Chapter 51. Back in the lounge, Harry remembered. He also carried a magic stone in his pocket. I'll give it back to Dumbledore. 55. He was about to get up when Zicomo pinned him down. Pull it down, do you really think this is the Philosopher's Stone? Is this, fake? Harry couldn't believe it. Otherwise, if it was true, he would have come back to you long ago. This thing is just an ordinary ruby, keep it, it's quite valuable. Hermione on the side was shocked and a little angry. She fought Voldemort so hard, she nearly took her life in it. The result is such a broken stone. She could understand why every time she mentioned Dumbledore, her cousin had a look of disapproval. This old liar really deceived people and asked them to count the money for him. 2 damn it? Zicomo looked amused on the sidelines. Why doesn't Dumbledore want to put a block in it? The point is that he doesn't have it. The real piece had already been taken away by him, and it was all over. Harry, here, drink this. 11 Zicomo took a bottle of red potion from his pocket and handed it to Harry. It is the life potion made from the original Stone of Life. What is this? Harry asked, taking the potion. For the treatment of wounds, you can also have a bottle. 55. Zicomo said, taking out another bottle and handing it to Hermione. Hermione didn't get hurt in the fight with Voldemort. Even if there was, it was repaired by the original life stone on her dragonskin armor. Giving her a bottle is purely to rejuvenate her. After all, she consumed a lot of physical strength in the previous battle. Don't think wizard battles are really turn-based. Dodging spells and wielding a wand requires stamina. You may not believe it when you say it, some spells have recoil. Just like Voldemort's unique skills, Avada's life. When this thing is launched, it will be accompanied by the violent shaking of the wand, which requires the wizard to have strong control over his wand. And, of course, the ability to aim. Otherwise you can't hit anyone at all. That is, the so-called pressure gun. When Zicomo saw this description in the banned book in the library, he decisively pulled this spell into the blacklist. Isn't the automatic tracking of pyrite magic gravel delicious? And it also has advanced pyrite meteors on it, as well as meteor showers that can emit more magic gravels. 0. Pull away, back to reality. Harry poured the life potion, and the damage caused by the explosion on his body quickly repaired. It's also kind of funny. The three of them went on an adventure together, and only Harry was injured. And it was his own fault. So, can you explain to me about the thing about you leaving me to play the game? Zicomo is still thinking about whether to kill the remnant of Voldemort. After all, there is a new one coming next semester. Unexpectedly, as he did his eldest brother's kung fu, they cleared the first grade dungeon. And in the end Voldemort's remnant escaped. Forget it, run away, run away. This way, you can play with him again when you are in the Goblet of Fire. You're ashamed to say that we searched all over Hogwarts and couldn't find you. Hermione rolled her eyes. Every day I know that I live in the Zen Garden and engage in alchemy. But when I thought that I could beat Voldemort away, it was all thanks to his alchemy tools. Hermione was too embarrassed to say anything more. Okay, it's getting late. Rest early. Seeing that everyone lost their desire to speak, Zicomo suggested that everyone go back to their rooms to sleep. The three were running around all night. Hermione, in particular, also experienced a wave of high-intensity combat. Tired already? Back in the dormitory, Zicomo was about to take out the magic spar when the sound of the system sounded in his mind. Ding, whether to consume one manifestation count. Zicomo? Are you alright? System. Please, this is something I made. He didn't expect that the system would be silent for so long. As soon as he said it, he wanted his incarnations. It is detected that there is a soul imprint in the boundary area in the item magic spar, and it takes the number of manifestations to extract it into reality. So why does the uncle's soul imprint belong to my belongings? The host is joking, the host didn't think so when he embodied the game characters and inventory before. According to what you said, if I put Lani's wife in the system space, can I also bring her into reality? System, it started again, right? Yes, only with my consent. When it comes to reality, can they go back? The host's consent is required, and the host can freely enter and leave the junction with the consent of the host. This is perfect for Zicomo. He was still thinking about where to revive Lani. There are not many safe places to be found in the entire junction. Well now, he can do it in his Zen garden. Everything here is controlled by him, and there is no need to worry about accidents. Realize it? Existing success. The magic spar returned to his hand. Zicomo rubbed it, thoughts flashing in his mind. Since the uncle still has a soul imprint in it, then can he also arrange a wave of resurrection? I took out the resurrection method from Voldemort before, and there is one that is quite suitable for Rattan. Father's bone, behind Zicomo is definitely going to knock Radagon's head off. 957 The blood of the enemy, is the Valkyrie Malenia the enemy of Rattan? The servant's flesh, I'm sorry, the Lord of the Red Lion City, let's order one of his arms first. I don't know if the 3-in-1 can revive Rattan. But that's all for later. The most urgent task is to get Lani's body first. Once the magic spar is in place, it's time for Lani's soul and body. Sleep. Sleep a fart. Continue to play games for the sake of my wife? Online. System, this host may have some serious illness. Back in the Eternal City, Zicomo took out his Nimbus 2000+8 and started looking for the location of the hunting finger knife. 3. That's right, Zicomo has strengthened his broom to +8. He found that after strengthening, the flight speed will also increase. And the person who strengthened him was called Chiugu, not Kelly. What else is there to say? Full. This kind of castle building is perfect for exploring by flight. Otherwise, he would get lost in it for a long time every time before he could figure out the right path. I remember it was here, right? Come to the room below a huge statue. Zicomo walked in. In the temple-like room, there was a large box half a meter high in the center. When he opened the box, there lay a strange knife and a flower with a white glow. Chapter 52. Knives are naturally hunting knives. Look at its style. It seems to be a machete entangled by countless dead men. The body of the knife vaguely revealed the appearance of a human torso. Zicomo remembered that this thing seemed to be born from a corpse, just like the so-called Sword of God's body. Thinking of this, Zicomo suddenly felt that this thing was a little disgusting. Quickly tossed it into the system space. He set his eyes on the flower. Datoling II Cemetery Lily of the Valley, this is its name. The effect is that it can strengthen the ashes from +9 to +10. That is the highest level. This is a qualitative change for any ashes. It makes the ashes have a certain combat power, instead of being a boss who can only be scraped as cannon fodder as before. And don't forget, the share that Zicomo just got, the most special ashes in the entire border, imitation teardrops. Consume your own HP to summon an existence that mimics yourself, and now it is strengthened by +10. It was written as consume mana before, sorry. It can only be said that the big brother is stronger than you now. Taking the killing finger knife, Zicomo set off to return to La Ni Sorcerer's Tower. As soon as she reached the top of the tower, Lonnie opened her eyes. With a bit of surprise in her eyes, she said. Ah, it's you. You really didn't disappoint me. I know that even in deep sleep I can feel it. You've got the secret treasure of Norin, haven't you? Yes, I found it in the Eternal City. With that said, Zicomo took out the hunting finger knife from the system space and handed it to Lonnie. Thank you, in this way, all the conditions have been put together. Then all it takes is for me to set off, on the path that only I can walk, into the dark. 99. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Yes, after all, this doll is not suitable for me to wake up for a long time. Before I set out on a journey, I have an item for you. You have brought great results, this is a thank you. Saying that, Lonnie handed Zicomo an item that looked like an hourglass. However, the inside of the item was an upside-down idol. That item is quite strange, but if you give it to this strange person, you will definitely love it. Having said that, this reunion is really a fate. I should also thank Torit. You can leave, it's not long, but you're doing well. Zicomo took the upside-down idol and looked at it carefully. He didn't see anything special about this thing. It's just a switch that can turn Kalia's study upside down. Is Lonnie implying something to him? Thinking of the reverse of Kalia's study, it can lead to the Tower of God's Consecration in Linnea. And on the Tower of God's Consecration, there is La Ni's original body. Then he can really put it down. Ahem, he was referring to the amulet on Lani Yuan's body, the legend of the stargazing girl. What? Haven't you left yet? I'm going on a journey to, my own way into the dark. Seeing that Zicomo hadn't left yet, Lonnie spoke again to urge. The seat padded with the book was uncomfortable at all, and she wanted to get down quickly. Okay, take care, I'll go first. Zicomo left Lonnie's magician's tower and set off for Linnea's Apocalypse Tower. In fact, in the Tower of the Three Sisters, the door of the magician's tower of La Ni's teacher and the witch Reina has been opened. On the top floor there is a portal to the main stream of the Ansel River. In the Ansel River, Lonnie hides a petite Lonnie there. It's a 1:100 scale figure. But Zicomo still decides to go to Linnea first, and then go to marry petite Lonnie. After all, it sounds too strange to take the soul of the wife to collect the body of the wife. Coming to the Kalia study, Zicomo inserted the upside-down idol on the platform of the hall. With the study room shaking, the entire study room has now been turned upside down. Seeing the shocking scene in front of him, Zicomo couldn't help but sigh about the wealth of the Kalia royal family. They originally had a large library of real Lucaria. For a god-given tower, another Kalia study was built. Also added a upside-down idol mechanism. It's quite luxurious. After a lot of effort, Zicomo finally came to the top of the god-given pagoda. He looked at the corpse lying curled up in front of him. The whole body was scorched black by the black flame of death. It was vaguely recognizable that the hairline had a hint of red. Well, it's the species of Latagon, that's right. This is La Ni's original body. On the night of the conspiracy, she killed herself and abandoned her here. There are also half-death curse marks on his body. And the legendary amulet of the stargazing girl that was not burned by the black flames. The effect is intellect +5. Well, when the proposal gift is given out, and the other party wears it, his intelligence greatly increases and then he rejects it? Of course, just kidding. The actual effect is to increase people's perception and enhance magical power. After all, to learn magic in the game, you must meet certain intellectual conditions. Magic damage is also closely related to intelligence. Zicomo carefully retracted Lonnie's body. At that moment, Lan and I, who was far away in the magician's tower, felt something. My body was taken away by him. Humph, that guy is really not a good person. Every time I talk to him, I can feel that he has some bad thoughts. But he's not as disgusting as Selvis. Let's observe it for a while. With that said, she placed Petite Lonnie in a more prominent position in the mainstream of the Ansel River. Everything that happened in the wizard's tower Zicomo didn't know. He is now planning to quit the game. So many things happened today, and he was busy again in the next time. He decided to give himself 2 days off. After all, his final exams are over. There's no reason not to take a good rest. So, the next day he came to the Black Lake of Huo, Nalijao, Hogwarts. He set up his rod and started fishing. Although his Zen garden also has a pond. But Zicomo still feels good about fishing here. Hermione read a book quietly beside him with a pipe. As for Harry and Ronald, the two were playing games in the Gryffindor's lounge. It is the iPad given by Zicomo. As usual, Ronald will have to talk about their record last night with a big mouth. But Zicomo's words "no one will believe Voldemort is alive" broke his desire to show off. Indeed, now that the wizarding world is so settled, you suddenly say this. Be careful to be taken away by the Ministry of Magic on the grounds of social panic. Without the most important part, Ronald has no interest in talking about the rest. So the two of them sat on the sofa and played games. The end of the final exam, of course, is to let go and play. Chapter 53. Just as Zicomo was fishing, Snape came to him. He hurried over from the castle and saw Zicomo fishing. He looked at Zicomo with a bit of resentment in his eyes. I've worked so hard in the basement to develop a new potion, and you'll be fine. It's fine if you don't come to help me, and I'm still fishing leisurely with my little girlfriend by the lake. Zicomo was furious at the sight of Snape. What's wrong? I've already made the potion, and now I need some guinea pigs. Zicomo. If you want a guinea pig, go buy it. If you can't buy it, go to the Forbidden Forest to catch it. What are you looking for from me? Am I like a guinea pig? The conversation between the two amused Hermione, who was reading a book on the side. It was only then that Snape realized that there were outsiders. I have some personal matters with Zicomo to discuss. Snape turned to stare at Hermione, motioning for her to get out of here first. Hermione understood, got up and left. Snape continued when Hermione left. I mean, intelligent guinea pigs. Huh? What do you want someone for? Zicomo frowned, understanding what Snape meant. Don't 957 people know how the potion works on people? This time it was Zicomo's turn to look at Snape like a fool. Perhaps you should know the progress of the work of the two biologists under your command. If you didn't tell me clearly, then maybe they've grown enough cells to pinch 2 lilies. What's the meaning? Snape looked bewildered. He had been working on new potions all this time. He basically didn't care about the 2 people controlled by the Imperious Curse outside. Meaning, those 2 biologists may have grown a lot of lily cells. This amount is enough to test whether your potion works. Zicomo didn't expect that Snape had come out with the so-called rejuvenating drug quietly. He didn't expect that he would turn a blind eye to the laboratory in the suburban warehouse. As long as he communicated more with the 2 biologists, he would never come up with the idea of finding a living person for experiments. Then come with me. Before Zicomo could answer, he walked in the direction of Hogsmeade. Hogwarts has an anti-apparition spell, and they have to go outside to apparate. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore saw 2 people walking out together. But not much to say, Snape just stayed in his office every day, and it would be better if he went out for a walk. As everyone knows, if these 2 go out, Snape may have one more child. Coming to the warehouse in the outskirts of England, Zicomo found that it was much cleaner than when he came. I guess Snape didn't come here very often, and instead asked the house elf to look after it. We all know the characteristics of house elf, not working is uncomfortable. It's so clean here, it must be their fault. As soon as he entered the lab, Zicomo saw a mountain of petri dishes. The 2 scientists were sloppy looking over there, and they even planned to get a new one. That's the downside of the Imperious Curse. Commands to the caster are executed without hesitation. But to what extent, if it is not stated clearly, it will continue to be implemented. Let them stop first. Zicomo suggested. Snape nodded, waving his wand to stop them. The 2 came to the pile of petri dishes. Well, there's a portion of lily cells in each petri dish. Even if you want to have a football team, There's enough here to represent countries all over the world to play in the World Cup. Zicomo was speaking sarcastically. Snape was also speechless. This was not the result he wanted. Okay, stop talking nonsense there. Tell me what to do next. Simple, add your potion to a petri dish, adjust the dose. Make sure the cells are back to their original state, and then you can have them both induce it to divide into the egg. It's that simple. Of course, you have to find a pregnant mother. Otherwise, the child can't grow up in your belly, right? Zicomo added. Knowing the method, Snape took action. And two biologists tirelessly adjust the dose. Zicomo was just hanging around here doing nothing. Bored, he even pulled out his magic book and chatted with Hermione remotely. A rejuvenating drug can make you look decades younger. And their object of action is just a group of cells in a petri dish. Naturally, it needs to be diluted several hundred times. Fortunately, the dose is only a small issue. It took the three of them an afternoon to measure the optimal dose. After success, Snape let the two begin to prepare for the next step, and then walked towards Zicomo. Zicomo saw Snape coming and waved him a coke. It's based on Seamus' spell that turns water into wine. He can be modified to conjure all the drinks he knows. Of course, just regular drinks. If you make him conjure a potion of immortality, this can't be done. So, who are you going to look for as the mother next? Zicomo asked with some gossip. When Snape was young, he could also be said to be a little fresh meat with delicate facial features. He couldn't believe that this guy didn't have any luck with peach blossoms. Not to mention that no one likes Snape's gloomy face all day. Maybe those people are just fine. It's none of your business, you'll see her later. This remark shocked Zicomo a bit. Unexpectedly, Snape had already found a good candidate, and listening to him, he was planning to bring her here. Then I suggest you wash your hair when you go to see someone. Zicomo joked. Perhaps because the Potters made their fortune in the wizarding world selling shampoo. Or maybe Lily touched his head when he was a child. Anyway, this guy doesn't like to wash his hair. What? You said that wouldn't have a taste? Please, the herbal smell on him is stronger. Mind your own business, Snape forcefully whispered. Then he took out a scroll and a magic stone from his arms. Here's the recipe for this potion, and your stone. Zicomo took the scroll and pushed the stone back to him. You should take the stone. After all, your child is cultivated from Lily's cells, and the lifespan of the cells is certainly not as good as that of a normal person. Use this stone to find a way to make up for him, her, and it will be my birth gift. No, I've made a lot of potions out of your stone. Enough for a few people to outlive Dumbledore. Zicomo was taken aback by Snape's words. Yes, this is the ultimate thing that alchemists pursue. Even Snape, a potion player, would be interested in it. Now that the Philosopher's Stone is in his hands, it must have been studied by him a lot. Zicomo didn't say much, put away the stone and got up. Can we go back for dinner? Come on, they're expected to take another 2 weeks. I'll do her prep work. What is her name? Leah. 99. Chapter 54. For the next period of time, Zicomo was fishing. Facts have proved that fishing this thing is addictive. Hogwarts exams begin in the first week of June, and results are released in the second week. This is how Zicomo fished for a week by the Black Lake. After all, every time the fish bites the hook, it is not something that the Air Force fisherman can experience. Of course, it's not like he didn't do anything. He took the time to absorb the big rune of Rattan to the golden tree. The area of the Zen garden has doubled, and the flow of time has increased by 10 times. Even the height of the space is topped by 5 meters by the yellow gold trees. And he also survived a new do. Latin's power drip, life, magic power, and stamina each increase by 15%, the effect lasts until the user dies. From the power of Rattan, it produces one every 100 years. Mo Shuangshiu is a cow. This is equivalent to adding a permanent buff to the user. In the future, the user's life, magic power, and stamina will benefit from this state. Nothing to say, Zicomo arranged for himself right away. The night before summer vacation, Hogwarts hosts a farewell party. This is also called a final dinner. At the same time, the Academy Cup champion for the semester will be selected. This year's Academy Cup was won by Gryffindor. Gryffindor is not only the college with the most points deduction this semester, but also the college with the most points this semester. In addition to the dinner, Dumbledore gave Harry and others a bunch of points. So Gryffindor naturally climbed to the top. By the way, the reason for Dumbledore's bonus point is to protect the public property of the school. Dumbledore also glanced at Zicomo as he said this. Seeing the look in Dumbledore's eyes, Zicomo obviously remembered what happened that night. It doesn't matter if the rooms at Hogwarts Castle are destroyed, everyone will fix the spell anyway. The problem was that Hermione blew up Dumbledore's Mirror of Erised by the way that night. Thinking of this, Zicomo quickly turned his head away and pretended nothing happened. This just helped the old beak with the mirror. Does he really think he doesn't know that this guy uses this mirror to look at his sister every day? Here to explain, he was really looking at his own sister, instead of peeping with a crystal ball like some 3-generation-old man. Perhaps it was the sadness brought by parting, and everyone was having a wild carnival that night. Of course, to say that it is a carnival is nothing more than eating a little more than usual. Hogwarts can't let the little wizard drink the bar? After the dinner was over, everyone took the train home the next day. When you leave, make an appointment to contact by letter. It reminded Zicomo of the Malfoy house elf. I don't know if Dobby can stop the wizarding world from contacting Harry with the apide given by Zicomo. Back home, the family of 4 had a warm dinner together after a long absence. Then at 6 o'clock the next morning, Zicomo was woken up by Hermione. The reason is that Snape came looking for it. Zicomo didn't know how to complain. Does this person have no S***X? Oh yes, he really didn't. The two came to a warehouse in the suburbs, and the people inside took Zicomo by surprise. The one Snape had brought to be the mother. It turned out to be a little girl in her early 20s. Although this evaluation is a bit strange for a child who is less than 13 years old. But that's clearly Snape eating young grass on old cows. A middle-aged man in his early 40s didn't expect to be so good. Zicomo took a closer look and saw that this girl was 80 similar to Lily. Especially those green eyes. Zicomo had only seen the photo album Hagrid had given Harry at the final dinner. There were pictures of Harry's parents on it. Zicomo swore he was absolutely right. Is that what you said, Leah? Zicomo looked at Snape. Snape nodded, getting used to Zicomo's sarcastic tone. He gave each other a brief self-introduction. This is Zicomo, my disciple. This is Leah, you know. The two met briefly. Snape continued, the egg cells have been grown, what's next? Zicomo. This kind of thing, can't you just ask the two over there? Zicomo pointed to the 2 biologists in the distance. I can't trust the mentally handicapped controlled by the Imperious curse. Zicomo was about to ask, then you can trust me. Immediately remembered what he had just introduced to himself. Snape was talking about disciples, not students. Immediately, he didn't say anything more. Combine it with your descendants and implant it inside her. By the way, go get a professional female biologist. You don't want her to be seen by other men, right? Zicomo said these things carelessly, without being shy at all. On the contrary, it was Snape and Leah, both of whose faces were a little red. I'm going to find someone. Snape dropped a word and hurried out. While Snape was away, Zicomo probed into his relationship with Leah. What? Why not ask Snape? That Death Tsundere could say. He swallowed the rejuvenating drug on the spot and gave Snape a son. After some conversation, Zicomo figured out the reason. Snape learned that childhood sweethearts and enemies were married. Disheartened and far away from the wizarding world, I plan to change my mood when I travel. By chance, Leah, who was a few years old, was rescued. It's also because Leah looks so much like Lily, otherwise Snape wouldn't even make a move. Learning that Leah was an orphan, Snape adopted her on impulse. By the time Leah was 12, she had yet to show her wizarding potential. So Snape gradually distanced himself from Leah. Certainly not because Snape favored pure blood and hated muggles. It was his master at the time, Voldemort, who was pushing pure blood supremacy in the wizarding world. Snape didn't want Leah to get sucked into the murky waters of the wizarding world. But he has always had a correspondence with Leah. And it also provided Leah with all these years of study and school. I had seen Snape's magic when I was a child, plus Snape's support to Leah over the years. Leah naturally had her whole heart on Snape. After graduating, he started a crazy pursuit of Snape. It's a pity that Snape's heart was with Lily, and he didn't accept Leah's love. Never thought of an idea from Zicomo, which gave Leah a chance. Snape approached Leah and promised to marry her. The condition is this, to help Snape conceive a child. Don't you regret it? Zicomo asked curiously. What's there to regret? He agreed to my pursuit. Although the child is not related to me by blood, it was conceived in my womb after all. There is no difference. 9. Leah's tone was full of happiness. Even a little bit of gratitude to Zicomo. Because he gave her this opportunity. Otherwise, she may end up being unable to enter Snape's world for the rest of her life. Chapter 55. Despite Leah's words, Zicomo saw a bit of loss in her eyes. After all, Snape was sort of taking her as a tool. Even she herself knew that she was just a substitute for Lily. Ugh. Zicomo sighed, took out a small delicate bottle from his arms, and handed it to Leah. Looking at Leah's puzzled eyes, he explained, the ecstasy I researched myself, the colorless and odorless version, even Snape wouldn't find out. After you've had your baby, if he won't touch you, you can try this. Men, if there is a first time, there will be a second time. Zicomo motioned for her to put it away. Leah hesitated for 2 seconds, took the bottle, and put it in her arms. Thank you, you don't act like a child, are wizards like that when they're kids? Ha, don't compare me to anyone else. I'm a genius. Zicomo's words made 957 Leah chuckle. You are so interesting, no wonder he accepts you as a disciple. When he mentioned this, Zicomo was very depressed, and somehow became Snape's disciple. Although he does not reject this matter, but without his permission, he will not let it go. See if he doesn't let Snape's wife Ben out. No, his wife is going to give it away soon, so he will be trapped in his coffin. At this time, Snape returned with someone. Not only brought a female biologist, but also brought a team of professional gynecologists. After some tossing, the surgery began. As for those useless lily cells, they were naturally destroyed. Otherwise, will you be reincarnated with filthy soil? The two big men were kept outside the operating room, chatting idly. What are you going to do with her next? Zicomo asked. I bought the house next door to yours, and it happens that your caregiver is a doctor who will take care of people. Snape said in a relaxed, slightly happy tone. Zicomo. Do you have a problem or I have a problem? The couple are dentists. Do you know what a dentist is? He looks at the teeth. It's not next to the gynecology department. And if I remember correctly, there seems to be a crematorium next door to my house. Snape's head burst with blue veins. Do you know what a neighbor is? In your eyes, there's only that crematorium near your house, right? He admitted that it was his fault that he did not understand the Granger's occupations. But he also felt that there was something wrong with Zicomo's brain circuits. System, finally someone can understand my pain. Who thinks of a crematorium near their home when they mention their neighbors? No one lives next to the house, right? Fortunately, the door to the operating room opened. This was originally just a small operation, and it was easily done in 10 minutes. The result was also very successful. Zicomo Snape splits the line. He was in charge of packing up the experimental instruments, and Snape was in charge of sending them back. Snape returned shortly after. Zicomo reckoned that he would simply cast a forgetting spell on each of them, and then threw them on the side of the road. When the group returned home, Snape brought Leah to Granger's house to stop by. The two of them got to know each other easily. After Snape left, Hermione tugged Zicomo gossip and asked what was going on. Zicomo told the story between Leah and Snape. But he didn't say anything about IVF, but said that Snape finally decided to accept Leah's pursuit. The story moved the Granger mother and daughter so hard that even Mr. Granger appreciated it. Zicomo can only say that you like it? Speaking of what Snape had said, when the Grangers took more care of the pregnant Leah, the two adults agreed. At night, the junction. After touching the fish for nearly 2 weeks, Zicomo finally came back here again. At this time, he was still at the top of the tower of the god of Linnea. Standing on the tower, he recalled his previous process. Zicomo stared at the top of the tower and suddenly remembered a question. Right, system. How does this game count as a clearance? 39. Hearing this question, the system called the good guy directly. It also wondered when Zicomo would think about this. After all, one of the big runes in the borderland was used as fertilizer by him. It is basically unrealistic to think about repairing the Ring of Law now. In other words, he can't play one of the endings of the repairing the ring. The host can just defeat the beast of Eldon. Hearing this, Zicomo breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, he also realized that he had already brought Elwen into trouble. But it didn't really affect him much. After all, he planned to go to the star ending from the beginning. In this ending, Lonnie threw up the ashes of her old father, Radagang, with her own hands. Zicomo didn't think about it anymore, and came to Raina's magician's tower through blessing. Here, he found a witch suit. It's La Ni's teacher, Raina's clothes. Zicomo thought about it and put it into the system space. This dress is good looking, but it's women's clothing. He still chooses armor or leather armor. Well, Wangchen's alplich suit is very good. We know very little about Raina. All I know is that she is Lonnie's magic teacher. Didn't Corny learn dark moon magic from her mother, Lenora? There was only one word difference between Lena and Lenela, and Zicomo seemed to see the truth. He remembered that Torrid's previous owner seemed to be Raina, right? So he was riding his mother-in-law's horse? Zicomo shook his head, tossing the strange idea out of his head. Through the portal here, he came to the main stream of the Ansel River. As soon as he opened his eyes, Zicomo saw a small doll on the coffin board next to him. Zicomo. It's not going to be played anymore, right? The little Lonnie, who was originally in the coffin, is now directly outside. Zicomo picked her up and started the ritual of summoning Lonnie. Said to be a ceremony, in fact, just kept talking to her. Hello? Are you listening? Miss Lani is the cutest in the world. I'm going to be Miss Lanie's dog. Lonnie, is this person playing so perverted? Sigh, I didn't expect you to be so pestering. Or do you have the habit of talking to puppets? No matter what form you are, aren't you all a puppet? 0.9 Zicomo's words made Lonnie speechless, and she continued. Oh, forget it, I didn't intend to make this look public to the world. That's why you put Xiao Lonnie here. Zicomo interrupted again, this time Lonnie was furious. Enough. Now that you have been discovered, don't even think about retreating. I want your help, to seek and destroy the shadow of calamity in this land. You shame the witch Lonnie, I won't allow you to refuse. Zicomo heard her embarrassment and replied, as you wish, my lady. 39. Humph. Flirty guy. 55. Lani was too lazy to speak anymore, so she kept her mouth shut. No matter how much Zicomo teased her, she never spoke again. Zicomo had to set foot on the road to find the shadow of calamity. Chapter 56. The mainstream of the Ansel is actually an underground channel. There is no daylight here, but it can be said to be rich in species. Cursed frogs, giant ants, and even remnants of the Eternal City. Yes, this is also related to the Eternal City. Here is another Eternal City, Noxtella. Initially, the residents of the Eternal City were dissatisfied with the manipulation of the Supreme Will, and created the hunting knives that could kill 2 fingers. 0. Unfortunately, the plan was revealed, and the Supreme Will descended on Esther, smashing the entire civilization of the Eternal City into the ground. The original Eternal City is said to have been destroyed by Esther. Compared to Nokron, Noxtella is absolutely dilapidated. Zicomo speculated that Nokron might have been migrated by survivors of Noxtella, because he found that there were still several small Esthers here. The people of eternity cannot live in peace here. Este is also miserable. After completing the task, it was abandoned by the Supreme Will, or it was sealed in the ground. It was really difficult for insects. Of course, there are also people who are worse than 11, and that is the people who believe in the ancestor spirit. Because of their proximity to the Eternals, their Ulu dynasty was driven underground together. The sun will never be seen again. After some exploration, we passed through the ruins of the Ulu dynasty. Zicomo came to Noxtella. This seems to evoke Lani's memories. The petite Lani in her arms said. Let's talk a little bit about the past. I used to be a god. Among the demigods, only I, Michaela, and Malenia are gods. Wait, Malenia is also a god. Zicomo interrupted Lani's narration curiously. He really didn't remember this. Some text was skipped when playing a game in a previous life. In addition, he did not go to the sacred tree to fight Mariana during the week. He didn't even go to Gamir Volcano. After Melina burned the tree, he returned to the royal city Rodel in a rage. Directly relying on the big brother to penetrate the beast of Radagon and Eldon. Then it is to summon Lani to open the star ending. It can be said that he did not even open the map, and cleared the customs in a confused way. And the plot of the Old Man Ring is very broken, and he didn't discover much in his own play. Most of the content is analyzed by him watching the big guy. He also thought that the relationship between Malenia and Michaela would be the same as the relationship between the first king of Eldon, Grafferi, and Queen Malika, between the king of Eldon and the gods. Yes. Lani replied. And what is her law? Yours is the stars and the dark moon, and Michaela is pure gold, and she has no law. Can you be 2-fingered without the law? Yes, I saw it through a long time ago. The Supreme Will simply wants the gods and people to maintain his rule according to his will. Malenia was chosen by the Crimson Corruption God, the ancient god who tried to corrupt the golden tree with the flower of corruption. The Supreme Will included Malenia as a candidate for the gods, and also wanted to take the power of the Crimson Corruption into the bag. Okay, you go on. Clearing up the doubts, Zicomo motioned for Lani to continue. We were each found by different fingers and became candidates for gods, destined to be the gods of the next era after Queen Malika. Blazer was the follower sent by 2 fingers, but obviously, I rejected 2 fingers. That's right, it's obvious that we're hunting the shadow of calamity from double assignment. You know what happened next? I refused to accept their control, so I stole Deathrune, killed and abandoned my body as a god. This way I get rid of them completely. Speaking of which, my former body seems to have been taken away by you. Lani's words were somewhat deep and probing. Although she abandoned her former body, she was not willing to let people take it away at will. That is, Zicomo performed very well and helped her so much. Otherwise, Lani would have slapped him to death earlier. Ahem, your health is fine now. I'll give you a surprise in a while. 35. Zicomo smirked and said. I hope it's not a fright. Well, I'm going to rest. It's always so inconvenient for a soul to be attached to a puppet. 5. Seeing that Zicomo didn't say anything and didn't want to talk anymore, Lonnie found an excuse and fell into silence again. The reason why it's an excuse is because Zicomo's door is very clear. As the strength of this body grows, Zicomo will be aware of all kinds of gazes. He felt two eyes focused on him now. One is Law eyes, and the other, needless to say, is a blessing to Melina, an old regular. This guy can't shout at ordinary times, and only when she goes to places like those churches will she take the initiative to analyze the proverbs left by Malika. The old society is afraid of people. Zicomo wanted to continue exploring Noxtella. But on second thought, he has played long enough today. It's time, now it's the net. Whoops, wrong. It's bedtime now, offline. When he woke up the next morning, Zicomo saw Hermione scowling, holding a book listlessly. Looking at her speed of one page in a few seconds, 80% of them are not reading it seriously. Why are you so sluggish? Zicomo patted her head and asked. Alas, it's not about the underage wizard who is forbidden to cast spells outside of school. Hermione said in a low mood. At the end of the first year term, all young wizards will sign a copy of Underage Wizards are strictly prohibited from casting spells outside the wizarding world. Once the little wizards sign, there will be an extra trace on them. It can be used by the Ministry of Magic to detect whether the little wizard is following the copywriting rules. If a young wizard breaks the rules, the Ministry of Magic will warn him. If the circumstances are serious, Horus will even be dispatched to arrest them. After all, wizarding secrecy laws require that the existence of magic must not be revealed to muggles. It is because of this rule that she can't even practice magic now. Just boring reading. Did you forget this? Zicomo tapped Hermione's forehead. He took out a key from his pocket. This is Zen Garden. Cousin, you are amazing. I love you. Let me in. 5. Hermione rushed towards Zicomo excitedly, slamming into his arms. Giving Zicomo a hit. This made Zicomo sigh helplessly. Alas, when will this little witch grow some flesh? Zicomo opened the Zen garden and put Hermione in it. The garden was expanded 2 days ago, and there is a new space that has not yet been planned. Now that Hermione wants to practice magic, let's draw a field for her. The time flow rate is naturally adjusted to 1:1. Otherwise, he feared, the outside world could starve Hermione to death inside in an afternoon. Chapter 57. Unbeknownst to Zicomo and Hermione, Mr. Granger happened to pass by and heard Hermione cheer. He walked into the room with a worried look. Seeing him like this, Mrs. Granger asked curiously. What's the matter? You look like you're not letting go. You say, does our daughter like little Zicomo? Madame Granger rolled her eyes. You just found out? Didn't you see how much she changed after going to school for a year? She used to stay at home and read books all day, and asked her to go out more often. After she went out, she still went to the library to read books. What about now? Although I still like to read books, I am a cousin when I open my mouth and close my mouth. I noticed that when little Zicomo was away, her reading efficiency was cut in half. Hiss. Mr. Granger did not expect that the small padded jacket had leaked such a big hole. Then she doesn't have to post it upside down like that, right? Oh, what's the matter between children? Mrs. Granger waved her hand indifferently. No, I think I need to take care of this. I heard it just now. The kid said great, and I love you to death, and let me in. 39. Mrs. Granger? Is my daughter so shameless? Are you sure you heard right? Of course. Okay, let's talk about it tonight. At dinner time, Mr. Granger gestured to Mrs. Granger. Ahem, little Hermione. What are you doing in your cousin's room during the day? Mrs. Granger cleared her throat and asked Hermione. Huh? I wasn't in my cousin's room during the day. Although Hermione wondered why her mother asked this all of a sudden, she said it truthfully. She asked Zicomo for his opinion in the afternoon on whether to reveal the existence of the Zen garden to the Grangers. Zicomo thought for a moment. After that, she will definitely enter the Zen garden to practice magic. In order not to let the Grangers worry about the whereabouts of their baby daughter, Zicomo gestured to Hermione not to hide. Let them know if they ask. You guys went out later? I said, why didn't I hear a voice behind you? Mr. Granger, still misunderstood, thought Zicomo and Hermione had sneaked out by magic. Dad, what are you talking about? We didn't go out either? Hermione didn't understand what Mr. Granger was talking about. Mrs. Granger sensed something was wrong, and maybe it wasn't what her husband thought. So she asked, what do you do during the day? Practice magic in my cousin's Zen garden. Mother, don't you know? Hermione spoke out about Trace's and Zicomo's Zen garden in one breath. So it is. It seems that some people think too much. Speaking of which, Mrs. Granger glanced at Mr. Granger. Thinking more? Hermione asked curiously. Cough, it's nothing. Eat and eat. Mr. Granger buried his head in embarrassment. It made Hermione puzzled. Zicomo looked amused on the sidelines. In fact, after thinking about it carefully, he understood what was going on. While he was talking to Hermione during the day, the psychic sensed Mr. Granger passing by his room. Hermione was saying those slightly ambiguous words at the time. Mr. Granger was probably misunderstood. Never mind your father, by the way, little Zicomo, you just said your garden can adjust the flow of time. Mrs. Granger helped her husband cover up this embarrassing incident and changed the subject. Zicomo didn't know why, and nodded. Yes. What's the matter, Aunt? It's not a big deal. My aunt just wanted to ask, is there still room for your land? My aunt wants to grow some vegetables and fruits. 35. Zicomo was shocked by her idea. Does his aunt have some blood of the Yan kingdom? Otherwise, where did the farming spirit come from? What's the matter, can't you? Seeing that Zicomo didn't speak for a long time, Mrs. Granger thought that Zicomo wanted to refuse. No, there are quite a lot of places in my place. Just, why did my aunt suddenly think like this? Zicomo is more curious about this. Well, it's not that vegetables and fruits in England are too expensive. Hearing Mrs. Granger's words, Mr. Granger unconsciously interjected. Is it expensive? Why do I feel okay? Shut up. Eat your meal. Mrs. Granger snapped at him angrily. This man does not know that firewood, rice, oil, and salt are expensive. Men are mostly carnivores, and Mr. Granger has no say in fruit and vegetables. Zicomo thought about the geography he had studied in his previous life. England is an island country in the Atlantic Ocean with a temperate maritime climate. The weather is cloudy and rainy throughout the year, with low temperature and little sunshine. Heat and light conditions are not suitable for the growth of fruits and vegetables. Therefore, for a long time, the country's fruits and vegetables have been dependent on imports. In this way, vegetables and fruits in England are quite expensive. Well, Auntie, you can find a way to get a batch of fruit and vegetable seeds. You will be able to eat fresh vegetables and fruits in a few days. Zicomo patted his chest to assure. His Zen garden. Thought operation, one-click harvesting, no need to water and fertilize, the soil is fertile, and it will automatically keep moist. It is the ultimate dream of a farmer. The next day, Mrs. Granger brought Zicomo a load of seeds. Zicomo took a closer look, and the fruit seeds include watermelon, orange, mango, and even lychee seeds. Vegetables include cabbage, broccoli, carrots, and more. This made Zicomo feel that his aunt had great powers. In such a short period of time, dozens of seeds of fruits and vegetables have been obtained. Zicomo categorizes seeds by variety and leaves them alone when planted in the garden. In the next few days, Zicomo lived a day of fishing during the day and playing games at night. During the day Hermione would go into the Zen garden to practice magic. When he has nothing to do, he will come to the pond in the garden to fish. Well, the fry are all imported from Hogwarts Black Lake. Nyolijao. Through the flow of time, this pond has formed a stable ecological chain. This also led to the Granger's family, there will be fish to eat every day. Mr. Granger asked about it by chance and learned that there was even a pond in Zicomo's Zen garden. So there was another pair of fishing rods by the pond. After a few days, most of the vegetables and fruits in the garden were ripe. Then Mrs. Granger came in. Said to experience the fun of picking for yourself. As soon as the couple discussed it, they simply closed the dental hospital and gave themselves a long vacation. In this way, the Granger family lived a happy country life in Zicomo's Zen garden. In other words, Zicomo took the Granger family to experience a farmhouse. Well, except for Hermione. The little witch expressed her disdain for complicity with them, and she would work hard to practice magic and quietly amaze everyone. Chapter 58. In the depths of Noxtella, there is an unknown pool. Zicomo was sitting on the side, and from time to time he released a few magic spells towards the front. The avatar teardrop in front is fighting to the death with Calamity Shadow. The petite Lani in Zicomo's arms twitched when she saw the scene in front of her. Do all magicians fight like this now? Speaking of which, the spirit bell seemed to be given to him by himself. So, did she create a new genre of fighting? Zicomo, no. It's the vile faders. Not long ago, Zicomo came to this pool area and found the last shadow of Calamity. So a war started. Well, the battle between the avatar teardrop and the Calamity Shadow. He Zicomo is just a support with magic on the side. So, this really isn't Brother Wolf. Zicomo was a little curious, except for the color of the disaster shadow in front of him, the rest of the appearance was exactly the same as Blazer. No, it counts as another will of Blazer. Obey the will of the two fingers. 99. Lani said in her arms. That's right, the real Brother Wolf seems to have been imprisoned in the dungeon by you. Zicomo nodded. You know this too? Yes, after all, he was assigned by Xuangzi, but he chose to be loyal to me. Xuangzi's will contradicts his own will, and I am worried that he will go crazy. Lonnie didn't deny that 957 did it. She continued, I really have nothing in return for Blazer and Iggy. They clearly knew what the end of the dark road I was about to take would be. I also know that I will one day have the opportunity to betray everything and give up everything. But still loyal to me. Oh. Is there no Sylvis that garbage in here? Zicomo noticed that in Lonnie's words, only Blazer and Iggy were mentioned. I don't like that guy. He and I are just taking advantage of each other. 5. Obviously Lonnie also knew that Sylvie had bad intentions for her. What about me? What image am I in your heart? Zicomo was suddenly curious about his impression in Lonnie's mind. You. Probably a good guy. You don't seem to ask for compensation since you've worked for me. Sometimes I don't understand, what do you want? Lonnie thought for a while and gave the answer. Oh. Maybe I want a lot, want to accompany you all the way, want to own you alone, want to be your king. Zicomo's tone was erratic, but what he said shocked Lonnie for a while. Heh. Maybe my previous evaluation of you was wrong, you are more greedy than I thought. Forget it, using this image will always be more relaxed, and unconsciously say a little too much. Forget our conversation just now, do you hear? Perhaps Zicomo's words were too shocking, and Lonnie didn't know how to continue the conversation. So decided to stop the topic. She didn't mean to really want Zicomo to forget about the conversation. Instead, he warned him not to say it. At this time, the battle not far away is about to be won. Brother Teardrop, I thank you for remembering me. When the shadow of calamity dissipated, Lonnie said. Shadow, you're the last one. Tell Two Fingers. The witch Lonnie is about to carve a scar for you, the fateful scar that will never heal. She knew that after the shadow of calamity dissipated, the sights he experienced would be fed back to the Two Fingers. Lonnie is one such person. What I have done, I will not deny it, what I am about to do, I will put it on the bright side. Of course, this is because she already has the certainty of victory. Otherwise, she wouldn't be stupid enough to speak up and let the enemy know. Excuse me, thank you. I'm going to take it on the road next. Say goodbye here, it's a thank you. Help me pass on to Blazer and Iggy, I love them. Lonnie left a key behind, and the eyes of the petite doll lost their luster. Zicomo knew that Lanny had left and embarked on the road of hunting Two Fingers. As for the key, it was the key of the Kalia royal family. Use it to open the big library, the locked treasure chest. Zicomo couldn't wait to return to the big library. As soon as it was teleported through the blessing point, he heard Lenela's voice. Huh? Child, are you coming to be born again? His mother-in-law has been staying here since he woke up. The fortress of Kalia did not return either. Zicomo thought about the desolation over there. Well, he wouldn't go back for him. At least the big bookstore still has her reborn child. Yes, ever. Those defective products were actually made by Rhaenyra herself. Borrowing the power of the great rune who was born out of nowhere. Before Zicomo came to wake Rhaenyra, by the way, he hacked all her children to death. Rhaenyra gave the big rune to Zicomo after sobering up, so this group of defective products really was born out of luck. 0. Come to think of it, Zicomo also killed her eldest son, Rattan. It can only be said that faders do all the bad things. Gin, Your Majesty. I'm just here to get something. 39. Zicomo and Rhaenyra greeted each other and walked to the locked box. Watch Zicomo open the box with the key in his hand. Rhaenyra sighed, Oh. My child, has you found a home? I found a good child by accident. 35. Suddenly being complimented by his mother-in-law, Zicomo can't handle it. I have been a bachelor for more than 20 years in my last life, and now facing my mother-in-law, I don't know what to say for a while. Zicomo thought that it was still hasty, and he was excited about the things he got in the box before. But he never thought about how embarrassing it would be to take out the token of love prepared by his daughter in front of his mother-in-law. Isn't this a clear way to tell people that you are the person that other people's daughters like? At this moment Zicomo can only smile awkwardly, you are overrated. Accidentally shy. I still know the child's vision, since she chose you, then you must have something special. So, I hope you can accompany her to the end. When she said the last sentence, Rhaenyra's tone was a little low. Zicomo knew that she thought of the Radagon thing again. Immediately, he said solemnly, Please rest assured, I will accompany her all the way. Walking out of the big library, Zicomo held the ring in his hand and felt a heavy weight. Yes, locked in the box is a ring. It was a large ring made in the image of a dark full moon. It was the cold contract ring that Princess of the Moon Lonnie originally wanted to give to her partner. The ring is engraved with a warning, all characters are not allowed to take this thing. All the loneliness on the other side of the night belongs only to me. Chapter 59. The reason why it is said to be the original is because Lani betrayed Xuangzi and abandoned her identity as a god. If Lani is a god, then her so-called partner is also the king. This ring was prepared by Lani when she was still a Komoto. Later, she realized her own laws and did not want to be controlled by the will of the two fingers. Abandoned his identity as a god. Choose to embark on a cold and lonely road leading to the other side of the night. This ring was also engraved with those words and it was sealed in dust. She knew that the path she chose was destined to be dark and lonely. What she didn't expect was that there would be a Zicomo in the middle. Boldly speaking, he wants to be his own king. She sees all kinds of Zicomos past. Asked to do something for her when they first met. When we meet again, even after listening to her declaration of loneliness, he is still firm. And also brought her the killing finger knife soon after. This made Lani begin to wonder if all this was an arrangement of fate. Later, knowing that he had taken away her original body, she was not angry. During the time she spent with him in the image of Petite Lani, she had a very relaxed and happy life. She also inquired about the body, and he did not hide what he did, and said that he would give her a surprise in the future. She made up her mind after Zicomo helped her deal with the last shadow of calamity. He gave Zicomo the royal key that should have been abandoned. Lani decided to give him a chance. She knows if all this is fate. Then she and he will eventually meet at the moonlight altar. There, she waited for Zicomo's answer. Zicomo put away the ring and returned to Noxtella's waterhole. From there you can access the most disgusting map in the entire game. Corruption Lake. The entire map is made of scarlet, corrupt lake water. When contaminated with those lake water, it reaches a certain time. Will enter a state of scarlet corruption. Continuous deduction of blood. Of course, this is a piece of cake for Zicomo, who has already maxed out his resistances. Until he came to the scene of Corruption Lake. Zicomo knew he was wrong, completely wrong. This TM is really a lake. Rather than the average depth of the game is no more than the knee. If you want to pass through the lake, you have to find a hidden mechanism. After stepping on these organs, a platform will be raised for people to rest while eliminating the erosion of scarlet corruption. What frustrates Zicomo the most is that he has to go swimming. At this moment Zicomo's resistance was stronger than ever. It was so intense that it took him only half an hour to improve the bubble head spell. From the original, it only wraps the head and filters the air. It was changed to wrap the whole body and isolate the effect of water flow. Yet he still miscalculated. Under these rotten lakes, there is still a species of cursed frogs living. God knows why, they get mixed up with the crimson corruption on the side of death. If he could, Zicomo didn't want to explore the map at all. But the road to the moonlight altar was guarded by Esther. And Esther is under the waterfall next to the underground palace at the end of the corrupt lake. It's not like Zicomo didn't think about flying in the air. But the red fog that filled the air obscured his path. Also, most of the organs are underwater. If you want to open the door to the underground palace, you have to open all the organs. In other words, Zicomo had to follow the organization again. 2 hours later, Zicomo exited the game with a blank face. Well, the front area, let's explore it later. For 2 hours in a row, the eyes were full of scarlet. There is no green in sight. Proper mental damage. Zicomo decided to explore for 2 hours a day from now on. Any extra minute is disrespectful to your own eyes. It happened that the recent alchemy experiment had reached a critical time. Zicomo comes to Zen Garden. Here is a piece of space he cut out alone. You can see the outside from the inside, you can't see it from the outside, and you can't get in. Here's a cultivator that's common in sci-fi movies. The table beside them was filled with bottles and jars of various potions. The combination of technology and magic makes the space full of novel beauty. That training bin is actually something on the magic side. Zicomo took the materials from the previous Biological Research Institute and used alchemy technology. Made this culture tank. In the cultivation warehouse, the body of a 12 or 13-year-old girl was immersed in the potion made of life spar. The so-called life spar is naturally an upgraded version of the original life stone. Purer and richer vitality than the original stone of life maintains the vitality of the little girl in the training warehouse. In fact, this little girl is Lani's body. Thanks to the deedle of the newborn, Lani's body was successfully resurrected. Zicomo thought of it while reshaping Lani's body. The reason why she abandoned this body was because her fingers had manipulated this body. Whether it's being banned or otherwise. In short, this has a physical problem. So Zicomo thought of the only deedle he had yet to use. The dewdrop didn't work at first. Until he used the magic spar to inject a touch of life into Lani's body. Zicomo did not expect the so-called clearing all negative states of the user to be so powerful. The deedle of the newborn completely purifies Lani's entire body in an instant. What the power of the death curse, the will of two fingers, the blessing of the supreme will. All were cleaned up. Of course, problems arose. Because Lan Ni's body has only a trace of vitality. The power of Dental is centered on that vigor, giving La Ni a special rebirth. When I saw Lani's charred body turned into ashes and an embryo condensed, Zicomo was dumbfounded. What's the meaning? He wants a wife, not a daughter. Do you want him to learn Snape and go out and find a woman to help with surrogacy? Fortunately, Zicomo quickly figured out what was going on. Rebirth is, to put it bluntly, a reshaping of the user's power. How much power the user has can reshape it into what it looks like. He only injected a trace of life into Lani's body, and naturally reshaped Lani into an embryo. So he took advantage of the power of Dental not to end. The energy of the entire magic spar was injected into it. Of course, Rattan's soul imprint has been taken out by him. Otherwise, Lani's body has no soul, and Rattan's soul imprint will enter. Rattan was resurrected into Lani's body. And when the energy of the magic spar is exhausted, La Ni's body will grow to about 12 years old. At this time, the power of Dew was also exhausted. So La Ni's body was fixed at this size. Chapter 60. According to the original plan, Zicomo wants to fill the magic spar into Lani's body. Then use the creation method of the Platinum Child to reshape the body. Finally, through the method of returning the soul, the conditions for completely resurrecting Lani can be achieved. Unexpectedly, the combination of the power of Dental and the power of the magic spar would give Lani's body a special rebirth. For Zicomo, it's also the equivalent of hitting straight. Because in the original plan, Zicomo missed a huge problem. That is the energy supply problem. Originally the heir to the next generation of gods, Lani's body is undoubtedly powerful. Wanting to completely revive her body is obviously not enough for a magic spar made by a demigod. If Zicomo really intends to go as planned, then he might create something like the Son of Platinum. The lower body is powerless, and only the upper half of the 970 body can move. The rebirth this time has eliminated the hidden dangers in La Ni's body by mistake. And reshaped Lani's body. Zicomo can guarantee that the body in front of him is definitely the most perfect one among all the gods. Of course, just a little younger. No way, who knew that Lan Ni's original body would be so powerful? It was only after exhausting the entire Rattan's magic spar that she could grow back to about 12 years old. Now that everything is ready, the only thing I owe is La Ni's soul. It took several days for Zicomo to pass the Lake of Corruption and the Temple of Scarlet Corruption. Came to the deepest waterfall. The hardships are not enough for outsiders. God knows why there is a giant dragon soldier in the middle of the Lake of Corruption. There was no focus in the water, and it didn't help that he shook the eldest brother out. In the end, he rode a broomstick and bombed in the sky, killing the dragon soldiers to death. On the edge of the deepest waterfall, there is a sarcophagus. After Zicomo lies in, the rapids of the waterfall will rush the sarcophagus to the bottom of the waterfall. When he first saw this design, he was shocked. Rushed down from such a high waterfall, the sarcophagus did not rot. And it also seems to have a round-trip function. Zicomo couldn't help feeling how big the brains of these game designers are. As soon as I stepped into Esther's cave, I was greeted by a comet Yazlay. Zicomo dodged the rapids with a sideways roll. He cursed at his mother in his heart. Do you know Comet Yazlay and like to use this trick to greet others? I heard that this magic is in Gmir Volcano. When he is free, he must go and get this magic first. As for now, come out. Big brother. Go up and give it 2 slaps and let it know what it means to be respectful. Zicomo used the spirit bell to shake out imitation teardrops, while he was assisting from a distance. He remembered that the horn-headed bug played more gravity magic than Rattan. No, the eldest brother just got close to it, and is preparing to carry out a wave of melee output on it. Unexpectedly, it started out as a gravity field. Floats all things within the range, and then ejects them all through gravity magic. Well, it smells like Shinra Tianzheng. There is also the perverted Esteite meteorite. Summoning a lot of meteors out of thin air makes Zicomo cry out that it's unfair. His rock art can only summon 3 stones, why can it summon a group? Is it because it has too many legs? There is also this way of falling from the sky, which is like a star that explodes from the sky. Is that you? 6 ways pain. This is probably the most difficult boss Zicomo has ever encountered. With one hand of gravity magic, he protected himself like a tortoise shell. You can't get close at all. Oh, it's different from Big Brother Teardrop. When Zicomo summoned him, he was equipped with the famous sword Moon Hidden and held the Kalia scepter in his hand. Famous sword Moon Hidden was obtained by Zicomo when he was exploring Galad. Its combat technique is one-shot slashing. It's called Gap Moon Shadow. This is an artifact for mage melee combat. Because this knife eats intelligence bonus, that is, the higher the intelligence of the user, the higher the damage. And its combat skills will greatly weaken the toughness of the enemy. Basically, 2 knives can knock the enemy into a straight state. Perhaps she was disgusted by Esther's thorny style of play. The big brother who imitated a teardrop was also angry. Picking up famous sword Moon Hidden, what he ignored was a charge towards Esther. Quite a bit. Laozi is going to hack you to death today. In fact, the biomesh teardrop, which only has a fighting instinct, is not angry. He just chose the optimal solution for the battle. In the face of this kind of enemy with frequent magical attacks and a large attack range, the best way is to hit the hard straight first, and then make a fast output. This is a piece of cake for a big brother who can fight and resist. Zicomo's bionic teardrop is not a pared-down version of his previous life. With his super high fighting instinct, sometimes even Zicomo has to learn his fighting thinking. And he also owns Zicomo's Dettol bottle. This means that the big brother can also return to the blue blood. If Esther could talk, she would definitely question. Who the hell is the boss? After killing Esther, it gave a memory. This thing can be exchanged for a flail weapon in the Hall of the Round Table, or a war ash. War ash is used on oversized weapons such as big axes and hammers. Although the flail weapon is a magic attribute attack. But the combat skills of the weapons are not outstanding. Its war dust effect is to wield a dark nebula that explodes in a very short time. The special effects are pretty good, but the practicality is not very high. The attack range is too short, not as good as his famous sword Moon Hidden. Seeing the things that can be exchanged for reminiscence, Zicomo gasped for a while. With so much serious gravity magic, it's one that can't be dropped. It's all bells and whistles. He worked so hard to get this shit. Imitation teardrop, I was the one who killed me, thank you. Fortunately, he is still in a good mood. Because he can finally get out of the underground. Stayed underground for most of 0.9 months. It was okay in Noxtella, there were at least some dim starlight in the sky. It's not enough to come to the lake of corruption. A dark red depressing environment almost didn't drive Zicomo crazy. Go to the door behind Esther and use the dark moon ring to open the barrier. Take the lift behind the door to the exit well of the Ansel River. After coming out of the exit well, we arrived at the moonlight altar. As soon as he went out, Zicomo saw a pyroxene dragon flying in the air. He took a closer look, an old acquaintance. I fought it in front of Lonnie's magician's tower before, and it ran away halfway through. Now Zicomo has the ashes of a mock teardrop. The level has to give it a gangfight package, so that it knows what is the sinister society. Chapter 61. With the imitation teardrop, Zicomo quickly killed the pyroxene dragon Adura. The dragon also dropped a magic scroll. The magic called Adura's Moonlight Sword is written on it. The effect is to condense a moonlight sword, which is used to slash enemies. Zicomo likes this magic very much. The pure white moonlight sword is very beautiful, and when it is swung, it will leave behind a white afterimage and a little moonlight. Of course, what made him most fond of was that the initial length of this moonlight sword was 4 or 5 meters long. And according to the input magic power, the length and width of the moonlight sword can be continuously enhanced. Q. What should I do if I encounter a giant monster more than 10 meters high? A. Treat them with a 40 m long sword. Zicomo is looking forward to the next time he pulls out this moonlight sword in front of those huge monsters. How wonderful would the expressions on those monsters' faces be? After testing the effect of the moonlight sword, Zicomo walked towards the church building ahead. The moonlight altar is shrouded in moonlight all year round. Even the brilliance of the golden tree was obscured by the full moon in the sky. Stripes of pure white moonlight fell from the sky, washing the earth. Zicomo's heart that was eager to see Lonnie also calmed down. Definitely not too many shards of starlight in this cathedral of Manus Theres. He was too happy to pick it up and forgot the business. These starlight fragments can be used for 2 purposes. One is that they can be exchanged for puppets with sylphs. There are 2 kinds of puppets that can be exchanged for sylvae. One is the puppet of the head witch Sarah, and the other is the puppet of the pot man. Another way to use it is to use it directly. The effect is to restore the focus value, which is back to blue. But recovery is slow. Neither use has much effect on Zicomo. Because Zicomo is not happy with Sylvis, he will kill that guy sooner or later. So naturally he wouldn't exchange these fragments for anything with him. Anyway, after killing him, all of his Zicomo can be looted. As for returning to blue, it is even more useless for Zicomo. With his powerful physique, Zicomo's magic recovery speed can be called super speed. He usually doesn't even need to knock the blue bottle. But I can't stand these pieces and they look good. Zicomo felt that in his last life, no, he must have been a dragon in his last life. There is really no resistance to these shiny things. Lonnie in the underground cave, if you don't come down, I can leave. Zicomo jumped out of the cave after clearing up the star shards around the church. In the depths of the cave, a pair of fingers he had never seen before came into his eyes. 4 or 5 stories tall body, showing a lifeless gray. Between the 2 fingers is a bright red wound. This wound is in the shape of a semicircular arc as a whole, and many striped wounds extend outward from this arc. Like a bright red centipede. Blood continued to flow from the wound and spread to his feet. Zicomo has seen such a pattern once. It was the death curse scar obtained from Lonnie. Zicomo knew that the two fingers were dead. The person who killed it was Lonnie, who was sitting in front of him. At this time, she sat quietly on the two-fingered corpse, and the snow witch suit on her body disappeared. This is the first time Zicomo has seen Lonnie's complete doll body. The slender joints of the hands and feet are wrapped with ropes, which are used to connect the various parts of the body. Without the large snow witch suit, Lonnie's figure looks petite and cute. And the blood of her fingers stained on her body added a touch of coldness to her. She sat there weakly and gracefully, as if she was exhausted in the battle with her fingers. Even when he saw Zicomo's arrival, he still didn't say a word. Pretends to look alike. 99. Zicomo leaned forward and took a closer look at Lonnie's face. He knew that there was nothing wrong with Lonnie. After all, the two fingers are only the spokesperson of the supreme will. If it had that ability, it would not choose Malika and let her act on her will and walk on the border. These two fingers are only special and cannot be killed, and there are some special methods. In front of Lonnie, who was holding the hunting finger knife, it was one knife at a time. Lonnie pretended to be weak just to test Zicomo. She wanted to know what Zicomo would do when she appeared unsuspecting in front of him. Will he take out the dark moon ring and put it on for her, or will he wave his wand at her without hesitation? Zicomo did neither option. He stepped forward to pick up Lonnie and whispered in her ear. My princess, it's really hard work. Next, take a good night's sleep. When you wake up, I will bring you the promised surprise. After he finished speaking, he kissed Lan Ni's forehead lightly and put Lan Ni into the system space. Living things cannot be stored without oxygen in the system space. But Lonnie is a doll whose soul resides on her body, and she doesn't need to breathe. Besides, Lonnie didn't resist, Zicomo took her in easily. After doing all this, Zicomo left the game and returned to reality. He came to the Zen garden. System, show me Lan Ni. Deduct the number of realizations, the realization is successful. The doll's body appeared in front of Zicomo again. Only this time in reality. And at this time, her eyes were tightly closed, and it was obvious that she had fallen into a deep sleep. He put the puppet Lanny in Xiao Lanny's cultivation bin. I am struggling with how to take out the soul in the doll. Unexpectedly, the puppet Lanny touched Xiao Lanny's body. From the original body of Lan Ni, a suction force was spontaneously generated, and she wanted to pull out the soul in the doll and integrate it into the body. And Lonnie's soul seemed to sense the same source of breath, and cooperated without any resistance. Is this successful? Zicomo thought it would take a lot of work, but he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The fusion of soul and body will take some time. Zicomo thought about 970 and visualized the equipment bar. He suddenly had dozens of outfits. And each set is the kind that can be worn as a costume to the comic exhibition. He took out the Snow Witch suit and put it on Lonnie. Before Lonnie's body had been soaked in the potion, Zicomo had never thought about the clothes. Now he was afraid that Lonnie would be too embarrassed when she woke up, so he still found a dress for her to put on. The clothes embodied by the system are very user-friendly. It automatically adjusts to the size of the wearer. At this time, the little Lonnie Snow Witch suit with a small body has completely restored its original appearance. It's just that compared to the light blue body of the doll, Xiao Lonnie's skin looks fairer. It wasn't like Zicomo didn't do anything when Lonnie's body was reborn. Using the technique of making children of platinum, he changed Lan's hair back to a dark blue. Well, permanent hair color. He's still used to Lan's blue hair. As Ladagon's child, Lonnie actually inherited his red hair. It's just that when she was making the doll, she chose her favorite blue. Although she once said that the image of the doll was made after her teacher, the witch Rena. But Zicomo could see that the doll's appearance was somewhat similar to Rena Ra. This made him have to wonder, in fact, what Lonnie used was her original appearance. After comparing the appearance between Xiao Lonnie and the doll, Zicomo became more and more sure of his guess. Chapter 62. Lonnie had a dream. A short but beautiful dream. In the dream, Zicomo became her king. They went to the night sky together and traveled in the dark night. At the same time, look for the figure of the supreme will. Only by killing him can the borderlands be completely free from the law. In the cold and long dark night, all living beings feel fear, hesitation, and loneliness. In the end, he defeated them with his own strength. This is the age of the stars that Lonnie expects. Since abandoning the body, only the soul remains. She hadn't dreamed for a long time. The soul does not dream, but falls into a deep sleep. Until the state is restored, wake up again. During this period, the soul can only feel the endless darkness and loneliness. This time, when Lonnie woke up from her slumber, everything was different. She experienced the existence of dreams again. At the same time, I also experienced the kind of satisfaction that the body transmits to the brain after adequate sleep. She got up and stretched, looking around. In a cylindrical container more than 2 meters high, the body of her doll was stored. When she saw her, Lan and I realized that something was wrong. She looked at her hands and felt the power in her body. This is my original body? The familiar feeling made her realize that she was resurrected. You're awake. The operation was successful, and you're already a girl. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded from behind her. Familiarity is because when her consciousness is attached to petite Lani, she often hears such an inconsiderate tone. Unfamiliar is because this voice is too immature. She turned around and saw a 12 or 13-year-old boy dressed in clothes she was not familiar with. There is a faint shadow of an adult Zicomo on his face. You are, Zicomo. Although she used interrogative sentences, her tone was very positive. A person's face can be changed, but some breaths in the body are difficult to change. Clearly Lani had recognized him. Zicomo nodded. It's me. Can you tell me what's going on? Although there are many doubts in her heart, Lan Anai's tone is still unhurried. In short, I resurrected you. Lani, thank you, that sums it up very well. Don't do this next time. I'm more curious, where is this place? The nearby scenery doesn't look like a border. And what's going on with your state? Why are you so weak? Lan Anai asked her doubts in one breath. Hearing the word weak, Zicomo's heart seemed to be stabbed with an arrow. At the beginning, in order to facilitate things, I chose to turn the game character into an external avatar. Unexpectedly, this character has made great progress in the game and has grown into a powerhouse at the junction. However, his own body has not grown much, and the biggest increase is only a few drops of dew brought by the golden tree. This caused him to be unable to even beat Lani in front of him now. Don't look at Lani's age now. But she is a goddess no matter what, and Zicomo is superior to Zicomo in the essence of life. Even if he tied up 10, he was no match for Lani. Zicomo thought to himself. There is a chance to find a way to integrate the power of the incarnation. Otherwise, his future family status will be worrying. Zicomo was thinking about things in his heart, but his mouth was not idle. I told Lani about my origins and some of the situation here. After receiving this information, Lani concluded. So, you are from the other world. The body at the border is just attached to it with consciousness, and it is very similar to my petite doll. No wonder I always look at you with an unreal feeling. 5. Zicomo nodded, indicating that La and I understood correctly. Then, can you explain? What's up with the age of my body? It was obvious that La and I also realized that her current body seemed to be 11 or 12 years old. Hey, your body is too strong. My energy is not enough to restore you to your original age, so it became like this. Zicomo thinks it's good to be able to grow up with him. That's right. The energy that can help the gods is really rare. It's really amazing that you can do this. 5. Lani praised Zicomo, and then asked again. I'm curious, where does your energy come from? As soon as this question came up, Zicomo was awkwardly silent. Ahem, that was stripped from General Rattan. After listening to La and I, she was silent for a long time, and finally sighed and said. Well, that's fine. This might also be a relief for my brother. Thinking of Rattan's appearance eroded by scarlet corruption, she was relieved. That, the imprint of General Rattan's soul is still here, maybe we can find a way to resurrect him in the future. Seeing that Lani's mood was a little low, Zicomo took out a white spar from his arms and handed it to Lani. Strictly speaking, this thing could be Rattan's ashes. It was the dust that Zicomo had collected while Rattan was drifting in the wind. They are now held together by special means. There is nothing better to host his soul imprint than this. Zicomo even wondered if he could shake Rattan's soul out by shaking the bell now. Lani. Next time you have a surprise, tell me earlier. 55. There was a hint of resentment in her tone. Zicomo nodded, next time definitely. Looking at the smiling boy in front of her, Lani sighed tiredly. What can she do? The king you choose, you will suffer. At this moment, Zicomo suddenly remembered something and took out a ring from his arms. He got down on one knee and said. Although it's a bit late, I think it's just right now. Would you like to be my princess alone? Looking at Zicomo's serious face, Lani stretched out her right hand. Aren't you already my king? Her tone was full of joy, even Zicomo, Nyojao's, could feel it. He excitedly held Lani's hand and gently put the ring on her. Seeing the golden gemstone on the ring, Lani asked with some doubts. Why not my dark moon ring? Hearing this, Zicomo smiled and asked. Why? Isn't the dark moon ring the love token you gave me? Why, do you want to go back? Zicomo has long felt that the scene in the game is very unreasonable. It was obviously a contract ring that Lani gave to her partner. It happened that he put it on Lan Ni's hand again. So he refined the magic spar shell without energy and compressed it to the size of half the fingernail of the little finger. I made this ring in the style of Lonnie's Dark Moon ring. And also used alchemy to attach the no trace stretching spell to it, which opened up a 10 cubic space inside. That is to say, this magic spar can now not only absorb and purify all kinds of energy, but also have the ability to store things. Chapter 63. Knowing the function of the ring in her hand, Lonnie played with it for a while. She thought about it and walked to her doll's body. He took off the ring from the doll's hand and came to Zicomo. Since you understand that, then you can keep that ring. When I was young, I was ignorant and made the ring into a women's model. This is the men's model I made later. Oh my king, let me wear it for you. 39. Lonnie took Zicomo's hand and brought him the ring in her hand. Looking at the ring in his hand, Zicomo said why the Dark Moon ring looks so ladylike. Too bad he didn't even bother to wear it. Wang, show me around this space. Also, I want to know more about the outside world. Lonnie's words brought Zicomo's thoughts back to reality. He nodded in response, and led Lonnie to wander around this space. Zicomo told Lan about the general situation of Harry Potter's world. She was very surprised that there was no supreme will on this earth. What surprised her even more was that the magic world in this world was in a corner, and they did not show their power to the world at all. In this regard, Zicomo can only express that the world is different. Compared with the ancient times of the 970s, witches and wizards used the magic of destroying the heavens and the earth at every turn. The wizards of today have long since lost that mighty power that changed the world. This is the inevitable disadvantage of blood inheritance. With the continuous inheritance, the blood of the wizards is getting thinner and thinner. In this way, the upper limit of growth is constrained. This is also the reason why it takes so long for a genius wizard to emerge in the wizarding world. The two were talking and unknowingly walked under the golden tree. Lonnie stroked the tree and said, "It's not the same as the golden tree on the border. The tree on the border is full of tyranny that plunders everything. And on this tree, I felt the tolerance of the sea and all rivers." Zicomo smiled. "That is inevitable. This space is completely under my control, and this tree will grow according to my will. So, will there be a second border in the future? It certainly will, but it's still early. By then, won't you be the supreme will of this earth?" Speaking of the supreme will, Lonnie frowned, obviously thinking of something bad. Zicomo stroked Lonnie's hair and retorted, "It's not, Baj, me, it's us. We will build this space together. 9. What is this? Are we going to live the way we hate?" Thinking of what Zicomo had said, Lonnie quoted it. La Ni's words made Zicomo laugh. He asked, "Then my princess, when there are enough living beings in this land in the future, will you interfere with their development like the supreme will of the borderland?" Lonnie shook her head. What Zicomo said was contrary to her law of the stars. "Well then, why are we entangled in this matter? You just need to keep your original intention unchanged and keep walking on your own path. I will always be with you. Shadow." Zicomo took Lonnie's hand. Feeling his thoughts, Lonnie also held Zicomo's hand tightly. The two did not speak, enjoying the quietness of this place. After a long time, Lonnie said slowly, "Can I go to the school you said?" Zicomo, "Huh? I want to experience the difference between your world and the borderland." Laney explained. "No, you don't care about that junction. At the junction, I have killed the two fingers. The next step is to go to the night sky and look for the trace of the supreme will. Do you think I'm suitable for traveling in the stars in the way I look now?" Lonnie's words were full of resentment. Originally she had planned, if Zicomo put on the ring for her. Then she made Zicomo king. When each other's things were done, she and him traveled to the night sky hand in hand. Unexpectedly, Zicomo resurrected her body, which moved her very much. The fly in the ointment is that her body is only 11 or 12 years old at this time, and she is not at the peak at all. Now let her go to the night sky, she is not sure about the supreme will. Obviously Zicomo also realized this, smiled awkwardly, and agreed to Lonnie's request. He took her to the next door and knocked on the door of Snape's house. It was Leah who opened the door. Zicomo said, "Is Snape at home? I'm looking for him." Although Leah was curious why Zicomo brought a strange little girl, she didn't ask much. "He's in the study." Leah took the two to the study. It was said to be a study, but it had actually been transformed by Snape into a place where he made potions. "What's up?" Seeing Zicomo, before Snape finished speaking, he noticed Lonnie behind him. The suppression of biological instincts caused great pressure on Snape. As a goddess, Lonnie is superior to others in terms of life. In addition, he has just been resurrected, and he has not been able to control his own power well. There is always a trace that escapes. As for why Zicomo didn't feel it. On the one hand, his own physique is strong and unaffected. On the other hand, Lonnie deliberately controlled it. After all, in her eyes, her king was still very weak. Zicomo, thanks, was offended. Feeling the cold and deep power in Lonnie, Snape sweated down his back. He roared wildly in his heart, where did Zicomo find this one, and the pressure was greater than Voldemort brought him. Professor Snape, how are you? Zicomo noticed Snape's anomaly and asked with concern. I'm fine, if you can let the person next to you restrain his momentum, that's even better. Snape said with a trembling voice. Zicomo knew that when Lonnie just woke up, he also felt that kind of momentum, and it was really not very good. He motioned for Lainey to restrain her momentum, and Snape breathed a sigh of relief. Who is this? He is very curious about Lonnie's identity now. At such a young age, his aura is even more terrifying than the Dark Lord. Lonnie, my fiancée. Zicomo and Lonnie negotiated in the Zen garden and declared her identity to the outside world. Snape? The short sentence gave him a huge shock. Not to mention where this little witch who is stronger than the Dark Lord came out. You, a child whose parents died, suddenly had a fiancé, do you think I would believe it? Facing Snape's suspicious gaze, Zicomo shrugged. Okay, I'm not pretending anymore. I have a showdown, in fact, I'm also a child of a big family. My father came from an ancient family in an ancient eastern country, but because he had no talent for magic, he chose to study abroad to be an ordinary person. It was here that he met my mother, who had me after the two fell in love. As a result, he unfortunately passed away in a car accident before he could tell me about the family. Until Lonnie found me and told me these things. Their family and our family are family friends. In our generation, in order to kiss each other, the old man of the two families got engaged to us. Chapter 64. Zicomo's words were well founded, and even Snape believed them. Even if he doesn't believe it, he can't. That country is in a state of recuperation, and now the mysterious side there is extremely xenophobic. Whether it's true or not, he can't be sure. In fact, the above content is all made up by Zicomo. When he came to this world, even his identity was systematically arranged. Where did the big family from the ancient Oriental country come from? And Snape can accept it so quickly, or because Zicomo's previous performance is good enough. After all these years in the wizarding world, Snape knew. A good little wizard like Hermione would appear every 10 years, 1 or 2. But something like Zicomo can no longer be described as a genius, but as a monster. There will not be one in the wizarding world for hundreds of years. The last evildoer recorded in the history books was called Merlin. So Snape thought it was normal for Zicomo to come from a big family. If it weren't for the fact that his fiancée's strength was exaggerated, maybe Snape would have accepted it sooner. He wanted to ask one more question, is there still a son-in-law in the Lonnie family? But thinking that this does not match his image, he still gave up the idea. So, what did you bring her here for? Knowing Lan's identity, Snape breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked. Lan wants to go to school at Hogwarts, I'll come to you and ask if the school accepts people. Zicomo explained his purpose. Snape listened to question marks. Are you sure you're going to school instead of teaching? With her level, who teaches who? Well, she plans to accompany me to school here. Zicomo's words left Snape speechless. Got it, let's play. Then you should go to Dumbledore, why are you looking for me? Zicomo smiled and said, Lonnie wants to be in the same grade as me, you can help arrange it. Snape thought for a moment, but didn't refuse. Immediately wrote a letter to Dumbledore, explaining Lonnie's situation. Of course, he didn't say anything about Lonnie's strength. On the one hand he was too lazy to talk, on the other he knew Dumbledore. Judging from his face, Lonnie must be able to go to Hogwarts school. But whether it was out of curiosity or his suspicious nature, Dumbledore will always investigate Lonnie. Snape wanted to know, when Lonnie was showing her strength in front of Dumbledore. I wonder how wonderful Dumbledore's expression will be. Well, after spending a lot of time with Zicomo, Snape has become a little dark. Speaking of which, have you spoken to the Granger family about her situation? Snape suddenly thought of how Hermione and Zicomo were inseparable last semester, and asked curiously. No, she came to me to explain the situation, and I brought her to you. Zicomo really hasn't spoken to the Grangers yet. The Grangers went to work today, and the patients will complain if they don't work after half a month. Hermione is a rare nest in the room reading a book. Lonnie hasn't had time to meet them yet. Then you have to be careful, maybe you will be kicked out. Snape's words were full of schadenfreude. Zicomo knew what he meant, but thought that there would be a surer field between Hermione and Lonnie. The Grangers then sided with Hermione and kicked him out of the house. He rolled his eyes and said, I'll stay at your house after being kicked out. I'm your disciple anyway. Snape's new smile faltered. He waved his hand, signaled that things were done, and told Zicomo to get out of here. Seeing this, Zicomo didn't bother anymore, and left Snape's house with Lonnie. Lonnie didn't say a word the whole time, and the only interaction with Snape was two nods. One is to say that they have known each other, and the other is to thank him for his help. But Snape could see that there was grace in her every move. It is the kind of noble elegance that comes from the bones. But not the arrogance of Draco. Snape thought, even if it was Draco's dad coming. Compared with Lonnie, it is only a firefly under the moonlight, and there is no comparison between the fluorescent light and the bright moon. This convinced Snape that Lonnie was indeed a member of the big family. If Zicomo knew what he was thinking, he would definitely affirm him. The Collie royal family, who can conquer half of the country at the junction, is indeed quite a big family. As night fell, there was an extra guest at the Grangers' table tonight. That's our Miss Laney. At this time, Zicomo is explaining the origin of Lonnie to the Grangers. Of course, using the same rhetoric at Snape's house during the day. Hermione's words, Zicomo had already told her when he went back during the day. After hearing that her cousin has a fiancé, the little witch has been gloomy. Hermione didn't know what mood she was in, so she simply ate and didn't speak. And Lonnie is enjoying the food happily. Zicomo cooks by himself to celebrate Lonnie's new life. Living at the junction of the barren food culture, when did Lonnie see so many kinds of food? The attributes of the little princess being a foodie suddenly awakened. All kinds of food are continuously delivered to the mouth. Although she quickly wiped out the food on the table, she did not give a very rude feeling. This is probably the upbringing of the royal family. Here, the Grangers also understood the specific situation of Lonnie. They didn't know what to say either. Especially Mr. Granger. He had already made preparations for his little padded jacket to leak. Unexpectedly, Zicomo suddenly had a fiancé. 0. And what made him uncomfortable the most was that his own daughter was the one who posted it backwards. The point is, the two of them couldn't hate Lonnie at all. No way, Lonnie is so cute. Although his expressionless face seemed a little cold. But the pure white face, the pretty nose bridge, and the pink lips were as delicate as a doll. Especially her pair of light blue eyes, as deep as the night sky, but with the holiness of moonlight. Mrs. Granger used to think that her daughter was pretty good looking. Now she just wants to know, where can she get a daughter as delicate, lovely, and elegant as Lonnie? Hermione? Listen to me, thank you. In the end, Mrs. Granger, who was in charge of the house, made a final decision and agreed that Lonnie would stay at home. The little witch was not happy when she heard the words. He said in a muffled voice, "Mom, there is no room at home anymore. It's okay, I can live in Zicomo's Zen garden." Without waiting for Mrs. Granger to answer, Lonnie swallowed her last mouthful of food and said. This made Hermione gasp again. When my cousin got the Zen garden, he didn't share it with her for the first time. Now that Lonnie had just arrived, he told her such an important secret. The most important thing is that she doesn't even have a place in the Zen garden. What's the matter with this woman? Could it be a half-breed villa? How did she get her family into a daze? 9. Chapter 65. Hermione was PD right now. She was the one who came first. Why did things turn out like this? Seeing the scene where Lonnie signaled that Zicomo didn't have enough food, Zicomo immediately went into the kitchen to add food. Hermione gritted her teeth angrily. She usually asks her cousin for something, and she has to act like a spoiled child for a long time. How could this guy make his cousin act with just one look? If Zicomo knew what Hermione was thinking, he would be amused. Not to mention that he just learned alchemy, not a copper alchemist. Even if he likes to play and develop, he will not have any special feelings for a teenage girl. At best, he now sees Hermione as his close sister. He was greedy for the grown-up Hermione. Instead of this little witch whose 3 views have not yet been finalized. Both he and Lonnie have mature souls. The two are in love with each other, he is her king, and he treats her as a princess. He will naturally be more attentive to Lonnie. For Hermione, he is more out of a kind of doting on his sister. As for other feelings, let's wait for her 3 views 970 to mature, and talk about it when she grows up. But Zicomo didn't know, he had planted a seed in the little witch's heart. Over time, it will eventually grow into a towering tree and bear fruit. Because sometimes, first love is the most unforgettable. After dinner, Mrs. Granger came to Hermione's room. "Baby, what are you sulking about?" Apparently Mrs. Granger also noticed Hermione's anomaly at the table. "It's not that Lonnie. I usually begged my cousin for a long time, and he reluctantly agreed to cook for me himself. Why did my cousin respond to her requests and obey her every time she came?" Hermione grumbled sullenly. As a visitor, Mrs. Granger quickly determined her status from Hermione's words. Instead of trying to persuade Hermione, she asked. "But, have you ever thought about it? As little Zicomo's fiancé, it is only natural for him to do these things for her. And, Lonnie is new here today, and is strictly our guest. Of course we have to treat her well. The little witch's face was stunned, and she felt that what her mother said was very reasonable. Then why is she so angry? Mrs. Granger saw her doubts and said. Maybe you're just afraid that Law and I will take away your cousin's love for you. Hermione understood, and then became very lost. Mom, am I a bad girl? Even though my cousin already has a fiancé, I still like him and want to get more attention from him. 35. Hermione's words caused Mrs. Granger to chuckle. Ha ha ha, at a young age, do you know what liking is? There are many kinds of liking. But no matter what kind of liking it is still too early for you. You are only 12 years old now, and you still have a long time to think about this. Until then, listen to your mother and get along with your cousin how you want to get along. You will find that he will still be the same as before. Hermione nodded, no longer bothering about these matters. Then Mom, I'm going to sleep with you tonight, she said coquettishly with Mrs. Granger. Okay, I will sleep with my baby girl tonight. 99. Mrs. Granger held Hermione in her arms and listened to her recount all the interesting things about Hogwarts during the last school year. Her eyes were deep, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Perhaps Hermione didn't realize that Zicomo was in many of the things she talked about. And Mrs. Granger noticed it? For Zicomo, she is very loving. When she first met, she noticed that this little boy had a mature temperament that did not match his age. She was full of affection for this mature and polite child. For a time he fulfilled her fantasies of wanting to raise a son. Seeing him and Hermione getting along harmoniously, she was also very relieved. She even joked with her husband that her little cabbage might be digested internally, so she doesn't have to worry about pigs outside. Unexpectedly, Zicomo suddenly jumped out of a fiancé. And it can be seen that he likes this fiancé very much. She noticed that Zicomo looked at Lonnie during dinner. It was very much like the way her husband looked at her when she and her husband were in love. Mrs. Granger also thought about it before talking to Hermione, and persuaded Hermione to stop thinking about Zicomo early. But she knew Zicomo, it was almost impossible. Zicomo's excellence, she and her husband are obvious to all. Not to mention anything else, just his Zen garden is enough to make him achieve great achievements in both the wizarding world and the muggle world. Not to mention, he was able to create magic on his own before he even went to Hogwarts. Zicomo, I'm sorry, I'm just hanging on. Zicomo's excellence has left a shadow in Hermione's heart. She will also read books with Zicomo for 6 years. He will get better and better in these 6 years. Every boy Hermione met in the future, she would subconsciously compare each other with Zicomo. The result is that no one is better than Zicomo. So, in Mrs. Granger's eyes, it was only a matter of time before Hermione fell in love with Zicomo. And all she can do is to delay this time. At least until Hermione's 3 views are mature, and she is no longer ignorant about emotional issues. Hermione then had the power to make her own decisions. Whatever the outcome, she will support her daughter. This is her love for her daughter, the deep love from her mother. Coincidentally, Zicomo and Lonnie are also talking about Hermione. A corner of the Zen garden. The space here has been transformed into an intimate room by Zicomo. The time flow rate is also adjusted to a 1:1 state. He also gave Lani free access to this place. This is the home he prepared for Lonnie. Lonnie was sitting on the high stool, and she liked the feeling of being high above and looking down at all beings. Talk to Zicomo in her wizard's tower for a higher position. She also specially put 4 books on the chair. That's one of her cutesy points. She said, "My king, he seems to be a very greedy person." Oh? Why did you say that? Zicomo was a little curious as to why Lonnie suddenly said that. That little witch named Hermione, does Wong have the intention to bring her under his command? Obviously, I already have me. Cough, don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in little girls. Lonnie glanced at her body, and glanced at Zicomo again. As if to say, Wong's words are very unconvincing. I mean it. Even if I do think that way, that's when she grows up. Zicomo quickly explained. Humph, it seems that the king is indeed a little too greedy. Are you thinking about what people will look like in the future? Zicomo was at a loss for words, because what Lonnie said was the truth. At this time, Zicomo's mind flashed, and a love sentence blurted out. Even if there are many stars in the night sky, you are my unique dark moon. La and I was overwhelmed by Zicomo's sudden love words. After recovering her body, her emotions naturally became richer. This feeling was completely different from when her soul was attached to the doll. Until then, she felt more of a fate for Zicomo. Following this feeling, she chose to make Zicomo king. After recovering her body, she has richer emotions. At this time, she feels shyness and liking 0.9. Shy, she immediately changed the subject and chatted about the past. In this way, the two chatted about each other's past and spent a warm night. What? Sleep. The two of them, one superhuman and one divine, would not be a problem if they didn't sleep all night. Also not sleeping, are Mr. Granger and the old B. Dumbledore. Mr. Granger sent his wife to comfort Hermione, and Mrs. Granger never came back. Just leave him alone and sleepless. And Dumbledore was pure paranoia. He received a letter from Snape, who was very curious about the ancient family of the East described by Zicomo. After many inquiries, I did not receive any useful information. So worried, he wanted to investigate from Lonnie. It turned out that Snape's letter didn't mention Lan's last name at all. No matter how he tried to break his head, he would never have thought that the three children of the Lonnie family would follow the surname Law of Roddigang. Chapter 66. Dumbledore, who had no idea for a whole night, finally gave up thinking. Lan was coming to Hogwarts anyway. He decided to take a closer look at that time. So I wrote an admission notice myself and entrusted Al to send it out. The letter was quickly received at the Grangers' home at breakfast. Hermione at this time has returned to the former lively. She chats with Zicomo about all kinds of magic. Lonnie was almost speechless by the side. After all, she has not been exposed to the magic of this world. Of course, she was cold and seldom spoken. She just sat there quietly eating breakfast, and asked Zicomo to help her add another. Comatose body ensures that no matter how much she eats, she can digest quickly, and she will not gain weight. I heard her king say last night that there are thousands of kinds of food in this world. More than the stars in the sky. What else is there to say? Open your stomach and eat. She has fallen in love with the feeling of refueling while enjoying a meal. The Granger family, who received the letter, decided to go shopping at Diagon Alley 11 together while they were free today. Mainly to buy Lonnie's school supplies. Of course, 3 textbooks for the 2nd grade must also be purchased. Although it is said that Zicomo's APIT has included a large number of books. But Zicomo says he has money and willfulness. Buy one and take it back as a collection. Besides, the teachers of Defense Against the Dark Arts have been replaced this semester. The teacher made new demands. He asked for a copy of all Gilderoy Lockhart books. Because this is his own book. Although it's all unpractical travel notes, he doesn't care. He had come to Hogwarts to gild. Zicomo doesn't have any particular opinion on this con artist who is so adept at using the Oblivion charm. He was able to draw stories of their various travel adventures from others and make them his own with the Oblivion charm. It's his job. At least he is quite gifted in writing. After all, not everyone can polish a story of travel and adventure into a best-selling book. It's a pity that he should never have chosen to serve as a Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts. This location is cursed by Voldemort. No one can serve a full year on it. God knows how many teachers Dumbledore has changed over the years. How many of these teachers can safely resign? You look at Quirrell last semester, now it's turned into a pile of ashes. A group of 5 people bought all kinds of supplies. Zicomo finally decided to take Lonnie to buy a wand. Although he has a lot of wands stacked in his system space. But these wands are still a bit unconventional compared to wands in the wizarding world. Zicomo intends to buy one for Lonnie to use as her usual spellcaster. As for the real full-fledged fight, Lonnie has the Scepter of Kalia. This is what Zicomo gave her last night. There are several powerful wands in the old man's ring suitable for wizards. Just like the Luther's pyroxide staff that he is now using. Also a very powerful wand. This is what he found in the magic town of Celia in Galad. Of course, Zicomo doesn't think there is anyone in this world who can force out the full power of the god Rani. He gave the Scepter of Kalia to Lonnie, only out of the desire to return the thing to the original owner. This is the stuff of the Kalia royal family. In return, Lonnie gave Zicomo the Dark Moon Sword. It is said that the Queen of Kalia in all dynasties will give her partner a great sword of the moon. The symbol of Lonnie is the icy dark full moon, so the great sword she gave is also called the Dark Moon Great Sword. Knowing the meaning of this great sword, Zicomo was in a good mood today. No matter what Lonnie wanted, he waved his hand and took it directly. It's just that at Ollivander's wand shop, things went a little off. Lonnie's magic power is too strong, and ordinary wands can't bear it at all. She has broken a dozen wands. But Ollivander is also a stubborn temper, he has always emphasized that it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Over the years, every wizard has found the right wand in his shop. He vowed to find the right wand for Lainey. After half an hour, he regretted it. His shop added 50 broken wands. Zicomo watched with relish. He thought to himself, the old man won't get angry and ask him to pay for the loss of these wands later? Although he is not bad money. At 7 galleons per wand, that's less than 400 galleons. But he could see that Lan Ni was already a little annoyed. The quality of these wands is not as strong as the original astrologer's wand. She was too lazy to waste time on it. Aware of Lainey's thoughts, Zicomo stepped forward and interrupted Ollivander's rummaging for his wand. Mr. Ollivander, I wonder if you accept custom wands here. Boy, I've said it many times, it's the wand that chooses the witch. What style do you want? Ollivander was impatiently planning to refuse Zicomo's request, and then he saw the golden tree branch in Zicomo's hand. This is a material he has never seen before, and this branch is even more magical than those 1,000-year-old trees he has come into contact with. Please let me make a wand out of it. Ollivander stared intently at the branch in Zicomo's hand. Yes, but the core of the staff should use the most precious feather on the moon chi beast. Zicomo made additional demands. Because there is a pinch of feathers on the moon chi beast's body that can absorb the moonlight. It suits Lan. Although Ni doesn't know what kind of animal the moon chi beast is, she knows that it is related to the moon by hearing its name. This made her heart feel moved. She quietly walked to Zicomo's side and held Zicomo's hand. Hermione watched her cheeks bulge from the side. No problem, the feathers of the moon chi beast are not so precious. Are you sure you want this? Ollivander asked a little unwillingly. He wanted to make the best wand, and he didn't want to make it from such a common material. No, what fits is the best, isn't it? Zicomo rejected Ollivander. His words left Ollivander stunned. Immediately he made a promise. Yes, boy. You reminded me that what fits best. In return, I will make this wand of yours for free. 359. Knowing the temper of this stubborn old man, Zicomo did not refuse. He took out 400 gold galleons and put them on the counter. Thank you for your generosity, which is to make up for those damaged wands. Anyway, he is not short of money, there is no need to take advantage of this. Ollivander didn't say no, and he could see that it was actually still paying him to order his wand. The dozens of wands he lost before were just mass-produced items, and they didn't cost him much at all. At this point, the purpose of the Zicomo family's trip has been completed. Before leaving Diagon Alley, Zicomo also visited the big bookstore next to the Leaky Cauldron. He bought a lot of books related to world history. Lan Anai's eyes flashed when she saw it. The best way to understand a world is, of course, by looking at its history. Chapter 67. It was night. Zicomo found Lonnie, who was reading at the foot of the golden tree. I'm going to continue the adventure at the border, do you want to go back? In fact, he has long since released his authority, and Lonnie can go to and from the border at any time. Just don't know why, she has no intention of going back at all. Lonnie closed the book and looked up at Zicomo. This posture is not suitable for walking on the junction. Zicomo suddenly remembered that when he found the petite Lanny said something similar. At that time, she shouted something, you shame the witch Lan. Maybe it's because you don't want to expose your petite posture to others. Maybe you can try like me and use that. Zicomo pointed to the puppet Lonnie who was placed beside him. Are you pinning your consciousness on a doll? I thought thoughtfully. Zicomo nodded, indicating that she understood correctly. Well, there are some things that need to go back and explain. She went back this time mainly to arrange for her 2 loyal subordinates. This is what Zicomo reminded her of last night. Before she met Zicomo, she was determined to abandon everything, betray everything, and take a dark and lonely road. She betrayed more than 2 fingers. In addition, there is a Black Knife organization. She and the Black Knife organization stole the power of death back then. Kill your own body on the night of conspiracy. Although I don't know how she cooperated with the Black Knife organization. But Zicomo knew that they must not be getting along very well. Because the assassins of the Black Knife organization are looking for traces of Lonnie all over the world. When he played games in his last life, he went back in the later stage. Iggy died, Brother Wolf went crazy, and even Sylve hung in his own magician tower. Zicomo just remembered this last night, and reminded Lonnie to wake up. If you don't have time to go back, your men will all die. Iggy's words, she intends to arrange to her mother. Anyway, he was guarding the gate of Kalia walled city. It's better to guard the door of the big library, so that he will be safer. Don't look at Lenara's weak appearance, after all, she is the ruthless queen of Lenia who has defeated the entire lake. Iggy was safe there. As for Brother Wolf, well, Brother Wolf has been locked up. Leave him alone. And Sylvis, she didn't have any good feelings for him. Don't bother to care about him, let him fend for himself. Back at the junction, the 2 were still under the cave of the Cathedral of Manus Theres. The doll Lanny at this time has become controlled by Lanny's consciousness. Rather than as before, the soul resides on it. The exposed half of her soul on the right side of her cheek also disappeared. Looking at the surrounding environment, she felt a little emotional. I thought you would put on the dark moon ring for me here. 99. It's a little too strange in a place like this. 35. Zicomo scanned the environment here for a week, slightly disgusted. A dark cave with 2 huge fingers, and the blood of half the cave was flowing from the fingers. This marriage proposal scene is a little too weird. This is also the reason why he chose this time to revive Lonnie. On the one hand, It is a matter of course, and on the other hand, I want to leave a more romantic memory. It's definitely not that La and I won't resist at this time, it's best to abduct her. Absolutely not. Speaking of which, this pair of fingers is much bigger than the one in the round table hall. Zicomo looked up at the dead fingers in front of him and said, "This is the two fingers used by the Supreme Will to control the gods, and it is naturally stronger." Lonnie explained on the side. "According to you, isn't the two fingers less than 1 floor high in the round table hall looking down on me, the fated one? I'm a man who can kill even a demigod." Zicomo frowned and pretended to be unhappy. Lanny heard that he was not angry, and followed with a joke. "Then why don't I lend you the hunting knives and you go and kill the two fingers in the round table hall?" 39. Forget it, anyway, the Supreme Will has long been unable to contact the borderland. It doesn't matter if there are those two fingers. What's more, the round table hall wants it to maintain a stable order. Zicomo thought for a while and rejected Lonnie's suggestion. Two fingers in the hall of the round table are a symbol for the faders. Just like a church must have at least one statue of a god. Once the statue is broken, the believers will lose their cohesion and leave. Interestingly, the group of faders in the round table hall didn't even bother to double finger. The magician Roger had his lower body twisted off in Stoneville, where he was waiting to die. The man named D went around to hunt down the birther. That is, the group of people who, after the Dharma ring was broken, were unable to return to the golden tree normally and were resurrected from the dead. Oh yes, there is also a Neferi who loves and kills her adoptive father all day long. By the way, her adoptive father's name is Sir Page. 66. Let's go, nothing to see here. Lonnie's voice brought Zicomo back to his senses. Go to Kalia walled city. What are you doing in Kalia fortress? I remember you haven't explored the Moonlight Altar, have you? Go to Sylvis and say something heartfelt. Lonnie rolled her eyes. If you want to dig his heart out, I think you really want to dig his heart out. After leaving the church, Zicomo took out his broom and stretched out his hand to Lonnie. Please, my princess. If he is alone, Zicomo can directly teleport to Kalia fortress through the blessing point. But Lonnie is not a fader and cannot use blessing points. So he can only take her to fly back. Interesting magical creation. Lonnie found that these otherworld people were weak, but their magic was quite interesting. Came to the gate of Kalia walled city, where Zicomo put Lonnie down. Iggy was at the door striking the iron. Sylvis is hiding in the Three Sisters Tower to play with his puppet, Nyojaus. Speaking of which, this is the first time Zicomo has officially met with Service. When he started working for Lonnie, he had seen him once under Lonnie's Magician's Tower. But that was his white spirit state, the equivalent of a remote video call. At that time, although Sylvis said that he could go to the Magician Tower next door to find him. But Zicomo knew about Sylva's perverted behavior in his previous life, so he has never been to him. And Lonnie obviously didn't like him much either. Therefore, this perverted puppet master still doesn't know that Lan Ni has abandoned him. Oh, it's you fading. Seeing Zicomo walk in, Sylvestra was about to say hello when Zicomo's spell hit him. Out of the body. Gouging out the bone. He was caught off guard and was instantly controlled by Zicomo. Chapter 68. Don't blame Zicomo for being ruthless, using the Imperious Curse to control Sylve, and giving him another gouging out. It was because he couldn't get used to Sylvis' behavior. You say he likes puppets. In my last life, there were many people who liked dolls. But this pervert likes to make people into puppets. Coax others to drink the potion he made and make puppets of living people. Any normal person who sees this kind of behavior wants to kill him. But this guy can't die just yet. This guy is near Malika's fourth church. There is a secret room where puppets are kept. There are various puppets made by him in this basement. One of them is what Zicomo needs to get. She was hidden by Sylvis in a back room in the secret basement. This doll-like operation is enough to show the importance of this puppet. She is Zicomo's magic teacher, Elian's real body. It was also mentioned before that Serlin was regarded as a heretical existence at the real Lucaria Academy. She was expelled from the academy for touching taboos. They even set restrictions and locked her in the underground of the ruins of the post station, and sent Pumpkinhead soldiers to guard her. With regard to touching taboos, Zicomo thinks it is true. Because his teacher Elian is no longer a pure human being in essence. She transformed her 970 source into Originite. As long as there is a body that fits, she can be replaced and transferred without restrictions. Although Zicomo doesn't know why, Serlin's real body will be in Sylvis's collection room. But he knew that his teacher Cillian needed this body. Otherwise, she couldn't leave the basement where she left the ruins of the post street by herself. The constraints of the Magic Academy limited her. Now Zicomo controls Sylvis, just to let him lead the way to the ruins where the witch is imprisoned. Otherwise, if you expect a halfway idiot to find the secret room, it is really overestimating him. After finding Elian's real body, Zicomo first tightened her system space. Incidentally, Selva's puppet was swept away. Oh, no. Zicomo also kept one for him. That is the puppet that Sylvis made after himself. Zicomo played games in his previous life, and when he saw this puppet, he wondered if this pervert had already figured out a way out. He pretended to be killed by the Black Knife assassin, but what was actually killed was just a puppet he made himself. And he himself hid and continued his puppet cause. Unfortunately, this time, his wishful thinking to draw water from a bamboo basket came to nothing. Zicomo left him underground and, along with his puppet, set fire to it. Well, it's still the fiery fire spell. Make sure it burns clean. After doing these things, Zicomo originally planned to find Teacher Elden. But he suddenly remembered that in the original game, Teacher Elden got a new body. She opened her mouth and said, I can finally go back to the academy. To be able to go back and abolish the Kali royal family, the revival has begun. 39. This made Zicomo stop. His mother-in-law was still there. If these two meet, who should he help? Zicomo didn't think of a good solution for a while. He squatted there and scratched his head, thinking that he didn't even notice that Lonnie was here. My king seems to have encountered something distressing, so he might as well tell me. 55. Noticing Lonnie's presence, Zicomo touched his chin and tried to organize the language. You know about Saren, right? She's my magic teacher. I found her real body from Sylvis. Zicomo didn't continue, but Lanny already understood what he meant. I've heard about Saren. Rumor has it that she is addicted to the theory of origins, and has killed countless magicians. She was eventually exiled by the Kali royal family. Do you want to release her? Yes, she is my magic teacher after all, and she is kind to me. Lonnie pondered for a moment and replied, I can agree to this, but I need her to guarantee that I won't attack members of the Kali royal family again. Lonnie stated her terms. As for the magicians at Real Lucaria Academy, she, doesn't care. Raised a rebellion while her mother Lenela was asleep, and joined the Cuckoo Knights to bring Linnea to a screeching halt. She was merciful for not throwing all their ashes into Lake Linnea. Zicomo nodded and answered the request for Mr. Elden. When he goes to persuade Teacher Elden, she will definitely agree. After all, her tolerance and love for her apprentices have almost no bottom line. On this point, Zicomo strongly suggested that Snape learn more. Snape, people are teaching prenatal care, don't Q. Come on, my king. Let's explore the Moonlight Altar. Hearing Lonnie's words, Zicomo put all these things behind him. Or open a new map, hoeing the earth is interesting. What's more, there is a professional guide here, and there is no need for him to run around like a headless fly as usual. Then what are you waiting for? Go. In Lonnie's exclamation, Zicomo picked her up, took out the broom and returned to the Moonlight Altar. In the days that followed, Zicomo resumed his regular life. During the day, I read books at home, and at night, I go to the junction to hoe the earth and sweep the map. The difference is that in addition to Hermione, there is another Lonnie by his side. It is worth mentioning that since that day, Lanny has never taken the initiative to enter the junction again. Every time Zicomo enters, he attaches his consciousness to the petite Lonnie and enters with him. In her original words, it's easier to move in this way. Zicomo couldn't help but complain after listening to it, it's really convenient. Every time he teleports through the blessing point, the petite Lonnie will be judged to be teleported together with the items on his body. This is really convenient for Lanny. Read other world history books during the day and travel the borderlands with her king at night. Later, Zicomo thought it was interesting too. Having a wife as a pendant is quite a novel experience. During this time, Snape also came to visit. Of course, not for Zicomo. It was Mrs. Granger that Snape had approached, with the aim of asking her for advice on pregnant women. It also made the Granger family the first to know that he was married and had children. At that time, Hermione was also surprised that someone could look up to such a middle-aged and greasy old man. Hermione's words managed to make Zicomo laugh. In fact, Snape is still pretty handsome. He had persuaded Snape to sort himself out, but he obviously didn't take it to heart. In the end, Mrs. Granger couldn't take it anymore. In her own experience of pregnant women, it is recommended that Snape wash her hair with shampoo every day. Chapter 69. Today, Zicomo is reading a book in his room. In his room, there is now a small round table and 3 rattan chairs near the windowsill. He, Lan and Hermione read books here every day. In fact, he prefers to go to the bench in the garden and bask in the sun. It's a pity that the bench can only sit for 2 people, and the 2 people next to him want to be next to him. Zicomo had no choice but to shift positions. At this time, an owl flew in from the windowsill with a letter. This surprised Zicomo, who has nothing to write to him. He didn't have many friends, except for Harry Ronald, the twins Weasley. But these people all have the opide he gave, even the twin Weasley. He also gave 2 copies during the holiday. So they usually rely on this connection. It was even more impossible for Snape, the others were right next door, just knock on the door if something happened. Hermione is also curious about this, her cousin is a big otaku. Usually social activities are almost zero. After Aruo bought it, he hadn't sent a few letters, and the whole bird had gained a lot of weight. But seeing the old owl, she and Zicomo knew whose letter it was. This is the Weasley's owl, said to have been bought by Ronald's brother Charlie when he was in school. Zicomo opened the envelope, and the general content was, Harry lost contact, Ronald was in a hurry. This did not surprise him. He hadn't heard from Harry this holiday, and was probably locked up at his aunt's house like the original. As for letters and the like, they were intercepted by the house elves of the Malfoy family. Zicomo is more curious as to why Ronald wrote to contact him. He should have already explained its function to Ronald when he sent the ape. If something happens, can you send me a message? Why did he specially send this old owl out of his family, because he thought it didn't die fast enough? Or did he forget about this feature? Think of Ronald's simple brain, maybe there is such a possibility. At this time Hermione also read the letter, she asked suspiciously. Harry lost contact? Didn't he have Appard? Why didn't he contact us? 35. Who knows? Maybe put away by his vicious aunt. Zicomo shrugged and tried to recall Harry's copy of Aped. In the next instant, a dusty book appeared on the desktop. Good guy, it really was taken away. I don't know where it was thrown, and it has accumulated such a thick layer of dust in just 1 month. Zicomo clutched his nose and gave it a fresh clean. He painted the magic of isolating traces at home, without worrying that the Ministry of Magic would detect the movement of traces on their bodies. What now? Shall we help Harry? Hermione asked worriedly. No need, just leave it to the twins Weasley. 35. Zicomo took out his ape and sent a message to the twins, arranging for them to do it. Let them remind Ronald, by the way, that this thing has a communication function. But this owl is not in vain. Just in time to help Zicomo send his new work back to the twin brothers. It was a small pendant he made to shield the traces. Within a certain range of this pendant, the traces cannot convey any information to the Ministry of Magic. With that, let's hope the scene where Harry's aunt's family meets Twin Weasley isn't too exciting. After finishing everything, Zicomo lay back on the rattan chair. Wouldn't it be nice to spend that time with my wife and cousin at home? Why do it yourself? He invested in the twins so that someone under his command could help him. Here Twin Weasley soon got word from Zicomo. When their owls brought back the wire shielding pendant, they got into action. Due to Ronald's urge to act together, the twins drive off the family's flying car without their parents noticing. Under the cover of night, the 3 of them drove a real speed car to Harry's address. At this time, Harry was struggling with how to communicate with the outside world. Since returning from vacation, his aunt has taken away all his books. It was also mixed in with the ape that Zicomo had given him. It made him unable to even write his summer homework. A house elf named Dobby jumped out at dinner, claiming that someone was trying to kill him. Cut off all his correspondence, and smashed cakes on the heads of Disley's guests. It made his aunt's family think it was him and locked him in the room. Just then the Disley's doorbell rang, and Harry wondered who else was visiting the Disleys so late. But he couldn't get out of the room, he could only stick to the door and try to hear the sound outside. At this time, Vernon Disley was also curious about who would come to their house on the big night. As soon as he opened the door, he saw 3 strange children with red hair. Unfamiliar, never seen, dressed strangely, very good. At a glance, he knew he was looking for Harry. He was about to close the door when George and Fred pushed against the crack of the door. Hey. Sir, we're here for Harry. I know who you freaks are looking for, but you give up? I won't let him go to your freak school again. 35. 0. Vernon said angrily. Sir, are you sure? The twins moved in unison, pulling their wands out of their pockets and pointing them at Vernon Disley. Ha! Don't try to scare me, don't think I don't know, you underage kids are not allowed to use magic in the outside world. Vernon was dismissive of the twins' behavior. George and Fred looked at each other and waved their wands at the same time. The front teeth contest is great. Fuchsia. Originally, these 2 magic spells were less harmful and highly insulting magics. But Vernon Disley was too fat. Hanging upside down, he lowered his head subconsciously, his stretched front teeth pressed against his stomach, poking a blood hole for him. Fortunately, his fat was thick enough to not penetrate deeply. The twins walked into the Disleys' home with Ronald swaggering. Penny Disley and Dolly Disley, who heard the movement, came out of the room and saw their husband, father, hanging upside down and bleeding profusely. The next moment they both started screaming in shock. The high-pitched voice provoked the twins to reward them with locking the tongue and shutting the throat one by one. Seeing that they were under the spell, the two turned around and wanted to run back to the room. Then they got another round of legs froze to death. The twins used a levitating spell to move the Dursleys to the living room sofa. They had come this time with Zicomo's mission to resolve the issue of Harry's treatment at the Dursleys. Chapter 70. Ladies and gentlemen, listen. Harry has to go back to Hogwarts. Any idea why? George and Weasley sat across from the Dursleys and asked. The situation is stronger than people, and due to the pressure brought by the wands in the twins' hands, the three of them shook their heads in unison. Because he needs school guidance, he needs to learn how to use his magic at Hogwarts. If Harry wasn't guided correctly, there would be something terrifying about the magic within him. We call it silence. It is a monster created by the inner pain and repression of wizards when they suppress their magical powers. Once it appears, it means disaster. Let me tell you this intuitively, King's Cross, right? That's where we took the train to Hogwarts. Once Harry's body formed silence, it exploded and could destroy the entire King's Cross station in a very short period of time. Attention! Destruction in the form of powder, and the wizarding world has had many examples of this before. The most important thing is that these wizards who became silent ones were more or less physically or psychologically abused in their childhood. In fact, almost all silent people do not live to be 10 years old. At Harry's age, it was impossible to form silence anymore. But the Dursleys didn't know about it. They turned pale now when they heard the twins. My heart is full of fear and panic that I almost made a time bomb with my own hands. After they had calmed down for a while, the twins asked. Now that we have unlocked the curse on you, can we communicate well? Seeing Vernon nodding, the two waved their wands and undid the spell of the Dursleys. How do I know if you are lying to me? Vernon said suspiciously. He was still not reconciled. He thought it was shameful to give in like this. Aha! It depends on whether you dare to gamble with your own lives. Vernon was choked by the twins and began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind. In his mind, it wouldn't do him any good to let Harry go to school. If he let it go, he was afraid that Harry had learned something and came back to take revenge on their family. If he didn't let it go, he was afraid that Harry would suddenly explode one day and send their family away. The twins saw that Vernon was shaken, and the two did as Zicomo said. After playing the big stick, it's time to give a sweet date. Of course, we can get Harry to sign an agreement with you. You will fulfill your custody of Harry during the Hogwarts holiday and give you a lot of money when Harry graduates and becomes independent. You know, his parents left him a rich legacy. Hearing a lot of money, Vernon's eyes flashed money. He thought for a while, and finally nodded in agreement. Vernon took a key from his pocket, walked upstairs to open the door for Harry, and released Harry from the room. Harry heard twin Weasley's voices in the room and knew they were looking for him. He was worried that they would be embarrassed by his uncle, and his uncle opened the door of his room. Come out, Harry. Your friend is looking for you. After speaking, he returned to his room without looking back. The wound on his stomach hasn't been bandaged yet, and it hurts for a long time. Although I don't know what happened, I think that my good friend is below. Harry rushed down quickly. Harry. Seeing Harry, Ronald, who didn't speak the whole time, shouted Harry's name excitedly, ran over and gave him a hug. Ronald. Harry also opened his arms and hugged Ronald. Why are you here? Harry asked curiously. Then the twins stepped forward and described to Harry what had happened. Harry nodded after listening. I can sign this agreement with them. It happened that Vernon had also bandaged the wound. The twins took a piece of parchment from their arms and wrote the contents of the agreement on it, greeting Harry and Vernon to sign the agreement. After the two signed, the parchment suddenly began to set itself on fire. In the end, it turned into two red lights, hitting the hearts of Harry and Vernon. It feels like their heart has been hit. Okay, this contract has been signed. If either of you fails to abide by the agreement, you will be tortured with arrows piercing your heart. George said in a heavy tone. After Vernon listened, he nodded again and again to indicate that he would never violate the agreement. And Harry sensed something was wrong, and he seemed to have seen the red light somewhere. Well, now we're going to pick Harry up at our house for a while. We'll go straight to Hogwarts when school starts. I'll leave you alone. Where's Harry's luggage? 99. Vernon was surprised by Fred's words, and he called on his wife and son to help pack Harry's luggage. He even enthusiastically dug out Harry's summer homework from the junk pile in the stairwell, wiped it clean and put it into Harry's suitcase. Having suffered such a big fright just now, he wished that all these freaks would disappear in front of him. When he sent the three Weasleys and Harry out the door, the whole family breathed a sigh of relief. He still didn't understand why these underage wizards could use magic recklessly. In this way, their family will have something to bear in the future. On the flying car, Harry first marveled at the magic of this car. Immediately asked, the magic on the sheepskin scroll before was a disarming spell, right? Harry remembered last semester, when Hermione was practicing magic and the wand was out of control, Zicomo's disarming charm knocked the wand away. The red light was almost identical to what he had just seen. George and Fred looked at each other and laughed. Harry guessed right, it was indeed the light of the disarming charm. It's just a version that has been weakened countless times. And the parchment had no contractual power at all. It's just set at 0.9, and once someone writes a name on it, it will set itself on fire. Then trigger the weakened version of the disarming spell on it, and slam into the person who wrote the name. Magic contracts are not absent in the wizarding world, but in the current wizarding world, any contract scroll is precious. Because there is powerful magic on it, it can ensure that the person who signs the contract will not easily violate the content of the contract. Similar magic spells exist. Spells like Unbreakable and Faithful are spells of this type. But obviously they won't do it, and the two spells don't work in the current situation either. The scrolls in the twins' hands are actually handmade products by Zicomo. The effect is as mentioned above. The purpose was to change Harry's treatment at the Dursleys. Everything that happened tonight was in his plan. Chapter 71. Hear the whole plan from Zicomo from the twins. Harry was full of gratitude for Zicomo. The four returned to Weasley's house, and before the car stopped, Mrs. Weasley rushed out of the house. When I woke up early in the morning, I found that my son was missing 3, and even my husband's car was gone. Mrs. Molly didn't know where she was, but her two most mischievous sons must have made trouble again. The worst thing is that this time they even brought their youngest son. The thought that the naughty duo might turn into a trio in the future gave her a headache. Hearing the movement at the door of the house, she angrily rushed out the door. George. Fred. You guys are so daring. Stay up late at night, steal your father's car, go out and fool around, and take Ronald with you. You're really going too far. The twins were unmoved by Mrs. Molly's rant. They stepped away calmly, revealing Harry behind them. Mom, don't be angry yet. Look who we brought back. A close associate of Dumbledore, she and Harry's father were members of the Order of the Phoenix. Naturally recognized the identity of 11 Harry. You are, Harry. Oh, Merlin's beard. Why didn't you say you were coming? I wasn't even prepared. Molly exclaimed. Excuse me, Mrs. Weasley. I want to stay at your house for a while, is it okay? 99. Harry greeted and said politely. Live. You can live. Also, you can call me Aunt Molly. Molly said softly to Harry. Immediately, her face changed, and she yelled at her sons. Why don't you guys hurry up and help Harry get the luggage in? After speaking, she kindly pulled Harry into the house, leaving the twins staring at each other on the spot. George and Fred looked at each other, shrugged their shoulders, and went to the back of the car to help Harry with the luggage. Of course, the two of them left the heaviest chair to Ronald. Ronald, are you polite? In the living room, the twins recounted their actions last night. They didn't say anything about the pendant that could shield the trace. Such a fun thing, they can't let their mother find out. Although they live in villages where wizards live, where magic is released, and the Ministry of Magic will not govern, they don't really need it. But this thing was given by their boss. If it was taken away by their mother, it would be too shameful to say it. After hearing the beginning and end of the matter, Mrs. Molly was very angry at the behavior of the Dursleys. Harry, don't worry, you will stay at your aunt's house during the period before school, just treat it as your own. As for the two of you, I'm not going to hold you at fault, given that this operation was well done. But, Ronald, what are you going to join in the fun? What if you mess up? I will punish you for this week's housework. Mrs. Molly's 3 words caused the 4 of Harry to have different emotions. Harry is the peace of mind that he can live here with the consent of the host. The twins Weasley are grateful and admire Zicomo. Before that, they didn't understand why Zicomo's arrangement had already solved Harry's problem, and he had to bring him to their home. Now they understood that it was clearly used to distract Mrs. Molly. With Harry as a guest, Mrs. Molly spoke a little less about them. As for Ronald's mood, it can be described as mixed. All in all, it was very, very painful. This kind of feeling is like staying up late at night and running out of the internet cafe with the 2 brothers all night, but when they came back in the morning, the 2 brothers brought their mother a breakfast, and the mother was so moved that she did not plan to pursue the 2 of them. Fault. Then he turned around and beat him up for not learning well. Only Ronald's injured world is reached. For a time, Ronald wanted to give himself a big mouth. You said he went with him to join in the fun last night, woke up at home, and waited to welcome Harry? He looked to his 2 older brothers for help, hoping that they would plead for him. George and Fred noticed Ronald's expression and smiled at each other. Mom, let's go to sleep first. Yeah, It's so sleepy to drive all night. 39. The two got up and went to their room, leaving Ronald to look at them resentfully. Don't think he doesn't know, that car has an automatic transmission. There are no obstacles in the sky, just set the direction and keep flying. All four of them slept soundly in the car. Now that I'm sleepy, I want to see their brother unlucky and just say it. The twins here returned to the room and reported the results of their actions to Zicomo. Ronald, anyway, I don't deserve a name. After Zicomo received the news, knowing that Harry had gotten rid of the Dursleys, he ignored it. It was Harry's book of Apide, he sent Iman to run and sent it back to him. If this fat bird doesn't exercise, it will be too fat to fly. Some time ago Zicomo also thought about throwing it into the Zen garden to let it move and lose weight. Unexpectedly, it flew to the fruit area. When Zicomo found it, he got fat again. After Harry received his Apide, he thanked Zicomo very well, and asked Zicomo to go to Diagon Alley to buy textbooks for next semester on the weekend. Zicomo thought about going to get Lonnie's 970 wand, so he agreed. Speaking of Lonnie, an interesting thing happened some time ago. At that time, Hermione saw that Lonnie was reading a history book every day, and once suggested that she should preview the Hogwarts textbook. After all, Lonnie was going to the second grade with them as a transfer student. At that time, Hermione also told Lonnie that she could ask her if she didn't understand anything, and generously borrowed his first grade notes. As a result, Lonnie spent an afternoon reading all the first grade books, and then found a dozen mistakes in Hermione's notes. These mistakes are not very serious, just mistakes that some little wizards often make. As they grow older, their horizons broaden. They are naturally aware of these little problems on their own. But Lonnie now picked them up and put them in front of Hermione. Isn't that just saying that Hermione doesn't have enough vision and needs to learn more? Of course, this is just Hermione's own understanding. Lonnie didn't want to be so complicated, she just simply corrected her mistakes. Hermione, who wanted to show a wave of superiority in front of Lonnie, was hit hard. So she turned her grief and anger into motivation and plunged into the textbooks of the next few grades of Hogwarts. Originally she was still looking at Lockhart's various adventures. Now, please don't disturb her study.